on how you can get started with the $5 a day investing plan, which will make your family wealthy in less than a generation. And so that's the first thing. The second thing I wanted to say was I actually put together some stocks that I can share with you today that are expected to do well in the event that you are in support of a Kamala Harris presidency. If Kamala Harris is elected, these are some stocks that are expected to do well. So give me 1 second, and I'll share that list with you. And also, if you log in at theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com, you can find the list of what Dr. Boyce is buying for this particular week, and also other curriculum material that you can take a look at. All right. So anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. And so what I'll say to you right now is, in terms of the stock market, the big conversation is around interest rate cuts, when the Fed is going to make their move, what the cuts are going to look like for the rest of the year. That's very, very big. And also, the economy seems to be humming along pretty strongly. There are some indicators that it could be slowing down just a little bit. But for the most part, economists are really impressed and surprised that we were able to have what they call a soft landing, which is basically where you haven't you recover from inflation, but you don't get hammered by an economic downturn trying to control inflation. Because typically, what can happen is that when you're fighting inflation the way we had to fight inflation during the pandemic, in many cases, you'll see some sort of an economic decline or even a collapse as a result of that, because you have to pretty much slow down the economy in order to slow down inflation. Well, they've kind of pulled it off. They did a really good job of striking a nice balance between the two, and I'm super impressed by that. And so that's the first thing I'll share with you in terms of what's going on. I'm going to pull up some news stories so we can kind of talk through some of this. And also, I'll share some of those stocks in a second that I actually like right now that you can feel free to take a look at. All right. Okay. So all right, so the first thing is also those of you that are in the Prime program. Last night we did a session where we were talking about generating income from stock options. A lot of the stocks that generate options income, they are cheaper now, which is a buying opportunity. It's a chance for you to hop in and get some of those assets cheap. So you may want to, if you got some extra cash laying around, this might be an opportunity to dig in and buy some of those assets and generate some cash. I generated my income on Monday. Every Monday, I sell my stock options, and it works really well. It's a great way to make money. If you are interested in that kind of thing, you should go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. So I'm looking at right now on CNBC is that it looks like the headline is that the S&P 500 fell, but actually it didn't fall. Right now, at least the Dow anyway, which is not the same as the S. Okay, the S&P 500 fell, but the Dow went up a little bit. Let's look at the S&P. The S&P is down a little bit less than 1%. And they're claiming that this is sort of preparing for mega tech cap earnings. So a lot of the mega tech stocks are about to release their earnings. And these earnings are going to be a barometer for how the economy is doing. It says here that the S&P 500 fell Tuesday, dragged by lower by declines in mega cap tech stocks as investors brace for quarterly reports. The broad index shed 0.5%, blah, blah, blah. The earnings season has been solid so far. One of the more than 230 S&P 500 names that have reported, of the 230 that reported, 80% have beaten their expectations. So that's really, really good. That's a great earnings season. We are seeing a broadening in earnings growth. So he says, according to Edward Jones Principal, let's see, senior investment strategist Mona Mahajan, he says, we do think, or maybe it's a she, Mona, it's probably a she. We do think that with tech earnings, the bar is high. If we get any whiffs of a cooling in AI spending, we could see the stocks pull back a bit, but we've already gone through a decent correction. So Mahajan added that the soft landing narrative remains intact, as I mentioned to you earlier. In her view, that's a her, okay, and that a potential rate cut from central bankers coupled with moderating inflation could lend to a strong backdrop for a continued broadening of the market as traders look to areas outside of mega caps. So what that means is that basically A lot of the growth in the market up to this point have been concentrated in a few mega cap companies. Now they're starting to spread out. A lot of these stocks that I've mentioned to you all every week in what Dr. Boyce is buying, those are actually seeing significant gains because now the wealth is being spread around a little bit. A lot of these small cap companies are starting to actually do what many people thought they were eventually going to do. The Fed's 2-day policy meeting began Tuesday. So the Fed is meeting right now to make a decision about what they want to do with interest rates. Traders have priced a 100% chance for a September rate reduction. So they're not expecting one sooner. They're expecting one in September. They said inflation is trending lower, supporting Federal Reserve rate cuts, says Seema Shah, Chief Global Strategist of Principal Asset Management. This, coupled with a still robust economic outlook and strong corporate earnings, should bolster risk assets and lead to a broadening of returns away from just technology. Let's see. CrowdStrike shares fell 9.5% after CNBC reported that Delta Airlines hired attorney David Boyce. He's Ooh, buddy, David Boyce, he'll go get that money to seek damages from the cybersecurity company and Microsoft after an outage this month led to thousands of flight cancellations. So CrowdStrike's about to pay billions of dollars, most likely, for the fact that they pretty much shut down, um, you know, global travel with Delta. I was really lucky. I actually flew Delta from Europe. KLM is a partner in the Delta Sky Alliance. And so I got lucky though. My flight wasn't delayed or anything, but it was pretty terrible. And so, if some of you were asking me, do I think CrowdStrike is a good buy because the stock is cheaper? I don't think so. I think CrowdStrike is going to have some problems. I think that they've lost credibility for a very long time. I think Microsoft is going to reconsider their relationship with CrowdStrike because the CrowdStrike debacle impacted Soft's reputation too, and it made me just wonder, like, what was the plan B? Like, was your plan B to write all your boarding passes on paper? Is that what you were? Is that what you were thinking you do? Like, what about when we have a real calamity? At some point, we're going to have a real major outage. I think that all these little outages are just kind of, I don't know, like warming us up, getting us ready for something bigger. So really, I think thinking about the plan B is really important. Now, let me give you one stock that is expected to benefit if you are a how many of you are Kamala fans? Give me a yes if you're a Kamala fan or you're voting for Kamala. Give me a yes if you're a Trump fan. Let me know. Type Trump or Kamala in the chat, or you can type neither if you are a fan of neither and you're not going to vote for either one. You're going to vote independent or maybe not vote at all. All that's welcome. All that is welcome. All that is respected in this space. I want to make that clear. I'm not going to argue with another black person about who you're voting for. I'm just not. It's a waste of my energy and time, honestly. So here's the deal. Some of you like Trump, and that's fine. And some of you like Kamala. All right. So what I'd like to do is share a couple of stocks that are expected to do well if Kamala gets elected. One of them is a company called Green Energy. Sorry. Scratch that. It's the category of green energy. The company's called Next Era Energy. The ticker symbol is NEE. And basically, Kamala is known for having support for green energy initiatives. So NEE could be a stock that it would be good to own if Kamala gets elected. If you think that she's going to be president, then these companies are expected to, do well. Another one is Caterpillar. Caterpillar focuses on rebuilding and improving America's infrastructure, or that's what they would be involved with construction, heavy machinery, stuff like that. America's infrastructure is a piece of crap, and so ultimately, I think any president would have to invest in infrastructure, but Kamala is expected to do more than Trump, I guess, or at least that's where her strength might be. I don't know. Also, if you are a Trumper, the defense stocks, defense, oil, and gas are two categories that are expected to benefit if Trump gets elected. So Lockheed Martin, LMT, ticker symbol LMT, Lockheed Martin. I mean, I just like Lockheed Martin in general, just because we know America's not going to stop spending on defense, period. And another one is ExxonMobil. The ticker is XOM. Trump's policies pretty much support the deregulation of fossil fuels or the mining of fossil fuels. And so oil companies are probably going to be happy if Trump gets elected. So those are some assets you can look at. Depending on who you want to vote for, if you don't care, you can maybe pick them all. I think that's a fine strategy too. But these are some of the companies that experts expect to do well if Kamala or Trump gets elected. For Kamala, the ticker symbols were CAT for Caterpillar and NEE for Next Era Energy. For Trump, it was a LMT for Lockheed Martin and XOM for ExxonMobil. Okay, and also, if in case you're not getting notifications when I share these profit alerts, just text the word stock to the number 87948. If you text stock to 87948, I will also send you a list of AI stocks that I like long term. I think AI is a good investment. The big question with AI right now is that people don't know if AI is going to manifest at the level that it's expected to manifest. They know that AI is going to be big, they know it's going to be relevant, but AI has not shown itself to generate the kind of revenue to justify the unbelievable amount of capex spend that's being dropped into AI. So artificial intelligence is it's big. It's not going away. It's going to make a big difference. But what a lot of people are confused by is they're like, okay, well, show us the money. Where's the money? There's no money. It's not generating the kind of money we would expect it to generate. Now, one thing I want to mention to you all also is that in the Black Business School, because we just have the coolest, most innovative team on the planet, we actually decided I wanted to create a competition around investing. So we created something called the Black Investors Cup or the Black Investors Championships. And the Black Investors Cup is a competition for stock market investing where we give you $50,000 in fake money and you can go in there for 6 weeks, invest like crazy with your family, your friends, and whoever has the most money at the end is the winner. The winner will receive the first ever Black Investors Cup, which is a big, beautiful cup that will be delivered to your house. Also, I'll bring you on my platform and you can, introduce yourself to the world, talk about your strategy. You can talk about your business. That's a good way to promote your business. Tell them about what you're doing with your family. And also you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. So that's something that we're doing right now. The URL that's going to be set up is going to be blackinvestorscup.com. I don't know if the URL is connected though to that platform yet, so don't use it just yet. But if you want to receive notification on how to sign up, just make sure you join the Money in the Morning Economic Consciousness Training class that we do in the morning. So you can do that by texting the word morning to 87948. If you join that class, you can join for free. You can join every morning. We do this 7 days a week, and we talk about Black economics. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And I will send you a link. And Amani's in the chat also inside the Zoom, and she's also shared the link. And is that the code? The code is Black Investors. Is that the code to get in for free? Okay. All right, great. So yeah, so hit that link, and Amani's giving you the information inside the chat. But also, if you're not inside the Zoom, you can actually just get on the text list, and I'll text this out. So text the word morning to the number 87948. And not only will I invite you to join us for the Black Investors Championship, we will also invite you to the special real estate event that we're having with Constance Carter this week, who is our Dean of Real Estate right now. So we have a lot of cool stuff going on. And Princess Gigi said she's looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to compete too. So we'll see how we can go. We're going to have a leaderboard. So we're all going to be competing with each other to see who the top Black investor in the world is. That's what we're going to, this is our world championship. We don't care what everybody else is doing. We got what we going on. We got the important stuff happening right here in our community. All right. So let me just tell you a little bit more about what's going on in the economy. This is not going to be a long session today. If you have a question, you can put it in the Q&A section if you're inside the Zoom. If you're not in the Zoom, then you should definitely join the blackstockmarketprogram.com, and then you can come into the Zoom and you can send me questions. I'll answer your questions directly. What's happening here, I'm going to read a little bit to you. It says that consumer confidence has beat expectations. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index rose to 100.3 this month from 97.8 in June, even as consumers felt less optimistic about current business and labor market conditions. So what they're saying is that consumers are more confident than they expected them to be, but that does not mean consumers are more confident than they typically are. You understand? It's like they have an expectation of the level of confidence that consumers have. We exceeded the expectation, but that does not mean consumers are generally confident. And so it says here that even though consumers remain relatively positive about the labor market, they still appear to be concerned about elevated prices and interest rates, uncertainty about the future, things that may not improve until next year. Conference Board Chief Economist Dana Peterson wrote, expectations for future income improved slightly, but consumers remain generally negative about business and employment conditions ahead. So consumers are negative. They're just not as negative as they expected. Why do they measure consumer confidence? They do that because confident consumers support the economy. Confident consumers buy things. Confident consumers make investments. Confident consumers are out in these streets doing things financially that keep the economy moving. The number one driver of America's economic strength right now is consumer spending. Consumers in America spend unlike anywhere on earth. So this is a double-edged sword. I don't believe you want to be a constant consumer. I think you should also be an investor and a saver and prepare for a rainy day. But because most Americans don't do that, that's what keeps the economy strong. So when they tell you how great the economy is doing, they're basically saying that rich people are getting rich because you're giving them all your money. And that's kind of what you want to be cautious about. Also, job openings edged lower in June while hiring slumped. So job openings were a little bit lower in June while the hiring rate hit its highest level, excluding COVID impacted data in nearly 11 years. Okay, so they're hiring more people than they have in 11 years, but there are slightly less jobs available. Available total jobs is 8.18 million, a decrease from 8.23 million in May, according to the Labor Department's Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey released Tuesday. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones have been looking for 8.1 million. The ratio of openings to unemployed workers is around 1.2 to 1. So there's 1.2 jobs available for every one person seeking work. While the openings number was little changed, the hiring level dropped. It tumbled by 314,000, taking the rate as a share of the workforce down to 3.4%. The last time it was lower was excluding April 2020, or April 2020. Did I say 2020? April 2020, sorry. And the mass COVID-related layoffs was October 2013. So this number is lower than it's been in a while. That's very concerning. So the hiring level is dropping. Companies, so we talked about consumer confidence, how confident consumers are to spend money, but we're not talking about corporate confidence. How confident are the CEOs for hiring? So what they're basically saying, which is interesting, very concerning to me, is that they're not feeling confident about the future. They don't feel safe enough to hire. Economics is like love. If people don't feel safe, then they don't trust. And when they don't trust, they don't make their move. If a man does not trust that a woman is interested in him, he may not make a move. He may not ask her out. If a woman does not trust that a man is a good person and that the relationship is going somewhere good, then she's not going to make a further investment in that relationship. Do you see? So economics is a relationship. When corporations don't have trust and they feel unsafe about the future, they don't make investments. They don't hire people. They don't spend on capex. They don't do the things that an investor might do. They kind of pull back a little bit, just like in a relationship. When you're not sure, you kind of pull back some. So what's happening is that we could be on the verge of a recession eventually because people are starting to pull back. So what the Fed is going to do is when they see that we're pulling back and the recession is happening, they're going to start pumping little injections of economic energy into the economy. They're going to pump liquidity in by reducing interest rates and increasing the money supply. And that's their way of kind of pumping up the economy a little bit, like a flat tire. You pump it up with air. That's what they're going to do with the economy. That's what the interest rate cuts are going to represent. Let's see here. Let me answer a couple of your questions if you have any questions in the Q&A. Let's see. Would you look at SoundHound AI? SoundHound AI. Let me look that one up for you. Let's see here. SoundHound AI. SoundHound. I think I've seen that stop before, and I don't think I liked it, to be honest with you, but let me double check. Let's see here. SoundHound. SoundHound. That's fun to say. SoundHound. SoundHound, the ticker symbol's SOUN. The price is $4.85. So far this year, the stock's gone up 127%. That's why it's probably gotten so much attention. It's a young company. The analysts like it. 83% of the analysts think it's a buy. That's a good sign. Let's see, earnings. They're losing money, which means they're probably struggling for liquidity a little bit. Um, I mean, I don't hate it. I wouldn't necessarily buy it, but if you want to add it to your portfolio, there's not. I can't tell you that that would be a mistake because thousands of other people would agree with you. So I would say that if you were to, let's see if there's more information about this company. There's no reports here. Looking here. I would be really careful about buying stocks just because everybody else is talking about them, though. A lot of times when a stock makes a major move, it gets a lot of media attention. When it gets media attention, people rush to invest in the stock. I would just be really careful about doing that. But I don't see any reason why. I mean, why not? Why not? If you got a few, 500 extra bucks, why not buy 100 shares? Maybe the stock will make a move. There are analysts who do like it, so something to think about. The Black Investors Cup. Thank you for asking that question, Joni. It starts on August 19th. I think that the last date to register is August 10th, so you'll have about a 10-day window to sign up. I'm going to get that link sent out to you guys today or tomorrow to the text list. Make sure you're on the Money in the Morning text list. So text the word morning to 87948 and I'll send that to you. Michael says, where should we start as beginners and how much should we invest? Well, one way to start as a beginner is if you go to the black, theblackstockmarketprogram.com, there's 30 days for free that you can evaluate going to the program. It's been around about 7 or 8 years. It's very, very popular. It will take you from beginner to advanced investing. We have so much stuff that we cover in there. So you can feel free to take a look at that. Also, if you go to the drboycemethod.com, I did a black stock market weekend that was very popular. A lot of people like that. So I broke down the Dr. Boyce method, 11 steps to sort of picking the right stock for your portfolio. So feel free to go to the Dr. Boyce method.com, the drboycemethod.com. That's a good place to start. The amount that you start with, there's no minimum in my view. Maybe $5 or something. That's the minimum, if you, I guess, but even less than that can be invested. I don't think you should think of investing as something that only rich people do or only educated people do. It's something that everybody should do because you're already doing it. You're already investing. You're just not investing money. But and also remember, you're not. You don't say you can't make yourself rich. You're because you've already made several people rich. If you pay your cell phone bill on time, then that's an annuity. If someone's taking that money, they're investing it somewhere, and someone's gotten rich off that annuity that you've created for them. If you pay your rent on time, that's called an annuity. You're paying an annuity to your landlord. They're investing that money and they're buying more property with your rent money. That's what they're doing with it because it's growing. They're investing it. If you are paying your car note on time, that's an annuity you've created for the car dealer. So what you've done basically is you've killed yourself. If you're broke and you pay your bills on time, what you've done is you've killed yourself financially and made everybody else a beneficiary except your own family. The car dealer is a beneficiary of your financial death. Your landlord's a beneficiary of your financial death. The Gucci store or the Apple store is a beneficiary of your financial death. And I hope that doesn't sound overly grim, but that's what I visualize because you got these pipelines of money because you're making money, you're working hard, you're generating energy, right? You're generating energy. So the question is, where's that energy go? If I've got a big generator in the back of my house, think about this, and that generator is running 24/7 like you are. You're getting up every single day, going to work, we're going hard, and that generator is running, and all this power is coming into the house, but the house is still cold. The house is still cold. You got to ask yourself, like, what's going on here? Well, probably because you got windows and pipelines where the energy is going out, it's being spread out to other places. So your economic energy, money is energy, money is energy. Your economic energy is being sent out to other places, and some of it should be reserved for you. Some of that energy has to be kept in the house. And to keep it in the house, you got to shut the window. If you shut the window, then you'd be amazed at how quickly your wealth grows. And what do I mean by that? Well, it means that if I'm spending 500 a month with my car dealer, I should be putting 500 a month in my investment portfolio to match that. So that means that as the car dealer gets rich, I'm getting rich too. That's all I'm asking you to consider. So again, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. You can get started there. Amani put the link for the Dr. Boyce method, thedrboycemethod.com. That's another place you can go. We got plenty of assets in the Black Business School. If you're not sure what to do, where to go next, you can email our support team. Their email address is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. So just follow the Panther. Panther's behind me and on my shirt. Follow the Panther, and the Panther will guide you to a family legacy that you can be proud of. All right, so let's see here. How many analysts do you need to consider when looking for researching stocks on Robinhood? There's no magic number. I think analyst reports are important though, because analysts know more about the company than you do. And analysts cannot predict what a stock is going to do. Don't ever believe analysts just know for sure what's going to happen. They don't. What analysts can do though is they can help you understand what you're getting into. Analysts can tell you, what the characteristics of that company are. They can tell you about the risk factors, the things that you got to kind of think about. So think of it like a football game where you got, two really good teams playing against each other. Let's say the Philadelphia Eagles are about to play the San Francisco 49ers or something. And you don't know who's going to win. Let's say that they're evenly matched, so you don't know who's going to win, but an analyst could tell you, you know, what makes each team great. They can say, "Oh, the Eagles, they got a great quarterback, and look at their wide receivers, and their defensive line is amazing." And they'll look at the 49ers, "Oh, they got the best defensive backs in the league, and their special teams are really good." They can tell you, but they got to watch out because their quarterback is a little bit weak. Do you see what I mean? So they can tell you, help you describe the texture of the situation. Okay, that's what an analyst can do. An analyst report can just tell you, like, okay, this is what's going on in the company. This is what you're in for. But generally, I almost look at it like, if you date somebody and have a relationship, Nobody is going to be perfect in a relationship. Um, Everybody's going to have good and bad. And maybe when you're picking, like when I pick my wife for better or for worse on her good days and her bad days. And on her bad days, she can be pretty bad. On her good days, she can be amazing. And so maybe what you're looking for are situations where the good outweighs the bad, or at least situations where you're okay with dealing with whatever comes, because it's not just the unknown that you're dealing with the known, the unknown, and then you're dealing with the unknown unknowns. So the known is the stuff that you know what the company, how much money the company's made, how much they have in assets, you know how they do business right now. All that's public information, that's publicly revealed. What you don't know is how this is going to play out in the future. Maybe they're in an industry that's going to go into decline. Maybe their CEO is going to die tomorrow. Maybe they're going to make a bunch of bad decisions and have a bad 5 years like Disney did. You don't know that. But then you got the unknown unknown, and the unknown unknown is just the fact that the world is constantly changing. So while we know Disney is a big company that makes a lot of money, and they made most of their money through telling stories through with these cartoons and developing these brands that they monetize in various ways. What we did not know was that Disney was going to have like a 5 or 6 year period where they just were terrible. They oversold the Marvel franchise and made a lot of mistakes. But what you don't know. So the unknown unknown is things like streaming. The world changed. Suddenly, streaming becomes this big thing. So now Disney is trying to reposition itself as a streaming giant in a world where 25 years ago it was all about things like network television. 25 years before that, TV didn't even matter, right? So really, it's like this constant change of the economic operating environment. So this is where maybe things like having confidence in the quality of the management of the company can go a long way. So if you have confidence, like I have confidence in the management at McDonald's, that that no matter how the world changes, McDonald's is going to adapt. I believe they just have people that are smart, that know how to figure out how to sell hamburgers in a new in an ever-changing world. So things like that can go a long way in picking the kinds of companies that you want to be in bed with long term. I'm a believer in the stronger, more stable companies. These penny stocks, like that little stock your cousin recommended to you that cost 48 cents, chances are that's a company that's on the brink of bankruptcy. That's a company that's had some struggles. That's a company that doesn't always know what it's doing. That's a company that's going to have a tough time growing and surviving. So just be really careful about that kind of thing. But then again, though, sometimes you meet a diamond in the rough. Like, I'm super proud of our son who introduced me to the Nvidia stock. He convinced me to buy it years ago because when you're a bonus dad, it takes time to get to know the kids and stuff. So I saw him playing video games. So I decided to learn how to play video games. Some of y'all may have seen me play video games online for fun, and people are surprised by this, but I'm not. I love it. It's so much fun. And I got into it because I used to love it. And I saw that he played video games a lot. And I was like, oh, maybe if I learn how to play his favorite game, we'll have something to talk about. So I sat there and clumsily, I mean, I was so clumsy, I was terrible. And I learned how to play. And then it worked. We got time. We had something to talk about. We started playing together. And then one day he says, "Hey, you should buy Nvidia stock." I said, "Well, why do you think I should buy Nvidia?" He said, because I was interested in what he was doing, he became interested in what I was doing. And he knew that this guy his mom married is into stocks and investing. So he's like, "Yeah, why don't you look at Nvidia stock?" And I said, "Okay, tell me why." And he said, "Well, Nvidia makes the chips that we use in our video game." And I was like, "Oh, okay, sure." And so I bought a few shares and didn't even think about it. And I kid you not, I bought $5,000 worth of Nvidia stock that day. That stock years later was worth about $100,000. So he literally made me a bunch of money, and it was literally an investment that I didn't even think about. And that's really a lot of times where wealth can come from. It's like if you're just in the game, then you have a chance. If you're not in the game, then you have no chance. Do you understand? If you're not in the game at all, if I had just said, "Well, I don't invest, I don't mess with the stock market. Stock market is for white people, it's for rich people. It's nothing but just a big scam, and I'm going to just take my money and spend it at the liquor store or something like whatever." Like then I would have missed out on that. And the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So don't do that to yourself. Just get in the game, participate, make investing a habit. It should be part of your culture. Investing has to be a critical part of your culture. Some of the things that are in your culture don't even belong there. They shouldn't even be there. So, but wealth building, getting money, having money, taking care of family, taking care of your descendants, making sure your woman is good, your kids are good, your spouse is good, your family's good. that has to be a foundational aspect of family culture, in my opinion. And I write about that a lot in my book. If you want to take a look at my book, it's you can go to drboycebooks.com. My latest book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I haven't mentioned it in a while. For those that are new, you may not know about it, but it's a great book, and it's all about building an economic culture that's gonna make your family strong. And so feel free to go to drboycebooks.com if you'd like to take a look. And it's a bookstore. It's got a lot of stuff for your kids. We've got love and money, all kinds of stuff there. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let you guys go. I wanted to come in and just have this quick chat today. And so I mentioned the stocks earlier. I'll mention the stocks again in case you came in late. If you like Kamala Harris, Kamala, like, if I say Kamala, just don't think I had a friend who got real sensitive and she said, "It's not Kamala, it's Kamala." And I was like, "I'm not trying to insult her, I promise. I just thought it was Kamala." But Kamala, if you like Kamala, the stocks that are expected to do well in a Kamala Harris presidency are Caterpillar, CAT, and Next Era Energy, NEE. CAT and NEE. Type that in the chat, please, so others can see it. And then also for Trump, if you are a Trumper, which is fine, you could be a Trump supporter and be in this space. I told y'all I'm not gonna fight with nobody about who you voting for. That's your right, and I don't think anybody should take that away from you, and nobody should bully you. I don't believe in voter intimidation or voter suppression because that's what our ancestors fought against, is the right to be free. I want you to have freedom. Okay, so I hope that's okay. But if you are a Trump supporter and you like Trump, a couple stocks expected to do well if he gets elected are Lockheed Martin, LMT, because Republicans they like the defense and everything, and then XOM, ExxonMobil, because Trump has made it very clear that he wants to relax the restrictions on drilling rights. Other areas with Trump would be crypto. He's proven himself to kind of be a friend to crypto. He's trying to position himself that way. And then another area, he has a company, Donald Trump Media, DJT. DJT could do well if he gets elected. In fact, after his assassination, the stock shot way up. But I actually shorted the stock because I felt like it was going to come back down. And the company is not a very good investment in my opinion, long term. Like Lockheed Martin and Exxon, solid companies. They know how to make money. They've been doing it for a while. DJT doesn't know how to make a lot of money. It's a lot of fluff and stuff. But if he becomes president, guess what? That fluff gets replaced by substance because you've got the power of the presidency behind your company. That's going to make you some money. So if you want to go take a look at it, feel free to do that. I'm just here to deliver the information. All right. So anyway, I'm going to go two things. Number one, Constance Carter's real estate training is going to happen Thursday night at 8:30. I will send you guys a text link to join. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And then also number two, the Black Investors Championship is going to start on August 19th, not September, August 19th. The last date of entry is going to be August 10th. And everybody in the Money in the Morning class, the fee is $69 to join the competition, but the fee will be waived if you take a free, use the free access for Money in the Morning. So if you are a member of the Money in the Morning class, where we do economic elevation every morning, 7 days a week, it's completely free to join. You can get in for free. We will have the fee waived for you. So text the word morning to 87948, and I will put you on the Money in the Morning list. If you can't do it that way, you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Okay, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna be busy next week. I'm going to Egypt on our group trip. We're all doing a group trip in the Black Business School to Egypt. I'll invite you guys on the next one if you want to join us. It'll probably be South Africa. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I look concepts that we can discuss in financial consciousness training, because as I mentioned to you all, in general, the world is a classroom, and in fact, everything that you ever read in a textbook, a lot of you went to college and learned a lot of stuff, but everything that you learned in a textbook really came from the real world. So rather than going to the books, I'd rather go to life and point out things in life that will help you to understand Black wealth concepts on a deeper level and elevate your financial consciousness. Also, remind me, don't let me forget. I follow closely with all this stuff going on with Trump and Biden and him dropping out and everything else. And again, I don't want to get into the politics of whether or not you think Biden or Trump or Kamala or whoever should be president. I'd rather talk about economics, Black economics. I think that's where the difference can be made. I think that's the thing. That's the one thing I've seen actually that really improves a person's life in America is where you are economically. I think I saw a study the other day that showed that the Asian community is ranked number one when it comes to wealth and economics. Their incomes are higher than even white people, and I personally don't think that their wealth is going to be I think their wealth will keep them safe in a Democratic administration or Republican administration. I think that no matter who's in the White House, they're going to be good. They're going to be okay. And in fact, actually, if you really look at the dynamics of politics and how politics works, you'll know that politics is kind of driven by the money. It's not driven by the votes. The money is the tool that is used to buy the votes. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Like when you talk about somebody running for office, basically what the formula is I'm going to go to all the big donors and get a bunch of money. And with this money, what am I going to do with most of this money? Well, I'm going to spend a lot of it on advertising, marketing, picking a message, marketing my message. And the more people I can market it to, the more likely I am to get votes. So to some extent, the voter is not the driver of American politics. The voter is the commodity in American politics. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. This is a consciousness exercise in terms of something that I think is worth sort of exploring and thinking about. When you vote, someone pretty much paid another person to be able to market to you, hoping that you would absorb the message and then show up and vote. If they had not gotten that money, they couldn't get your vote. And so what the politicians unfortunately tend to do is they will talk differently to the big money donors than they speak to the voters. In fact, if you remember, the reason Joe Biden dropped out of the election pretty much was because his big money donors told him to drop out. It wasn't because any voters told him to drop out. I mean, the votes matter, of course, but the thing is that they aren't interested necessarily in appealing directly to the people supplying the votes. They appeal directly to the people who can give them the money to go purchase the votes. Let me know if you understand the difference between the two. That's a very subtle difference. And I think it's important to understand that about politics and things like that. And again, I say this without regard to who you're going to vote for. I don't care. Just, I want you to vote for yourself. I want you to vote for your interests. I want you to take care of your family. And I hope that's okay. I hope I can say that and still be loved and not get called a Republican because I'm not telling you everybody's got to go vote for so and so. I just don't do that. Y'all know what I do. All right. So anyway, all right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm sending out a text right now to everyone who's in Money in the Morning, and let you guys know that we're starting class now. And so it's because I'm a bad multitasker. Give me 1 second. You're gonna get a text from me in a second. If you want to get on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING to 87948. Make sure you text morning to 87948. And periodically I'll send you a text to let you know when we have class, and I'll also let you know when class is canceled. Because as you guys know, when I was in Europe this week, I had to cancel class a few times, mainly because the travel schedule. I didn't know I did a father daughter kind of business trip with my daughter, and literally she scheduled I think us to go to about 5 or 6 cities in a 8 day period or something. So I was always on a train. I was always moving. I was like, okay, girl, next time. Let me sit still for a minute so I can handle my business. And she got it. It was my fault because I delegate things. And so she the whole year she was like, so what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And I would be like, oh, I'm sure you got it. You got it. Whatever you think is best. I trust you. I should have been more hands on. I should have like looked at the and because I looked at the schedule and I said, "Oh my God, we're literally in this city only 12 hours. Like what?" And so she's super smart though. She went to Columbia and she's not my biological child. If you saw two of my kids, you would know that they were not my kids because one of them 6'2" and the boy is 6'9". But I love them like my own. My son, I talked to him this morning and I love being a parent. I'm telling you, if you want to know the greatest most impactful thing you could ever do in life, like raise kids, man. I mean I just think it's great. I don't think that people understand how important that is, how important that is for wealth, right? How important that is for wealth. I mean, you got to understand, if you don't raise good kids, your wealth will be depleted. Like, do you understand that? If you don't teach your kids, because your kids are your family is like this business, and your children are going to take over the business one day. And if you don't train them on how to run the business, they're going to let the business fail. The business will go bankrupt. The business will go bankrupt. And so trillions of dollars in black wealth gets lost because black families are pretty bankrupt. Black families have been destroyed on a systematic basis, and I'm very angry about this. I'm very upset about this, and I know some people may think I'm extreme about being mad about this, but to me, the problem doesn't go away just because you forget about it. The problem doesn't go away just because it's 2024 and you're not thinking about the things that happened in 1994. I think about things like the Biden crime bill all the time because I think about what devastation it caused, what kind of trauma it caused. I think about the war on drugs a lot because every time I see some young kid, who could be out here achieving great things and building wealth and building a great family, but they're out in the streets thugging or going in and out of jail or hooked on drugs or doing horrible things to women. I think to myself and I say, gosh, if that young man had come from a stable family, he would be an asset to the community instead of a liability. He would be something positive instead of something negative. And that's what you have. Unfortunately, a lot of the reason that the community struggles, in my opinion, particularly on an economic level, is because you have a lot of little liabilities kind of running around the community. You have a lot of people that listen to stuff, that a guy like me might say, and they think it's stupid and it's ignorant. They think that planning for the future is dumb. They think that building wealth is for idiots. They're into instant gratification. They get money, throw it up in the club, and do all kinds of crazy stuff with it because nobody ever taught them anything different. Nobody ever taught them about wealth preservation. See, you got to understand. Let me just give you a quick wealth lesson on this. I saw something interesting where the founder of Starbucks, Schultz, I think it's his name. Let me see who created Starbucks. Let me see. The founder of Starbucks, he wasn't the founder, but let's just see his name. I think his name was Schultz. No, Howard Schultz. He wasn't the founder. He bought Starbucks from somebody else. And I saw this story from Howard Schultz where Howard Schultz was explaining when he wanted to acquire Starbucks. And he said, I was a young guy, I didn't have much money, and I was kind of a squirrel trying to get a nut. And literally, he said that when he went to acquire the company, he went to some business partners to try to get them to help him raise the money to buy this company because he says it's a great coffee company. I think Starbucks can do great things, and I'd like for you to be an investor and help me acquire this company. And so, so what happened was he said that he found out that the person that was going to sell him the company tells him, he says, look, I got an all cash offer for this company that's better than yours. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to sell it to this other person. Well, he finds out that the person who made the offer to buy the company was one of the business partners that he took the deal to. So literally, it's like a relationship where you go and you tell your girlfriend how great your man is, and next thing you know, she's trying to take your man, right? And literally that's kind of what happened with Starbucks. So he found out that the person that was trying to buy the company up from underneath him was literally one of the business partners that he had pitched the idea to. So he had kind of given him, and here's the thing: these accusations this kind of stuff happens all the time. Even people like Tyler Perry, unfortunately, I don't know if he does it or not, but on Fly Nubian Money the other day, they were talking extensively about the numbers of people that have kind of tried to make the argument that Tyler Perry will have these open door policies where he says, "Hey, come on in, tell me about your idea. We'll consider making a movie from it." And then next thing you know, they say, "Oh, well, we don't like your idea. It's not a good fit." But they claim that a few months later, Tyler will come out with a movie that's similar to the script that you submitted, and that's why people like attorney Nicole Compton, who actually at some point I'm gonna bring Nicole in here. She's been a part of the Black Business School a long time. She has an MBA and a JD. She had a baby at the age of 15. Her family is one of those extraordinary Black families you should know about. I think that she had literally four sisters that were all valedictorians at the same high school. Like, and she wasn't one of them. Like this is a badass family. I mean, just talk about Black excellence. You talk about Black families that we don't know about that are doing amazing things. That's the family she came from. But anyway, attorney Nicole Compton, who is on the Fly Nubian Money Show, which, by the way, it happens every day at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you text the word Queens to 87948, they'll send you a link and let you know when the show's happening. So text Queens to 87948. But anyway, attorney Nicole Compton was kind of talking about ways to protect your work, right? So when you go in this space where you're pitching things, you have to know that you're vulnerable when you make the pitch. Amazon's been consistently accused of doing the same thing. Amazon's been accused of having people come in, they bring in their best and their brightest, and you pitch your idea, you explain how it's going to work because you're desperate to get a nickel or two from Amazon, and then next thing you know, they say, thanks, but no thanks, we're not interested. And then next thing you know, they've got a product just like yours a year later. Same thing with Apple. Apple's been accused of that. There's a lot of companies that literally say, I forgot what the nickname was. I think they called it the kiss of death or something. They said if Apple reaches out to you and says they're interested in acquiring your company or your technology, do not go to the meeting. That is not a good thing. They are eyeing your girlfriend. They trying to they trying to get with your they trying to get with your woman. So basically, there are ways to protect yourself. And so Attorney Compton, if you want to know the value of like fly Nubian money, besides the fact that we should all be listening to black women, and shout out to those of you that are happy that Kamala is running for president. I'll be honest with you. I'm more of a fan of the idea of understanding the subtleties between being African American, a descendant of slaves, versus being black, internationally black. I think that those are both wonderful things, but you have to pay very close attention to the fact that in politics they don't really tend to pick African American people who have African American roots that go back into slavery because they know how much they owe you. They don't tend to, if you look at Kamala, she's part Jamaican, part Indian. If you look at Ketanji Brown Jackson, I think that her family, is from another country, who's on the Supreme Court, by the way. And there were a few others. I forgot. I remember Barack Obama, and then you have Valerie Jarrett. They don't really have roots that go back to slavery. So I think that there is a concern about people that owe you reparations. That look, if we could really bring real African Americans up in here who are really, really, truly connected to the African American experience, they're going to really hold our feet to the fire. So there's like sort of these more acceptable versions of black, and then there's like the scary black. So I'm scary black because you can go three generations back, and I can show you my great 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 grandfather's name was Boyce, and because his slave master named him Boyce. So that's a direct linkage. I can go back a couple of generations and talk about how I had a great uncle who was a very smart man who had a wonderful wife, and a white man disrespected his wife, and he got in the man's face. And next thing you know, my uncle was dead. They killed him. I can go back a few generations and talk about when we dug into my roots. My assistant reached out and she was excited. She found out. She said, "Oh my God, Boyce, you have these amazing entrepreneurs, these powerful men in your family." I said, "Really? Tell me." And she said that I had one great great grandfather or something that owned an entire town pretty much, that had built massive amounts of wealth that he was planning to pass down through multiple generations, and eventually they just took all the stuff and killed him. And so this kind of stuff is real. So really, the reality is that African Americans, I think, have a very interesting relationship with politics. And so, while I will say for sure, I think I love, like, for example, what we do with Fly Nubian Money, because I love listening to smart black women. We've been doing that our whole lives. We should all be doing that. At the same time, I think that there's also space to say, okay, what kind of black are you? Like, are you the safe black, or are you the threatening black? I don't really believe, for example, that Kamala Harris would be the nominee for president if she were 100% African American, like East St. Louis, three generations out of slavery, went through the war on drugs, crack epidemic, like that type of black. I think that is, married to a strong black man who's no nonsense. I think that's another thing. That's another signal. My wife talks about this a lot. My wife can tell you, and this is, I know we're spinning into some different topics, but this is what we do in financial consciousness. This all links back to economics. My wife will tell you, my wife. My wife is a beautiful light skin. She's a high yellow black woman. She is. But she's out of Gary, Indiana, one of the blackest places you can come from, and she grew up around a lot of black excellence. Her father was a college professor like me. They say you marry your parents, and so it's ironic because my wife's dad was a college professor, and my mother was a social worker, which is my wife's a social worker, and I'm a college professor like her dad. So they say you marry your parents. That's why you want to have good parents. So anyway, so my wife will tell you, she'd be the first one to agree that when she married me, when the people that she works with, the white folks that she works with, who don't hire African American males, they've not hired, they don't have one single African American male in any department on the entire campus of the university she works for. When they saw she married me, they went from here to here with her. The treatment that they gave her just really changed. In fact, there was one black man from Nigeria. Shout out to Nigerians. Again, when I speak on foundational black, I'm not speaking against anyone. I'm just speaking about the specific beef, the specific economic challenge, the specific economic issue that we have with America that owes us a whole lot of money, the corporations that owe us trillions. And it's not just the government, it's corporations. Any institution in America should be pouring into a pool of $14 trillion that's going to pay back these reparations, right? So anyway, there was a man from Nigeria that was being treated very poorly. He went through a weird Title IX situation where they came to him and they said, you're under investigation. And he said, for what? They said, well, we can't tell you. And he said, okay, well, what am I being accused of? And they said, well, we can't tell you. And he said, well, who's accusing me? They said, well, we can't tell you. And all this was because of the Title IX rules, right? Now, this man, let me tell you about this man. He had a stellar career. He done everything right. He has a PhD in his field. He's damn good at what he does. He's never had an incident with anybody, right? And but yet he was under this cloud of investigation, this stress. And a lot of y'all know this. A lot of y'all know about the stress and the microaggressions that happen at work. That was his stress. So he reached out to me and my wife worked with him for a long time, so she stood by him because that's what she does. She'll stand by the black man that she works with. And I remember he reached out to me because he said, "Hey, can you come and sit in on these meetings because they're bringing in this big law firm to investigate and they're going to interview me and I'm really mad about it." And I said, "Okay, I'll sit in. Sure, I'll support you." And now I told him, I said, "I think you should sue them." I said, this is crazy. This is inappropriate. They're not even telling you what you're accused of." And so let me tell you what happened. This is a true story. So they spent a whole year investigating this man who spent 20 something years in his career doing his black job and doing it damn well and had a stellar track record, made tenure, all that stuff. They found out that the person that accused him was a student, a white girl from 2 years earlier that he didn't even remember, who said he said something in class that made me uncomfortable. I'm not kidding. That's what it was. It wasn't like he had a student in his office and he felt her booty. It wasn't like he was sleeping with a student or something. I saw that when I was at Syracuse. I saw a black man who slept with a student. And I said, "What are you doing? That's crazy." It wasn't anything like that. It wasn't like he cussed her out or harassed her. No, she literally said in class that something he said in front of everyone in the class made her uncomfortable. No one else said this. No one else agreed. They interviewed everybody. They put the microscope on this man, and when I saw what happened to him, it made me think about the book I wrote years ago called "What If George Bush Were a Black Man." And in that book, one of the things that I mentioned, and this is another subtle point that people don't discuss very often, is that the challenge of being black in America is that you're under such a microscope that you don't have the same privilege of making the same mistakes as everybody else. That you have to be excellent and perfect. When you get attacked or scrutinized, you have to reach this bar where you're proving that you've never made a mistake, which is a damn near impossible bar to meet. Whereas, mediocre white guys get pushed through the system all the time. It ain't nothing for a mediocre white man to get an opportunity, but for black people, it's like, well, 3 years ago we found out that you broke a paper clip and you bought some pencils and didn't pay back the pencil dispensary. Like they will go up your ass over some tiny stuff. So this man was under investigation for something that he didn't do. He didn't even remember having talking to this girl. And it turned out she got a bad grade in his class. So I think this was retaliation. I think this was an attack from somebody who just was mad, maybe because he didn't give her the grade she wanted, and because what he said in the class wasn't even that bad. You know what I think it was? I think that like it was he had some students that would sometimes have babies, and they would have baby showers for the students that had babies in the class. And there was one student that was pregnant. I think he said something like, "So when do you hatch? When does the baby hatch?" And he said something like that. And I think that might have been what triggered this lady. So long story short, when my wife stood by this man, when she gave him support, oh, she got stamped and labeled as the radical black woman. See, it ain't just when the black man gets when the black man gets marginalized for being clear and honest about who he is and what his experience is, and it shows he's not afraid. It's not just him that gets hit. It's the strong women who stand by that man. They get hit too sometimes because you got to deal with the financial fallout. Or that man who don't want to help you pay no bills no more. He doesn't want to hire your husband. He doesn't want to give him opportunities. And you got to deal with the emotional trauma of him being pissed off all the time because he worked his ass off. He did everything right. He went to school. He got the MBA. He got the bachelor's degree. He showed up to the meetings on time and still did not get the opportunity, still did not get the promotion. He's still in a space where he hasn't reached a fraction of his potential. And I'm gonna just tell you that if you want to know my black experience, that's what it's been. And I can just tell you, and this is why I have such an appreciation for black women and black men who stick by each other. I really do. I think that there's a difference between and again, let's circle back with Kamala. I'm not saying Kamala didn't have a right to marry Dougie. I got people in my family that marry people who are not black. So I'm not here to speak on anybody's relationship. But I think that there's a difference between the black woman or black man who marries another black person versus the black woman or black man who says, "I'm just going to go white because it's an easier pathway to the top." I think that if you look at the pattern, if you notice the pattern, this happens a lot in Hollywood, from Lee Daniels, he had a boyfriend, not a girlfriend, but still, to Lee Daniels and to others. the lady who does that really good show Abbott Elementary and others, you'll notice there's a pattern in terms of the types of non-black people that they will marry. In many cases, they're from the Jewish community because there's a lot of wealth and power in spaces like entertainment, banking, and politics that you can connect it to. Ketanji Brown Jackson's husband, I don't know if he's from that community, but I know that he's like sixth or seventh generation Harvard, and Harvard is wields a lot of power. You can't get to the Supreme Court if you're not connected to Harvard, Yale, Stanford, stuff like that. Sometimes you luck out, but for the most part, you really don't. There was one point in time where I believe every single Supreme Court justice either went to Harvard, graduated from Harvard, or attended Harvard. The only exception at that time was Ginsburg, who went to Harvard, but she transferred because her husband got a job at Columbia. But still Ivy League, still very elite. And so with my wife, one of the things I thank her for is I say thank you for getting down in the dirt and down in the mud with me as a black man. I know the stress that you're probably getting when they Googled your husband and they started treating you different because they know my track record. They know I don't play when it comes to racism and all that stuff. I know what kind of flack you got when you stood by that black man on your job. I get it. That man deserves your support, and I'm so happy you stood by him. But when she did that, she got flagged, and that's what America does. See, this is an interesting commentary about America, in my opinion, where we got to understand that's what happens. You can be flagged as a certain kind of black person, and that will affect what kinds of opportunities they choose to give you. So the signals that you send in order to not be flagged might be, hey, no, 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 my husband's white. Here's Dougie, right? Or oh, no, no, I got a white wife. She's a Republican too. Whatever it is, right? And then they're like, oh, okay, you're cool. You can come into the club. Here you go. Here's your VIP pass. You can go on in. But you show up and you acting black and you got that black spouse and you talking and you really care about the black community and you really care about what's happening with us and solving black problems. It's not going to be easy for you. I think that the closest that I've seen that's really excited me actually was Michelle Obama. I think Michelle Obama just remarkably has been able to maintain a lot of popularity despite the fact that she seems to have those roots that I was talking about. And but if you notice, why do you think Michelle Obama doesn't want to be president? I think it's because Michelle has the same sentiment that someone like I do. She sees what I see. She feels what I feel. And she's like, this is a bunch of BS. This is a bunch of crap. So I think that there's a disconnect in America. There's a disconnect when you're black versus when you're not black, and that divide has not been bridged. So what's the solution, right? I always talk about we talk about the problem, but I don't want to stay on the problem. I want to talk about the solution. Well, a big part of the solution is black owned businesses. A big part of the solution is start building wealth and put as much energy into things that are black owned as you put into your black job. Your black job can be taken away from you at any moment. Your black job does not belong to you. Your black job cannot be passed to your children. Your black job is not an asset. Your black job, to some extent, for some of y'all, is a liability. Your black job is a label in many cases, and we take pride in these labels. Well, what's your black job? Well, I'm the senior manager at Procter and Gamble. But your name ain't Procter and your name ain't Gamble. So what are you bragging about, dude? Like, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not making fun of you, but you carry a lot of swag for somebody who is basically an economic babysitter. Like you're babysitting someone else's wealth. You're like a financial security guard. Like you're guard, and there's honor in that. There's a lot of, I watch Game of Thrones and stuff. There's a lot of honor in being part of the king's guard and protecting the king's wealth. But at some point, I want to know, where are the real kings out here? Where are the queens out here? And why ain't we raising more kings and queens? Because as much as we can for sure 100% agree that you need all of the workers and you need all the support systems in place, you need all of that for sure. But you also need a king. You also need some leaders. You also need to make sure that when a kid comes out, when God blesses us with $1 trillion asset, like some young child who has extraordinary capabilities as it pertains to technology or extraordinary ability as it pertains to leadership, that we groom that child and prepare them, groom in a good way, not in one of those weird ways, but groom them and prepare them for their destiny. We prepare them to be the person that can not just go seek a black job, but can figure out how to create a black job. Some of y'all got kids that are literally supposed to be Neo in the Matrix, and you're raising them up to be scrubs. You cannot. The worst crime in the world, in my opinion, is to take an extraordinary child and do everything you can to let the culture make them mediocre. Literally, and this requires tremendous amount of foresight, a lot of financial consciousness, a lot of vision. You have to protect those children. Some of y'all got kids that are like the golden child, and you got to protect the golden child. What do you have to protect them from? Well, you got to protect them from a lot of mediocrity that's in the culture. You got to protect them from the bullies that are going to make fun of them because he's really good at chess or because he wants to make good grades on his math test. You got to protect them from a lot of the people and a lot of the influences that are going to divert them or make them feel bad about who they are. So things that we think don't really matter much, things like just self-confidence and really breeding that which self-confidence is connected to self-love, self-respect, and self-awareness, self-knowledge, self. Having all that in place is very important because you don't want them to be taken off their track. Because let me tell you a story. So let me finish the story early. I was telling you all about that story with Bill Gates and or sorry, the Starbucks CEO, Charles Schultz. Is it Charles? I think it's Charles Schultz. Anyway, he was trying to buy Starbucks, right? And he goes in and he goes to these investors and says, "Hey, can you help me raise the money?" And all the investors are like, I don't know, we got to think about it. And then he goes back to the person he's going to buy the company from, and he says, "I'm sorry, man, I can't sell it to you." And he says, "Well, why not?" He says, "Well, because I got an all cash offer, and it's much better than yours." So he's like, "Well, how did this happen? Like, where did this come from?" So he finds out that the person that made the offer was somebody who he actually pitched the idea to. He asked this person to be an investor, and the person said, "Well, why would I share the money with you when I can just keep it for myself? This happens a lot in business. It's happened to me. That's life." So here's what he does. Listen to this. So he tells the story to his friend in Seattle. His friend happens to work with Bill Gates, not Bill Gates that you know, not the Bill Gates of Microsoft. He worked with Bill Gates Sr. See, a lot of people don't know that Bill Gates is a junior. He's not the original Bill Gates. The original Bill Gates was Bill Gates Sr., who was his father, this big, tall, big, gigantic man, very bold, just very strong, and a business leader in the Seattle community. He was the man before his son became the man. At that time, Microsoft was pretty much nothing. His daddy was the man. So he goes to his daddy and he gets a meeting with Bill Gates and he tells him about Howard Schultz. Thank you. I said Charles Schultz. That's peanuts. That's Charlie Brown. Anyway, so Howard Schultz sits down with Bill Gates and he tells him the story of what happened. And Bill Gates goes, "Is your story true?" And he says, "Yes, it is true." He says, "Okay." So he says, "I want you to come with me." So they get on the elevator, go downstairs, they walk across the street, and he goes into the office of the guy who was about to buy his company. Right. And Bill Gates' dad stands over his desk and he says, "I'm gonna tell you something, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You cannot buy this company, you will not buy this company, and neither Howard Schultz nor Starbucks is ever going to hear from you again. Is that clear?" And the guy was like, "Okay, okay," and he completely backed off. He completely backed off. So as a result of this brash move, Howard Schultz was able to acquire Starbucks, and then he became a billionaire because of it. And Starbucks became the big, massive international behemoth that it is. And so I love this story for a couple of reasons. There's so many thoughts that go through my head. Oh my gosh. First is generational legacy and really opening pathways for our children. We know Bill Gates would not be Bill Gates without Bill Gates, if you know what I mean. Bill Gates Jr. would not exist without Bill Gates Sr. Martin Luther King Jr. would not be who he is without Martin Luther King Sr. If you are impressed with Martin Luther King Jr., I need you to take a moment and go study Martin Luther King Sr. He was a bad boy. He was a strong father. He held that house together in an amazing way. If he had not done that, there would be no Martin Luther King Jr. There wouldn't be. And even if you happen to be a Republican, you might find it interesting to read the story of Fred Trump. Fred Trump, who's Donald Trump's father, back in 1913. He was born in 1913 when he was 13, 14 years old. His father died. He used to go fix houses for rich people, and he realized something that I've talked to you guys about. He said, "Wait a minute, why am I fixing houses for rich people when I could go own these houses for myself?" So he started to acquire properties in New York, and next thing you know, he had all this money, and that's allowed him to clear a path for his son, Donald Trump, to become whatever Trump is right now. Again, I don't know, I don't care what your politics are, but you can learn from everybody. So that desire, that need to understand the vision and to be able to clear paths for people that you care about is something that I really want you to consider and I want you to embrace. I want you to understand how important that is for success. I do you understand? I don't know if I told you all this story, but the only reason I have my PhD is because they were beating up on me pretty bad because the racism's always been there and I'm a big mouth, so it's I'm easy to not like. I understand that, and I was having a hell of a time in my doctoral program, and there was a professor named W.C. Benton who was one of the leading scholars in the world in his field. And I told him what they were doing to me, and he went in there. I mean, he's a bad, but he's a Marine. He's brilliant, and he walked up in there and said, "Y'all keep messing with Boyce, you messing with me." And you know, like literally, when I say the Red Sea parted for my ass at that moment, I I am eternally in debt to this man. I'm eternally grateful for what he did to me, or did for me, not to me, right? So what I'm saying is that this to me represents that power of wealth, the power of ownership, the power of mentorship, guidance, the power of actually caring about the next generation and understanding the responsibility we have to create opportunities for them. You see, opportunities, because if you don't have anybody creating things for you, then you have to go through your life as a beggar. You have to go through life kind of just accepting what life hands you. And I feel like sometimes what we get stuck in is we get stuck in beggar mode. We get stuck in like, well, I just hope that that Mr. Charlie gives me my black job so I can pay my bills. And I just don't think that that's the best of us. I don't think that's the best that we can do. I would definitely say that when you're talking about the next generation, which is more important than our generation for sure, I really think it's important that we really think about how we're going to clear the path for these kids. So one way that you can clear those paths is that it's easier to create opportunities for others if you have a certain level of financial vision. If you have a high level of financial consciousness and institution building, a commitment to institution building, starting with things like family. Family is an institution. Your family, if it's done properly, is a multi-million dollar asset. So if you ever want to get rich and you ain't got no money, I need you to remember that most wealth does not show up in the form of money. I need you to understand that your wealth is right around you. The gold is buried in your backyard. When you spending time with them damn kids, and you say those kids are going to grow up and become like little stormtroopers for you. They're going to protect the family brand, but it's up to you to be clear. You have to have a clear vision and a clear path of what the family brand means. You have to be very, very certain about that. For example, the Rothschild family. Y'all know the Rothschild name. The Rothschild name is an important name because there was a Rothschild in the 1750 or something who had four sons and told his sons the Rothschild name is very important. It wasn't. No one cared what a Rothschild was, but he told them that he manifests that. Do you understand? Like I believe that the word man is short for manifest, but women can manifest also, right? Y'all are the original givers of life, so we all have the power of God to manifest. So he manifests that. He manifests that. He told the little Rothschild boys, I know you ain't nothing now. I know we struggling. I know we broke. But that name is very important. And we're going to go show the world why that name is important. We're going to go carry that banner and we're going to fight for that. And now, if you say the name Rothschild, people get scared. They're seen as this sort of secret, powerful family that owns everything, right? You talk about the Rothschilds. Go Google the Rothschilds one day, and I want you to look how deep the conspiracy theories go. That literally this family just controls everything, right? But remember, it started from nothing. So my question would be, what is in your life? What do you have? What's going on right now that looks like it's nothing, but it really could be something? Where are you going to pour life into that thing? What are you going to fight for? Because I can tell you that if you're fighting for that black job, I don't know if that's the best investment of your time. I understand we got to go to work, we got to pay bills. I get all of that. I done paid many, many bills. I understand all this. But if I spend more time with my black job than I spend with my black child, the black job ain't really going to give me a long-term ROI. The black job is something that they can take away from me in a moment. If I mess up, they're going to fire me. And if I die at my desk because I've dedicated so much energy to my black job, they're just going to replace me. They're going to haul my dead body out of the office and replace me with someone else within a week. But if I take a lot of the energy that I put into my black job and put it into my black child, well, that child's going to remember me. That child is going to be grateful to me. That child is going to go out and carry the family banner in a way that I cannot. When I'm 85 years old, that child will still be young and be able to do what I would have done if I was in my 40s. But now I'm 80 something, so I can't do it no more. And that's important. See, pouring into people is important. And let me give you a real life example. Dr. Claude Anderson, y'all see how loyal I am to him. I'm very loyal to this man. I'm also very loyal to Dr. George C. Frazier. Let me tell you why I'm loyal to these men. I'm loyal to these individuals because they poured into me. I'm loyal to my grandmother because she poured into me. Our Panther in the Black Business School, that's my grandmother. Dr. Frazier, I talked to him this week. Dr. Anderson, I talked to him the day before that. And all these individuals, my grandma's in heaven. Dr. Frazier is approaching 80. He looks like he's 60, but he's almost 80. Dr. Anderson is 86, 87, and he's tired. Well, guess who's carrying the banner for them? I ain't tired. I don't get tired. I don't get tired. You understand? And I bring their names to you on a regular basis and carry the banner because to do things they cannot do. So what? And it's because they invested in me. That's what it was. Dr. Anderson, he was kind to me. He taught me things. When I went to him and I wasn't sure about stuff, he helped me gain certainty about what I was doing. I remember saying to him in 2006 when I first met him, I said, "Gosh, I'm at Syracuse, and you know how they get when they see that you're all into pro-black stuff, they treat you like you're radical." And he said, "Ain't nothing wrong with being radical." He said, "Being radical is good." He said, "You should be radical." He said, "To fix problems in the black community, you have to be radical. They were radical when they created the problem. You got to be radical to fix it." So I was like, "Yeah, I'm radical. That's right." Like sometimes kids need that. And sometimes it's not even about teaching them specific skills and sciences. Sometimes it's about just giving them that boost of confidence and letting them know who the hell they are. Do you understand what you representing? Do you understand how important this is? Do you know how we do it? They not like us, but we like each other. We're gonna go out here and make some things happen. So I believe deeply that a lot of the battle that we have is partly intellectual, but a lot of it is really spiritual, and a lot of it also is about sacrifice, commitment, and discipline. If you have a vision and you are a spiritual person that believes in what you're doing, then you're going to eventually develop the discipline to commit to the things and fight for the things that you believe in. So similar to the way Bill Gates' father fought for Howard Schultz to be able to buy Starbucks, I think that we should all be fighting for something that relates to somebody that we care about, somebody that we want to see succeed in the world. What the hell are you fighting for? Because I can just tell you, I some things I don't fight for. I'm not interested in fighting for a black job because I don't care about Massa's company the way I care about my own or care about something that's in my community. I'm not really fighting for the Democrat Republican stuff. I know some of y'all get mad, and I hate this. I hate it hurting your feelings like this, but I've never seen any benefit. I have not seen. I had a chart. I gotta show y'all this chart. When people ask me like, why do you not care about the elections and all that? I think it's interesting. Like I analyze it like you analyze a football game, like whether the Cowboys are going to beat the Eagles. Like I can speculate on it all day, but it's not that important. It's not going to change my life. Let me show y'all a chart. I'm gonna pull this chart up. And by the way, I wanted to mention if you're not on the text list to be invited to our morning class, we do this every single day at 10 a.m. You can text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, for those of you that do believe Trump might win, for example, I did pull together a list of stocks that they say you should buy if you think Trump is going to win, and I'll text that list out later on this afternoon. So feel free to text the word morning to 87948. I'll send that to you. All right, so let me share my screen and show y'all this. Let me show y'all this real quick. So this is a chart here with black wealth versus white wealth. And if you look here on this chart, you can see that basically nothing has changed. You can see on this chart that literally, if you go all the way back to the 1950s, you'll see white people had a whole lot more wealth than black people. And as you proceed forward, you'll notice that this gap has not shrank at all. And what you'll also observe is that all these years, with the elections of many Democrats and many Republicans and us getting into watermelon and chicken fights over who we think we should vote for, after all these years of your pastor getting paid by politicians to get everybody to go vote, nothing has changed. This gap is still it's not just what it used to be, it's actually bigger. It is bigger. Look at this. White people have, this is according to the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. White wealth is literally more than 10 times greater than black wealth. White people up here at 149,703, $149,703. Black wealth is $13,024. So here's what I'm thinking about. Here's what I want you to kind of process. Number one, I'm not going to fight you over who you voted for because I don't think it matters when it comes to the things that really matter. I just don't. I think that if you like Trump, Kamala, good luck. I hope your team wins. The other thing I want you to understand, here's what I need y'all to process. This is what I see. This is the curse of having a PhD in finance. It's very difficult because I see things sometimes, and it's like seeing dead people. It's like seeing ghosts because I can see things other people don't see, and they tell you that you're crazy. Do y'all understand that number 149,703 is not a massive number when it comes to wealth? Do you understand that any person in this room If they make a very basic generational wealth plan, I'm talking about basic, not advanced, not fancy, not specific asset allocation strategy. I'm talking about some basic stuff where you literally invest at the level of a 4-year-old monkey. You could easily pass that 149 number in half a generation. Easily pass it. If you were to just have taken all of the money that we spent in the last 20 years on Nikes, iPhones, Gucci, car notes, going out to eat, whatever the hell, whatever we spend our money on, if we take even a fraction of that and consistently put it into the stock market, into S&P 500 companies, every single one of you would have a net worth that is higher than the white people in this chart. There's nothing magical about being white. There's nothing magical about it. Then they got a head start because they can pass wealth down. Remember, let's not forget their community has to own up to the fact they spent hundreds of years stealing our stuff. They owe us money. You owe us. When can we expect payment? Because you're not an ally until you give me my money. But if you decided that you wanted to fix that, if you just decided, hey, I want my kids to have some real privilege in this world, all it takes is a little bit of investing on a regular basis. All it takes is for you to get past whatever psychological barrier you have that's made you afraid of the stock market because somehow you think it's some magical place that's only for people with bachelor's degrees who happen to be white, or the fact that you think that you've been raised to believe that it's only for rich people. If you get past yourself and do basic things, that number is easily passable. 149,703 is not a big number. It's very easy. If I was president for the day. I know that I'd never be elected president. I don't want to. I wouldn't even want to be president of the United States. That's a terrible job. If I was president of black people, if I could be like the CFO of the black community or the minister of finance for the black community for like a couple of days and have one rule that I could make everyone follow no matter what. You know what that rule would be? I would say, okay, I want every single person to take 10% of their income, the same amount you might give to the church or you might give to your Gucci or buying your iPhones or whatever, 10% of that income and buy some stock in the S&P 500 every single week and do that consistently. And you cannot sell that stock. Literally, if you did that, if you literally took that 10%, you would actually have, you'd be right up there with the Asians, the Jews, and everybody else. So wealth is something that is very straightforward if you allow it to be. But if you want it to be too complicated, if you want to believe that it's only for white people, if you want to believe that you can't do it, then guess what? You're going to be right. Whether you believe you can or believe you can't, you're almost always correct. So anyway, let me I was gonna, you know what, I was gonna actually talk about CrowdStrike and what happened with Microsoft and kind of link that back to some of the topics we discussed. But I think I don't want to do that today. I feel like we've said enough and I've given you enough to think about, and maybe we can hit that later. I made a whole page of notes, and this is how financial consciousness goes. I want you to and just chalk it up to my ADHD. I was like this in school. I was like the confusing kid that used to piss my teachers off. But I just go with the flow. I'm okay with that. And so maybe I'll save that for tomorrow because we've been talking about 45 minutes and I don't want us to be overwhelmed. I want us to just absorb those basic ideas, and then tomorrow maybe we can pick it back up. And also, again, I'll if you text the word morning to 87948, I will send you that list of the Trump stocks, the stocks that are expected to do well if he gets elected. I still think it almost looks like it's still favoring him, but then again, maybe that can change. And maybe I can go find a list of Democratic Party stocks, some Kamala stocks as well. In fact, I'll do that. That way we can just be balanced about it. Because here's the deal: I want your wealth to go up. Period. That's it. That's what I care about. I don't, the other stuff. It's all personal and stuff like that. You have a right to believe that, but I really want you to have more economic freedom because that is linked to your ability to be who you want to be, do what you want to do, and live the life that you want to live. And that's what I believe. Okay. So anyway, guys, I'm about to get out of here. And a quick reminder. Let's see. This week we partnered with Urban Intellectuals. They have a Black Math Genius program that they are doing, and we want to support that. And it's all, they're linking it to economics. They're doing a great job. Freddie Taylor actually runs this company, and he's extremely good at what he does. So he's partnering with us in the Black Business School. I think I'm gonna bring Freddie to the platform maybe tomorrow, and they're gonna do an event tomorrow night. I'll text you all the link to the information where you can join it. I think that we got to get our kids ready for for success. Period. I believe that we should educate our own children. Also, don't forget the All Black National Conventions, October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois. I just had a conversation yesterday with, oh gosh, Dr. Ken Harris. Dr. Ken Harris is the head of the Black Business League, which is the largest organization of Black-owned businesses in the country. It was started by Booker T. Washington 125 years ago, and he just made an astonishing offer that I cannot wait to reveal what we talked about. Ken is just a great guy. He has a PhD in economics from Michigan State, and Ken Harris is one of those guys everybody should know about. He's wired in. He's good at what he does. He does business delegations back and forth to Africa, stuff like that. So I'm honored to know him as my friend. And there's some other things that we have sort of cooking for the convention. And then, of course, you guys know we have the Egypt trip coming up in a couple of weeks. I'm sorry I can't invite you because it sold out very quickly, but we are going to do another trip, probably South Africa, and we'll announce all those details and give you a chance to sign up at the convention. So if you want to learn about the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So I hope to see you there. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So great to see everybody. I hope you're doing well. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome to Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, in case you're new. And the goal is every morning, every single morning, 7 days a week, we discuss the art of economic elevation and just what that looks like, what it means to elevate your finances, what it means to become the absolute best you can be from a financial standpoint. And also, if you want to get text notifications when we start, and I send them out a couple of times a week, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a reminder, like a kind of a wake-up call to kind of get you started so that you'll know that we are about to do the thing. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I am actually in Amsterdam. I'm at the end of was about a 10-day European tour. Had to do a daddy-daughter business trip, and it was amazing. And let me just tell you, so many cities uh, in in Europe are so beautiful. Let's see, I'm trying to remember all the cities we went to. We went to a bunch of them. Let's see, we had Dubrovnik, which is part of Croatia. And a lot of people think about the war when they think about Croatia. A lot of terrible things happened there, but actually it's a really beautiful place and it's really recovered from the war. And it's one of the most beautiful places you've ever seen. In fact, they actually shot Game of Thrones there. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, you'll remember King's Landing. That's where Dubrovnik was. It was King's Landing. And then we also went to Brussels, which has this square. I've never seen anything that beautiful in my life. There's like this town square that's 1,000 years old. And I mean, it's amazing. I can't explain how beautiful it is. You just got to go see it. I think you're not gonna regret it. Luxembourg, saw Luxembourg. That's a beautiful city. What's another one? Gosh, I think Basel, where they have Art Basel. That was really cool. And now it's Amsterdam, and now we head back home. And then I got to take another trip next week. We're going to Egypt, a group trip with the Black Business School. We're taking a trip to Egypt, thanks to Jay Cameron. I would invite you guys to go, but unfortunately, immediately all the tickets sold out. And so, if you want to join us on the next trip, though, it's going to be South Africa, and I'll announce that first here because I'd rather travel with people that know me well and that I know you well, and we're connected. So you guys will get first dibs if you want to join us in South Africa. We're probably going to make that available at the All Black National Convention, which is going to happen October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, Illinois, which is actually Lombard, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago. So give me a quick yes if you guys can hear me okay. I am traveling, so I want to make sure that my Wi-Fi is okay. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. How you doing, James Keller? I see you. Jamila Cook, Travis, Stephen, Pilar, Mia, Claudia, John Peacock. Good to see you. Jackie Myers, Sharon, Josephine Rainwater, Juanita, Rochelle. I see you in here. Sheila. Good to see you. Della Montez, Clarence, Rebecca Lee. So great. It's always great to see all of you. And I want to apologize for the other day. I think there was a day where I could not actually formally cancel class. I didn't get to send out the text. And I just want to say I'm sorry if you came in and I wasn't here. That's not the way I should be doing things. And it is completely my fault, my responsibility. And I apologize for that. But if you want to keep joining us, just so you know, we do this every single day, 7 days a week. because I believe that for us to be a serious community, we got to be serious people, right? And I think that's a great place to begin. I think in order for us to really be taken seriously by the world, we first have to take ourselves seriously. And when I study a lot. I pay attention to everything. When I study, people that are seriously good at what they do, world champions, people who are the best at anything, communities that are succeeding. One thing I know is that, that people that are really good at things, they're very serious. So I think, so my belief, a very fundamental, simple idea is that if we're going to be taken seriously when it comes to our wealth, we're going to have to get serious. We're going to have to make sacrifices. We're going to have to be committed. Tell me if you agree. I hope that you agree with this. We're going to have to really talk about this in a serious way to say, okay, what are some serious things we can do to make sure that we're seriously ready and seriously empowered for the next generation? As I was studying in Europe and I was going through and I was kind of paying attention to European history. I'm gonna do the same thing when I go to Egypt next week. So just know, and sometimes people, when I go to European countries, people say, oh, you only want to hang around white people. I'm like, no, 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 I'm going to Africa next. And so Egypt is a part of Africa, and then there's Ghana and there's other places. But I went to China and I would go to South America. I want to go everywhere. I went to Antarctica. Well, not Antarctica. It was actually Reykjavik, Iceland, which, by the way, is a beautiful place too. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I want to go everywhere. I want to learn from everybody. I like to learn the history of things. I like to learn um, why did this happen? What happened? How did this come to be? And so here's one of the things that I was noticing, and I'll start here, and then I'm going to go into the point that I wanted to make today for our financial consciousness training. I was curious about the Irish potato famine. And it's interesting. I haven't thought about Ireland for a long time. If you want to know what I think about it, what comes to mind, number one, I found out in my DNA test that I'm like 20% Irish or something, which is weird. It tells, but you know why that is, right? Some slave master snuck in the barn and took something that didn't belong to him. I'm gonna suspect that was the case. My great great grandfather's name was Boyce, and his slave master gave him that name. So that's the history there. So anyway, also with Ireland, I remember in college, I had a scholarship to go to Ireland, and I did not take it. I got my dream job actually that summer working for General Electric Aircraft Engines Division in Lynn, Massachusetts, and they paid me a ton of money. They put me in a really expensive apartment and gave me a ton of money, and it was the worst, most horrible job I ever had. I had a racist boss who ignored me and didn't teach me anything, and this black mentor I had nothing in common with, and I was so uninspired. And I remember just being so bored and walking around the factory trying to find stuff to do because I hated that job so much. And that was when I decided that I wasn't going to spend my life on the corporate plantation. Just the idea of doing that job for the next 30 or 40 years was very depressing. And so I had my black job, and it was a good black job. I made good black money on that black job, but I did not want that job. Instead of just the black job, I decided maybe I want something that's black owned, or at the very least, I wanted a better job. That's why I became a professor. So anyway, with going back to Ireland here, another thought that came to Ireland, which was really just a random thought. In case you don't know, that's what we do. We talk about money and we do streams of consciousness, but I promise you, everything comes back to money. I remember in college, and I took this class. College is full of like, it's this great place where you learn a lot, but they also spend a lot of time teaching you a bunch of random things that don't actually help your life. So when I was 19, I had to take a class about old Irish peasants or something, and it was Irish peasants in the 19th century. I don't know what the hell I would have in common with them, except for the fact that I got that Irish blood in there somewhere, which ain't really supposed to be there. And I remember learning about this drink called Boney Clabber. And Boney Clabber is, check this out. This is crazy. It's gonna freak you out. It's where you take milk and you put it on the front porch until it spoils, and it curdles when it spoils, and then you mix it with cow's blood, and people drink that. Like people would drink that stuff. Spoiled milk and cow's blood. That's the nastiest thing in the world. That's the only thing I remember from that class. That's the nastiest thing I remember from that class. And I remember sitting in this class, and it was a big old gigantic room, like auditorium style, 300 people. And the teacher is some old man who bored me to death. And he was talking about all this Irish stuff. I've been hardly paying attention to it, but I had learned enough to get a good grade in the class. And then I raised my hand and asked a question. He says something. He says, well, here's what happened and blah, 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 blah. And he says, but the caveat is, and I raised my hand and he said, yes. And I said, what is a caveat? And he goes, it's a disclaimer. And then he starts talking. He goes, so blah, 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 blah. And I raise my hand again. And he goes, yes. And I said, what's a disclaimer? Because I didn't know what a caveat was. I did not know what a disclaimer was. I was just being honest. But those are the assholish things that I've done in my life that have gotten me into a lot of trouble. So if you ever want to know why I get in trouble sometimes, it's because I ask those annoying questions. So anyway, so speaking of Ireland, let's circle back to that. So here's what happened with Ireland, right? So they had this potato famine, and if you want to know what happened in the potato famine, and I want to link this back to Black families and the lesson we can learn about economics here. So what happened in the potato famine was that the Irish had a big part of their economy and a big part of their diet based on potato production. Potatoes apparently are nutritious; they have high nutritional value, and you can grow a lot of potatoes in a small plot of land. So the Irish love potatoes. Well, something happened where the potatoes got poisoned or something, or they caught it some sort of infection, and a bunch of potatoes got sick and died. And the British, who were kind of the colonizers of Ireland to some extent, they kind of were to the Irish what white people are to us. They would kind of come in and take what they want and do what they want. And so they came in and they took the good potatoes and left the Irish with the bad potatoes. And this led to the Irish potato famine. And 1 million people died from starvation because there were no potatoes. There's nothing, no food to feed anybody. And 1 million people left to go to other countries like the US, Canada, stuff like that. I think that's why you have so many big Irish communities in the United States. Like in Chicago every year, they literally have so many Irish people there that they literally pour something into the lake, into the river to make it green, right? St. Patrick's Day is a big deal in Chicago and other cities around the country. So anyway, I thought about this and I was just talking to my daughter about it and I said, this is really an interesting, sad reality about life. And the reality that I'm picking up from this is that don't nobody really care about you that much in this world. I'm not saying nobody does, but how brutal do you have to be? How brutal did the British have to be to say, we're going to take all the good potatoes and we're going to let you starve? We're going to come to your community and we're going to take all the good stuff. I'm going to leave you with the bad and just wish you the best. And so this led to the Irish actually getting really pissed off at the British, which they should have. I'd be mad too. Walked up in my house, took all the good food out, and let me and my family starve. Oh, we're never gonna be friends. I'm not voting for you in the next election. That's for damn sure. And so that this led to the Irish fight for independence, and they still have issues with the British to this day, as they should. So I started thinking about the Black community, and I started thinking about how many times they came into our space. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Let me know if you're following this. How many times people have come into our space and cherry picked what they wanted and left us with the shit? How many times they come up in the projects and say, we don't want him or her, but oh, Tyrone, he's 6'8", 240 pounds and can dunk a basketball. We'll take him. We'll take this one. And, or come in and saw us when we were inventing hip hop in the South Bronx in the 1970s and said, "Ooh, we can make money from this. We're going to come in. We're going to take your music and take your culture, but we're going to leave everything else behind. We're going to let you starve while we go and we feed ourselves off of something that we directly extracted from your community." Look at how many times they came into our community, took our wealth, took our talent, took our culture, took our children, took all of our resources, took even our land, right? And left us with nothing, just left us there to just starve and whatever, fall apart. And so really, when I thought about this and I thought about the Irish potato famine, I said, man, that's cold. They came in and they didn't give a damn. They took their stuff and just left them with nothing. I started thinking about all these Jackie Robinson moments that we've had in our community where you had a prosperous enterprise, a growing prosperous enterprise that would have become a multi-billion-dollar asset called the Negro Leagues, where you had the most talented, most extraordinary athletes in the world, in this league, kicking ass, taking names, getting fans, filling up stadiums, doing their thing. Thousands of businesses built off of this. Thousands of people are eating off of this, just like the Irish eating the potatoes. They were getting their potatoes from the economic growth that was coming from this sports league. And they came in and they took what they wanted. They took their Jackie Robinson, they took a couple other players, and then the Negro Leagues were just kind of left to die. So they came in, they took the good, like the British did with the Irish. They came in and they took the good potatoes and said, we got to eat first, and then left us with whatever was left us with the crap. And if you don't understand the analogy, I hope you get my analogy. I know I'm a little weird, but these are things that form in my brain when I'm looking at, because here's the thing, oppression is universal. Pimping is an international phenomenon. Exploitation happens in multiple languages across multiple societies all throughout the world, all throughout history. And so there are universal lessons that can be picked up by studying the history of other cultures in addition to our own. You ain't unique. You ain't the first group of people to get colonized. You're not the first group of people to get screwed. You're not the first group of people to have somebody mistreat you or hate you or take your stuff. What I think has to be understood and what we got to learn, and going back to what I was saying in the very beginning, is that maybe this also means you got to get serious. Maybe this means you also have to be able to defend yourself. Maybe this means that you have to kind of look at the pattern here and say, okay, what's going on here? What is it that made us so vulnerable that somebody could come in here and just take our stuff like that? What happened with what was the thinking in the ownership of the Negro Leagues that made them not negotiate a better deal? Like, why didn't they say to the Yankees or the Dodgers and say, you can get a piece of this, but you can't own this. But we'll do a trade. You come play in our stadium, we'll come play in yours. You bring we'll ship a player or two over to you, but you ship a player or two over to us. Whatever. You own this, we own that. What led you to think that it made sense to say, we're going to take our most valuable assets, we're going to take all of our good potatoes, and we're going to give you all the good potatoes, and we're going to keep the rotten ones? That don't even make no sense. That makes absolutely no economic sense. And that is why you were left to starve. Because the Major League Baseball, they eating good. They eating good. They got multi-billion-dollar franchises, and you can't own none of them. You got black people like Magic Johnson. I think Magic was able to own 5% of a team or something. They're like, we'll give you some crumbs. we'll give you the piece that we don't really want that much, and we'll give you a little bit just for the sake of diversity. We'll give you a little DEI here and there or something. Right? And now they don't even want to give you the DEI. And you trying to live off the crumbs, and they living off the feast. I think that there's something to learn there in terms of knowing who your friends are. And who really doesn't care about you that much, and knowing what your responsibility is to defend what you have. You have a responsibility for that. And one of the biggest most problematic false ideas that we've been implanted in our heads because we get colonized from birth. When we start going to public school, that's when the colonization process takes place. And then media, they soften you up. It's like an airstrike that happens before you bring in the ground troops. You soften up the target with the airstrike. So the airstrike is the airwaves. What they put on the airwaves and the radio, get everybody twerking, get everybody listening to music that's telling you to send your son to prison at an early age, that's getting all the kids hooked on drugs, getting them out here thugging out and everything else. And then the public school system where they're learning how wonderful white people are and how ridiculously sad and pathetic black people are. That's the airstrike. That's getting you prepped up. That's softening you up, softening up the target so that when they want to take you to the big Diddy party that's going to happen to you in your life where you're going to get screwed for the rest of your life, you're ready for that. You've been softened up. You understand? So the lack of ability and the lack of discernment, the lack of consciousness, this is for economic consciousness, financial consciousness is what we cover every morning. The lack of consciousness shows itself in the sense that you're not stopping and saying, hold on, wait, what are you doing? What's in that drink right there? What are you trying to feed me? What's in this? What ingredients are in this thing that you're trying to feed me right now in this education you're trying to give me? What's in this? What is on this TV screen that you're trying? What's in this music? What poison did you put in the music to make us think that our kids want to grow up and become thugs and killers and gangsters and drug addicts and everything else? No, we're not doing that. Do you understand? That requires strategy. It requires consciousness. It requires preparation. It also requires courage. And in some cases, we are lacking all of these things. We lack all of these things because, in many cases, unfortunately, whenever somebody comes along and says, why are we letting them do this to us? First thing you'll have another black person getting mad at that person, saying you're dangerous. Wait, that's a dangerous person. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. Even when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I don't know how smart I am. I don't know how smart I compare to other people, but I know that when it comes to economics, I'm one of the most highly trained people on this planet. And I remember when I would say certain things and say, well, this don't make no sense. Why would we let them do that to us? You'd be amazed how many black professors were scared to even be my friend. They were scared to be my friend because they knew that the colonizers were going to kick them in the ass if they did. If they got seen hanging with me, if they saw that they were associated with me, they knew they would get in trouble for that. And so I didn't have a lot of friends. And I didn't need a lot of friends. I'm not that don't that, I leaned on the Nat Turner spirit, whatever. If I got to do this by myself, I'm gonna do it. I'm not following a stupid crowd. I'm not following strategies that fail. I'm not following an approach that has clearly showed that it's not going to get us what we want because slavery is not fun. It's not fun to have somebody else control your life. It's not fun to have somebody else beating you up all the time. It's not fun to be at the bottom. It's not fun to be in last place. I don't want to be in last place. I want to be a winner. I like winning. I like succeeding. I like being the best. I like doing my best. Even if I'm not the best, I want to do my best. And I don't think, I'm gonna tell you this, my little simple theory is that in many cases, we are not really doing our best. I really think that we're sort of afraid to shine. We're afraid to push. We're afraid to grow. We're afraid to stand up. We're afraid to be what we were meant to be. And so this colonization oppression that kind of occurs kind of stunts our growth. And just to tell you how where my ideas have gotten on this, I literally remember whenever I would hear somebody complaining about how the public schools aren't going to teach Black history in the right way, my first reaction is why do we think white people why do we need white people to teach us our history? Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. I have this. How many of y'all got a cell phone? Anybody else got a phone, or am I the only one? It's this new technology. You probably haven't heard of it. Let me tell you about it. You haven't heard of this, so it's very cutting edge. It's called an iPhone. The iPhone. I don't know. So a few of y'all may have heard of it, but I've got this thing called an iPhone. And did you know that with my iPhone, I can look up anything that I want on this other amazing invention called the internet. Holy crap. Oh my God. And I know this is freaking y'all out. This is new stuff, man. This is the new stuff. And so if I use this thing called the internet on my iPhone, I can look up anything that a teacher could teach in a classroom. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? And I don't even need a white man's permission to do that. I don't got to ask massa to let me do nothing. So go tells your friends, tells your family, tells your children that we can teach ourselves now. We don't need to go to this building with some crusty lady from the suburbs who don't even know who the hell I am, who don't understand me, my struggle, my family, my children, or nothing, teaching them a bunch of very biased false facts about who I am. I don't need to abuse my children by exposing them to that nonsense. I'm not saying your kids shouldn't go to school. I'm not telling you to go take your kids out of school. I'm not that extreme. But at the end of the day, we can educate ourselves. And not only can we do that, we should be doing that. We should do that. Do you understand? We should do that. Not because again, I'm not saying take your kid out of school. Don't think some of y'all are doing homeschooling, and I applaud you. I think that that's a great solution. But don't think I'm telling you like, oh, you're a sellout for sending your kid to school. I'm not here to judge any of that. So let's just do we understand each other, please? Because I don't want people to take what I'm saying and make it into an extremist argument. This is not extremism. This is not extremism. This is called common sense. Common sense says that when they are giving you Kool-Aid that's filled with pee and rat poison, you should probably think a little more carefully about what you allow your children to drink. And that's what they're giving them the Kool-Aid and it's got some pee in it. It does. It's got this thing called white supremacy, this idea that somehow everything wonderful that's ever happened in the world was done by a white man, and Black people, the only thing you've ever done is you were freed from slavery, which you didn't even do because there was this bearded white guy named Abraham Lincoln who did it for you. That's the best that ever happened to you. So you celebrate Juneteenth every year like it's the greatest thing you've ever accomplished because the best thing you ever accomplished was letting white people free you and get you out of jail. And so now to this day, we still carry the same mentality. We carry the same mindset that says, yeah, we can make progress, but we need their help. We need them to do this for us. We need them to open doors for us. And that bred the whole industry of these anti-racism speakers that pretty much go to big white universities and they don't really talk to a lot of black people. They talk mostly to white people and explain to white people how to treat black people better because you are defined as this relentlessly oppressed minority group who has no fate or no ability to control their own fate. And what I want you to understand is that is very, very dangerous. It does not mean that good white folks who truly want to heal and truly want to do the right thing can't play a role. There's nothing against that. Some of you are white in this room, and I applaud you for having the courage to hear from a loud, angry black man every morning. I respect that immensely. You're your family too, if you got the right energy. But what I am saying is that you have to also ask yourself, can we do this if they never help us? If no one ever comes in and saves us, if we're the Irish, if we are where the Irish were, where with British oppression under British rule, where the British were coming in, taking their resources, taking their women, taking their food, and kicking their asses. If we are the Irish and the British are just being the British, what if the British never help us at all? What if they never change their behavior? What if they never shift? What are you going to do? At that point, it's all on you, Jack. It's all on you. Do you understand? Like this whole time, everything I go, every experience I have, because I think a lot, it can be transformative. You never know what day I might come in here and have a whole different set of ideas because of something I experienced. And let me just tell you a little something. Every city I went to this week, when I went to Dubrovnik in Croatia, when I went to Luxembourg, Basel, Brussels, and Amsterdam, in every single city, every single country, every single province, all I would hear are stories about how they had to defend their freedom. Every single place. Every place there would be a history of they fought this war to stop these invaders. They built this wall to go and stop these other people from there. See, this is what you need to understand is that bullying and pimping are universal. The bullying is something that's happened internationally for thousands of years. If you don't have a plan for you and your family, if you don't play defense, then somebody else is going to play offense. Do you get what I'm saying? If you can't protect what you got, some asshole's gonna come along and try to take it. And this false idea where we're raised to be victims and we're raised to sit there defenseless and without a plan, without a strategy, without a sacrifice, and just hope that our oppressors decide to be nicer to us. That is by design. That is by design. Elon Musk is an interesting guy, right? I don't love him or hate him. I think he's smart, but he's also a racist. And the reason Elon is a racist is because he grew up in apartheid. That's why he says those stupid things on his Twitter. Again, I don't hate him because I don't take it personally because I don't care what white people think about me. That's not how I evaluate my self-worth. One thing that they used to do during apartheid was, did you know, how many of y'all knew this? And I'm not an expert on apartheid. So those of you who know more about it than I do, forgive me if I say something wrong. But I remember reading how during apartheid that if you had a son of military age, and I guess that's like between 18 and 40 or something, 35 or whatever, if you had a son of military age, they needed to know where your son was at all times. If they came to your house or somebody in the village told them that your son disappeared and just left town for a while, you could go to jail for that. They will come get you. They might kill somebody in your family or lock up your mama because your son is not, nobody knows where your son is at. Do you know why they did that? Does anybody know why? Can you guess why? Because because they did not want young, angry black men to go get military training that would allow them to fight back. Did y'all know that? They wanted passive men. They wanted feminine men. They wanted weak men. They wanted the wusses. Because you can control a wuss. You can control a weak little pathetic man who don't fight back or a man who doesn't have the skill to fight back. But it's hard to oppress a warrior. Because warriors are different. Warriors have strategy. Warriors have tactics. Warriors ain't scared to die. They're ready to die. They're ready to go down for what they believe in. So you can't. It's hard to oppress a warrior. It's easy to oppress a punk. So do you think that it's a coincidence that we suddenly have this rise in the feminization of black men all throughout this society? Has anybody been to Atlanta and see how many? And no disrespect, this is not anti nobody. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, but you go to Atlanta, you can't help but notice how many brothers want to walk around in mini skirts with high heels and wigs on. You think this is an accident? You think this somebody was, you think this kind of was part of the plan? What do y'all think? So here's the deal. It's one thing if the bully can beat you up. Sure, but beating you up is hard to do if you fight back. It's easier for the bully to soften you up so that you are scared to fight in the first place. And the reality is that a lot of our people are scared to fight. And then if they're not scared to fight, they don't know how to fight because you never had conversations like this. You never sat down with your father or your mother and had them explain to you that preparation is the key to success. They never told you that the way to prevent a problem is to prevent a problem. They never told you that the way to overcome the attack is to get ready for the attack. They never taught you that in Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War, that battles are won before they even begin. They never taught you that. You just get spilled and flooded with a culture from the BETs of the world, who are white-owned companies that pretend to be in blackface. They spill a culture of instant gratification, very sloppy living, very irresponsible choices, so that you simply are just sloshing through life, being a victim of problems that sometimes you created yourself. Like, so when you're that guy that's 36 years old and you can't figure out how to pay your child support because you got 7 babies, mamas, well, you made those babies, and nobody ever talked to you about sexual discipline and the importance of that as a form of economic preservation. Nobody talked to you about that. Or you sitting in a bad situation because you chose not to get an education because you out thugging and following the crowd and getting into street life and all this other stuff because that was marketed to you. They packaged that up and marketed that to you. And then now you're 30 something years old trying to play catch up because you spent your 20s in the streets. That was all by design. They marketed that to you. So what I'm here to say on this is that when you're talking about the accumulation of black wealth, that is something that requires discipline and planning. When you talk about the preservation of that wealth, that also requires discipline and planning. It requires a mindset where you understand that your economics is a form of self-defense. See, money is used to enslave people all throughout the world. Economic warfare is very, very real, not just in the United States, but it happens all over the globe. And so my question that I would ask you is, have I at least convinced you to consider that your choices in terms of how economically intelligent and economically prepared you and your children are is a really important part of your self-defense strategy? Have I convinced you that this is connected, that a lot of the victimization occurs because we're not thinking in terms of preparation and strategy? Do you understand? And actually, I'm going to talk to you about my conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier in a second. But before I do that, I want to mention to you all really quickly that there is something that we're doing now that I've offered you called the Freedom Challenge, where literally, you guys know in Money in the Morning, I've probably done about 200 lectures so far just this year alone. And by the time we're done, it'll be up in the thousands. And so what we did was one of my team members put something together where if you text the word freedom to 87948, you'll get one of those lectures sent to you every single morning. So if you like the Money in the Morning vibe and this is great for you, then if you text freedom to 87948, you will get one of those Money in the Morning lectures that maybe something I did in January or February that'll be sent to you, because these ideas are universal. And I'd like for you to also, if you just, so you can have it all for free, if you would just please share this with your family, share this with your loved ones, because I really believe deeply that economic intelligence is one of the keys to our freedom. It's not going to solve every problem, but having resources, having money makes a big difference in your life. It makes a big difference in the options that you have. So just text freedom to 87948 and we can send that to you. And also just a reminder later on today, and I'm not going to keep talking for too long, but later on today, I am going to do a Q&A for those of you that are interested in stock options and learning how to buy and sell stock options to make money. It's really more so for beginners. So if you'd like to join that, then feel free to join our options class. It's drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Prime members, you can come in. You guys should have gotten a link in your text messages this morning. That's going to happen today at noon Eastern. All right. So let me finish up on a conversation I had yesterday with Dr. George C. Frazier. So Dr. Frazier, in case you don't know, he runs the Power Networking Conference every year. He is by far, in my view, the greatest networking guru in the United States. And the reason that what Dr. Frazier does is so important is because not only is Dr. Frazier the OG, I think he's approaching 80, but he looks like he's 50 or 40, and he is one of the sharpest men I know, one of the greatest men I know, and I counsel with him on a regular basis, just like I do with Dr. Claude Anderson. And the reason that his job is so important is because he does one of the most important things that that Black people should consider as it pertains to wealth accumulation. He talks about bringing us together. He talks about collaboration over competition. He talks about connecting, networking, working as a group economics, economics as a team sport, which is the Powernomics principle. And the reason I have so much appreciation for what Dr. Frazier does is because when I was in grad school working on my doctorate in finance, I remember all of these economic models that pretty much showed that when you bring people together, you are actually creating wealth. There are legitimate, real economic models that basically show when you bring people together, you're creating wealth because when you bring people together, what you're doing is you're creating trade. Do you understand? So when you talk about places like right now I'm in Amsterdam, and Amsterdam had a company, I think it was called the Dutch East Indies Company or Dutch East India something company, and this was the first corporation ever created. It was worth today in today's dollars, it would be worth about $10 trillion. Apple's worth about 2 trillion. This company would be worth about $10 trillion. And one of the things I noticed when I studied, see, when you see something that's winning, you see something that's successful, you study it. So I studied this company, and I believe it's the Dutch East India Company. Forgive me if I got the name wrong. I got to go look that up again. But anyway, one of the things I noticed that was really interesting is the way this company came into fruition, came to existence, is basically you had a bunch of scattered companies all trading spices. Again, trade. Trade was a form of wealth. Trade brought people together. There's a big river where people would gather on the river. And that's why rivers were an important part of any country's economy. So they were all doing all this trade individually. And they said something that's very logical, very natural, that even an animal can understand. They said, instead of all of us scrambling and doing our own thing, competing with each other, crabs in a barrel taking each other out, why don't we come together and do all this as one group? And why don't we engage in group economics? And that's what they did. So they formed a company that became arguably the most valuable company in the history of the world, one of the most valuable. I got to double check to see if the valuations are correct. But from what I have seen, this company was worth 5 times more than Apple in terms of its power and its impact. And so what Dr. Frazier does, and this is why y'all need to study this man. He's an American treasure. He's more important to me than Donald Trump. He's more important to me than a Joe Biden can ever be. He's more important than pretty much any non-Black person I've ever studied in my life. Definitely for the purposes of what we're trying to do. The reason you should pay attention to this man is because he's giving you the keys to the kingdom by helping you understand the very same philosophy that led to the creation of the most valuable company in the history of the world, or one of the most valuable. He's explaining that if you embrace the right ideas that lead to collaboration with family, collaboration with friends, collaboration with other people that have similar interests, you can accomplish a whole lot more than you can by competing with that Negro across the street or competing with that lady that's on the other Black person on your job. Collaboration is far superior to competition. And so when you take this and you blend this with other things that we talk about, like in the Black Business School, we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. The reason we created the Black Financial Therapy Department is I said we have so much undiagnosed, untreated trauma in our community, so many generational curses, so much fear, so much anger, so much hostility that it keeps us from being able to collaborate. Because in order to collaborate, you need trust. In order to collaborate, you need to calm your ass down and resolve disputes in a peaceful way. In order to collaborate, you can't get into this whole gangster mentality that's being promoted to us where we're constantly trying to beat each other out. I mentioned to you all the difficulty that I had trying to partner with Kanye West because everything he did was about trying to dominate me, and I just don't respond well to that. That was a very difficult conversation. So collaboration, that's one of the keys. That's one of the things. So here's the thing. I told Dr. Frazier, and we didn't just talk about that. We talked about one other thing, and I'm gonna bring this up in a minute. Is I said, so to me, the point of education is not just so you can go to school, get a bunch of degrees, and get a good job. To me, the point of education in the middle of the type of oppression that we are faced with, in the middle of the type of economic bullying that we experience, in the middle of the challenges that we experience, I said the goal of education is to prepare you to have the skill set that you need to accomplish a specific goal. If you can't figure out what is at the end of that tunnel, if you're going into education blindly just saying, I'm going to go study a bunch of books because somebody told me to, then you're missing the point. What you're supposed to do is actually do what they call in mathematics. They call this dynamic optimization. You start at the end. You say, why? Why am I doing this? What is this going to help me do? And then you work your way backward to figure out what you need to do. So to me, here's what I'm thinking. I said, okay, so we started talking about family. And one thing Dr. Frazier brought up, and this is the conversation we had last night while I was in Amsterdam. He was on the phone with me. I said, he said, and then we both agreed. He said that when you look at wealth across different communities, he said East Indians have the highest wealth in America. And I could have sworn he said that their marriage rate is like 95% or higher. And then when you go down to Asian communities, which are right up there too, they have a very high marriage rate. And then he talks about white people, other communities. He said, then when you get to the very bottom of the economic list, pay attention now. Let me know if you're following me now. I hope you're following me. He said, when you get to the bottom of the wealth race, you got black people. Well, the marriage rate has been declining for 40, 50 years. The ability to keep a family together has cost you $10 trillion in economic value. And I said, yeah, I get what you're saying. I just sat there and listened. I didn't say a single word when he was talking because I said, you know what? I'm smart enough to know that when the teacher's teaching, you shut up and listen. And I listened. I listened to every word. And I hung on to every word. And I think I was so quiet. I think he thought I wasn't paying attention, or maybe I was I was getting bored. And I said, no, I'm not bored. I'm meditating on every word that's coming out of your mouth because I got 1,000 things that I'm thinking about. But I want to let you finish all this because I really want to hear all this. Then I'm going to tell you how you were correct on every single point. I mean, I want you to process this. Did y'all know the lowest median net worth in America is that of a single black mother with children? Did y'all know that? She has the lowest median net worth in America. And right there with her is the single black father that's got a whole bunch of babies, mamas, and is giving all his money to the child support court. When your families break up, when your families fall apart, that is an economic win for those who are extracting and plucking resources from the black community. It's a win for them because now all five of y'all are out there scrambling. All five of y'all are paying rent to a different landlord. All five of y'all are working for a different master. All five of y'all are out here buying consumer products with your extra money. And there's no coordinated collaborative effort to accumulate wealth that is going to be collected and preserved within the family unit. There's nothing, there's no plan for that. There's no conversation around that. That's a foreign idea. It's a very foreign idea to say, how do we build wealth for our family? It's a common idea to say, how am I building wealth for the landlord? Or how am I building wealth for the store down the street? How am I building wealth for my boss? I love my boss. So here's what I said to Dr. Frazier. I'm gonna go back to this point. As I said, okay, first off, I think black people should be educating black people. I don't apologize for that. I don't care how evil it sounds to some people. Some people, that's a foreign concept. They can accept the idea that white people would educate us, but they can't understand why we'd want to educate each other. That's just what a Negro teaching Negroes, like that's not appropriate. Why? But it's appropriate for you to teach me. Is that what you're saying? That's cool. That's the standard. But when I say no, I want to teach my kids. I want to teach my people. I want people like I want my people teaching me. Well, that's radical. You're dangerous. You're talking What's dangerous about that? I get it because I'm blowing up your spot right now. I'm undermining your economic interest because you're so accustomed to, in a very entitled way, taking everything from me. You're accustomed to taking all my money. You're accustomed to taking all of our votes. You're accustomed to taking our children. You're accustomed to taking our resources. You're accustomed to taking our land. You're accustomed to taking all of our time. I get that. So sorry. That's just not happening now. Because here's the thing: what you got to understand about wealth, all wealth really is it's an accumulation process. All wealth really is gathering a bunch of stuff and piling it up in one place. That's all it is. That's what it means to be a rich person or a rich family or a rich entity or a rich corporation. Is basically you got a whole bunch of shit and you just piled it all up and it's all yours. You went and you found it and you pulled it all together and then you protected it. That's what you did. That's how you got wealthy. That's when someone's rich, that's what they did. They figured out where's the money at. Oh, it's over here and it's over here and it's over here. And they went just like you go pick cherries or strawberries in the field. They picked up the wealth, except they're picking up dollar bills or whatever. And then they got them all together. And then when people tried to come and take it, they defended it. They said, no, you can't have this. This is mine. So what I'm asking you is, what accumulation have you done for your family? Where have you where in your training, anywhere in your educational process at all, at any point, were you ever trained on this very basic idea of looking at the family unit as something that must be protected and preserved, seeing the family unit as not just this thing that you just do because you got nothing better to do, or this thing that you create because you found some girl that was cute and you decided to have sex with her. What about thinking about the family unit as an economic vehicle and realizing that this is absolutely essential. This must be protected because this thing will protect you, because the family unit, when it's well organized and structured and everybody has the right skill set and everyone's collaborating and working toward a common objective, can be a massive economic engine that then leads to the defense of both your family and to your community as a collective. Because all a community is a collection of families. Why is this not part of our educational process? I'll make it more concrete. Let me make it more concrete for you so we can actually have some direct ideas to walk away with. If I was building a school right now, and maybe one day I'll figure out how to get enough money to build a complete school. We got the Black Business School. That's very real. There's 156,000 students in the school, but my ambitions are bigger. I'd like to have training centers all around the world. If I had this school, here's what I would teach. I would have experts teach these things. I would teach the children things like conflict resolution, so that you're not trying to go fight and disassociate with every Black person who pisses you off. I would teach them how to manage relationships at an early age so they can build the right relationships with the right people and repair those relationships when necessary. I would teach them the value and the importance of the family unit, and why you should be willing to sacrifice to preserve that family unit, instead of thinking that if I break up with this girl, I can go and sleep with some other women, or I can go be a city girl now because I ain't got no husband no more. I would teach kids how to be a husband. Your boys don't know how to be husbands. That's why women who are ready to get married have a hard time on the dating scene, because y'all know what it is. These guys, 29 years old, looking for ass on the third date, and that's all they want because they don't see the value of what lies on the other side of the orgasm. That, again, instant gratification culture. That's that BET nonsense that they're getting taught on TV every single day, and they're not realizing how lonely they're going to be when they're 70 years old and don't nobody give a damn about you. When you done had a stroke and you sit up in the hospital and you need somebody to wipe your ass, a wife would have been a handy thing to have, but they're not thinking about that. They're thinking they're going to be 29 years old forever. I've seen this happen. A lot of men die alone because of that, because nobody prepares them for the long term. They're not thinking strategically. I would teach young girls. I would have women teach young girls how to be wives. how to appreciate men. We don't appreciate men in our society. We got a lot of good men who get made fun of, get attacked, get disrespected, get beat up on, get abused, and nobody talks about that. I think that that is atrocious. You know, I tell you, I work really hard. I do my absolute best to be the best man that I can be because I was raised by a man who taught me that these things were important. And one of the things I can appreciate about my wife is that her and my mother-in-law go out of their way to let me know how much they appreciate me. And that's a wonderful thing. That's a great feeling. That makes me want to be a better man. I would have young girls learn these things. Let's just be honest with you. Honest for a minute. If you grew up in a house where you never saw two people love each other and work together to build a strong family, how do you even know what to do? You don't know what to do. And I want you to think about this, right? We spend years and years and years getting training to learn how to work for massa. We will spend 4 or 5 years learning how to do a skill so we can get a degree, so we can go get a job working for a white man. We'll dedicate years in training for that. But we give no time to train on how to do the thing that's most important, the most important task of your life, which is the nurture and reproduction of children, the protection of a family. That's far more important than your job at Ford. But you'll go to school 4 years to go work at Ford, but you won't spend 10 minutes learning how to be a good spouse or learning how to be a good parent. So education, I think, should be reshaped. I really think we should literally start education by saying, what are the most important things? What are the top 5 priorities for any African American person between, say, the ages of 30 and 50? Let's start there. Okay, so let's, and then once we figure out what those top 5 priorities are, we're going to train the kids and get them ready for this. And there are some cultures that already do this. That's why they have things like the debutante balls and all that stuff. You're teaching the ladies and the men how to interact with each other because they understand the importance of reproduction. Because when you don't have these things, when you don't have the training, then what you get is what you see all throughout society. You just see sloppiness. Some dude just making a bunch of babies everywhere because he's being led by his penis. Girls laying down with guys that have absolutely no future whatsoever, but still think that somehow he's a great man to be with because he looks like my favorite rapper. And it just creates a big mess. And then in the mess, you can never build wealth in the middle of mess. You can't build wealth in the middle of chaos. You can't build wealth in the middle of war. You can't. To tell you how it ended with the Dutch East India Company, when I studied how they became so powerful, I said, well, what happened to them? How did they fall apart? And I was so interested in it. I wrote notes. I said, oh man, I got to tell everybody this. Oh, here's a few things that caused them to decline. They were the most powerful company in the world. This is the downfall. The biggest was they were constantly fighting. They were constantly fighting. They had wars that with France and England, because when you get rich, you're gonna have haters. You're gonna have people that are gonna fight you. So they were fighting these wars, and that bankrupt them. And then they were fighting with each other. They were fighting internally. A lot of your families are like that. A lot of your families always fighting. Everybody's fighting all the time. You can't build nothing in the middle of fighting and chaos. And so this is why, as a family, I think that when you're building your family wealth or you're doing whatever you want to do, I think that having a process for mediation is very important. Having family meetings is very important. Getting a therapist to help you work through your conflicts is very important. Even if you're talking about 3 friends that you started a great business with, I think having somebody that can help you mediate disputes will go a very long way. Also, there was a mismanagement issue, mismanagement of the resources. When they became wealthy, they got sloppy and greedy, and people were stealing and doing corrupt things. And then next thing you know, everything declined. So I think about this. That made me think about the fact that, did you all know that 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in one generation? 70% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in one generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose their wealth in 2 generations. And that's because sometimes success can make you complacent and make you get comfortable, make you think the money's never going to run out. And next thing you know, you're broke. Just ask a lot of these professional athletes who do these ESPN 30 for 30s, where they talk about how much they had and then they eventually lost it all. And this is a common story that you see. So not only does climbing to the top require a certain type of collaborative effort, a certain type of planning and strategy, but protecting your position once you're at the top is also important. So things like estate planning and having a generational wealth plan, things like that, really important for every family. And I want you to think for a second about how many times you see people that die that didn't even have a will. People that died that didn't have life insurance. People that died didn't even have any plan for who was going to get what. And these are real stories, and these are so these are things to think about as you're talking about building your wealth and protecting it. Okay. All right. I'm going to go, guys. I hope this discussion was beneficial to you. I hope that this helps you in terms of how to process these things. And again, if I say anything that's offensive, I apologize, but really I don't, because I just say what I have to say. And I hope we can disagree and still be loved. So let me remind you, number one, if you want to do the Freedom Challenge and get the training sent to you every day for 30 straight days, it's 30 days to wealth and power. It's totally free. Just text the word freedom to the number 87948. Text freedom to 87948, and you'll start getting the text messages tomorrow. Number two, we're going to do the stock options Q&A at noon Eastern today. That's in an hour. So if you still like to join, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. You can join the Prime program. It's a great program in terms of generating income from selling stock options. That's how I make my money. And then number three, I wanted to announce something that we're developing. We decided to create something called the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a stock market investing competition that we want to do in the Black Business School. And we're going to basically set it up where you guys can compete with each other and invest. And whoever does well and makes the most money, we will give them lifetime access to the Black Business School, to any class they want to take. So the Black Investors Cup, we're going to announce that soon. And that's going to be kind of a cool big thing that we want to do, because I kind of like competition and stuff that makes investing fun. So that's something we came up with. So anyway, I'll let you guys know how that goes, and I'll brief you on all of that. And also, don't forget, the All Black National Convention happens October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, which actually is in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So if you'd like to come to the convention and join us and hang out with us, it's usually about 600 or 700 people. So enough people to have a big, a decent crowd, but not so big that it becomes impersonal. We're not interested in something that has thousands of people. I'd rather have 500 or 600 of the right people with the right mindset. And we bring together the best experts in the community for one purpose, and that is to solve problems in our community with our people first. And that's it. That's all that matters. That's the Black agenda. As far as I'm concerned, the Black agenda is the only agenda, because it requires that much effort, that much focus, that much concentration in order for us to do this. Now, let's see, Gigi, I did not see your question. Let's see, Gigi says, can you please talk about how to purchase bonds from monthly income? You know what, Gigi, that's more so for a stock market class. So you can bring that into class at noon, or you can bring that into Stock Market Tuesdays, and we could talk about that. I didn't. This class is more so to talk about financial consciousness and economic elevation from a broad perspective. The specifics of any type of investing is not something that we really do in this particular gathering. I like to keep things focused, okay? But there is plenty of information. If you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, theblackbusinessschool.com, you can log in. There's plenty of classes on how to pretty much do anything that you'd like to do. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you, and I will see you all soon.
Your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
Give me
a definition then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition of that.
Sir, I'm asking you a question, a very direct question.
Define it for me, if you would.
I just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much, and she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago, when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always identified as a Black woman. She went to a historically Black college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn, and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that
I think somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some Republicans
really don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty.
The session that I think she calls it real estate for rookies. And basically, Constance is going to really open that door for you to really understand one of the most pivotal forms of wealth in America. The way people like Donald Trump and others make all their money is through stuff like real estate. And I think that whether you like people like Trump or not, I think it's important to be prepared to compete with them. You don't want people like that to be your boss. And the best way to overcome your boss is to become the boss. So real estate is one pathway to doing that. And so she can teach you everything about raising the money to buy the property, to structuring the business deals, to all of that. I mean, she's really, really good with this stuff. And so she's going to do that event tonight at 8:30. And I'll send you guys another link later on today where you can join for free to check in with Constance and just hear what she has to say. She's really good. She's also coming to the All Black National Convention along with a lot of other experts. I mean, we've probably got 40 Black experts that are coming to the convention that will be there doing all kinds of cool stuff. Everything from health and fitness stuff, like people like FitBrit, to finances in the Black church. Pastor James Wilson is coming in to structuring your family in a productive and successful way. I got to double check, but I believe Dr. Mary Stoddard and her daughters are coming. I got to double check that though to be sure. And then also, if you're interested in trading, Michael Edwards, who does Forex trading, he's going to be there. And they're going to have a ton of financial experts. So the Errol Semengal, I know he's going to do a session for the prime students and talk about stock options. So there's going to be a lot of good stuff at the convention. If you haven't registered for the convention, it's going to be in Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So what I want to talk about really quickly is something that was on my mind. As you guys know, I do Money in the Morning financial consciousness just based on what I'm seeing in the media. And one thing I'm really not going to do now is I don't want to talk about the stuff at the election. If you've been following me on social media, you'll know I had a lot to say about some of the election stuff, but I just really don't want to bring that into class right now because I feel like that's I don't know, that's just such a weird topic to talk about. But here's something I saw. I saw this video from a little Asian kid, brother Ben X, who's a friend of mine, a guy I respect. He shared this video. I thought it was the most interesting video, and he was talking about the 9 to 5 job. He was talking about just his perception as a 10, 12-year-old, whatever age he was, of the whole 9 to 5 culture, and just this whole idea that we are supposed to do these 9 to 5 jobs, and that's what we're taught as children to commit our lives to, and how that just doesn't work out. And then what I'm also going to do is explain to you a couple of pieces of data and information that really will hammer the point that 9 to 5 culture really isn't working. So whenever they have a conversation about Black jobs and getting more Black jobs, I kind of squirm a little bit because I'm like, ugh, not that Black jobs are bad. I guess a job is better than nothing for sure, but that's not really the way to build wealth in America. At least that's not what the evidence supports. So let me just play this video. Give me a yes if you can hear the video. I'm going to try to share the sound. Hopefully I won't mess up the technology. I might play it twice just to make sure everybody can hear it. And give me a quick yes in the chat if you're able to hear once I play this video. Here we go.
9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5. Everyone here is a 9 to 5ers, guys. Now, having a 9 to 5 job is completely fine. But you have to understand that there's going to be some consequences to it. And what do I mean? First off, you have no freedom at all. Your boss determines when you're going to get up. Your boss determines what time you're going to arrive at the office. Your boss determines when is your shift going to end. And that's not how you should be living life, bro. You're destined to be great. You're destined to be powerful. And don't let me even get started on the fact that your boss gives you this wage to make you feel happy for a while until you realize that 90% of that check is going to be spent on necessities, food, bills, gas, everything you need to survive, bro. And I'm not even bullshitting because I know someone that works for 30 years, right? And he got sick for 2 weeks only. And guess what? He got fired. And that just goes to show that your boss does not give a fuck about you. Escape, bro. Lock in. 9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5, 9 to 5. Everyone here is a 9 to 5ers, guys. Now, having a 9 to 5 job is completely fine. But you have to understand that there's going to be some consequences to it. And what do I mean? First off, you have no freedom at all. Your boss determines when you're going to get up. Your boss determines what time you're gonna arrive at the office. Your boss determines when is your shift going to end. And that's not how you should be living life, bro. You're destined to be great. You're destined to be powerful. And don't let me even get started on the fact that your boss gives you this wage to make you feel happy for a while, until you realize that 90% of that check is going to be spent on necessities, food, bills, gas, everything you need to survive, bro. And I'm not even bullshitting, because I know someone that works for 30 years, right? And he got sick for 2 weeks only. And guess what? He got fired. And that just goes to show that your boss does not give a fuck about you. Escape, bro. Lock in. 5.
Okay. So did everybody hear that? Let me know. Give me a yes if you heard that. If that was okay, great. Thank you for the yeses. That helps me. Okay, that video was very cool. I really liked it. I like the points that the kid was making. I don't know who taught him all this stuff, but to me, it's not surprising that a little kid made that video, because kids have a type of wisdom sometimes that we lose as adults. Kids sometimes they have common sense that we don't have, because we started off as children and we saw the world in a certain way where if it made sense, it made sense. But then what happens is that the things that make sense to you, somebody says, no, that doesn't make sense. That's not what you want to do. You want to do this. And because you're afraid of your own truth, you don't have the courage to pursue your own truth. You say, okay, that's the way it's supposed to be done. So next thing you know, you end up doing something that doesn't make a lot of sense, but it makes sense to you now because everybody's doing it. Do you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? Like you start off, I believe, when they say a child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. Remember that? God is smiling on you, but he's frowning too, because only God knows what you'll go through, right? So a child, to me, has a type of clarity that isn't polluted by society, right? Children can see things that we can't see as adults. Like children understand basic things, like you ever see those parents that are really rich and famous and doing all these amazing things, but they're not spending time with their kids. They're missing their daughter's ballet recital. Or when the little boy wants to throw the football, the dad's too busy making $1 million deals to throw the football with his son. And then the kids grow up and the kids are like, my childhood was terrible. And the parents are like, what are you talking about? I gave you everything. I gave you a big house. We had plenty of money. We had, servants and butlers. And the child's like, no, all I wanted was for you to throw the football with me. I just wanted you to come to my school on show and tell day and just be around me. That's what I wanted. Love. I wanted time. I wanted your attention. I didn't want all this stuff that somebody taught you was important, and I get it. Sometimes as adults, we work so hard for this stuff, and that we end up forgetting about the really important stuff, the really important things. I think it's so ultimately, I think that this video being made by a kid really makes it that much more powerful, because what he's basically saying is something that isn't really a complex idea. It's not a complicated idea to say that freedom is better than slavery. You don't need a bachelor's degree, master's degree, or PhD to know that slavery sucks. Slavery meaning a lack of freedom. I'm not talking about being unpaid. I'm not talking about the slavery our ancestors went through. I'm talking about just not being able to do what you want to do. That you don't have to go to school to learn that freedom tends to make you happier, because you can do the things you want to do that are going to actually fulfill you, right? Instead of doing what you're told. Even animals understand freedom is superior to incarceration. That's why you let a dog out the cage, he's going to run away. He may never come back. So anyway, one of the things that I want to explain is why your black job is killing you. I want to explain this. I want to, and I don't want to sound cynical or mean. I don't want to start anybody's day off in the wrong way. But what I will say to you is, we have a whole lot of focus, a whole lot of conversations. Like when I see people talking about the elections and all that, there's the idea of jobs always comes up, and you need to give us more jobs. And we've done these things for Black people because we've given them plenty of jobs. And I kind of feel like there's more. I not feel, I know that there's more. So I can't say I feel this because I'm a financial scientist. That's what I do. So I know that there's more. I know that I'm not telling you I feel that there's more. I know that there's more. And what I want to do is help us to kind of just really take a moment and do a financial meditation and just kind of consciously assess whether or not the blueprint that we're given for our lives is really the right one. If it's really is it really consistent with God's plan, or is this massa's plan? And do we sometimes become so connected to massa that we think that massa's plan is the same as our plan? And I can tell you that I saw a meme the other day that was really interesting, and it showed a lady driving a car. It was Viola Davis in a movie, and she was crying and she was driving, and the meme said, "This is me driving to the job that I prayed for every day." Right? So you prayed for this job, you got your dream job that you prayed for, but you're shaking and crying and having a meltdown, having an anxiety episode because you are so stressed out about going to this dream job. I mean, think about that. I want y'all to really think about the fact that there are people who cry when they drive to work every morning to go to their dream job. You prayed for this. You wanted this. You asked for this life, and then you got it, and you're not happy. So what gives? What gives? What do you where do you find the balance? How do you understand that? So I'm going to introduce a financial concept to you that you will not find in any textbook that I know of. You've never even heard it from me, because every morning God downloads data to my brain, because maybe yesterday I was 53 years, 122 days old, and now I'm 53 years, 123 days old. So I'm entering into new territory. The Boyce that you saw yesterday is not the same as the Boyce you're seeing today. I'm every single day I'm a different guy because I'm a day older than I was the day before, and I've never been here before. So some of this is new to you and to me. So this concept I want to introduce you to, and I'm going to connect it to this video with this child, is a concept that I would refer to as economic self-esteem. Economic self-esteem. And I'm gonna start off by explaining it like this. I was on the airplane, and my wife and I were flying to New York to get ready for that group trip to Egypt. And I'm sitting on the plane, and I was chilling, relaxing. I stay under there's a lot going on. I'm under a lot of pressure a lot of times. So sometimes I get on the airplane, I just disconnect from everything. So I'm just watching video after video after video, stuff I downloaded off YouTube that's interesting. Everything from the latest in AI to the latest in financial markets to maybe I'm watching the U.S. Olympic basketball team, almost get beat by teams like South Sudan. Maybe I'm watching another video about, there's this other thing from the 90s, and they talked about the Arsenio Hall show. And they talked about how the Arsenio Hall show became this cultural phenomenon. Why the Arsenio Hall show was able to compete with Johnny Carson, because Johnny Carson, a lot of people don't know, Johnny Carson was very jealous of any night show that competed with his, but definitely the Arsenio Hall show. So they had a rule on the Tonight Show. Arsenio grew up wanting to be Johnny Carson, but Johnny, his rule was, if you go on Arsenio, you can't come on my show. And he did the same thing with other. He even did that with white people too. He didn't. It wasn't just a racial thing. It was just a Johnny Carson thing. I think Joan Rivers was his protege. Joan got a show, and he literally told people, if you go on Joan's show, you can't come on my show. So he did this to everybody. So anyway, so Arsenio was in this position where he was trying to compete with Johnny by getting people that Johnny didn't want anyway, right? Because a lot of the A-listers wouldn't come on his show. So he went to the Black community. He went and he brought in a ton of Black people that rappers and people that you never would normally see on nighttime TV, and everybody loved it. If you remember, woo, 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 and things that make you go, If you haven't watched it, if you're too young to remember it, I encourage you, go watch some of those old episodes. They were really good. And then what ultimately got him the boot was when he invited Minister Farrakhan. So shout out to Arsenio for doing that. I thought that was extraordinarily smart, and I love that. I love that. Farrakhan needs to be on TV. If every Black person was listening to the minister, our whole community would be defeating every other community. We'd be the greatest community on earth. So God bless Farrakhan, and God for eternity. I love this man. So don't ever say nothing bad to me about him, because I'm not gonna listen. But anyway, with that said, though, here we go. So with Arsenio, one thing that was interesting was a couple of things that came up that relate to this concept of economic self-esteem. One was when I saw where Arsenio got offered a show because he sat in for somebody, they tested him out, he did well, so they were like, "We want to give you a show." And Arsenio looked at the contract, he thought it over, he came back with a counter offer. They didn't like it, and he said, "Well, no, no, thanks. I'm okay with that. I'll pass." And then later on, he did some more stuff, and he became more popular. They were like, "Okay, well, we really want you to do the show." So hold on, sorry, I'm in this hotel. Okay, sorry, they're telling me that, of course, right during our conversation, they want to test the fire alarm system. It's racism, y'all. That's what it is. It's right. They did it because we black. Anyway, so so if you hear a fire alarm, I might have to mute myself for a second so you don't have to hear all that chaos. So please forgive me for that. All right. So anyway, okay. So back to Arsenio. So Arsenio, first time they offer him the contract, it wasn't a good enough deal, so he says no, thank you. Then they come to him with another offer, and he's like, no, thank you. So then he goes off with his friend Eddie Murphy and does one of the greatest movies of all time. Was it Harlem Nights? Yeah, because he's like, quick. No, but it wasn't Harlem Nights. The first one he did was Coming to America. My mistake. So he goes off and he does Coming to America, and then he becomes a really big star. So now he comes back and he's able to negotiate the deal he wants. And the deal that he wanted executive producer level control of the show. He wanted to control who was hired, he wanted to control who the guests were going to be, and all this other stuff, right? In addition to getting a big salary. So they gave him all that, and then they let him kind of do his show the way he did it. And so to me, that whole situation with Arsenio and the fact that he was able to, by sort of really pushing for the better deal, led him to be able to create what I consider to be one of the greatest shows of all time. And that was, in my view, an example of economic self-esteem. So, because if you think about it, Arsenio didn't do what you hear a lot of musical artists do, or a lot of rappers do. There's a ton of musical artists who circle back and get and scream and complain and about how horrible their contract was. You know, that they took all the money, they did this, they did that, and I bet you in many cases these individuals did not read the contracts, and they took the first deal they could get. And the people that tend to get the best contracts tend to be the ones who have the highest level of economic self-esteem, who tend to say, you know what, I'm okay waiting for a better deal. Or I'm okay walking away from the table. See, pay attention now. This is important for you to understand. If you study any book on negotiation, one thing that they'll tell you about negotiation is that typically the people that win in the negotiation is not the person who's impatient, not the one who's eager to sign. It's the person who's like, I'm good. I don't know. Let me think about it. Let me go talk to I don't know. Gosh, I'll check with me again in a month. The more time you have, the more power you have in a negotiation. That's true for buying a car. It's true for getting a job. It's true for getting the Arsenio Hall show. It's true in general. The other thing about negotiation that's just really important, and you may want to, if you really want to expand this, you could extrapolate this into politics. Another thing that they say helps you in negotiation, it helps your economic self-esteem, is when you have what is called a credible threat. A credible threat means that you basically let them know in no uncertain terms, like, hey, if this doesn't work out, no hard feelings, bro. We could walk away from the table. Like, we don't really actually have to do this negotiation. Like, I don't really need you. I'm Arsenio. I'm gonna go hang out with my friend Eddie. We about to go do a movie, and maybe I'll come back and talk to you later. You know what I'm saying? So not only did he have time, but he had a credible threat. He had the full ability to do what a lot of black entertainers cannot do, which is to walk away from the table completely. A lot of people can't do that. That rapper who signed that contract, were they mad and they feel like it was a slave deal? 9 times out of 10, it was because they didn't have anywhere else to go. They were stuck in a situation where they couldn't walk away from the table, which goes to that third component that is proven to help you in a negotiation, which is just generally a term I use all the time. And that term is the word options. The more options you have, the better off you are in this world. when I talked to when I used to mentor, when my adopted daughter was 16 years old and she was dating boys and telling me about crazy things boys was doing, I didn't know what to tell the girls. I got two teenagers in the house too. I don't know what to tell them. I just say, hey, well, in relationships there is a power dynamic, and things like moral hazard from financial theory tends to apply in relationships also. And what I know is that the person who has the most options tends to have the most power. So I would say that if you get to the situation where you feel like you've got to drive a harder bargain, make sure you got plenty of options. If you got options, then he's going to have to compete for you, which actually leans the power in your favor. You are the prize, right? And so, long story short, that word options also applied with Arsenio. Arsenio said, well, I got the option to go do a movie with my friend Eddie. And so his economic self-esteem was naturally high because he had a credible threat, he had plenty of time, and he had plenty of options. So he was able to pretty much push them to give him the best deal he could possibly get. And as a result, he was able to make a ton of money. He made a percentage of the profits from that show. And so let's circle this back to these black jobs that they offer us. One of the biggest problems I think that happens with African Americans as it pertains to economics is that we are put into a box. We are cornered into a box where you don't have any options because the only thing you were ever taught to do to make money was to get a job. And so if that boss lets you go, if that boss decides he don't want nothing to do with you, a lot of us are in a situation where we're like, what am I going to do? Massa don't want me no more. I'm worthless. And what I'm here to say is that your economic self-esteem should never be that low. What I'm here to say is that your economic self-esteem should be naturally high, but also high from a practical standpoint. Not just high because you feel better about yourself, but high because you can learn some of these skills and teach your children some of these skills that I talk about, like patience, delayed gratification. Like, hey, you know what? I don't need to do this right now. I'm going to wait till I get a situation that really works for me. I don't need to settle. Maybe a credible threat. Like, hey, you know what? I got a plan B in case plan A does not work out. I think that that's actually a good thing. That's a great thing to do. Or maybe having options for yourself where it's like, if I can't get you to hire me and pay me what I need to be paid, it's okay. I'm going to go with my friends and we're going to go start a business because we were all trained on entrepreneurship when we were children. And I've always wanted to start a business with my cousin anyway. That's going to be a blast. So either way, I'm going to be happy. I'll either be happy working with you or I'll be happy working over here. Either way, it's going to be totally fine. It's going to be okay. So generally, economic self-esteem is something that I think sometimes is lacking, particularly when you look at the context under which integration happened. Integration occurred under a context in which we felt like his ice was colder. We felt that his acceptance was just the most preeminent, most amazing things that we could ever accomplish. We felt like he was the alpha and the omega. I mean, some of us when we go to church, when we're really praying to Jesus, we're not really praying to Jesus. We're praying to Massa because Massa is the one who's answering your prayers anyway. When you go to work, when you go to church and you praying for more money, he's the one that's writing the check. When you're praying for a better job, he's the one that's deciding if he's going to hire you. When you're praying for a promotion, he's the one that decides if he wants to give that boy a chance or not. So really, my argument would be that if you want to have a scenario where economic anxiety is not as high as it is, then you might want to try some economic self-esteem with our children. If we give them economic self-esteem, and again, not arrogance. Remember, self-esteem is not the same as arrogance. There's a lot of arrogant people who say, "Well, I just have high self-esteem and I set my standards high." Well, if you ain't got nothing to really base it on, then that's kind of silly. What I'm saying is that there are some people who are cocky and arrogant for no reason, and just because they think it's all about your attitude. No, it's not about just your attitude. It's about your preparation. It's like if I go on the football field and I tell you, hey, I'm going to kick your ass. We're going to dominate you today. I can't just say that and I haven't practiced. I can't say that and I don't have a game plan. I can't say that and I have no skill. I have to say that because I know how much work I put in. I know how good our game plan is. I know how prepared we are. I know how talented we are. And yeah, we're going to win. We're very confident, not because we just choose to be confident, but because we really have a lot of reason to be confident too. We're prepared. So our children, when they enter into the game of economic warfare, because it is a competition, never let anybody make you believe that economics in America and around the world is not a competition. It is a competition. When your children arrive to the competition, I want them to be confident, not arrogant. I don't want them to have fake confidence. I want them to have real confidence. I want them to be confident because their parents have been investing for them since they were a baby, so they've got $250,000 in the bank. I want them to be confident because they have all the skills, the whole Swiss Army knife of economic opportunities, so they know how to make money in 1,000 ways, so they really don't need the job. I want them to be confident because they know that, hey, I don't need to get it all right now. I'm not into this instant gratification thing. I'm not an impatient little puppet. I'm not some little animal. No, I'm a patient man, patient woman. I can wait a couple years to get what I want if this is not satisfactory right now. That type of confidence is what I would like to see from our kids. And I've seen that before. When my brother went to Cornell, he had a business. We built a business. He was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from this business and literally sleeping in as long as he wanted, working whatever days he felt like it. He was the boss. And so when he went to Cornell and he graduated and they had all these jobs available, he didn't even go to the interviews. He was like, I don't, and they thought that was weird. Why would a black guy not come to all the interviews? I mean, these jobs are paying 150,000 a year. He said, no, because I got better things to do with my time. My time is I have to choose where I want to invest my time. And you think you're the default option, but you're not. Same thing with Dr. Myron Roll, another friend of mine. A lot of y'all may know Dr. Roll. Dr. Roll was one of the baddest football players in all of college football. He was an All-American defensive back at Florida State, and I think they were ranked #1 in the country that year. So Dr. Myron Roll was a badass as a football player. So the NFL's like, of course you're going to come work for us. Of course you want to, when we draft you, you're going to show up on time to the combine and do what we tell you to do. Of course, because why would a black person do anything else? And you know what Dr. Roll told him? He said, I appreciate the opportunity, but I don't really think I don't need to play football right now. I actually want to go to Oxford and do, I don't know what he did in Oxford. I think he was a Rhodes Scholar. So he went and studied in Oxford for 2 years. And they were so confused. Their heads were spinning around on a swivel. Like, why would a black male not choose to come to our league, and we're giving away free brain damage every year? Like, why would he not choose to come and work for us? So this has got to be his best option. What Dr. Roll said, no, I am the prize, and I know I'm valuable, and I'm not just valuable when I'm on your football field. I'm valuable in about 20 different areas of my life. So I'm not selecting you because you're the only option available to me. I might select you if you're the best of these other 20 things I could be doing with my time right now. Because as a black man, I'm not just here to be your football player. I'm also here to one day be somebody's husband. In Dr. Roll, to this day, he's married. I'm not just here to be to run this ball up and down the field for you. I'm also here to be somebody's daddy. I'm also here to be a scholar. I'm also here for my community. So now Dr. Roll, after he did come back to the NFL, he had a great career with the NFL. I think he played for the Buccaneers or something and did really, really well. Then he retired, probably retired earlier than he needed to because he had other things to do. And now Dr. Roll just finished, I think he just finished his residency at Harvard or something. I think he's a neurosurgeon now. I don't, we've only talked a few times on Twitter, but we know of each other. He sent me a copy of his book. I sent him a copy of mine, and we have mutual respect for each other. So I just really love that example because it really shows how our children are so precious and amazing and talented, and they can do so many things. They can do so many things. We are too great to be under anybody's control. We are too extraordinary and too talented to be owned and colonized by anybody. Our kids, when they're at their best, when they are really, 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 when we take a hold of them and we really love them and we really raise them and we really teach them and we claim them the way we're supposed to claim them, they can't be stopped. They just can't be. It's not possible. The only time the only time they fall off the bus is when we don't do our job. When we're scared, when we don't have that economic self-esteem to just know how valuable they are and also how valuable you are. So let's circle back to the concept of economic self-esteem. I want to make another example with that. And we're not going to stay long today, but actually we've been here 35 minutes, so I definitely want to make sure we don't stay too much longer. And we do this every single morning, by the way. If you're listening for the first time, make sure you get on the text list. You can text the word morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation to Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning, 7 a.m. Eastern. The goal is economic elevation. The goal is financial consciousness. That's what the goal is every morning. In case you don't know my background, I'm a finance professor. I taught at Syracuse University, Indiana University, the Ohio State University, the University of Kentucky. I taught in China, Europe, Africa, all around the world. So my goal is to make us, as a people, the most economically advanced group of people on the planet, and we are well on our way. We are going to accomplish this, but it's going to take about 50 years for us to really get there. So by the time we really get there, I'll be dead, and I'm okay with that. I'm investing for something that's going to happen after we're gone. All right. So one other thing I want to mention to you also is if you want to be invited to our Black Investors Championship, I will waive the we're waiving the fee for anybody that's in this class. The fee to enter the competition, which starts August 19th. The fee is $69, but we're waiving it for anybody that's in Money in the Morning. So if you want to get an invitation to join the competition for free, just text the word morning to 87948. Today, I will send out that link and I'll send out the code where you can actually get in for free. We start, so the last day to enter is August 19th, and we start August 9th. Sorry, scratch that. The last day to enter is August 10th. August 10th. And then we start August 19th. My apologies for saying that wrong. It's 6 weeks long. And after 6 weeks, whoever has the most money in their account wins. We're going to give everybody $50,000. It's not real money, so don't get excited. It's fake money, but it's still, it's investing practice, because I want everybody to practice and to be good at investing. And at the end of 6 weeks, whoever has the most money will win the Black Investor Cup. And the Black Investor Cup is this big, beautiful cup. And literally, we will declare you to be the Black investing champion of the world, right? And I'm going to bring you onto my platform, and you can promote your business and talk about your family, whatever it is you want to talk about. You can kick it with me, whatever it is, and you'll be the winner. You also get lifetime access to any class you want to take in the Black Business School. Secondly, some of you asked about Constance Carter. Tonight, Constance Carter, our Dean of Real Estate, is going to do a special free event on real estate, how to get started in real estate, what she calls real estate for rookies. And she's made millions of dollars invested in real estate. She knows how to do pretty much everything, and she's got lots of friends that can do the same thing. So I'm going to text both of those links out today. So if you want to know how to sign up for either one of those things, Constance's event is tonight, Thursday, August 1st at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll text you that link today. And then also the competition starts August 10th. I will text you that link as well. So if you get on the text list, you will get a couple of text messages from me. So and make sure you click some of them, because if you don't click on them, then we stop bothering. We assume you don't want to be bothered. So just make sure you click, and feel free to take a look or something, just to make sure you stay on the list, if that's what you want to do. Okay. And if you aren't on the list, you can get on the list by texting the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So last point I want to make about this economic self-esteem issue is this. As I was watching this Arsenio Hall documentary, on it was on Vice, actually. I think it was on Vice, because they had this whole series called The Dark Side of the 90s, which is kind of interesting, actually. And they were talking also about John Singleton, who was an intern with Arsenio Hall. I didn't know that. So John Singleton came in as an intern with Arsenio. And I think that during that time was when he met Ice Cube, I know Ice Cube. His number's in my phone. He's come on my platform a few times. He's a very nice guy. And he also met Tupac. And anyway, John Singleton was when he came in as an intern, they basically told him to do something like make photocopies or something. And he said something like, well, that's not what I do. Like, I'm a film student at USC. I'm gonna make hit movies. And so John, as you know, eventually went on to make Boys in the Hood, amongst many other extraordinary movies through the years. And so while I can't say I agree with the idea of not I don't know how I feel about the idea of saying that you're too good to make photocopies, because that's not my personal style. Like, I would still make the photocopies, and still I think you can make photocopies and still be great, right? I think that greatness and leadership might mean service. But what I did like about it, though, was that his economic self-esteem was very high, in the sense that John Singleton understood something that's really important that a lot of us need to understand, is that people who tend to be high achievers are people who tend to set the bar high in the first place. It's very hard to be a high achiever if you set the bar really low. You understand? Like, it's really hard. Typically, on average, people who think big and think tall and think high tend to be the ones who have the big accomplishments, because it's hard to hit something that you ain't aiming for. I mean, sometimes you luck out. Sometimes you just shooting in the wind and you just happen to hit the bullseye, and you're like, oh my God, I never expected this. I never tried for this. But it's really hard to hit something that you're not aiming for. So typically, one little tip I would throw out to you, and this is related to economic self-esteem, because I think as Black people, I don't know if our economic self-esteem is what it should be. A lot of times we're trained to play survivornomics, and not powernomics. If you go to a lot of the Ivy League schools where rich white people send their kids, they're not really talking about how they can get a job working for other people. They're talking about raising financing to create companies where other people are working for them. Elon Musk and his old racist ass. He is a stone cold. I mean, straight up South African apartheid racist. But because I don't care what white men think about me, I'm not offended by what he thinks about me because I don't like him. I'm sure he doesn't care that I don't like him either. It's no harm, no foul. Like I can still tell you a million things I like about Elon, but yeah, he doesn't like black people very much. But then again, y'all heard me say stuff about white folks, so whatever. It is what it is. But one thing that Elon used to do that was really interesting was he came up, there was this house. I forgot what they called the house. They had a nickname for it, and it was a house with 23 dudes all living in the same house. And in this house, all they would do is sit around and create companies in this house. So out of this house, they were saying that all these billion-dollar companies were created by a bunch of dudes just living in a house, basically almost like a frat house. I can't remember what they called it. It had a nickname, and they took some picture like they were some big mafia gangster group or something, and it was like 23 dudes. And I kid you not, all these dudes like they were naming these companies. I'm going to name some companies of that caliber. I don't remember the specific ones, but obviously you've got Tesla and SpaceX. But then there was like they were like, oh yeah, LinkedIn and Snapchat and they named like about 6 or 7 multi-billion-dollar companies that you would know about that came out of this house because all these guys got together in this house and they all came in with high economic self-esteem. They weren't sitting around figuring out how they could get jobs. They weren't looking for black jobs or even white jobs. They were looking to create jobs. They see, and here's the thing: I bet you that not every one of these guys was like some magical genius. Maybe some of them were extraordinarily smart, but a lot of them just were big thinkers. They were thinking big. If you think big, big things are more likely to happen. I'd rather be a person of average intelligence who thinks big than to be a super smart person who thinks. Let me say that again. I'd rather be a person of average intelligence who thinks big than to be a genius who thinks small. And the reason that that statement is important to me is because when I got my doctorate, I met people that were stone cold geniuses. I met some of the smartest people you can ever imagine. I told you I sat next to a girl who got the eighth highest math score in China. It crazy, just stuff, just insane stuff like that. Stuff that was like I felt like I was in a Marvel superhero movie or something because these people were so smart. That forget the little stuff like straight A's and all that. No, the like I went to college when I was 10 type of stuff. People like that, right? And let me tell you that some of them I'd be sitting there and I'd be like, wow, you could be out conquering the world, but you're sitting here solving this stupid little problem that nobody cares about. It's like somebody who's so brilliant that they sit around, they count the number of tiles in the ceiling, and they spend 30 years doing it, and they come back and they say, I found out that there was 400,822 tiles in the ceiling. And you're like, who cares? That's not an important problem. That's not gonna change anything. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. That ain't changing nobody's life. So in academia, but this was part of our training. When we were trained as scholars, and this is something for those of you that are getting like a PhD, I'm talking about people that are in real research level programs, like the ones me and my wife went through. I can't speak for people that are in like they got these now. They want to give everybody a PhD. You go give a couple dollars. They're like, oh, you're a doctor, this, and you're honoring. Tomorrow, the real PhD stuff, where you're really going through like some serious hell for 4 or 5 years to get your degree. Um, One thing that they did was number one, they encourage you to always think small and really focused. And I understand why, because they want you to go deep, but sometimes you're going deep and you're drilling a hole in something that doesn't matter to anyone. And so you're kind of end up wasting, you can end up wasting a lot of genius doing that. But then also there was like this weird elitism where we almost like being a monk, like we're in this monastery where they told us that the real world wasn't important, that people in the real world just weren't smart enough to even relate to people like us. So, for example, um, if you were studying finance to get a PhD in finance, and someone says, well, I was a real investor, I was actually on Wall Street and I traded stocks on Wall Street, they didn't really respect that. They'd be like, yeah, you were in the real world, but you don't understand finance, right? Because you were actually doing it, you weren't really studying it. But it's like, but if I'm doing it, I am studying it, and there are things you can learn from everybody. So stepping out into the real world was actually an adjustment for me. I had to defy that. And I remember listening to my instincts, and I said, I'm learning all this stuff. It makes no sense for me to learn all this stuff, to spend all my time sitting in my office writing all these research papers that nobody's ever going to read. I'm not doing that. And then number two, I learned that you can learn from everybody. Everybody has a perspective, everybody has an experience. People that are not trained can show you ways to kind of think about things that maybe your training can't show you. So, for example, I'll give you a real life example. I only had one conversation with Tyler Perry. He called me for some random reason. I don't know why, but we talked on the phone. And one thing I remember Tyler mentioning was he said, I never went to film school like all these other people, because he was talking about Spike Lee. At that time, Spike Lee was really criticizing him for a legitimate reason, because y'all know those Tyler Perry movies. I mean, come on now. But anyway, but Spike was making his, his little thing. But Spike was a little bit of a hater, because he kind of criticized Arsenio too. He just, Spike, come on now. You a hater. But anyway, but one thing Tyler said was, he said, I never went to film school like a lot of these other guys did. And I said, I think that that's your advantage. I think that the fact that you didn't go to film school means that you're not afraid to break certain rules to get the job done. And that's why you're able to make a movie for 1/50th of the cost. You're able to get the shows pushed out a lot faster, right? But now the downside of that, though, is obviously, I don't think Tyler's ever going to win an Academy Award, but he did make $1 billion. So maybe that you can call it even. I don't know. It depends on how you want to look at that. But what I would say to you is that there is information and knowledge everywhere, and I encourage you to spend more of your time being a student than you spend being a teacher. The world is full of too many people who know everything, who are know-it-alls. Now, mind you, I get on a lot of people's nerves. I piss a lot of people off. I know that I do. Things I say can be very provocative, and I'm not trying to be that. I've kind of always had that in me since I was a little kid. I don't know why. But at the same time, I don't make the statements as if I know everything. I really kind of want to hear your perspective so I can understand your point of view. Because even if somebody disagrees with you and someone doesn't like you, you're still in a better position if you can really understand, legitimate, and appreciate why they're coming at you from that point of view, why they're coming at you from that perspective. So, what I would say to you, let's get back to economic self-esteem. Here's what I want you to kind of get. Here's what I want you to get. Let's circle back to the economic piece of this. When you're talking about entering into this world of competitive economics, I encourage you to make sure that you and anybody you love has at least 5 or 6 different ways that they know how to make money. Everybody needs to know how to make money in a lot of different ways. If all you do is if all you know how to do in this economy is make money with a 9 to 5 job, this economy will screw you and kill you, and kill you financially, and probably kill you spiritually too. Let me tell you, I just saw something the other day. I forgot where I saw it, because I take in the economic information all the time. I don't remember where I got it, but I remember them saying something that did not surprise me one bit. They said that they found out recently that there is a massive increase in the number of people right now that are seeking credit counseling because they can't pay the debt on their credit cards. And I know exactly why. I've talked to you all about this before. We talked about it for months, and you might remember this. The economy has been doing really well, and the number one driver for why the economy's been doing well is consumer spending, because people are spending. They're going to work at the 9 to 5 and they're spending. They increase the prices of stuff and they keep spending. McDonald's, if McDonald's and Starbucks were raising their prices and people kept buying, now the consumers are pushing back. That's why Starbucks stock has started to sink a little bit. McDonald's was kind of dealing with some stuff. That's why they came with the $5 value meal, because their consumers are like, hey, we can't keep affording these, these prices you're putting on your food now. So what's happened now is that the consumer is slowing down, largely because their pathway to maintaining their spending level has been disrupted, which was the credit card. So eventually, when they hit the limit on their credit cards and they're trying to manage all this debt, now they're struggling to repay the debt, which is why there is an increase in the numbers of people seeking credit counseling. So these things are kind of happening, and I can just tell you that in this economy, it's not an economy that does well for workers. It's not an economy that's fair to workers. They it could be. They could really have a good economy if they really embrace some of the ideas that you might see in places like Europe. They always label them, stigmatize them like, oh, you're a socialist, oh, you're a communist. Well, some ideas of socialism are actually pretty good. In Europe, they do a really good job of making laws that where they actually care about people. They have better educational systems in Europe than the United States. They have better healthcare systems in Europe and in Europe and the United States. People get sick and they don't say, "Well, I can't go to the doctor because I can't afford it." They make sure everybody can afford to go to the doctor. They do pay more in taxes without a doubt, but they have better workers' rights in European countries than they do in the United States. The labor unions are okay. If a woman has a baby, they understand why a new mother and a new father would need to take a few weeks, if not months, off to go be with the baby, because that's a better society if you have parents spending time with their kids. So we could have a society that's like that, but America is a country full of rich pricks. We are too capitalist for our own good, and that's ultimately going to really harm this society. So what I'm saying to you is that you were born in the middle of what can only be described as an economic version of a gangster's paradise. And I say that because capitalism is very gangster. Capitalism is about sort of bullying people and controlling people and enslaving people and punishing people for not doing what they're told. And you don't want to be on the bottom of this. And black people are really hit the hardest because I don't care who you're talking about when it comes to the politics and you're like, oh, I'm a Democrat, oh, I'm a Republican. I'm like, which of these political parties has ever done anything to take black people off the bottom of the barrel, off the sidewalk when it comes to economics? Which party has made it an agenda item to ensure that black wealth rises and that we are no longer ranked dead last when it comes to economics? So you got to understand, our community is treated as the economic toilet of America. Everybody craps on us. We are literally trained and wired because of how we came in, because of how we came to the party. We came to the eighth grade dance as the little boy who smells like pee. That's what you get. They finally let you in the dance. And they're like, there's a little boy who smells like pee. He should just be glad he's here. We're going to treat him like crap. And that's the best he's ever going to get because we could put his butt back outside. And I hate saying it like that, but that's what I visualize when I'm thinking about how America operates and how black people fit into that. Do you understand? Capitalism is ruthless. It's merciless. It's just, the Trumps and the, and even Kamala's, her little Jewish husband. Come on now, they got some money over there, right? So there's just kind of this elite thing, right? And the elite don't really in America. The elite don't really care that much about the poor. They kind of might in theory, but they really don't. Like the Republicans will do their little charity and little church charity. Will give a little bit to the poor, but really you need to get a job. And then the liberals, they'll kind of support things like homelessness and stuff, but they don't want homeless people in their neighborhood. Whenever they try to build affordable housing in the neighborhoods of liberal people, they're like, no, we don't want that here, right? No, put it over there, right? So it's kind of like, maybe in theory you might have someone that cares, but really, unfortunately, the sad reality is that not many people care. So because we are the untouchables, the least respected in a very domineering economic environment in the middle of this gangster's paradise of capitalism. You better learn how to fight. If you're born in the middle of gang territory and you got the Crips over here and the Bloods over here, the Democrats over here and the Republicans over here, and you're in the middle of this, you better know how to fight. You better learn how to fight. So how are we fighting for ourselves? How are we fighting for our children? How are we fighting for our community? What does that look like? I think that economic fighting, the beauty of it is that you do have what is a semblance of a free country. You do have a country that at least on some levels has some elements of democracy. and fairness, that and to the extent that you have freedom and free will to kind of choose how you want to prepare yourself for the competition, how you want to prepare your children for the competition. So if I'm preparing my children, if I told my wife, I said, I love you, baby, but if I was 22 years old again, the mistake I made is I didn't go out and have a bunch of kids. I should have had like 8 kids on a farm or something, and then just like I homeschooled my kids with my wife or something. That's what I really wish I'd done with my life. But unfortunately, life don't always give you what you want, and then sometimes you don't realize what you want until you're like 30 years down the line. But anyway, I said so if I was 22 again and I met some amazing black woman and had like 8 kids on a farm, you know what I would do with those kids? I would train them to, number one, have this high economic self-esteem that we talk about. I would say, look, you don't have to go work for anybody. We're not going to do that. We're going to protect you from that choice. If unless you choose to do that, that's going to be up to you. But you'll never be forced to do that. And then number two, I would train them to work together. I would really train them to be cooperative, and I would train them on a code of conduct. And I would say, you know what? Being a Watkins is the most important thing you can ever be. The name Watkins is going to mean something. The name Watkins is going to be the most powerful name on the planet. And you are a Watkins, damn it. That's the most important thing you could ever be. You are Watkins and you are black. So nothing else out here that anybody can offer you is more important than what you already got in your back pocket. So they're going into the world already armed with big confidence, big self-esteem, the big dominant energy. Like they already know who they are. And that right there is going to make them a hell of an adversary for anybody. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do basic things like we're going to save our money and invest our money so that every kid, when they get to adulthood, they're all sitting on enough wealth where the idea of having to take a job just really isn't something that's really at the top of their priority list. And then, of course, there's knowledge and self-knowledge, right? Black training on Black history and just what it means to be Black and what you're actually fighting for. Also, things like family, and then physical and mental health. And then at that point, they can kind of do whatever they want. At that point, by the time they're in their 20s or their 30s, they're running some multi-million-dollar family corporation. So their economic consciousness is way up here. They're not even thinking like, okay, how do I go get a $25,000 a year job so I can try to start paying my student loans? They're really out making business deals. They're out doing things. They're like, okay, let's go buy this $2 million property so we can add it to our family portfolio. They don't need to be institutionalized because they're already part of an institution. Do you understand me? They don't need to be institutionalized by the educational system because they're getting plenty of education at home. They don't need to be institutionalized by the American economic system because they already have an economy at home. Do you understand? They see the family is an institution. Your economics in your family can be your economic institution. Your educational institution can be at home if you wanted it to be. It doesn't have to be out there. It can be right in here. But when you are fractured, when you are not prepared, when you are untrained, unskilled, and your self-esteem is low, well, then that's when these other institutions pick you up and grab you because because pimps are best at recruiting people that are laying out there on the street. Pimps are not good at recruit. A pimp can't recruit somebody who's already attached to somebody else, or a pimp can't recruit a person who's already got support from another entity. Pimps recruit people who are down and out, down on their luck, stuck, scared, stressed out, afraid, right? That's when they scoop you up. So I think Black people, I believe we get scooped up by these other institutions because we're just so broken and fractured and unprepared and scared that we will sign up with anybody that we think can give us even a semblance of protection. So that's why you'll have a politician that'll come along and say, well, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't Black. If you don't vote for me, then you're going to die. Vote or die. If you don't vote for me, you're going to be dead. If you don't come work for me, how you going to survive? How you going to pay your bills? If you don't come to our school, well, how are you going to get an education? You can't learn nothing on your own. And I resent that only because I know that there's a better way. And I think that there's a healthier way. I hated the public school system. I hated it not because the knowledge wasn't good. I went to a good high school. I hated it because I didn't feel loved. I didn't feel understood. I didn't feel respected. I didn't feel like I belonged. And I think being in places where you belong and you feel loved and you're getting all these other things, these other nutrients, these other emotional nutrients that you're not connecting to the educational process, that really leads you to really connect and embrace something. That's why some kids will embrace a gang more than they'll embrace going to school every day, or why do you think they join the gangs, or they love going to football practice because they're a part of something, as which is much more interesting than maybe being in a household where it's only me and mama and daddy's gone and mama's at work all the time. So I'm gonna just go to football practice because I get love and acceptance and connection with other people. So I think that creating those spaces of connection and love and acceptance and support, and also empowerment and preparation and skill and everything else, that's where you end up having so much of what you need that you don't really need those things from other people. So the question is, what do you need and how are you going to get it? And what do your children need and how are you going to give it to them? So anyway, that's it. I'm done talking. I sometimes I get going on a tangent and I just will run to 50 miles in that direction. So the concept for today is economic self-esteem. Are you aiming for the best deal possible, or are you taking whatever they offer you? And your ability to aim for the best deal possible, economically speaking, comes down to patience, options, and the ability to walk away from the table. And typically, people who are in a position where they can do those things are people that are already well taken care of in another direction. If your needs are already met in a lot of other areas, then you don't really need to be desperate. And unfortunately, we get economically exploited because we're very desperate. Desperate people tend to get taken advantage of. So never ever put yourself in a situation where you're desperate. And this is true not just for economic relationships, but also for romantic relationships. We know what happens to a desperate person. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's it, guys. So just a quick reminder, number one, Constance Carter's real estate event is tonight at 8:30. I'll send you guys a link. Make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, the Black Investors Championships, the last day to sign up is August 10th. We begin on August 19th. Everybody gets $50,000, and we're going to go 6 weeks, and may the best investor win. And I will announce who the winners are, the top three. I will announce that when we finish after 6 weeks. And I will send you all the link to do that. We will waive the fee for everybody that's in Money in the Morning that's on the text list. So make sure you get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I will see you all very, very soon. I'm Gen X, and then there's millennials, then there's Gen Z. So you got millennials and Gen Z. And there were studies that basically sorted out investors. That was done by Bank of America. And they sorted investors based on whether you were over or under 44 years old. And on these criteria, they were able to identify some differences in terms of how younger folks invest versus, say, people above the age of 45. And I thought that it would be an interesting analysis to kind of think about this in terms of psychology, because all this is psychological. It all comes down to mindset. And as you guys know, in Money in the Morning, we basically are digging into financial psychology and the mindset of investors and what that means. Now, first thing I'm going to say before I reveal this is that it's not as if young people are investing badly, right? They just invest a little bit differently, and I also believe that the cross transfer of information across generations can be beneficial for everybody. Like I think that younger people can teach older people a few things, and I'll mention that. And then also older people can teach young people some things. And so if you're smart, you'll listen because your grandma knows a couple things. She's seen things that you haven't seen. Your grandfather knows things that you have not experienced yet. And so I know that listening to my grandma, who is the Panther that's behind me, I keep my grandma with me everywhere I go. She's right here. Her name is Felicia, and she's also behind my head. My grandmother, protected me from myself on more than one occasion, because when I was young, I was smart, but sometimes we think we're smarter than we actually are. So I had a little bit of knucklehead in me. I still remember my grandmother when she had bought me some savings bonds, and that was how she knew to invest. She didn't really know anything about the stuff that we talk about. Like, we're far more advanced than previous generations in terms of our economic knowledge, all of us, everyone in here. And she had bought me these savings bonds when I was little, and they all matured, and I got this lump sum of money when I went off to college. And I had this girlfriend at the time, and her car broke down. And I remember I used some of that money to fix my girlfriend's car. And I never forget, my grandmother was so furious and she wrote a long letter to me. This is back when people used to write letters. She didn't send an email or a text message. She wrote me a letter. That's how you know grandma was pissed. And she wrote me a long letter and I don't know if she thought that I was out smoking crack or what, but she talked, she really was concerned about what I was doing with my money. And it was that experience that reminds me of why I think personally that as you're building this wealth, as you're making these smart decisions to prepare your family for their strong economic future, getting your kids ready, you're doing the $5 a day plan or even beyond that, and really, really preparing a wealth egg or a nest egg for your kids so they can be financially safe. I don't believe in giving all that money over to them when they turn 18. I cannot reemphasize that enough. This is not their wealth. This becomes their wealth when you decide it's their wealth. And this is family wealth. You understand? We are a team. We are a collective. Just like we're gonna give we have cars. Right now we have a couple cars in our garage, and it's a little bit tough because now we got four people in the house that are of driving age, and everybody's got an agenda. Both of the kids have to get to work, and me and my wife have stuff to do, so we're having a car issue, right? So we're trying to decide how to navigate that. Do we buy them a car? And I said, hell no, I don't want to just buy them a car and give them a car. I don't do that. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you if you've done that. I'm just saying that that's not where I come from. You earn what you get. That's it. I don't know if anybody else feels this way. But I just believe that you're better off if you earn what you get. That way you can get the pride of knowing that you did this. And also, I think that spoiling kids just never seemed to work out right. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just never seemed to really work out when a kid was spoiled, that they would be better off than they would have been if they hadn't been spoiled. I've just not seen that. So my position on it was no, 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 we're not buying anybody a car, but we are going to buy a car. So this is, don't tell the kids. If you meet my kids at the convention or something, don't tell them that this was the master plan. Okay, we got to, like, you know how the man be making plans for black people and they don't tell you what the plans are. Well, in this house, I'm the man and she's the woman, and so we make these little secret plans. This is the conspiracy theory that we always know there's a conspiracy. Well, in our house, there are lots of conspiracy theories. This is one of them. So if you meet the kids, don't tell them this was the plan. So anyway, here's the plan. The plan was, I told my wife, I said, go out and go to the dealership, find a car that you want to get, whatever, just whatever you want to do. I support it. Um, and so we're gonna have three cars, and then we'll be able to allow the kids to share the third car, the 10-year-old car that we don't want to use as much anymore, but we're not giving that car to anybody. That's still our car. So this, again, this is a mindset. I'm not telling you what to do, but the thinking was, look, this is not your car. This is the family car. But because we bought it, then we have a little more say in what happens with this car. So you're gonna get everything that you need, but you're not going to be able to say, get out of my car or I'm taking my car. Because for you to say, to have a car that you say is your car, you're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in this process in order for you to say that is my car. Because but again, that's a personal bias, right? Everybody has a bias. But I would say whatever your bias is, however you were raised, or whatever you think is best as the leader of the household, and a lot of you are either parents or you're going to be parents, or maybe you're grandparents or something. I encourage you to think about the accumulation of any asset, whether it's a vehicle that's declining in financial value, right? Cars are depreciating assets, but they're important assets because you need them to get around. Or you're talking about the stock portfolio. That's family wealth. When you're building this wealth for your kids, that money belongs to primarily you. If you did it, if you're the one who built all this, then that should be yours. That's your empire that you're building. And then also, when you're talking about the transfer of that wealth onto the kids, you have to have discernment in terms of how you do that. Because if you do it wrong, let me just say, if you do it wrong, you're gonna lose it all. If you do it wrong, if you're sloppy, if you just say, oh, well, because you're a certain age and because you're my child, I'm gonna give you everything. That don't work out too well. and people react differently when you give them stuff. Again, that goes back to what I was telling you guys in finance. There's all these research papers written on what they call the moral hazard problem. The moral hazard problem basically says that when you get one of the dimensions of the moral hazard, it's a very complex idea, but one of the dimensions of it is that when you give people stuff, they start acting stupid. When you give people stuff, their behavior changes. I remember when that football player Antonio Brown that played for the Steelers and the Patriots and the Raiders. And I think the poor guy has CTE. That's what I think is really going on because he's the Negro. The Negro is crazy. But anyway, Antonio Brown, he was a great wide receiver. He was very disciplined. He worked really hard. He showed up to practice on time, and so because he was so good, they were going to sign him to this massive contract. And there was somebody who said something that was true, but there's not much you could do about it. But he basically said, when you give him all this money, he's going to act a fool. You're not going to be able to control him anymore. And he was actually right. When Antonio Brown got his money, his behavior no longer made any sense. Now, I personally think that brain damage thing is really big with the football players. So when I see them commit a crazy crime, like there was one guy, Kellen Winslow Jr., I think, who went to prison because he was literally sexually assaulting like old ladies, like 75, 80 years old. That just seems kind of weird. I'm not saying that any type of assault is okay. It's never okay, but it was just weird. It made me think something's got to be going on with his brain. And Aaron Hernandez, who played the same position as Kellen Winslow Jr., who definitely was confirmed to have tremendous amounts of brain damage, was just going to the club and killing people. Like, and it didn't make, and it was weird. They didn't even consider him a suspect because they were like, why would a guy who just won a Super Bowl murder somebody? That didn't make, but it turned out that he had significant mental illness that came from all those hits to the head. So anyway, with that being said, though, just circling back to moral hazard, people act differently when you give them resources and you give them money. Especially true. That's especially true when you talk about your kids. So when you're talking about how to kind of deal with your children and just sort of what way to sort of distribute the assets, I think it's important to really think it through carefully because if you don't, you're going to lose everything. There's a show I've been watching. Anybody watch the show on Netflix called The Gentleman? Anybody watch it? It's got one of my favorite actors, Giancarlo Esposito, one of the best actors out here. He played Big Brother Almighty back in School Days. I don't know if y'all remember him. Everybody, if you haven't seen School Days, like remember when Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." If you ain't watched School Days, I'm gonna have to check your black card because that movie's a classic. We know it is. But anyway, if you're young, then that's your excuse. So go watch School Days. You'll love it. So anyway, Giancarlo Esposito is in this show called The Gentleman. And it's about this. It starts with this guy who inherits this massive estate and all this wealth from his father, who was the Duke of something or whatever. And they called him Your Grace or My Lord and all this other British crap. And anyway, one of the things that happened was the way the story starts is that you had the older brother. The oldest was supposed to inherit the estate, and this had been the tradition in the family for 600 years. And so all this wealth that had been accumulated over half a millennia, 5 to 600 years, was all going to go to the oldest son. And the problem was that the oldest son is an idiot and a drug addict who makes terrible decisions. So the father skipped the oldest son and passed all the wealth down to his second son, who was the one that was the most responsible because he knew his second son wasn't going to mess up the family estate. And so this is what this whole show's about. It's all about money and choices and everything else. And all those things are deeply connected. And so as you're building your empire and preparing what to do with it, and managing risk, we've talked about risk management. I did that whole training with you guys called Stormproof Investing. And we talked about diversification and the use of stock options to protect your portfolio. But the biggest protector in terms of risk is just making good decisions and then making the good decision to put your wealth in the hands of people who are going to make good decisions, who are going to who are skilled at three major things. There are three major skills that make you into a wealthy person. One is the ability to acquire wealth. Two is the ability to preserve wealth. Three is the ability to grow the wealth. So really, it's simple. I would almost call it the football player analogy. And let me explain. I like analogies because it helps us understand that I'm telling you nothing new. Everything that we talk about, you already know these things. Well, if you think about it, what makes a great football team? Well, if you have the ability to get the ball, to acquire the ball, which means you got a good defense. Your defense can get fumbles and sacks and interceptions. Two, you can protect the ball. The quarterback does not fumble. They don't make mistakes. And then you can grow your score. You can get the ball down the field because you have a great offense. If you have those three things, do you understand? Tell me if you get this analogy. If you can acquire the ball, protect the ball, and get the ball down the field, then you will win Super Bowls. So to win Super Bowls in your life, in the game of economics, the very competitive game of powernomics that exists all throughout this world, the game of capitalism, then then pick up those three skills and you're going to win. And then you only give the ball to people who also have those skills, right? So if I've got a child who does not preserve wealth, then why would I give all my assets to that person who's just going to be a leaky bucket, who's going to lose everything? And this is what that whole show's about. The Gentleman. There's so many shows. If you watch, there's so many shows you watch that are really straight economic lessons. There's so many shows you watch. Every time you watch a show where money is discussed and there's a money problem, or people are doing crazy stuff because they need to get money, that's a financial lesson. There's so many different shows I could point out on Netflix right now where money pops up everywhere in these conversations. And and this is where you learn it. This is your training ground. All right, so let me dig into some of this study. This is what I kind of wanted to hit on today. And by the way, if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for kids, we're halfway through the summer. It's not too late for you to give them something that's going to last for the rest of their life. You can go to drboycebooks.com, and there's a discount code, book club, the word book club. If you use a code book club, you can get 30% off anything in the store. So it's drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you get on the text list for Monday in the morning. If you want to join the private Zoom for free, or get a notification. A lot of you just got a notification from me. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here are a few things that are going on. Basically, a Bank of America study found that young people under the age of 44 are more likely to choose investments that differ from those that are over the age of 44. People over the age of 44 are more likely to lean on the traditional investments, top three being stocks, real estate, and then emerging markets, right? So stocks, the stock market's number one, then real estate, and then if you want to go further, maybe emerging markets, meaning like third world countries. There are funds you can invest in that will let you benefit from other countries. I made a list for you guys of funds you can invest in to make money in India, Africa. I made a list for Africa. I'll text that out to you guys again if you'd like to see it, or you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you access to that. I don't have it in front of me now. Either way, if that were the case, I'd give it to you now. That's kind of what people do over the age of 44, right? So, and it makes sense. The stock market is the number one wealth builder in America. Those who don't participate in the stock market don't tend to build very much wealth. Also, real estate is very, very powerful. Real estate is a great way to have literally a real asset, something you can actually touch, something that's very tangible. So shout out to everybody who owns real estate. I think real estate's fine. I don't personally enjoy being a landlord. I think I've talked to you guys about that. So I choose to make my money by selling stock options and all that to get my income. But still, real estate is fine. And then also emerging markets are nice because emerging markets can give you that excess return because you're investing in these small countries that may grow very, very quickly. Now, um, here's the thing. The truth though is that younger people, typically every generation, they do something different from what their parents did. And a lot of the decision in terms of what they choose to do is informed by their experience, right? So, a person that's under the age of 45, they've grown up with a lot of technology, so they're very comfortable with technology. Younger people tend to be more comfortable with risk because they have a longer time horizon for investment, but then also they are comfortable with risk because sometimes it's because they haven't gone through certain experiences. My grandmother went through the Great Depression, so she was very, very risk averse, very risk conscious. People like Warren Buffett, they saw the effects of the Great Depression, so they're always thinking about the downside. They're thinking about what could go wrong Whereas if you're a young person and you've only seen the market boom, you've only seen low interest rate regimes, which is what we had going all the way back to 2010, where you could just go borrow money and amazing things will happen after that, then a person like that is more likely to take on leverage and debt and kind of just gunsling a little bit, right? Because they haven't really gone through, in fact, the last 20 years, 25 years or so, you really haven't seen too many major economic calamities. You did have the decline in 07, 08, which was pretty bad for the real estate market. But for the most part, young people haven't really gone through like some sort of like significant economic hell in terms of the stock market, in terms of watching your portfolio go, just drop 60% right before your eyes. They haven't really experienced a lot of that. So a lot of times that can lead to um, different investment behavior of young people, right? And so here's what they found in the study that young people do when it comes to investing. They said that young people they tend to allocate toward real estate at the top of the list, crypto and private equity. That was what Bank of America mentioned in particular. Real estate, crypto, and private equity, as opposed to stocks being at the top of the list. Private equity might be, in some cases, just, your own business or investing in other people's businesses or some of these websites where you can put money in and they can, like I think Fundrise does that, where you're raising money for startups and stuff like that. And what's actually driving a lot of this is that also younger people tend to have a little less patience when it comes to wealth building. They sort of, especially on social media, where there's a lot of incentive or a lot of what's the word? A lot of flashiness in terms of people showing you how much money they made and how they made it quickly. It can make someone feel stupid for doing things like getting up and going to work every day, or waiting 5 or 10 or 15 years for something great to happen. Why would you wait 15 years when you can make it happen in 15 days? And so the lure of the fast money a lot of times can drive certain investments that are extremely risky. And then also they mentioned that younger people have an interest in various kinds of collectibles like watches and classic cars and stuff like that, or even sneakers. And all that's fine, right? Again, I'm not here to tell you that those things are bad. I think that what is interesting though to me is that you should know that there's something that everybody can learn from each generation, and generally speaking, things like crypto are incredibly risky, probably riskier than people can recognize. And they said that some of the reasons that younger people are more likely to deviate toward things like crypto is a lack of trust, a lack of trust in the government. You hear a lot of people talk online about how the dollar is gonna collapse and the whole economy is gonna go to shit and everybody's gonna lose everything, or the government is manipulating you in this way or that way. And I'm not saying those things aren't true. I'm not gonna say that America, I really completely agree with you that America is a country where there are conspiracy theories. There are people in the elite class that make certain decisions that affect the working class that are unfair. I've mentioned to you a few factors. For example, I think they've completely screwed a lot of people when it comes to student loans. So you have a lot of disillusioned people who say, "Wait a minute, I went into debt to go to college so I can do everything right, and here I got all this debt and I'm stuck and I'm not making the money I expected to make." Like all that's real and all that's by design. We've talked about that. But at the same time, though, I think that if this lack of trust causes you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, then that's not good for you, right? If you are just sort of like for example, if you believe that the stock market is a complete Ponzi scheme and you don't participate, well, then guess what? You're missing out on the chance to make money alongside Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, and the greatest companies on earth. And so really, I think that a balanced approach is more appropriate, where you say, yeah, they're probably doing what's best for themselves. Yeah, the elites are going to be elites. Yeah, they're probably making plans and conspiracies for them to benefit themselves. But that does not mean that I still can't participate in this economy and do well. Also, younger people tend to be more tech savvy. They're more comfortable with technology, which is why things like crypto can be appealing, as opposed to older people who don't trust crypto. I've heard older people talk about crypto like it's just fake money and it's complete garbage. And I think that that's an inappropriate approach, because typically a lot of times the people that will say things like that are people that they know a lot about investing, but they don't know a lot about crypto. Do you understand? Like, so they'll know a lot about stocks and real estate and business. So that gives them their credibility. But then they won't take the time to really try to understand what's really happening with crypto. Like, what is it? Like, what's really going on here? And I think that that's a little bit problematic and disingenuous. It's almost like somebody who won a Super Bowl who then tells you that tennis is crap or a pickleball is garbage, right? So if I am a guy who won a Super Bowl, I don't know who's a guy I'm trying to think. I can't name any Super Bowl winners right now. I don't know. Shannon Sharp. I'm Shannon Sharp and I won a Super Bowl in football. Um but and then pickleball comes along and I say, well, pickleball's a stupid sport, but I know nothing about the sport. You know, if I say pickleball will never take off, nobody likes pickleball, it's dumb. What credibility do I have to really say that? Right? If my credibility is that I won a Super Bowl, well, that's not appropriate credibility. That's not accurate in terms of that's not my area of expertise. Do you understand? So a lot of times people that criticize crypto the most I've noticed are people who haven't taken the time to really understand it, participate in it, invest in it. Like, why would you if you think it's stupid, if you think it's garbage, if you made that assessment from the very beginning? So one of the things I can say that was with crypto, in order for me to critique it, I felt like I needed to understand it. So to understand it, I read a couple books about it and did a lot of research, talked to a lot of people, looked into a lot of stuff. I'm still not an expert on it, but I know a lot more than I did. And if you were to ask me, do I think crypto is garbage? I'd say yes. And if you ask me, do I think crypto is a great investment? I would say yes. And the reason I say that is because not all crypto is created equally, and the future of crypto is very, very vague. Nobody knows what the future of crypto is going to be because it's heavily dependent on things like regulation. It's dependent on what the economy does. If the economy were to go south, like for example, Sam Bankman-Fried. Anybody know that name? Give me a yes if you remember the name Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX. Did anybody else follow the FTX debacle? Let me know if you followed this. This is really important. Okay, so Sam Bankman-Fried became kind of the king of crypto. He was a guy that was really making what I thought were some strong, solid decisions for a while. I don't think he was just a complete loose cannon wrecking ball or a bad person the whole time. I think he did make a mistake though, and he did break the law. But you know, but what Sam Bankman-Fried did was he came along and he kind of positioned himself in the crypto world similar to where JP Morgan was in banking years ago, where he was literally the single guy who was bailing out the entire industry. He was making these big acquisitions of these companies and doing all these things that were really garnering a lot of respect around the world and everything. And it turned out, though, that he was doing it inappropriately and illegally. He was using money that he wasn't supposed to use. He had money that he was supposed to hold, and he used that money to make investments. He borrowed out. He put his hand in the cookie jar. He borrowed money that he shouldn't have been borrowing, and that was clearly illegal and clearly wrong. Um, but let me also give you the other side of that. That's interesting. So if Bankman Fried had done the exact same thing, and it wasn't a crypto winter, he not only would he have gotten away with it, but he would still be hailed as a hero. He would be looked at as this guy who was this financial genius. Um, what a lot of people don't know is that a lot of times timing is huge in terms of when people get caught with, various Ponzi schemes. Bernie Madoff got caught because there was a recession. And when there's a recession and an economic downturn and there's fear throughout the economy, that's when the rubber meets the road. That's when people start reaching out and saying, okay, all that money you've been holding for me? I need that money by tomorrow. And if you don't have the money, like if the money is out there somewhere, if you've got it planted somewhere in an investment where the paper value, the paper loss is extreme, then you're going to pretty much get caught with your pants down. But maybe if they had called you a month later, you would have had the money. Do you understand? Right? So what happens with a Bankman Fried or a Bernie Madoff, and this is again not to excuse their behavior. I think that it was not just criminality, but it was also criminality that was driven by excessive risk taking. It's almost like someone who says, I'm going to take a risk by breaking the law. I'm going to take a risk by using money that I shouldn't be using or making a promise that I may not be able to keep. And I'm hoping that you don't ask me the wrong question at the wrong time. Do you understand? Or maybe somebody who I don't know if your wife has a boyfriend and she brings him by the house and she's hoping that you're not home, that you don't come home at the time her boyfriend's at the house, right? So basically, because if you come home, then you're going to break down the illusion. You're going to say, wait a minute, you were cheating on me, right? Whereas if you come home an hour later, you would say, my wife is wonderful and she's perfect and she's an amazing person, right? So the thing that's really um that I see with that is that crypto's future, similar to the future of a Sam Bankman-Fried, is highly dependent upon what happens with other factors that are unrelated to the quality of their ability as an investor. I don't believe at all that Sam Bankman-Fried is the only person in high finance who has done something that could be defined as illegal. One thing that does happen is that whenever there's a crash, what happens is people start going back and they start doing very detailed forensics and really looking at every little detail to see exactly what you did right. And I guarantee you that 90% of you, if somebody really put a microscope on your life and said, we're going to go through every tax return you've ever filed and verify every single thing you ever wrote off and every little thing you've ever done, they will probably find something. They will probably, there's a chance that they would find something and say, oh wait, look at this, wait, you filed a bank loan in you got a bank loan in 2017 and you said your income was 98,200 and we found out your income was only 91,400, so that that's illegal because you lied on your form, and so now we're going to prosecute and all these other things, right? So effectively, when I think about the future of crypto, I think about the Sam Bankman-Frieds in the sense that a lot of people don't even know, for example, that the investments that Bankman-Fried made with the money that he was not supposed to use. So again, I want to be 100% clear. He did break the law. He deserved, what he got, and I'm not here to defend any of that. But a lot of the investments he made with that fake money or the money he wasn't supposed to have, those investments did extremely well. Once the sky cleared and once the crypto winter ended, they had a dilemma. They said, okay, so we're claiming this guy stole people's money, but what do you do if the money is there? Like, what do you do if like, what do you do if you say, hey, you took $1 billion? That was the biggest critique, right? You stole billions of dollars from people, right? Which again, he did. But what do you do if the thief puts the money back and puts an extra $100,000 in the bank account just for good measure, right? Again, I'm not saying that he didn't break the law. Again, I keep going back to that so we don't misinterpret the discussion here. But but that's what he did, right? So it's crazy. So I don't know what Bankman did or how much he took exactly. So let's say he took 1 billion, right? And then the market crashes because what he did with the money is he took the money, he invested it in stuff. And those investments all plummeted at the same time. Right? So that crypto that he bought for $1 went down to 10 cents. So then the crypto winter ends. So then they say, oh, so you took $1 billion from people because you took the billion, you made these crappy investments, the investments sank down to zero. You're a loser. You stole this money. You're a crook. So while he's on trial, the crypto winter ends. That 10 cent, asset that he bought is now $1.20, and so all the money's back and then some. And they literally got to the point where they said, to our surprise, not only are we able to give every investor all their money back, we're going to give them an 18% premium on that investment. And what I want you to kind of see with this is not just timing in finance and how important that is, but also just the value of time. If in fact, for Bankman-Fried, what he probably really wanted, if he could make 3 wishes and wish for anything on earth, one of the things he would probably wish for is just more time. Like, give me another 2 years. I promise you, it's going to work out. And time is important because Jeff Bezos, if Jeff Bezos had not been given more time, if he'd run out of time, Amazon wouldn't exist because there were times where Amazon was deep in the red. There was times where Amazon looked like a terrible investment. Bezos tells a story about how he almost had to shut the doors on the company because he needed $1 million. He said, I had to take 60 meetings to raise the $1 million. I got $50,000 per person, and I had to give away 20% of Amazon to raise that $1 million. And now Amazon's worth a couple $1 trillion. So all those people made an amazing ROI on their investment. But if they said, you know what, we don't believe in you, this is where financial psychology comes into play. This is where emotion and belief and perception matters. Perception becomes reality in the world of finance because if they just said, Jeff, we were going through your history and we found that you have a marijuana conviction from 10 years ago. So you're a felon basically, and we don't trust you. We don't believe you. So we're not going to give you any money. Then Amazon wouldn't exist because they wouldn't have enough faith in him to give him more time. And this is one of the things that makes it hard for black people, especially black men, to build businesses, is because your margin of error is very thin. I wrote a whole book about this when I was on the faculty of Syracuse called "What If George Bush Were a Black Man?" And in this book I wrote in about 2004 was basically to kind of say that we underestimate from an economic standpoint how much your prior belief or your confidence in a person or an entity affects the ability of that entity to survive and to thrive. Do you understand how much perception makes a big difference in terms of the realities, in terms of outcomes? There's a whole statistical theory on this, a whole statistical area called Bayesian analytics, Bayesian statistics, which basically says that if I already have a preconceived belief about you, if I've already got a head full of stereotypes, this is why stereotypes are so dangerous. This is why whenever you hear me yelling and screaming about the way some of these poor female rappers are just dismantling the image of the black woman around the world in a horrible way, or why it's not cool that black men are typecast as athletes, comedians, and rappers. Well, the reason that these stereotypes are important is because if people come up to you and they already see you in a certain way, that's going to impact their belief in whether or not they should invest in you. I'm not going to invest in you if I think that you're an idiot, a thug, a criminal, or a loser. I'm not. And it's my decision to invest in you, society's decision to invest in you, that directly impacts your probability of success. So when I tell you all that 80% of black owned businesses fail, the reason 80% of black owned businesses fail is partly driven by the fact that nobody has faith in black people. Nobody believes that that black man's going to be smart enough to do what Jeff Bezos did. If he ain't got the million, ain't nobody going to give him the million. They're going to say, oh, well, yeah, he's a black guy. And those black guys, all they do is make babies and rap and play basketball and whatever, right? They go to the strip club. They don't sit in the office and grind 14 hours a day to do what's necessary to make a company successful. They're loud and flashy. And if we were investing in him to go and become the next P. Diddy, we'd invest in that. But we're not going to invest in him trying to become the next Jeff Bezos because black guys just don't do that. So these perceptions and these stereotypes are incredibly important. And so to circle back, when we were talking about crypto a little while ago, you'll know me, I always circle back. I know I might take you around the world, but I promise I'll bring you back. Um, the perception of crypto is incredibly important in terms of the probability of success in crypto. A lot of times when media creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt, they call that FUD. What that does is that directly reduces the value of the asset because things exist when you want them to exist. It reminds me of how they had that Cinco de Mayo holiday and they said that your ancestors are only alive for as long as you remember them. Or when Peter Pan was talking to Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell, they asked Tinkerbell, "Do fairies exist?" And she said, "They exist if you believe in them." So the question is crypto going to be successful or is crypto going to fail? Well, crypto will be successful if we believe in crypto. If we all collectively believe in it, then we'll all collectively invest in it. If we all collectively invest in it, then it's going to be successful. But the question then becomes what's going to happen? How's the public going to feel? And how are the regulators going to react to that? If the regulators come in and create laws that undermine the growth of crypto and then create enough fear, uncertainty, and doubt that people don't want to invest in crypto, then crypto will ultimately fail. That will be a bad investment. And so one of the beliefs that I have, if you're talking about safe investing, is I don't think you should have more than 7% of your portfolio in crypto. This is not investing advice. This is just my opinion. This is my belief. But I think that if you have more than 7%, definitely more than 10% of your portfolio in crypto, you're taking an unnecessary amount of risk. And I encourage anybody, do all the alternative stuff. I mean, all these other things are a lot of fun. The private, I think investing should be fun. I think investing in things that you love, it adds an extra layer of joy that comes with investing. It does not have to be boring like watching grass grow. It's not just about the money, it's about quality of life. But at the same time, don't walk past the stock market. Don't walk past the wisdom that your grandfather has just because you want to be new and cool. Just because something's new does not mean it's better. People talk about progressive and futuristic and moving forward as if it's always good. No, sometimes you move forward into a place that is worse than where you were before. Just look at integration. That was so advanced and so forward thinking and so futuristic for black people, and it only made our situation worse. It made us worse in terms of education. It made us worse in terms of economics. It made us worse in terms of family structure. So stop thinking that everything that's new is better. Sometimes new ain't better. And stop disrespecting the wisdom of your elders. Your elders know they know some shit, and you need to listen. You need to listen. And then at least you can move forward without making the same mistake that somebody else made 60 years earlier because you don't even know your history. You have to know the history. You have to know. You got to hear the stories from your grandmother and grandfather so you can make informed choices. And so to me, because I go through this sometimes where I'll have people say, Dr. Boyce, we want you to connect more with the youth, and we want you to, and I'm like, yeah, well, I do connect with the youth. I mentor a lot of people. I have young guys I meet with every single day of the week, and I work with them, and I learn from them a lot. But damn it, you're gonna learn from me too. Like I'm not going to just, like, again, it's an interesting, it's got to be an ecosystem in terms of the relationship that older people have with the youth. It has to be an ecosystem. You learn from me and I learn from you. It cannot be just you following me, because then you're not able to express your creativity and your originality. I get that. But then it can't just be me following you, where I am 53 years old doing TikTok dances because the shit's popular. I'm not doing things because they're popular. I'm not one of your little friends. I'm not trying to be that. I'm not trying to be a 53-year-old who's acting like a 25-year-old, because that's not going to work. That's me literally discounting 30 extra years of wisdom that I've accumulated and putting that all to the side because it ain't hip and it ain't cool, and the rappers don't like it. I don't give a damn about that. We got to make each other better. We have to make each other better. So I would say, for sure, based on, if you want a conclusion from today's conversation, every young person needs to be invested. Every single young person who wants to have money, you better invest. Stop thinking that job ain't going to do it for you. That is not going to give you financial security. That's not going to put you where you want to be. You have to invest in something. You have to sacrifice for the future if you want to have a future. Secondly, when you talk about investing, there are basic rules you can follow. Diversification is really important. Never get so enamored with one investment or one stock or one thing that you end up putting everything you have into one space. You have these stories where I saw an NFL player who said he wanted to get his whole paycheck in Bitcoin, and I said, why would you do that? That's the craziest thing in the world. I'm sure it might work out for you, but even if it works out, it's still a stupid decision, because it might have not worked out, and Bitcoin could collapse, and the next thing you know, you've got this worthless amount of money that's coming into your paycheck. That's not very wise. So what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to participate, but I'm not going to dump my whole economic body into that, and what gives you the wisdom to know that that's not the right move is you want to hear those stories about people who did exactly what you're doing, who lost everything. When you're investing, you really don't want to be in a position where you're going to lose everything if something goes wrong. You want to be diversified. That's really important. And then also just being consistent and making investing part of your culture. That's how people win. That's how people succeed. So anyway, these are some thoughts that I had on this topic. I think also from an economic consciousness standpoint, another important thing that I know I did not understand when I was young, but I understand it better as I get older, is that this too shall pass. Sometimes we can get so caught up in a moment, where, like, you ever see pictures of somebody like from the 70s, where literally the dude in the picture was like the coolest, hippest guy in 1974. Like, he literally, maybe he looked like Bootsy Collins or something from I don't know, it wasn't Earth, Wind and Fire. It was the P-Funk. Like, you ever see those P-Funk dudes and how they dressed? Like, let me find a pic. I gotta find a picture. It was the craziest thing. Let me see if I can find. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Um, Let me see if I can find one. And just so you know, I love P Funk, and I also love, the greatest group of all time was Earth, Wind and Fire. Like, Earth, Wind and Fire is the greatest. I met the guy who was one of the guys from Earth, Wind and Fire, the one that played the guitar, that had the big hair. I met him in Los Angeles, and I was going up to get his autograph, and it was kind of cool. Like he was signing all these autographs with all these people, and he saw me in the crowd, and he just stopped and he said, brother, he said, I watch you every day. And that was kind of cool. That was like my clout moment because all the Hollywood people were like, who is this guy? Why is he paying attention to him? But so I'm kind of like an acquired taste. Some people love what I do. Some people don't know who the hell I am and don't care, and I don't blame them. All right, so here's so if you look at like a picture like this, right? To me, when I see like a P-Funkish kind of picture, or I see, like the Funkadelic or whatever, or I see my dad's old pictures where he's got the big hat and the fur coat and what like stuff that looked really cool in the 70s. I really wonder, like, I wonder if they would, how they felt taking that picture, right? Like in the moment, everything that you're doing is completely lit. Everything you're doing in the moment is hip and cool, and you're the coolest guy on the block. But you look at that same picture 20 years later, it looks crazy. You look ridiculous, right? And at that point, you can only laugh at yourself. You don't take yourself nearly as seriously as you did when you took that picture. And I kind of think about that when it comes to what's trendy with investing. A lot of times I think when we're young, we get caught in a trend and you think that that trend is going to last forever. Like you really think that what you're doing right now is going to be the best move for you forever. Like literally I'm overcommitting to the moment. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I want to kind of, and I think that overcommitment to the moment is a type of immaturity that we grow out of. And that's it's important to do that because sometimes overcommitting to the moment, for example, can cause somebody to when someone takes their life, like a 17-year-old takes his life because his girlfriend broke up with him. That's overcommitting to the moment because he doesn't realize that he's got the rest of his life to live. And 5 years from now, he won't even care about this girl anymore. But in that moment, it seems like that moment is forever. That moment's going to last a lifetime. I feel the same way about when my mother was pregnant with me when she was 17. They told her, well, it'll be easy for you if you just terminate the pregnancy. And my mother was like, no, this baby's going to grow up. He's got a whole life ahead of him. It's going to get better. And I'm glad she had that perspective because it did. It got better. The financial challenges she had lasted about 2 more years. She married my father when I was 3. Things got better. And now my mother and I have had 50 something years of a wonderful life. I paid her house off. I'm here for her. She benefits in a million ways because I'm here. But if she had only been trapped in the moment, she would have never had any of that. The whole 50 something years of our existence together would disappear. Do you understand? So a lot of times I think that with financial consciousness, one aspect of consciousness is knowing that there's more to your life than what's in front of you. That's my point, right? There's more to life than what you're seeing right now in this particular place. There's a big gigantic world and there's a long time series such that everything that's happening, most things that are happening are eventually going to pass and it's going to become the past. So in fact, maybe a good consciousness exercise as an investor is to try to imagine the year 2030. Like try to meditate and imagine it right now. And then think about how you kind of look at the year 2030, right? It seems like it's futuristic, it's way off out there. Nobody's really talking about 2030 in the year 2024. Nobody's talking about 2035, right? But if you go out to 2030, what's interesting to me is that 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. Do you see? And 2018 was just yesterday. Most of you probably remember 2018 like it just happened. And so imagine if think about this. Imagine if in 2018 you'd invested to prepare for 2024. Like imagine in 2018 if you just made a series of investments in Bitcoin and different stocks, Apple, Nvidia, whatever, and you just consistently invested that money and you said I'm preparing for the year 2024. I'm struggling now, but I'm going to be in good shape by the year 2024. And let's say you committed to that and you were consistent and you did what you were supposed to do. Think about where you would be. You'd be in an amazing place. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the trick. This is the mind trick. It's crazy how this happens to all of us. In 2018, we weren't thinking about 2024 like that. 2024 was the future, right? And the future is always like this ambiguous place that we're never going to arrive to, but we always get there every time. Every time. I assume a lot of you are old enough to remember. Any of y'all remember when even the year 2000 seemed like it was way off in the future? Like it was never going to arrive. Like Prince was singing about how he's partying like it's 1999. And and it's crazy to me. It's like, holy shit, like 2000 is a long time ago now. Like that's ancient history. Some of you in here were born maybe after the year 2000. And so time just Time is a sneaky little bastard. It's so sneaky. And but the thing is, if you can really gain a connection to it and become very conscious of it and really feel it and flow with it and really respect it and accept it and don't waste it, that's one of your keys to wealth. I've told you all again, as a finance professor, we got to do equations and math. Everything we do is mathematical. The whole language is mathematics. When we've put together these equations that help us figure out wealth and how wealth grows, time is the number one variable in those equations. If you pour enough time into damn near anything that you're doing, you can get to whatever destination you want to get to. If I want to walk from New York to LA and I'm walking 1 inch per hour, walking incredibly slow, but I'm consistently walking from New York toward LA. If I give myself enough time, I can go from New York to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA. Do you understand? Time is the key. Time is the key. And where people lose wealth, in my opinion, is they waste time. You waste time. You give up on yourself. You say, "Oh, I'm broke right now. I'm gonna be broke forever." So then you start wasting time. And then next thing you know, you broke in 2015, you broke in 2016, you broke in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Instead of realizing that if I harness the power of time and then just pivot a little bit and do something a little bit different, and I do that little pivot, I commit to that new set of actions and I do it across enough time, then eventually I'm going to be at whatever destination I'm trying to get to. Do you understand? So don't waste time. Like time is wealth, time is power. Time gives you the keys to the universe, in my opinion. So sit back one day and just meditate and imagine the year 2030 and just say, what am I going to do with this time? And then also, time is a blessing and a gift. We're going to run out of time. We're running out of time right now. We have less time now than we had at the beginning of this conversation. What are you going to do with the rest of the time that you have? And when I say this, I really mean this. I'm serious about this to the point that it's almost like religious for me. Every year on New Year's, when I get a little bit sad about the fact that another year has gone by, it's a sadness sometimes, but a happiness too, an opportunity, but a sadness, right? You know what I do? I sit down and I budget my time for the year. I have there's 8,760 hours in a year. We're awake for about maybe 5,000 of those hours, and I will budget that time the same way you budget money. I budget time more than I budget money. My time is more valuable than my money. It's easy. And in fact, even when you get more money, it becomes more deliberate, more intentional. It becomes more apparent because there are people that I can give money to because I've got a little bit of money. But when I give you my time, oh, that means that whatever we're doing better be damn important. Do you understand? So process your time. Your time is that is your gift. That is your wealth. Use it appropriately and invest it properly, and that is what you will get you where you want to be. All right. So anyway, that's it. I hope it wasn't too preachy. I hope that you gained something from this conversation, and also I hope that your investing journey is going well. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single morning. We do this Money in the Morning economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you want to get notified when we meet, get on the text list. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you live out of the country, I know some of you are out of the country, you can't get on the text list if you're out of the country. So just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, guys. So thank you so much for your time. It was great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day. And let's not waste important as going to work every day for a white man, right? We value, we'll go to work for that guy every day. We'll go to work for Massa every day, and that's our top priority. You know what I mean? Like that becomes the most important thing we have to do. Anytime the kid wants attention, it's like, well, I got to go to work. I got to go to work. I got to go to work. So I think maybe we can try to get to a point at some point where we can really distribute a true inheritance of a type of Black privilege by basically saying, educating my kids or anybody who I adopt as a child, that's more important than anything else that I'm going to do, right? And I think if you do that, if you think about this, when I think about this brother who we talked for a while, and he'd made some mistakes in his life in some areas where he felt like he didn't go as far as he wanted to go, but I had a lot of respect for him, a lot of admiration for him because I can tell clearly from his behaviors, from his choices, that his children were going to be light years ahead of him. I mean, think about this. He explains to his 17-year-old how he generates thousands of dollars every week selling his stock options. And nobody knows that stuff when they're 17. 17-year-olds don't know that stuff. So you those little head starts mean everything. I give my grandmother a lot of credit for the head start she gave me. And my grandmother didn't even know anything about finance, really. She never took a class in finance or economics. My grandmother just, she knew how to save and hold on to her money and keep her credit score up, basic things like that. She knew how to buy savings bonds. That was another thing she knew, but she did not know the types of stuff we talk about up in here. I mean, I just want to be clear. This what we do every day in here is cutting edge. It is better than anything you would get. You could be at Harvard and you wouldn't get something this good because nobody understands Black wealth the way we do. Nobody understands the Black economic challenges, the struggles of our families, the issues that we confront. Most people can't even identify with some of the weird things that happen in our community. Like I don't know, like your mother uses your social security number and ruins your credit before you turn 18, or daddy's not in the house, so you have to figure out ways to make money for mom and them and everybody else, or dealing with applying for jobs and knowing that because you're Black, there's certain jobs that you'll never get. You're not going to get the good job. You'll get the Black job, or all the other things that we deal with every single day, when it comes to Black economics, or starting a business and not only not getting the capital that you need in order to start the business, like you don't get the financial support, you can't get the bank loan. Nobody in your family will loan you money because they don't have any money. But also you're dealing with, the Negro naysayers the Negro naysayers are the people who always have a problem with every solution because they operate in fear. Fear is a low vibrational, low frequency sort of lower level instinct, right? And because they're all living on this low vibrational frequency, when you try to rise, they emotionally weigh you down without even trying to. You get emotionally weighed down because everybody dumps their fear on your back and you're trying to fly like an eagle, but you got 80,000 pounds of fear on your back. And it's really hard. It's really, really hard. So I'm going to say this too. Not only should Black excellence and Black privilege, I think Black privilege can be delivered by a commitment to Black excellence. Excellence comes through preparation, but also I think that Black success is not the same as white success. Like I think that when we succeed, when we win, when we overcome it all and become successful, there's nobody in America anyway that can really match that in terms of understanding what we had to go through to get there. Like yeah, there are some white guys out here that have PhDs in finance like I do, but I told my chairman when I was 29 years old, I went into I was kind of cocky when I was young, I was kind of like because I'm from Louisville, we got that Muhammad Ali in us. And so I was kind of cocky, and I remember telling my chairman, I said, you don't understand. I'm not like the other students here. Not I'm the best. I know stuff better than everybody else, sure, but you're looking at us as a group as if we all started in the same place. You don't understand. They didn't start where I started. You don't have another student who could say he was born in the projects. You don't have another student who could say my daddy was on drugs, so he wasn't even there on the day I was born. You don't have any other students who can say that they overcame the things I went through in terms of growing up with growing up with roaches and stuff in the house. You don't have any students that can say that. So don't put us in the same category. We're not the same. Like Kendrick says, they're not like us. I was saying that 25 years ago. So long story short, I'm going to just say to you, that your uniqueness, your individual experience, the things that you overcame, to me, those are your superpowers. If you study, the storyline of any superhero on a Marvel comic book or not Warner Brothers, the other one, DC Comics, you'll notice every superhero has a horrible origin story, right? Something really terrible happened to that superhero that made them great. So really, what I've noticed is that the difference between a struggle that weakens you and a struggle that makes you stronger is your attitude. How do you really embrace it? Do you embrace it and say, okay, this is what's going to make me stronger, or do you look at it and say, oh my God, this is what's going to give me another reason to feel sorry for myself? If you're in the latter category, then I hate to say it, but you're it becomes wasteful energy. It's like if I eat a bunch of food and then I just sit on the couch, then I'm taking a bunch of sugar or whatever, and I sit on the couch. Well, that sugar is gonna just sort of sink into my body and become almost like a type of poison. It's gonna make me fat, whatever. But if I get up and I go use that energy to work out, then that's going to really fuel me and make me stronger, right? So I would encourage you, take those experiences that you have and just really understand that that really is a type of training camp that God created for you that gives you an opportunity to be as great as you want to be. And it's really hard to remind yourself of that because sometimes we go through hard stuff. And I think that the energy, the attitude, one of the reasons that Black wealth does not grow, um, and I'm going to explain why black wealth doesn't grow. There's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons why black wealth doesn't grow is because there is a pessimism that sort of seeps over us from the time that we're born. And the pessimism is not just that fear that I told you about. You see, what you got to understand is that economies don't grow in fear. It's like trying to grow a flower in terrible soil. If you have really nasty soil and it's dry and it's toxic and whatever, and there's no nutrients in it, nothing's going to grow in that soil. You're trying to grow, you're trying to create life in a dead space. So to some extent, there are sectors of the black economy that are just dead. They're dead largely because of the way we perceive time, the way we perceive risk, the way we perceive our circumstances. For example, I've talked to you guys extensively about how Warren Buffett and people like that will always tell you that a lot of wealthy people are made wealthy by basically buying assets extensively when the market's down. When the market goes south, they don't sit around and cry about how bad the market is. They say, "Oh, wow, there's so much cheap stuff out here I can go purchase." So they start moving, they start activating when times get tough. They don't sit there and just cry about it or just say, "Oh, well, look, they done did it to us again, y'all. They done took it from us again." I can just tell you that a lot of economics is really built on uh, psychology. This is why when they measure the state of the economy, they measure things like consumer confidence. How confident and optimistic are consumers? Because they know that an economy where consumers are optimistic and confident, which is connected, right? When you're a confident person, you're optimistic about yourself, your life, and your prospects. They notice that when consumers are optimistic and confident, the economy goes up. So I think you got to ask yourself that question. When you look around at your family, look at your family and economic consciousness exercise. This is what this is going to be. And when you hear them talk about struggles and challenges, do you pick up on optimism and confidence? Like, oh, we got this. We're going to go get this. We're going to make this happen. I'm feeling good today. Or do you pick up on pessimism and negativity? The negativity, oh, it's just so hard out here. How you been doing, man? Oh, man, just surviving, man, just surviving. Well, if you're just surviving, I mean, the truth of the matter is that's called survivalnomics or strugglenomics. That's not powernomics. You can't play powernomics if you're just surviving. It's like if I'm trying to win the Super Bowl and I have a great football team, and I think that we have the ability to win, but our goal is to just survive each game and not die by the end of the football game, just to survive. Like we might lose by 30 points, but at least we made it. At least we didn't get injured today. That's not an attitude. That's not a winning attitude. A winning attitude that leads to positive outcomes tends to be based on your prior perception of your self-worth, your odds of winning. I think a lot of people don't succeed because think about it. Why would you try hard to do something difficult if you believe that you can't do it? If you don't believe you can succeed, why? Like I didn't get up this morning with the plan to go climb Mount Everest because I think that if I tried it, I would probably freeze to death. I don't know how to climb. I don't know what I'm doing. I would fall off the mountain. That's what I would do. So you're not gonna see me get up this morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go up on Everest today and climb the. I'm not doing that. Partly because I know I don't have confidence in my ability to climb Mount Everest. Now, there are things I have confidence in. I have confidence in my ability to break down economics on a lot of different levels for you every single day. I have confidence that it's going to make a difference. I have confidence that it's going to start my day off right. So that's what I'm doing. You got to understand, you put your energy and you make investments. There's the word investment. Remember, I want to circle it back to the words like investment. So you'll stop. So no one will ever be tempted to think that we quit talking about economics. See, when I take you around the world, I'm talking about life and trees and happiness and everything. People think, oh, he's not talking about economics anymore. No, no, no. We're talking about investing, but we're talking about it in a holistic framework because you've been investing your entire life. Anything that you invest in has the capacity to grow. That which you do not invest in is not going to grow. A flower will not grow if you put no water in the flower. And you won't put water in the flower if you don't think the flower has a chance to grow. So it's a chicken egg situation. It's a feedback loop. They feed into each other. You feed the flower because you think it'll grow, and it grows because you feed it, and then you feed it more because you see it growing, and then it grows because you feed it. So it becomes a constant feedback loop. And so I want you to translate that to certain other areas where we don't invest. The black community doesn't get a lot of investment, particularly from even black people, because there are people who believe it's a waste of time. They don't believe it's going to grow. Lots of dreams die. Lots of the cemetery is full of some of the best, most brilliant ideas. The cemetery is full of visions that did not come true. The cemetery is full of people who had amazing ideas that would have been given life, but these people, unfortunately, due to a lack of vision, lack of confidence, lack of discipline, whatever it was, they let those visions just whittle away and disappear and die. In this room right now, there's several hundred of you, a few thousand people watch this, join us every single morning. Um, a lot of you have a vision for yourself, for your life, for your economics, for your family, whatever. That is brilliant. That's amazing. That's going to change somebody's life. That's really going to make a difference. But if you don't have that confidence in the vision, if you're not willing to invest in the vision, then the world will never see it. And then no one else will invest in it because you didn't even invest. It's your idea, but you're scared to invest in your own thing. Well, what makes you think anybody else is going to invest in something that you don't believe in? So part of my goal when I talk to you every single morning is I say, I think the first thing I got to do before I ask anybody else to commit to making any adjustment in their own life is I got to show you that I believe in this damn thing. I got to show you my own confidence in what we're doing here. I have to show that to you. I have to show you my commitment. And that's why I commit to popping in here every single day. If you've been watching me, if you've been watching me for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, you've been seeing me pretty much every day for 12 years. I'm available somewhere every day. Right. So that's my way of saying like, no, 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 if you're investing in this road with me, oh, you're investing in something that's real. This is something. This is a dream that's made out of concrete. In my head, I see it as if it's already there. So I encourage you, figure out what that is for you. Figure out what matters to you. Figure out what it is that you are going to invest in and believe in and plant your seed in, and just go make that damn thing happen. And really every day, just understand though that there's a process and that psychology is huge in an economy where everyone is pessimistic, cowardly, and not feeling good about the future. Those economies do not grow. That's why they measure consumer confidence, because they know that confident consumers who are very optimistic are going to boost an economy. And I don't believe that we're always so optimistic about ourselves. This is why I was explaining to you all how a lot of economics is just like love. It comes back to love because it's hard to be confident in something if you don't love that thing. And it's hard to love something that you're not confident in. So really, at the end of the day, do you love yourself? And you better, because you're all you got. We're all we got. Right? So we got to love this. And if you love it, then you'll invest in it. If you love it, then you'll believe in it. If you love it, then you'll never give up on it. Do you understand? And if you do that and you position yourself where that's a consistent strategy, then guess what? You get to a point where you're kind of insulated from all the BS that's out here in the world. I've had scenarios where if somebody got mad about something I said and they tried to cancel me, and I was like, you can't cancel me. You can't, because I know how you cancel, but you cancel people by creating scenarios where whoever is investing in that person, whatever company is supporting that person, backs away because they're so afraid that they're controversial or whatever. So then they get canceled, right? Because then they lose their TV show, or they're not they the record label drops them or whatever, right? But I'm like, but you can't cancel me because I'm not ever going to stop investing in Boyce. Boyce's backer is Boyce. And I've talked to him. I meet with him every day. And he tells me, hey, keep going because I got your back. So you can't cancel me. My funding is secure. Damn it. That investment is coming from God. It's coming from a place that you can't even touch. You can't take my soul from me. That's not going to happen. So I would encourage you to put yourself in a position where the world can never cancel you. They can't cancel you by taking your job. They can't cancel you by, a woman can't cancel a confident man by ending the relationship. A man can't cancel you by telling you that you're not pretty because you know how pretty you are, right? You've got to find a source, and this is something we don't think enough about. We don't think enough about the source of the funding for whatever it is that we're doing, right? And I'm not talking about just the financial side. I'm talking about all of it. When you are reliant upon funding sources for your vision, your dream, your empire, if you're dependent upon sources that are not reliable, that are not stable, that are not sturdy, that are going to back away at the sign of any problems or any trouble or any disappointment, then you're very vulnerable. That's a risk factor. Remember, when I studied under Renee Stoltz at the Ohio State University, he's one of the greatest risk management experts on earth. So we spent a lot of time talking about risk and understanding how risk works, how risk shows up. So one of the biggest things about the Black community in our economics is we don't understand risk. Because if you did, you would understand how risky it is that the number one funder of your dreams, of your education, and of your economic success is the same group of people that put you in chains, raped you, beat you, stole all your money, castrated you, hung you from trees, and all this other. If you understood risk, you would not be dependent on people who have harmed you in the past in the way that you do right now. You wouldn't. You would not. Nobody, that doesn't even make, that's not even logical. That is not logical. So the truth of the matter is that we will make these risky moves. You know, we'll have a job and we'll be working for massa and we'll think we're secure because massa's sending the paycheck on time every Friday. And then we're like in shock when massa decides, Tyrone, I found out about your conviction for possessing weed when you were 19 years old, and we're gonna have to go in a different direction, Tyrone. And then next thing you know, Tyrone's devastated because his financial backer has backed away. He no longer has his investor anymore. And I'm the guy who kind of says, yeah, Tyrone, but I don't think they really ever liked you that much anyway. I think that they're not like us, Tyrone. They're different. You have to find some other way to get what you need without going to the people who don't give a damn about you. That's why that's literally the whole premise of my life. And it's hard for me to explain because when I explain it this way, people get nervous. They think I don't like white people. No, I don't have any problem with white people at all. I got many white friends. Isn't that what they always say? I got a lot of white friends, and I'm very nice to them. And as long as they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. It's just I'm not gonna trust you to make sure my family gets fed. I'm not trusting you to make sure that I get to be a man. I'm not doing that. I'm not predicating my self-confidence and my self-respect and my self-esteem on whether or not you validate me or not. Because I know how y'all do. I know how you are. I read the history books. I've been kicking it with Dr. Claude Anderson for damn near 20 years. I understand that I know where the bodies are buried. I've read the secrets. I've read the real history books that really tell you about how you used to use black babies as alligator bait. So I don't expect more from you than anybody should expect from you with the history that you have. Your credit score is very low, so the trust is not there. I'm not loaning you anything. I might partner with you. I'll be friends with you. I can even work with you. I have nothing against people who are not black. And that's something I have to keep on explaining because people think that in order to love yourself, you got to hate somebody else. I don't believe that in order for you to love you, you got to hate nobody. I don't even wake up with hate in your heart. Hate is a toxic emotion that will kill you. It stresses you out. It literally destroys you. My wife just yesterday was going through, she was updating her trauma certification, and she said, Boyce, you would not believe. She always comes to me with everything she learns. I become the student. She has to come in. She communicates, right? You know how you ladies like to talk a lot, and I talk. Shoot, I can't talk. I talk as much as I hung out with my mama a lot, so I'm a big communicator too. So she said, Boyce, oh my God, I was reading about trauma. And did you know that women are more likely to get cervical cancer if they were traumatized and they didn't heal from the trauma? I was like, really? It's connected to cancer? Well, I guess that makes sense. But still, like these little things, they affect you in so many different ways. And this is important stuff to know. This is important stuff to know. Now, let me move into one thing I wanted to bring up today. I wanted to bring this thing up because I was running with my wife. I run very slowly. My back was hurting and I'm fat, so I'm not a good runner. But I did cover my 3 miles, and that's great because as long as I cover my 3 miles, I know I'll never look like Roland Martin. So that's the goal. As long as I never have to, I'm playing. I'm being just so petty today. Anyway, but anyway, so here I was running with my wife. I shouldn't have said that, but I don't care. It was funny. And we're running, and I told her we were talking about jobs and working and working for people, and especially working for massa, right? Working for people who don't like you very much. And I said, I said, really, my dream and my vision is one where I don't believe black people. I think if we did right by our children, we could position all of our kids where they never have to work for anybody. I really believe that. I really believe that that's quite doable. A disciplined parent can do that. Any disciplined parent can really do it. The things with the $5 a day plan and all that. We've talked about that. So we won't go into the specifics of that today. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's free. It's all right there. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That'll explain everything. And and she was, and we were kind of going back and forth. And she was saying, somebody said, you still have a neck though. Aha, Brandon. Okay, Brandon's got jokes. Well, my neck, I think my neck comes from lifting weights. I've been lifting so many weights that all my shirts don't fit no more. So, I'm doing my thing. So don't make fun of me, Brandon. Anyway, so my wife and I were talking about this. And I said, because it really still bothers me deeply that we spend so much time in these spaces that we don't want to be. We spend so much time at work, and being at work becomes the dominant force in our lives. Like if you add up, I'll do the math really quickly. If you work 40 hours a week, and then let's say it's 50 hours a week, really, because you're spending time not just at work, 8 hours a day, let's say, but you have an hour to work, or an hour getting ready for work and getting there, and an hour kind of coming home and decompressing. So let's say each week you're spending 50 hours at work, coming home from work, getting ready for work, whatever. And you do that for 50 weeks a year. That's 2,500 hours a year. If you do that over a decade, that's 25,000 hours over a decade. If you do that over a 40-year work life, you're talking about 100,000 hours of work. Most people really work about 50 years, actually. So if you go out 50 years, you're talking about 125,000 hours that you're spending, in many cases, doing something that you would not be doing unless you were getting, if you something that you're doing that you wouldn't be doing if you weren't getting paid for it. You understand? And if you and here's the thing, right? So I was talking to my wife about it, and she said, well, some people, they like their work. Some people are fulfilled with their work. Work gives you a sense of purpose. And I said, yes, it does. But I kind of think that your purpose should be connected to something that you care about, something that is a God-given purpose, as opposed to massa just giving you a purpose and saying your purpose in life is to come to the Ford plant every day and pull this lever, or your purpose in life is to serve Chipotle every day to customers. All these things are fine, and it's not meant to work shame. I'm not saying that work is something we should be embarrassed about. I think hard work is important, right? It gives you something to do, a reason to get up in the morning. And they find that when people don't have work to do or something on their schedule, they tend to just waste time and engage in things that are very unhealthy, right? So, because the idle mind really is the devil's workshop. Okay, I get that. But I would love to ask everyone what I refer to as the $10 million question. Okay, I'm gonna ask you all the $10 million question. I want you to answer me in the chat. Give me a yes or no. The $10 million question is this: if you were not getting paid for your job, and let's say you had $10 million in the bank, if you had $10 million in the bank right now, would you keep going to your job every day? The job that you have, if you had 10 million, if you won the lottery tomorrow and you had 10 million in the bank, so money wasn't nothing but a thing, would you keep going to work every day? Yes or no? Okay, and I see Tequila and Brandon and Patricia and Shirley. Okay, I see your answers. I'm looking at your answers. Okay, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. I really am. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. Okay. And let me tell you, I did a survey on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins one, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number one. So if you're on Twitter, feel free to follow me. It's controversial because I just say what's on my mind, but it's fun. At least I thought about it before I offended you. And so if you want to come hang out with me on Twitter, just go to Dr. Boyce Watkins one. And also, I'd like for you guys to follow me because I get tired of debating with weirdos. All right. So here's what the results of the survey were. I asked that very same question, and 62% of the respondents said no. 37.9% of the respondents said yes. So that's about what I am seeing in this chat, that about 1/3 of the respondents are happy with their work. They feel that it's fulfilling. They feel like it's connected to their purpose. They're glad to be doing it. They'd be doing the work even if they were doing it for free. And for those that are in that category, I really congratulate you. I think that's really awesome. I'm never a guy, and I want to make that's another point I sometimes have to clarify is there are people who think that the only thing I want black people to do is quit their jobs and become entrepreneurs. No, that is not what I'm saying ever. Because some of y'all will be terrible entrepreneurs. Some of y'all don't need to be running a business. Some of you don't want to. It's hard work. It's very stressful. It's hard to do. I've never said that everybody should be an entrepreneur. I've just said every black person needs to own something. Remember, owning a business ain't the same as running a business. In fact, there's plenty of people out here who are very wealthy who own lots of businesses who ain't running nothing. They own donut shops and can't make a donut. They own shoe stores and don't even know what shoes are in the store. So owning the business does not mean you have to actually run the business. So never ever think those are two areas I got to kind of clear up. Three areas really. One myth is that I don't like white people, which is not true. Because I just love myself. Another one is that I've been telling black people not to vote or to go vote for the Republicans, which is never true. I've only told you to vote for who you want to vote for and don't let anybody intimidate you out of that. And the third one is that I'm telling black people to all quit their jobs and start businesses. I don't do that. I tell you to find your happiness, find your bliss, whatever that is. And if that's a controversial response to you, then I don't know how to help you. If I say I want you to be happy and you say, screw you, then I can't help. I don't know what to say at that point, right? So anyway, so let's circle back to the $10 million question. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna throw out there. If I ask you that $10 million question and I say, okay, on this job that you have, if you had $10 million in the bank, would you still go to that job? And your answer is no, then I'm going to argue that that is evidence to me that this capitalist economy and the whole black job seeking culture has disconnected you from your purpose. You are disconnected from the purpose that you were put on this earth for. And I believe everybody has one. To me, a purpose is just something that you're passionate about, maybe something that you're also good at. It's something that achieves a goal that matters to you, right? My purpose is to be a great parent and to raise my kids and love them and make them feel safe and happy in the world so that their lives are better. That's a great purpose to have. Maybe another purpose might be something in the community. Maybe your purpose might be art. Art, my youngest daughter, her purpose is clearly dancing and performance. So I want her to be as connected to her purpose as possible because when she is connected to her purpose, that unlocks an entire universe of happiness and optimism and mental health and potential and excitement and genius that she would not have if I shut all that down and forced her to go and screw bolts for a living at a factory. Do you understand? So what I hope you'll get, and this is and there's it's hard to fix this quickly. So I'm not telling you to run off and cuss your boss out today. Don't do that. But what I'm saying is that when you know the history of capitalism, you know the history of the American economy, you'll understand how deeply insidious it is and how much of a dream killer it is. This has not always been the case. This is more of an artifact of industrialization. If you go back before the Industrial Revolution, you really didn't have this culture where people were leaving their kids behind so they can go and spend their whole day in the factory. Like you had to be trained, you had to be brainwashed to believe that that makes sense. And so really to me, the greatest gift, one of the greatest gifts you can give a child, if you care about a child in your life, is to figure out, okay, how do we create a pathway where you can get away from the corporate plantation and do what you're supposed to do what you're meant to do what you're passionate about. And the thing about it is that following your passion is not disconnected from making money. If you understand economics and you have financial literacy training early, which every child in our community should have this, then you learn that almost everything has an economy around it. Everything has an economy. So if you know that everything has an economy around it, then that means you can find the things you're passionate about, go be great at it because you love it so much. It's not work. I haven't worked a day. I have not worked for at least 30 years. The last time I worked, I was 22 years old, going to like make food at Arby's. That's the last time I had a job. I ain't had a job. I have not worked since then because I love what I do. And I'm great at what I do because I'm passionate about what I do. And I'm passionate about what I do because this ain't work. If I had to work, I would get fired in about an hour because I get easily bored. You have me sitting around doing some bullshit, excuse my French. I'm gonna say, why am I doing this? This is dumb. This is a waste of time. This doesn't even matter. I don't care about this, and I'm gonna be terrible at it. And so the reality is that if you unlock your that passion and you find and you connect to your purpose, then what it does is it just unleashes another side of you that really gives you an opportunity to be impactful and great in whatever area of life that you want to be great in. And again, I just think even basic stuff like just being like a superstar parent, like really, really, really such a great parent that your kids grow up and say, "Oh my God, without my dad, I would be nothing right now. I'm in the NBA now because of my dad. I'm a surgeon because my dad spent so much time with me and took me to science camps and whatever it is, right? Like I just think even something very basic like that. So if you think that there's no opportunity for you to connect to your passion, I would encourage you, number one, maybe that meditation piece of just figuring out what you are passionate about, who you really are, is important. But then also life gives us many opportunities to be impactful and passionate in what we do. And I think that what happens with money, and this is where money becomes the devil, is money can distract you from where you're supposed to be, and also a lack of vision for your life that sort of that can drive our ultimate need to kind of follow other people's advice. And so you love something and you really want to do it, but you don't quite know how you're going to make enough money to survive. And then somebody comes along and says, well, that's not realistic. You should be doing this over here because they're hiring at the post office and you have to be practical and reasonable. Right. And that's kind of, and I get that. Right. These are people that think that they love us and they think they're helping us by doing this because what they'll do is they'll take this big, gigantic, bold dream you have and they'll shrink it down into a nice, collapsible little reality that fits into the umbrella of the resources that you have access to and the rules. And they'll say, hey, why do you have this big black dream when you could just go get you a nice black job? And you get that nice little black job at the post office. And then what happens is you kind of spend, 10, 20, 30 years sitting there doing stuff that you don't really that doesn't have a lot of meaning to you, and then you're kind of sometimes sad, like you have a lot of regrets, like you're looking back and you're imagining what your life would have been if you had actually done what you wanted to do as opposed to doing what you were told to do. In fact, I read those studies about what old people on their deathbed say when they're reflecting on their lives, like what are their biggest regrets, and their biggest regrets tend to be that I didn't live for me, I didn't do what I wanted to do, I did what everybody else told me to do. I would feel my passion and the universe would tell me to go left, but all my relatives would tell me to go right. So I went right and I regretted it ever since. Right. So what I think is true as well is this. Let's just be realistic, right? We've got, when your kids grow up, they're going to have bills to pay. Um, we have to have money to survive in this economy. This is why I love teaching and talking about money is because money is really important. Money's critical. Money's life or death for some people. Um, so if you are financially literate, then what you're able to do is you're able to understand that it doesn't have to be an either or conversation for yourself. It can really be a both and. So when I talk to our youngest child who loves to dance and loves to sing, and every now and then I'll hear her say something, or I hear someone say something to her, like they'll say, well, dancers don't make very much money. I instantly interrupt and I say, no, but that's not going to be your situation because I'm going to show you how to make money. So you'll have all the money that you need. You'll make as much money as a medical doctor or whatever you want to do. And then you can go dance all day. Right. We can get the money part out of again, let's go back to the basics. Money's not the be all end all. In a capitalist society, they make you think that as long as whatever you're doing is making you plenty of money, then you're doing the right thing. And the shittiness of that trade-off, that just the thing that infuriates me to no end is what they get you to do is they get you to the point where you're trading things that money should not be able to buy. You are 25 years old. You should be enjoying your life, traveling, living, learning, having experiences. But instead, you're sitting in a warehouse all day, or you're you're in an office and you're bored to death all day, or you're surrounded. And even worse for Black people, you're surrounded by these microaggressions and all this racial hostility that we have to deal with every day at the job that's not supposed to be your life. So if you feel that itch, this sort of tingling with you, is that you know in your heart that you're in the wrong place. You know that there's another parallel universe, there's another reality out there that was supposed to be your life. That was supposed to be your life. And this goes back to when I was talking to you guys about the difference between God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. Right? Massa's plan for you is to put you in a nice little black job and keep you there so that you can contribute to the economy in the way that he sees fit. But that has to be superseded by your plan. But your plan is still limited. I encourage you to even go deeper and to rise, whether you want to call this spiritually or consciously, and really see if you can connect to God's plan. You can't tell me that it wasn't God's plan for me to be talking to you right now, doing what I do right now. In fact, and it was and that whole idea was even inspired by the fact that my 17-year-old mother, when she gave birth to me, she's not 17 now, but she was 17 back then. And she put me on the altar. She went to church and she was pregnant. And if you know, in the 1960s, when a black girl got pregnant, it was terrible. They didn't treat you well. People would call you dirty names and all that, which I think is an absolute sin because there's no more valuable of a job in all of humanity than the job of being a mother, right? I just don't understand how we lost connection to this very basic idea. It's insanity to me that we will look down on a woman for becoming a mom. Like, I just don't understand that. There's nothing more important that a human being can give us than life, right? Like, that's literally the most important thing that anyone has ever given me, is the chance to live. And and so anyway, so my mother was dealing with this nonsense, of people, that were going to judge her because she was pregnant. And my father was 15 years old, so he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And then he went off and got on drugs and stuff. And my mother, so she's sitting in church and she's pregnant, but she couldn't tell anybody because she was so scared. And she just starts praying. And they bring you up to the front. I don't know anybody, how many of y'all go to black churches? Anybody been to a black church? So they have a time where they bring everybody up and you have to go up to the altar and you can say a little prayer. And my mother was sitting up there praying, and she just kept praying and praying and praying. And then everybody went back to their seat and sat down, and she's still sitting up there just praying because she's so scared of, like, having this baby, and so anyway, she said that she just felt something. She said that God told her, like, she just felt it. She said that she just said, "Okay, I'm good. I'm giving this baby to you, and I just need you to do this because I don't know what to do." I can't tell this story. Every time I tell a story, I get emotional. I don't know why. I gotta stop there. Stop it, boy. Stop it. Okay. So she literally said she gave me to God. She said I had a feeling in my heart that I had to have this baby, that you were going to do something important in the world, and I had to give birth to you. And so she said, I gave you to God, and that was it. And so, long story short, here's the thing that's interesting, right? I guess now, years later, and now, all the problems we had back then, those are long gone. And years later, when we're reflecting on that story, I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So maybe because she gave me to God and she saw me as having a purpose from God, maybe that's what led to the impactful things that we've done. Like, we've been able to reach millions of people, and a lot of you in here, I hope that I've been able to impact your life in a positive way, right? But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's because she told me that I had a purpose, that maybe I internalized that and said that because I've been given a purpose from my mother, I need to be on level 10. Do you understand what I'm saying? So maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's all just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, okay, I was told that I'm the chosen one, so I better go out and do some important stuff, right? And here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, like, why it happened. All that matters is that it happened. And this also speaks to the power of our children. When we talk about giving them black privilege is not just giving them a bunch of money. Black privilege might be instilling in them the specialness that they will carry with them through life, to know that because I'm representing something important and because I am an important human being, and I was important enough for my parents to spend lots of time with me and teach me things and prepare me. Oh, I got to go do something important in the world. It's mission critical that I uphold the standard. Do you understand? I really believe that in many cases, a lack of progress, a lack of success, et cetera, a lack of initiative for young people comes from the fact that nobody ever told them how important they were. Nobody told them that they were special. Nobody told them that this is the tradition that you're upholding. This is what makes things like the educational system so dangerous for Black people, is that from the very time I remember learning Black history, all I would hear is that you used to be slaves until Abraham Lincoln freed you, and now you should spend your life being grateful to white people for letting you go eat at the same lunch counter as them. I don't want to hear that shit. That's not inspiring to me. That means that I wasn't nothing until you decided that I was going to be somebody. You lifted me up and gave me my self-esteem. You gave me my identity. You made me relevant in the world, and then we carry that through life. The same person that brought you in this world can take you out. The same person who gave you your self-esteem can take it away from you. The same person who gave you your validation can rip it away when they get mad at you and you're not doing what you're told anymore. The same person who gave you your financial security can take it away if they're not happy with your behavior. So every time the situation calls for you to stand up, somebody says, sit your Black ass right back down. This is the dilemma that we run into when we don't take control of what happens with our young people. If we don't inject them with the Black privilege that they need early, to know, no, to no, 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 no. You are somebody, whether they say you're somebody or not. You were born somebody. You were born special. You're a Miller, you're a Smith, you're a Watkins, you're whatever, right? That's the standard you're upholding, and you don't need nobody out here validating none of that. You got the juice already. Don't go looking for the juice. The juice is inside of you. Look inside yourself to find out who you're supposed to be. Don't look at the world. The world don't. The world's full of people that don't know who the hell they are, where they're going. All they know how to do is look around and see what everybody else is doing. What's everybody else doing? I'm gonna go follow the crowd. That's, to me, is not. That's not the goal. That's not the objective, right? So the same way my mother, she gave me the story about giving me to God as a baby, and I believe her. It sounds like a real story, and she was really scared. And I thank her all the time. I say thank you for not aborting me. I appreciate that. But still though, I don't know. Maybe her telling me that is one of the things that made me say, okay, you know what? I got to go out here and at least do my best. And again, this goes back to what we said earlier. I'm gonna close on this point because I think this is a great point to end on for today. Remember, I told you a lot of the economics, and which is linked to success and everything else, a lot of it just goes back to self-love. To love, right? If you love something and you care about something, then you'll tend to value that thing. And if you value something, then you're going to invest in that thing. And I argue that many of us don't see investment in our community because we don't see the value of that. We don't invest in our families because we don't see the value of family. That's why I have to spend time reminding you of how your family is that multi-million-dollar asset that you didn't think much about. Because if you knew how valuable it was, maybe you'd put more energy into forming the connections that make a strong family, or working on the marriage, like taking classes on how to stay married, or maybe spend time working on figuring out ways to spend more time with the children. Okay. Or also, and then more at the core of this is that in many cases, I think that we don't invest in ourselves at a high level, perhaps because we don't see the value in ourselves. You think about this. And an unemployed Black man, in many cases, will sit at home waiting for the phone to ring because he does not believe that his free time has value. He thinks, well, my free time only has value if someone hires me and they pay me for my time. But to me, an insightful person, a financially conscious man, would understand that, oh, wait, I've got 12 free hours every day to do anything that I want now. I can sit here and I can create a business. I can invest in my family. I can invest in myself. There's so many areas I can invest in now that my time has been freed up. I've got all this free wealth called time that I can then apply to all the things that matter to me. And that's where self-love and valuing what you have is really important. And you should be able to value what you have independently of whether or not a particular system acknowledges you or not. Because unfortunately, the reality is that we live in a country where being unapologetically Black means you're not going to get invited into a lot of spaces. I had a conversation the other day with somebody who said, "Yeah, boys, we got these people that have this money that want to partner with you on blah 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 blah, but they're a little nervous because you do this and do that, or we had you come to our event and we lost a corporate partner because we invited you." And I said, "I appreciate you inviting me, but don't invite me next time, please, because I don't want you to lose money because you're affiliated with me. I know how dangerous I am. I know that being associated with someone who thinks like this, you're not going to fit into corporate spaces because they're just not quite ready for whatever it is that I'm bringing to the table. But I'm okay with it. Like I don't need to be invited. I don't care if I come to your stuff. Like I like you. I just don't. It's okay. So uninvite me, kick me out, and keep your partner if that's going to help you because I can't back off of this. I'm not going to apologize for this. That what I've got here is too valuable for me to not invest in this. I must invest in this. If I back away from this at all, I'm missing an amazing opportunity to do something that is the most important thing on earth I could be doing anywhere for anybody. So I'm sorry, I can't course correct now. Really. So really, I would just say to you, pick your thing, pick your juice, and if you really are committed to the damn thing and you're putting your energy into the damn thing the way you should be, you won't care what nobody else is doing. You don't need nobody else to invite you into the party for you to be relevant or to be important. They should be trying to come to your party. And that to me is an example of self-love. And when you love something, you invest in it. When you invest in something, it will grow. So the things in my life that grow, they grow because I invest in it. And I don't apologize for it. I don't hesitate. I do that every single day. So find your thing. I think you'll it feels good. It feels good. So anyway, Derek says I spilled my coffee after the Roland Martin comment. Sorry, Derek. When I see you, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. All right. So anyway, I can't start a day without being at least a little bit petty. But anyway, so let me stop. Roland's a good journalist. I've known Roland for a long time. We're not the best of friends. I can't lie, but I've known the guy for a while. All right. So anyway, let me finish up really quickly and say this. If you're not on the text list to get the text notifications when we go live, make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you want to take a look at the Prime program and see what we're doing with stock options, stuff like that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. And also to go with Money in the Morning, we created something called Money in a Minute that allows you to learn any specific skill that you want to learn. The first one we did was stock options. And basically the lessons get sent to your via text message to your phone every day. So if you'd like to take a look at the Money in a Minute curriculum, just text the word Miami to 87948. It's $2.99 for lifetime access, and you get 35% off if you're here in this class. So just text the word Miami to the number 87948, and you'll get a link, and the link will give you a place where you can go sign up at the discounted rate. And then what will happen is every single morning at 9 a.m., there will be a stock option lesson that will appear in your phone. And it's basically for those of you that are beginning, that are just sort of new to it and want to understand how it works and the basic terminology. So it's very basic. It's stock options fundamentals. So if you're more advanced, it's not quite for you. But if you're just getting started or you want to reset on the basics, then text Miami to 87948. All right. So yeah. So I hope that Nina says, please repeat your stock options email. So the URL is drboyceprime.com. Dr. Boyce Prime. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. The number one goal of that class, and everyone loves it, it's really popular, is the number one goal is to increase income. And it's a direct pathway. It's not hocus pocus. It's not, a bunch of goofy stuff. It's really stuff that actually works based on economic science. And I think you're going to like it. I know you're going to like it. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And I hope you have a great day. All right. And let's see. Yvonne says text money to, the number is 87948. So that's the number for all the text words. It just depends on what you're looking for. And if you haven't got an invitation to financial consciousness training, Money in the Morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, I mentioned to you all that I created something new to go with Money in the Morning, and I call it Money in a Minute. And it's basically bite-sized financial lessons that you can get delivered directly to your cell phone every single morning, so that you can learn specific topics like stock options or whatever it is that you want to learn. And so the first Money in a Minute sequence is in the area of stock options. So if you'd like to sign up. The lifetime access fee is $2.99, but those of you that are in class can actually get lifetime access for 35% off. So I want to say it's maybe $230 or something, and you can share it with your whole family if you want to. So feel free to sign up. If you want to sign up, text the word Miami, Miami. That's money in a minute. So text the word Miami to the number 87948, and you can get access to money in a minute. And so what will happen is within 24 hours, you will start getting messages delivered to you that have 90-second videos that will give you some new concept within the area of stock options that you can watch each day that will make you stronger in that area. So feel free to take a look at that. All right. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Let me know how your stock portfolios are doing. I hope that you're making an insane amount of money. I want you to be filthy, filthy rich. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of break down what I'm seeing in the market, what I'm doing with my own portfolio, and also as we go along, I'll let you know about a stock that I plan to purchase that I'm just going to add to my portfolio that you can consider or take a look at if that is of interest to you. All right, so let's see who's in here. Give me a second here. I got all these screens up. I see you, Angela McKinney. Good morning, ma'am. And let's see who else is in here. I see. Let me hit the chat button so I can see everybody that's here. Elaine Johnson. Let's see. James Keller. Good morning, James from Philadelphia. Natasha, I love your beginners training to investing. It was so helpful, and I'm sharing it with family and friends. Yeah, absolutely. We did. I don't know if you're referring to the training we did on how to invest in the stock market. But everything, is each one teach one in the Black Business School. We do our financial education like soul food. This is like financial soul food, except it's healthy and won't kill you or give you diabetes or nothing. And basically, we want you to share it just like you would food because knowledge is food. There's nothing better I can do for a loved one, I think, than to help them to become financially secure to avoid all of the problems that we run into when we have to deal with financial stress, financial anxiety. I know people who've been killed for $50, so to me, if somebody needs killing, you shouldn't kill them for $50. Make it at least 5,000 or something. I mean, I'm playing. Don't kill nobody. Don't go kill nobody. But seriously though, when you when you talk about economic desperation, you can see scenarios where people do desperate things because of money. And I just don't think that should be our story. I don't think that has to be our narrative, right? Long term or short term. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in and look at some of your questions. And if you have a question, I only ask that you kind of keep it kind of tight and condensed so I can make sure I answer as many questions as possible. And then also in a second, I'll talk about the stock that I like for today that, you can take a look at if you'd like. And also, let's see here. What else? Oh, and also if you're in the Black Stock Market program, you can log in and I have a new set of stocks that I picked this week under what Dr. Boyce is buying. So for those of you that are in Prime or in the Black Stock Market program, the Prime members have free access as well. You can look it up there as well. All right. So in those who want to join Prime, where we generate income from selling stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. All right. So let's see. I'm hopping in. I'm going to start answering questions here. All right. So the first question I see. Oh, there is no first question. Okay. So put your question in the Q&A section. That way I can see it. I saw the chat and I thought those were a bunch of questions. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll start in the chat and then I'll work to the Q&A. So if you have a question, put your question inside the Q&A section so I'll see it. Natasha White says the May and June training for introduction to the stock market. Oh yeah. That was something we did and it seemed to go really well. You guys really liked it. I always like to make sure that I'm giving you what you need and I'm glad you guys enjoyed it a lot. And also we had our stock option summit in California. And I think at some point we'll just do a stock option summit online. So the stock option summit, we call that the SOS. Well, maybe the stock option summit online can be called the SOSO, the SOSO, right? So we're going to do it, not a SUSU, we're going to do a SOSO, where we're going to do some sort of stock option summit online where we'll spend the whole weekend going from A to Z with stock options. I'll talk you through it. I'll pull out the slides. We'll take a field trip. I'll break it down for you. And you know me, I always have the analogies and stuff because I think money is connected to life. And I want your regular life to help you understand your economics because they kind of go hand in hand. I'm not teaching you anything new. I'm only igniting the things that you've always known your whole entire life. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so the first question is, King May, Chipotle is down. What do you think? Chipotle is interesting because I saw where Chipotle was getting beat up online a little bit. with all these, I guess Keith Lee, the food critic, was talking about how little food they give, and apparently this guy's got a lot of weight in the food. It's crazy, and so after that happened, Chipotle ended up kind of getting blasted online pretty bad, where people were making fun of the fact that the food portions were not big enough. But I can tell you, I have made tens of thousands of dollars from Chipotle stock. I invested. I did a stock option strategy with Chipotle, where I don't like to take the risk of buying a lot of stock options. So what I did was I did a what it's called a stock replication strategy. So I did a long term, deep in the money call spread. That's what it's called in stock options on Chipotle, where basically it was set up where I had 2 years for Chipotle stock to recover, and it recovered in about 2 months. It didn't take 2 years, it took 2 months. So basically, I just had this position, and it did really well. I did the same thing with Amazon. It worked really well. And Chipotle is just a strong company. And my belief is that when you invest in strong companies that have strong earnings and strong earnings growth, and you hold those companies for 5 years or more, it's very, very hard to lose. It's very, very hard to lose because these companies are going to survive and do well. Chipotle is one of those companies. So I think Chipotle is a solid investment. Although you can't predict things, I don't think this stink that's kind of on them now is going to last. They're just really good at adapting. They have great management. So do I think that it's a good price to buy? The fair price is 40, according to Robinhood, says Natasha. I don't think that's, let me see, what's the price of Chipotle? Um, Chipotle, Chipotle stock is trading at 61. Um, a lot of analysts really like it. I didn't see anything that says the fair price is $40. I don't think it's $40. I think it's higher than that, but I see that here. I see the research report says, now this is just Morningstar. So one thing you got to remember about analyst reports is that analysts in many cases are just wrong. Nobody really, just so in case you want to know, no one really knows the fair price of a stock. Nobody knows. I have sat in the lab with the best financial scientists on the planet, with the best equipment, the best mathematical models at the highest levels, and seen people sit around and try to come up with the fair value of a stock. Nobody really knows exactly what the fair value is, and no one knows what the market is going to pick as the fair value of that stock. For example, Donald Trump's company is pretty worthless. That stock is worth about $1, maybe, if you want to be nice. It's trading right now, probably in the 40s or something. Why? Nobody knows exactly. Can you really explain why human beings, do what they do? Humans be human and humans be human in, right? So basically, we just the market just picks the value that it wants. What tends to happen though is that when the economy starts to crash or the market starts to collapse, you see stocks tend to gravitate back to their fair market value and the cream rises to the top. That's when you begin to scrutinize. The market becomes much more financially conscious. It's almost like at a party when everybody's drinking and getting high. Nobody's really paying attention to what's going on. Everybody's doing whatever they want to do. But after the party, when the police have arrived and the drugs have worn off, everyone's suddenly extremely aware of every little detail of their lives. And that's what a market crash, that's the visual I get when I see a stock market crash. The market becomes sober. So right now, with the market doing so well, the market's a little financially drunk. There are some stocks in there that are a little overpriced. The AI stocks are at the biggest risk of overpricing, although nobody knows for sure because everyone knows that AI is going to be this big, gigantic economic boom. That's no secret. That's no secret. Everyone knows AI is going to be a massive. What you don't know is you don't know who the winners are going to be in this new industry. You also don't know how much exactly how massive it's going to be. You may think it's going to be mega massive, and it may not be mega massive. It may just be massive without the mega, right? Which would be a disappointment, which could lead to a correction, which feels like a crash. So effectively, you just don't know. So a lot of market growth has been collapsed into these magnificent seven stocks, the big tech stocks, the Nvidias, Apples, Microsoft, stuff like that. And there is a school of thought that says that it's at some point it's going to have to spread out. But then again, there's another school of thought that says maybe they really have the juice like that. Maybe their juice is that strong that they're going to just maintain this sort of market power for a long time. I doubt it. So to basically summarize with Chipotle. I'm looking at the report here on it. I'm a big fan of Chipotle. I'm sorry. I think the company has great management. They're run very well. The stock, it looks like it's gone down 5% this week, 1.3% this month. But year to date, it's up 34, 35%. In my view, if I wanted to approach a Chipotle, I would look at it as, okay, I like this company. That means I'm going to go ahead and marry this stock. And marrying the stock might mean I'm going to dollar cost average my way into this stock, which means that I'm going to consistently buy a certain number of shares every month or what every week and just keep doing that for the next 5 or 10 years. That means when the stock goes down, I'm buying a little bit more. When it goes up, I'm getting a little bit less. But either way, I'm in bed with Chipotle financially. That's where I'm going to use as my store of value. And remember, when you buy a stock, there are two things you want that stock to do. One is grow, right? You want your money to grow, but growth is not really the primary goal all the time. The primary goal is protecting your money, protecting your wealth, not collapsing. Just like in football, and when I was asking you all, like, what's the most important job of the quarterback? It's not to throw touchdowns. It's not to run the ball. It's not to throw passes or anything. The job of the quarterback, the first and most important job is to protect the ball. If you don't protect the ball, then nothing else matters. So Chipotle isn't just a great company, in my opinion, because of its growth potential. Chipotle is also a great company because I believe that the stock is not going to collapse on you as badly as some other stocks will if the market goes south. If the market goes south, a company like AMC is going to kill you. If the market collapses, a company like DJT, Donald Trump's media company, oh, that's going to make you cry. It's going to break your heart. But Chipotle, it's going to be pretty solid, I think. I mean, it could drop. Don't get me wrong. Any stock can drop, but it's probably going to make a comeback, and it's going to maintain a lot of fundamental value. Like there's a lot of meat on them bones, if you know what I mean. All right, so anyway, enough of that. Let's see here. Is Chipotle a good stock to do cover calls on? I don't think it is, Jonathan. I think there are better companies out there for sure. Errol, do you expect a market correction at some point this year? I really thought that there would be, Errol, and I think that there could be because the market's very fragile. But you know what? They did a study where they basically found that whenever the market does this well the first half of the year, it almost always does well the second half of the year. So the odds are saying that the rest of this year is going to be strong too. But that doesn't mean it won't collapse in 2025 or something. But if it does collapse, here's the problem with waiting for the decline before you make a move. When you sit on the sidelines waiting, what happens is that you're missing all of the upward trajectory that occurs while you're waiting, right? So if let's say that I want to buy a stock and the price is $20, and I say, oh, I think it's gonna go down. I'm gonna wait till it gets cheaper. So then it goes to 22, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna keep waiting. 24, you keep waiting. 26, you keep waiting. 28, 29, 30, 34, 35, 40. Right, it hits 40, and you're like, I'm gonna keep on waiting because I want this stock to go down, and then then it collapses, right? Then you have like the worst day ever, right? Then the stock drops from 40 to 33, right? That's a massive drop, but 33 is still higher than the 20 you could have bought it at 2 years ago. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you had a little bit of a win if you're not financially conscious. You have a recency effect. You think, oh, well, it went down from 40 to 33, so this stock is cheap now. But what you've forgotten is that stock also went from 20 up to 40, then down to 33. So you missed that whole climb. It's like relationships. What people, they have a breakup and they say, I'm never gonna date again. I'm gonna stay in my house and never date a man, date a woman, whatever, for the rest of my life. And then someone comes along and says, well, it's better to have loved than to have lost than it is to have never than to never have loved at all. I said it wrong, but you get the point, right? Well, what does that mean to me? What that means to me is like it's better to have invested in the stock and lost a little money than to have not invested at all or to have waited until the crash. If you wait until the crash, you're sure you're getting the stock cheaper, and you miss the overpricing of it, but you also miss the climb. You missed that whole climb from 20 all the way up to 40. Now maybe the last seven was garbage. The last seven kind of got taken away, but you had the previous 20 points of that stock that you missed out on. People do that in real estate all the time. I never understand that, where people say, I'm not going to buy a house now because I'm going to wait for housing prices to go down. I need you to go look at any major area in the United States and look at the real estate market. And I want you to show me one decade where the real estate in that major city was cheaper 10 years later than it was 10 years before. You're not going to be able to find it. real estate always goes up in price. And this is where, when we do our financial consciousness exercises in the morning, this is the kind of stuff I want you to be able to think about, because money consciousness is a very important part of money acquisition. If you can't acquire something and control something if you're not conscious of how it works. So part of financial consciousness is just knowing that, knowing little things like I remember seeing this news story from 1983 where they had some serious experts that were talking about how overpriced the San Diego housing market was. And they said, according to recent studies, the average home in San Diego costs $88,000. And they're like, oh my God, that's so insane. Who would ever buy a house for $88,000? And that looks ridiculous to us now. It's like a joke now. But some of your parents went and bought that house for 88,000 in 1983, and that house is worth $1 million today, or half a million. So don't get I wouldn't get caught up in trying to time things. If you want to invest in Chipotle, then I would consider investing in Chipotle. Not This is not investing advice, but if you overthink it, you're gonna mess it up. That's a part of consciousness too, is knowing when to kind of tone it down and not talk yourself out of doing what you need to do. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Natasha says also Ian Dunlap from Earn Your Leisure said that the price to get an Nvidia is 107 or 112. Your thoughts? You know what? I never met Ian, but I like him. And I'll tell you that the research says that trying to predict an individual stock price is kind of a fruitless exercise. It's widely done by market analysts all the time, and the reason it's done is because people believe it's possible. It intuitively seems like you should be able to just, someone says, "Oh, the stock price is too high, or it's going to go down, or it's going to go up." It's not so easy to do. It's not. In fact, there's a whole theory around this. They won a Nobel Prize on this, called the random walk hypothesis. And the random walk hypothesis basically says that stock prices move in a random walk, like a drunk person. Like a drunk person, his walk is random. You don't know if he's going to go left or right, forward or backward. You can't really predict individual stock prices like that. And also another thing that I can tell you as a person who's just kind of gone through all the math on how a stock price is formulated, nobody really knows what the true value of Nvidia is. That's the enigma of Nvidia. The price right now of Nvidia is 122.09. That price could either be incredibly high or it can be incredibly low. You will not know probably for another 5 or 10 years. Just like right now in 2024, we could look at prices in 2016. We could look at Apple and we could say, holy crap, in 2016, what was Apple trading in 2016? Let me see here. Apple, let's look up the history of Apple stock. Let's go on a little digital field trip here. Okay, Apple stock. Okay, Apple stock price. Okay, so let's pull this up. The price of Apple right now is $219. Okay, and I've owned a substantial stake in Apple. I think I sold some of my Apple, not because I hate it, but because I wanted to do something else with my money. But anyway, so you look here and you see that Apple stock is trading for 219. Now, if I look a year to date, it's gone up by 18%. The last year it's gone up 14%. Last 5 years it's gone up 329%. So the last 5 years, so that means if you bought Apple in 2019, you could have got it for $50. And now it's trading for $219. That would have been a beautiful investment for you. If you bought Apple in, say, 2016, you could have bought it for $29.41. Now, here's what I want you to understand from a financial consciousness standpoint. Let's move up right here. Let's look at September 21st, 2018. Apple stock was trading for $54.42. Give me a yes if you can see this chart. Let me know if you can see this on the screen. Can y'all see my screen? Give me a quick yes so I can just know that this is visible for you guys. Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm trying to look at the chat. Just a minute. Okay. All right. Thank you, Claudia and Angela. I see you in there. All right. So here, if you go right here to 2018, September 21st, that price is $54.42. Now, I want you to imagine yourself living in the year 2018. It wasn't that long ago. For a lot of you, it felt like yesterday. At this point, I guarantee you that there were analysts that were looking at the price right here, because you hit what they call a local maximum. That's what they call it in mathematics. It's a local maximum that is of limited perspective. I bet you there were people who said, okay, Apple's overpriced. You need to sell Apple because Apple is too high. Now, and why would they think that? Well, I don't know. Let's see. The stock is at $55 or $55 a share. And if you went back, say 5 years, it was trading at 15. So it's thinking, oh my God, this stock went from 15 to 55. Holy crap, it's overpriced. It's time to sell. So let's say, for example, that they, did sell. So here you notice that the stock goes from 54, and then in 2019 it drops down to 38. So that makes you feel redeemed. Like, haha, I'm so smart. Look at me. I sold my Apple stock before the price went down. I'm a genius. I'm a financial genius, right? This is these are the financial geniuses that you find all over the internet. There were financial geniuses all over the internet who said, "Ha ha, I told you. I told you that you should have sold your Apple. Look at it now. Look at Apple now." Well, I call some of these geniuses don't know what they're talking about, to be honest with you. Because if you have the right perspective, you understand that the first step to true knowledge, in my opinion, is to know how little you actually know. The the first step to knowing anything, in my opinion, is that you must acknowledge that there are some things that you just don't know. You don't really know shit. You think you know everything, but you don't know shit. So I'm a professor. I have more education than 99% of all people, but I never walk into a room assuming I'm the smartest guy in the room, because the first thing I'm thinking about is how little I know, not how much I know. So here's the deal. You don't know nothing because you're looking at January 2019 like that's the be all end all. That's not the end of the story for Apple stock. In 2019, they might have thought it was an important part of the story, but no, it's a microcosm of a much bigger story. And the best was yet to come. If you look at Apple since January 2019, look at what this stock has done. Look at this stock. This sucker's up to 219. And every time it hit a local maximum, and people thought that this was it, there's no after the stock has no more left to give, it kept going up. There are 1,000 different companies I can show you that have the same sort of history. So what I want to really encourage you to do is stop trying to know the unknowable. Stop trying to know things that you can't know. You can't know what the future holds. Let me just tell you the biggest factors that impact stock prices are things like information, time, risk, various factors like that. And in fact, information, when I say the words information, time, and risk, you don't understand that my brain goes 30 years deep in each of those areas. I don't when you say time, I literally go into a trans like meditative state because I've thought about time from so many different angles and perspectives, mathematically, theoretically, philosophically, all that, right? Same thing is true with information. Information is one of the most important variables in the financial universe. That's why information is so closely guarded in financial markets. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she went to prison because she had access to information she was not supposed to have. Because information is money. Right? This is why, as I believe, as Black people, we should have as much information as possible. Same thing is true with risk. Risk is interesting because with risk is a very complex idea. You know what it means to be in a risky situation. A lot of you know that. My wife talks about in the 90s when she went to a Tupac party in Vegas and she walked in and she saw girls with mini skirts and being dragged into the VIP room and all that. And she said, I got to get out of here because I'm feeling a little risky in here. This does not feel like a safe space for me. So she wouldn't beg for her money back. It was her last $20 and the bouncer gave her $20 back, even though they have a no refund policy. So she felt the risk in the room, right? So we know what risk is. But risk is very, very deep. Risk is like the boogeyman, where you have the things that you know, the things you don't know, and then you have the things you don't know you don't know. So you have the risk that you're aware of, but then there's a universe of risk that you can't see because it has not presented itself yet. These are called black swan events. So the risk that I see in the stock market right now are the numerous infinite number of black swan events that might present themselves and suddenly become the thing to think about when it comes to stock prices. Like, for example, how many of you really thought that 2020 and 2021 would be dominated by a pandemic that would pretty much shut everything down economically? None of us thought about that in 2019, 2018. That wasn't even in our consciousness, but that was a risk factor that was always there. And just because you don't see it there doesn't mean it's not there. But also, here's the other crazy thing about risk is that just because you see it doesn't mean it's actually there. Like we watch the local news. My mother-in-law watches the local news and she thinks that everybody's getting killed. Why? Well, because she turns on the TV and there's always somebody dying. So she thinks that she walks on the porch, something bad could happen to her. But we know that that's not the case. But here's the thing, even risk that isn't real can have a real impact on asset prices. So even risk that is completely imaginary that affects, that's why they measure things like consumer confidence and the VIX, which is the fear index, fear gauge, stuff like that. They measure these things because they know that sometimes if you imagine something to be real, it becomes real, right? Which is crazy, right? So that spills the financial stuff into the areas of psychology and philosophy and therapy and everything else, right? So long story short, let's circle back. Let's summarize this. Stop trying to predict things you can't predict. If you like Chipotle as a company, why not add it to your portfolio? It's better than spending your money at the mall. That's how I kind of look at it. Even if the stock does not do great, you made the best decision you could based on the information you had at the time. And also, if you do things like dollar cost averaging, like if a person has simply invested, let's say $50 a week in Nike stock since 2016, you would be filthy freaking rich. That's it. Very basic. So market timing and predicting, it's more like a sport. It's not really something that has to be done for you to actually build wealth. So I hope that drawn out discussion was beneficial to you. And actually, let me give you guys the stock that I'm going to buy right now in case you're interested. It's actually a renewable energy stock called Next Era Energy, and the ticker symbol is NEE. Nancy, Erica, and it's priced at $70 per share. And Next Era Energy engages in the provision of renewable energy, operates through the following segments: FPL and NEER. The FPL segment involves the generation, transmission, distribution, and sale of electric energy in Florida. The NEER segment produces electricity from clean and renewable sources, including wind and solar. The company was founded in 1925 and headquartered in Juno Beach, Florida, and this is a stock that I'm going to purchase. So feel free to take a look at it. Again, not investment advice. The bulls are saying that this company's the management's long runway of capital investment opportunities support our expectation that annual earnings growth can reach the top half of management's 6 to 8% target through 2027. The company has benefited from renewable energy federal tax credits, but state renewable portfolio standards, corporate purchases, and attractive economics are also supporting renewable energy investments. So NEE is, according to bulls, they believe that this is a good investment. It's not the one that's gonna, the one stock ain't gonna get you out the hood. So make sure you're diversified. Diversification is important, but that's a stock I'm gonna look at. Not investing advice, just me sharing what I'm looking at. Okay. All right. So let me get to your questions again. All right. Claudia, Dr. Boyce, I'm in London, UK, signed up for Robinhood and Trading 212, trying to purchase shares in VOO. However, Robinhood does not support, and Trading 212 has S&P 500 ETFs. Is this the same as VOO? Yeah, yeah. There we go, Claudia. And shout out to Black London. I every time I think about Black people in London, I smile because y'all gave me so much love when I was there, and I haven't been there since 2017 to do an event. Well, actually, when I was there with my wife, I did do like kind of a pop-up event, and a lot of you came out. I appreciate that very much, and I just love y'all. I love London. I think Black Americans, we can learn a lot from what's happening in Black London because I saw a lot more stable families. I saw a lot of Black professionals that just really are doing amazing things, and I really think that you should be proud of that. So anyway, but yes, if you're investing in an S&P 500 index fund, that's very close to VOO. The $5 a day plan, which is, again, that's free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com is where you can go. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's very, very simple. And literally, if a person simply bought SPY or VOO and did that consistently and didn't sell the asset, your family will be rich in less than a generation. And also remember this, that I mentioned to you all, I used to talk about investing for your children, and that message resonated with a lot of you. I probably said it to 50 million people by now or something, but really I realized that the message could be refined in a way that allows us to be a little more selfish. So even if you're a parent who hates your kids, then this can work for you, because remember, wealth is it's an asset. It's a thing. It's this thing that can be used to achieve certain goals and to meet certain needs, similar to like a car. And so in our household right now, our biggest dilemma is we have two cars, and but we got four grown-ups in the house, or two kids who think they grown, and then me and my wife, we really are grown-ups. And all four grown-ups want to use the two cars. Well, you know what? We share cars. When one of us isn't using the car, the other one is. And wealth is the same way. When you're investing for your children, you're really not just investing for them, you're investing for yourself. But but I sat with a couple yesterday. We did a consultation, and it was a young couple. The father was 30. Well, not the father. They don't have kids yet, but the man was 33. His wife was 29. And I just, had so much fun talking to them about, the next 20 years, because I was 33 20 years ago, and I was just sharing everything I could share with him about that. And I said, you're gonna have kids, right? And they said, yeah. I said, okay. So yeah, so when you're investing now, you're investing for your kids, and time is your greatest asset. So the sooner you get started, the sooner you can build that wealth. If you give me enough time, I can make anybody into a millionaire. It's very easy to make anyone into a millionaire if they have time and consistency. Just like it's no different. It literally mathematically is no different from walking from one side of the city to the other. If you have enough time, it doesn't even matter if you're walking really slow. If you give yourself enough time, there is a certain amount of time that if you keep walking and you walk consistently in the right direction, you will have an accumulation where will have covered any distance that you can imagine. So you give me any distance, any rate of progress, and even the slowest walker on the planet, you give me enough time, I can get them to any destination. So think of wealth as a destination. If you think of wealth as, I don't know, I want to have $1 million in the bank. That's your destination. Well, if you give yourself enough time and you're very consistent in the accumulation process, then you will eventually reach that $1 million mark. So don't let anybody make you think that wealth is elusive, or that wealth only comes to the rich or whatever. They got rich because somebody made a plan and somebody executed the plan. Somebody got to the destination. And then once you accumulate that wealth, you're able to give that to the kids after you finish using it. So I told them, I said, look, this is your money. You're making the investments for you, but then your children are a part of you. So whatever benefits you is going to benefit them. On the negative side, whatever harms you is going to harm them. If you're not healed and fixed and you're doing terrible things to yourself, then chances are you're going to be doing terrible things to your children. If you're making bad choices, then those bad choices will curse your children. So make the good choices, and then you can bless the kids, and they can have this wonderful life, and then their kids will have a wonderful life. And that's how wealth kind of gets created. Another reason that people don't build wealth tends to be either they don't believe they can do it, because everyone tell the propaganda is that it's impossible unless you were born rich. They don't, or maybe that no one ever incorporates or instills either the discipline or the requirement that they build wealth. So, for example, it's very easy to build wealth. It would be really easy for me to build wealth for anybody in here if I was able to force you to do what I told you to do, right? Not that I would want to do that. I don't want to be a dictator, but if I had that power, and to use it in a good way, I would force you. I would say, no, we're going to take 10% of your check, and we're going to put this in the stock, or your stock portfolio every week, whether you like it or not. And then you're going to build wealth from that. And that's actually what's already happening to you. You already have bills you're forced to pay. If you don't pay your cell phone bill, they cut your phone off. You don't pay your car note, they come and take your car. If you don't pay your rent, then you have no place to live. So you already have forced savings in your life. The only difference, unfortunately, is that forced accumulation is going to the benefit of other people. It's not going to your benefit. But because when it comes to your benefit and your wealth, it's like optional. It's like, yeah, save if you want to, do what you want to do. And that's, I think, very harmful, because then what happens is that there's a lot of financial security and financial anxiety and economic stress that emerges, because sometimes it's hard to do stuff if nobody makes us do it. It was really hard for me to lose weight before my wife was really kind of nudging me every day and saying, "Hey, boys, let's get up and go run. Come on, boys, let's go run." Before, when I made the decision, I never did it, and that's why I kept getting fat. All right, so let me keep reading here. How can I give my 14-year-old grandson Chipotle stock? Zakia, I would buy it for myself, and then maybe you can tell your son that you're getting it for him, or and then when he gets old enough, let him get an investment account, and maybe you can buy him some shares through the account. I think that's the easiest approach. I mean, you can gift people stock and actually buy the stock certificate. I got to find a website. There used to be a website, I think it was called Gift to Stock or something, but I think it went out of business. But you could actually buy a stock certificate and have that given to somebody in your family. And if you want to do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's good maybe for illustrative purposes or to symbolic effect, things like that. But really, if your goal is just to make sure he has the benefit of owning the stock, I would just buy it for yourself and then just let him know I'm putting something aside that's going to be for you. But I would not I don't believe in giving kids a whole bunch of money. I think we've talked about that. I think the kids, unfortunately, they don't have the economic consciousness or the maturity nor the appreciation for how hard you had to work for that money. And if you ever want your money to disappear, just give it all to a kid. Um, do you have other energy ETFs like URA? Yes, I do, not Natika. I have URA, uranium. It's a uranium stock. Uranium is supposed to be in short supply. Most estimates, most experts predict that uranium is going to be a high demand asset in the near future. Sherelle, what do you think about the latest news regarding Maxion Technologies? I don't know anything about Maxion. Um, Maxion, Maxeon. I don't know the company. I haven't followed um the news, but let me see. Okay, so Maxion Solar. Oof, Lord Jesus. Ooh, Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh Lord. Oh, oof. Oh, oh. I don't like what I'm seeing with this company. Maybe this could be kind of a long shot bet, like betting on that horse that has 80 to 1 odds or something and it may hit, but there's nothing about this company that tells me this is a healthy company. The stock has dropped in the last 5 years, the stock has dropped 99.44% in the last year. In fact, the last year it's dropped 99%. Whatever that is, and I can see they're losing money hand over fist. So they're probably struggling for cash. I know that they're suffering major net losses. There's no indication recently that things are getting better for the company. So this company is probably in danger of bankruptcy. And so if you want it, and then they're based in Singapore and stuff. When you talk about foreign companies that are struggling financially, that's very risky. But then again, the stock's 18 cents. So if you're in a gambling mood, maybe you buy a few shares and just maybe if it goes from 17 cents to actually while I was talking, it went from 18 cents to 17 cents. That's how bad the stock is falling, it looks like. So maybe it goes up to $1 or something and you make a bunch of money, but I wouldn't bet my retirement on that. I wouldn't put a substantial part of my portfolio in it. I would do something stupid like for fun, like maybe buy like 100 shares, which would cost like $17 or $18. I mean, it's better than going to Applebee's or something, right? Because you never know. Maybe the stock will go up. So let's see. Let's do it together. I'm going to buy 200 shares of Maxion Technologies. It's going to cost me $35.88. So let's see how the investment goes. So if you guys want to ask me in class one day, how did your Maxion investment go? I can tell you. Now I am a shareholder. I now officially own a percentage of Maxion Technologies, but I did not buy that stock because I think it's a great company. I just bought it just for fun because sometimes even bad companies have stock price increases, or maybe they get a buyer, or maybe somebody comes along and gives them the funding they need to survive. That can move the stock price up. But this one's on life support for sure. All right, so let's see here. Sean, can you take a look at Gush for me? I've had 3.5 years. This made me a lot of money. Would you call this stock? The premium looks good. Also feels one to be married to, even if I'm not making contracts. Okay, Gush. Let's look at Gush here. Okay. That's the Direxion Daily S&P Oil and Gas. Okay, so it looks like it's okay, it provides 2x daily exposure to an equal weighted index of the largest oil and gas exploration and production companies. Okay, so maybe, who knows, maybe a stock like this is good to own if you think that there's going to be tension in the Middle East or something. It looks like it's done well in the last year. It's gone about 18%. Not much. I don't know if it's kept up with the market though. I don't know what the market's done exactly this year, or maybe it's right at the market. When I look at the options on the stock, yeah, I mean, it's not terrible for selling options. I mean, I don't hate you for it. I mean, it just means that your preference with this asset is you like a little leverage, a little extra risk. Some people like that. Some people have a high risk tolerance or risk appetite. It's like spicy food. This is a spicy stock. So, yeah, I mean, why not? It looks like it's fun to kind of mess around with. It could be considered possibly a good long-term investment, but you got to be careful. Actually, scratch that. This stock has actually gone, it says it's gone down 95% in the last 5 years, which is kind of alarming. I don't know what the story is behind all that, but I wouldn't fault you if you enjoyed owning the asset. Remember that when they have a company like this, if I say to you, like, I think that this is a bad stock, that does not mean it's a bad investment. for everybody. Because think about this, this stock has trading volume of 387,000 shares yesterday, I believe, which and let's see, I don't know how many outstanding shares their average volume is 491,000. So that means that there are hundreds of thousands of people who think this is a perfectly fine investment. So don't think that because I personally say, oh no, I wouldn't mess with that, that means that it's a stock no one would mess with. It's like dating. You know, when somebody says, I don't like that guy or I don't like that girl, it doesn't mean nobody wants them. It just means that person, it doesn't see that person as a good fit. So that's the same way with stock. So if you like it, then yeah, I don't, I think there's a lot of fun you can have with that stock, 100%. Okay, so let's keep going. Next question. Let's see. Marianne says first grandbaby is the 529 the best option. I think 529 plans are great for children, grandchildren, all that stuff. A lot of y'all are grandparents. I'm a grandparent. I can't believe it's kind of weird, right? But I take pride in it, and it's exciting to know that you have the ability to shape their lives into whatever you want it to be. You know, you've got, 50, 60 year head start on them, and their lives are just getting started. You know what's down the pike for them, if nobody prepares for them. And so I think that the ultimate sign of love is to, use some of those assets and start planting those seeds for them. If I have a 3-year-old grandchild, which I actually do, I know that I've got about 22 years or so before he really needs money and he's in a financially conscious situation. In 22 years, I can take a small amount of money and turn it into a very large amount of money. It's very easy to do. In the $5 day plan, I was explaining that if you invested simply $5 a day in the S&P 500 and you give yourself 20 years for the money to grow, that kid's going to have over $100,000. And I can tell you what, $100,000, 20 years, 25 years from now won't be what $100,000 is now, but he'll appreciate that money. That money will still matter for him. And if 100,000 ain't enough, that's fine. Just do $10 a day. Then it goes to 200,000. Or maybe you do $20, maybe, or sorry, yeah, $20 a day, which makes it into 400,000. I bet $400,000 will be a lot of money in the year 2045. And the thing about it is, what's really sad is that there are millions of kids where nobody's doing that for them. Nobody's even thinking about the future because people can't think about the future. People are not very conscious. They're not imagining what life will be like in 2040 and 2050. I think about that all the time. I always do. And a lot of people just don't think about it. And then it gets here and then your kids are in the mud just like you were. They're struggling financially. They're all stressed out. It's only going to get worse. Inflation ain't never going away. Inflation does benefit the elite and it benefits those who own assets. That's why they'll never stop inflation because with inflation, they use inflation as an indicator of a growing economy. And so when they have a strong economy, it tends to boost inflation, and inflation is typically hand in hand with a strong economy. And the problem is that it's very strange because it's like we'll see the inflation and we'll say, "Wow, the economy's really taken off." And so we got to watch the inflation, but we know inflation tends to go hand in hand with a booming economy. But then workers' wages don't keep up with the rate of inflation. So there's like a little bit of wage suppression that occurs due to the fact that the elites who decide how much inflation we're going to have and all this other stuff, they're also the ones who don't necessarily work very hard to make sure that workers' wages and incomes keeps up with inflation. They don't care. They just say, "Hey, you know what? If you don't want to take the job for $20 an hour, we'll bring in some Mexicans that'll do it at that price." That's the logic. So to me, the ultimate form of economic protection for yourself and your family is to invest in stocks and things like that, and stocks and real estate mostly, so that your wealth will keep up with the rate of inflation and will keep up with where the elites put their money. Congressmen, and I told you I don't like politicians that much because they're just a bunch of selfish bastards who do what's best for themselves. So I don't ask politicians to do what's best for me because I don't think they're going to do what's best for me unless it's already the best thing for themselves. What I do is say, okay, what are they doing? Where are they putting their money? Where are their economic interests? I'm going to get on the same boat as you because I know that you won't sink a boat that you're on, you selfish bastard. You understand? Like this idea of altruism and people just doing the right thing just because that doesn't typically happen very much in a capitalist society because I told you capitalism is a form of economic pimping. That's what it becomes in its worst form. And I just really think it's important to understand that. So anyway, let me keep going. Barbara, is having a dividend stock a better strategy for an individual 65 and older to have passive income? I think the best form of passive income is selling stock options, but dividend stocks do exist. I created a list of dividend stocks that I put together. I'm going to try to see if I can find that list for you, and I'll put it in the chat so everybody can grab it. Or also maybe what I can do is I can text it out. Get on the text list, and you get on the text list for Money in the Morning, and I'll send it out to you guys. The way you get on the text list is text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948, and I'll send that list of dividend stocks, and I'll also send you an invitation to join us for Money in the Morning, our financial consciousness training. All right, so let's see. Next question, and I'm gonna try to find that list and just put it in here too before we're done. I just have to go dig through all my stuff. All right, so let's see. Next question is not on my screen. Okay, here we go. What are your thoughts about GOVX? Okay, GOVX, GOVX, GOVX. That's GeoVax Labs. Okay, the company's had some trouble. This dropped by 93% in the last 5 years. They're losing money hand over fist. This is a company in distress. If you think that the company can survive, then maybe an investment just sort of is sort of a hope that perhaps this company will get out of whatever tough situation it's in. Pharmaceutical companies have all that jump risk I mentioned to you all, where the stock can really jump like crazy. We had a stock in class we were talking about, and the week after we talked about it, it went up an insane amount of money, and that was because it was a pharmaceutical company, and that's kind of what they do sometimes. But they can also go down by a lot of money too. So you don't want to ever assume that it's going to be one way or the other. It can be both. As long as you're ready to accept both, then that's okay. But if you get to the point where you think that market prices can only go up, then that's kind of where you're putting yourself at risk. All right, so let's see here. Next question is APLS. What are my thoughts on APLS? Let me look it up. Yeah, I remember us talking about that stock before. Applied Sciences, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay. That's let's see here. That's another company that's had some issues. The last year has gone down 60%. The analysts seem to like it. They're losing money, but they're losing less than they were losing before. I don't think it would be a terrible risk or terrible investment to make if you're into pharmaceutical stuff, based on the caveats that I mentioned before. Let me see. I'm trying to find that list of dividend stocks. I can't find it right here, so I gotta go and dig it up because I don't know where I put it. All right, so let's see. Next question is from Natika. Okay, what do you think about Samsung Electronics? I think Samsung is a great company. I like Samsung. They compete with Apple. They're good at making money. I don't see anything wrong with that organization. I think it's just in terms of solid companies. A lot of times, if you're not sure about, sort of whether an investment's worthwhile, I think just sort of looking to see if that company is just a solid company can go a long way in terms of letting you know what to do over the next 5 or 10 years. Because while it's impossible to tell you what a particular stock is going to do in the next 2 months, 3 months, or whatever, it's not hard to tell you what a particular industry is going to do over the next, say, 10, 15, 20 years. Okay. So it's very easy. Stevie Wonder can see that AI is going to be the next big thing. AI is similar to what the internet was. In the year 2000, if you go back to what people were saying back then, every single person knew that the internet was going to be the absolute economic beast of our economy. What they did not know was which companies were going to dominate, or exactly how much money would be made from the internet. So a better investment in the internet in the year 2000 would not have been to go and invest in the best companies of that industry. The best investment would have been some sort of fund that will allow you to be exposed to all the different companies that are the .coms and the internet companies and things like that. And then maybe adjusting through time. So as Facebook comes along and some of these other, and Google starts to grow, maybe dollar cost averaging is having creating a diversified portfolio of stocks that are all connected to the internet. Do you see? Like, so you spread your money out. That way you're able to still take advantage of the industry, adjust to the changes that are occurring, and be a part of it without betting all of your money on one horse. I don't think that's a good move. Now, I did find that list of dividend stocks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it here in the chat. If you guys want to take a look at it, I jokingly called it my list of dividend monsters. So when you get to the page, you're going to literally see a bunch of little monsters, little financial monsters sitting at a table because I'm just goofy like that. In case you don't know, I do have a really goofy side. Like I surprise people sometimes because they come to my YouTube channel and I love to play video games sometimes. But because I'm old and it takes a long time to learn one game, I just decided to really practice Call of Duty. So I get on there with a few of my friends who are all my age. These are my boys, and we get online. We play Call of Duty. We talk crap to each other. And if you have questions about stocks and stuff, you can come in and ask me questions. And in between me getting shot in the face on the game, I will answer questions and talk to you. So feel free to take a look at that. Marianne says that the link won't open. Can anybody click on that link and let me know if it opens? Give me a yes if the link works. I just put that link in the chat, and I can also text it out a little bit later if you have trouble getting to here. Give me a yes if you're able to see the link. Okay, Josephine says yes. Okay. Josephine, you always come through. All right, who else? Ryan. Okay, Ryan says yes. Okay, so Marianne, you may want to try a different browser. That may be the issue there. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so how do you know when to sell off a stock? I think you mentioned you sold off some of your Apple stock. Okay, so here are some of the reasons that you might sell a stock. One reason that isn't always the best reason, in my opinion, is that you know that it's going to go down because nobody knows it's going to go down. Remember, when Apple was trading at $38 a share, a lot of people sold because they thought it had hit its peak. Or actually, it was 54, and then it went down to 38. So then all those people who sold at 54 were like, "Yeah, I'm glad I sold. I made the right decision. I'm so smart." Right? No, you're not. You just think you're smart. You were smart in 2019, but you look real stupid in 2024. You're feeling stupid in 2024 because the people in 2024 are looking back at you with the benefit of time and saying, "Why would you sell Apple stock at $54 a share? Apple's now trading at 2019." So nobody can predict. I'm just telling you. I've seen all the thousands of research papers and all that. It's not. It's just not. It doesn't work. Here are the reasons why, according to financial theory, that people might sell a stock. Number one, for what they call liquidity reasons. You just need the cash. You got something, you got to pay a bill. You have to make a margin call. You have to pay taxes or something. That's when you might sell. Another reason is because you see another investment that you'd like to make. You just, for whatever reason, believe that moving your money into this other space is going to give you a better ROI. They call that the efficient use of capital. One rule of finance is that capital must be put to its best available use. It must be efficiently used. So that's another reason. You just say, hey, you know what? I have this money in Apple stock. I want to sell my Apple stock because I want to start a business with my wife, and I believe that this business is going to make me more money than my Apple stock. A third reason that you might sell stock is because you want to diversify. You just don't want all your eggs in one basket. A lot of times when you hear about athletes or people entertainers going broke, it's because they put all their money in one investment. And they made the horrible mistake of believing that because that investment did so well in the past, it's going to keep on going up. And anybody who believes that kind of thing, I just tell them, go read the story about all the hundreds of thousands of people who lost their whole retirement because they put all their money in Enron stock. When you look at the history of Enron stock price, I'm gonna see if I can find it because I think it's a great illustration in terms of not falling for that trap when it comes to the stock market. Let me see if I can find a graph that shows me Enron stock price. Okay, is there anything out here? Let's see here. Come on, show me, give me something. All right. So anyway, so with Enron stock price, it was it was one of those things where this company seemed like they couldn't lose. Like they just really came off like this company that was destined to win. And I'm looking at the chart. The chart I have in front of me is not good enough that I'm going to put up here. I really want to see the bigger picture because I want you to really kind of understand why people thought that Enron stock was going to be, this amazing investment for the rest of their lives. So basically, people had their money in Enron stock, and they would sort of just keep reinvesting all the dividends, and they would put any extra money they had into the stock. And if you ask them, like, well, why do you keep doing that? They would say, well, because it's a good stock. This company's made me so much money. I'm going to keep investing in the company that's made me money. And what they did not know, they hadn't read the thousands of research papers that say that past performance is not an indicator of future performance. In fact, if you listen to most investment advisor commercials, they will tell you that at the end of the commercial. If you listen to, when they're talking real fast, terms and conditions apply, and past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Blah blah blah. Blah. Stock market investing involves risk. Blah blah blah. Right? They do all that because they're legally required to do this. And one of the things they're legally required to let you know is that past performance does not indicate future performance. Why? Well, because everybody thinks that it does. So sometimes you sell because you just want to spread your money out. You had a good run. You bought Nvidia when it was cheap. Congratulations. But that is not a reason to double down and triple down because you're feeling this what they call the momentum effect. It does exist sometimes. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that it's not as real as you think. And for as many people that there are who will brag, and get on Twitter and say, "I look at how much money I made," there are just as many people who got economically devastated and they're not telling anybody. You don't announce to the world when you got fried financially because you made a bad move. So diversification reasons might be what every mutual fund manager does is when they have a stock that takes off and just goes to the moon, they immediately start going into protective mode. They immediately start thinking, how do I make sure that this run does not beat me up? So I'm going to take some chips off the table. I'm going to sell some shares so that this stock does not become more than, say, 5 or 6% of my total portfolio. They have rules where they have to keep less than 5% of their assets in any one investment. They can't put all their eggs in one basket. Okay. And then also just spreading out across asset classes is important. So one example was in 2021 when the market was doing really well and I was making all this money and it was great. I immediately got worried and I said, okay, let me take some money out. I took a big chunk of my portfolio out and I went and bought a house. And that's the house in Atlanta I've told you guys about. And I did that because I know real estate is a sturdier, or it's a not sturdier, but it's a solid investment because real estate is very real. It's tangible. It tends to maintain its value a little bit better. And also, I didn't know what was going to happen with the stock market, and it just turned out that the market pretty much did. It collapsed the next year. 2022, it wasn't a good year, and I was glad I made that move. But did I know exactly what was going to happen? Not really. But it's like sort of when you had a good run you immediately want to think like a quarterback. Okay, I broke away. You ever see a football game where the guy breaks away and he starts running down the field but he's holding the ball out, and so the defensive back chases him down and knocks the ball. And first thing they do when they tackle you in football is they do this. They practice like swipe, knocking the ball out of your hand, and that's because you had a good run, but you didn't think about protecting the ball. So when you start winning, when it comes to investing, you have to make sure you protect the ball. For example, I did the stormproof investing training to show you 7 different ways to protect your portfolio. Anybody who wants to take a look at that, feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com if you'd like to take a look at that. And it's yours for life. All right, so let's see. Hillcrest Energy. What do I think about Hillcrest Energy? I think energy generally, I think I'm a believer in energy because all the indicators tell me that energy is going to become more scarce. There's going to be more competition for energy acquisition. And Now Hillcrest, I don't know much about Hillcrest as a company in particular, but I can tell you what I think. HLRFT. You know what? I don't think Hillcrest is on. It's not on Robinhood, and that's the only app I have open. So yeah, so if you log in at the blackstockmarketprogram.com and you want to leave that question for me, I can go look it up on my E-Trade account, but it's not on Robinhood. So it sounds like it's a stock that's not widely traded. I don't know if it's over the counter or pink sheet or something, but that to me is an indicator that maybe that's not a great place to put money. I believe that most of your money, stock market investing wise, in my opinion, not investing advice, but in my opinion, is that NASDAQ and NYSE are good places to be, and also S&P 500 stocks tend to be the best long term. Okay, a couple more questions I'm going to bounce out. Michael Ruff, good afternoon, Doc. How do you feel about Delta Airlines stock? You know what? From what I saw, Delta, I remember seeing some reports about Delta and the airline industry. Airlines are just such a weird industry, but Delta seemed to stand out in terms of being better than the other airlines for a lot of reasons. Yeah, I think it was Delta. I believe it was Delta that was actually able to kind of make a profit, and everybody else is kind of getting their butt kicked. I like Delta as a long-term investment, and I think right now it's cheap. It's gone down by about 9% this month. So yeah, I think it's a solid business from what I've read. I know that they have a lot of analysts that are very favorable on Delta, so I'm a big fan of Delta. Do you still hold SVV? SVV. Gosh, I don't remember what it is. Oh, Savers Value Village. I think I bought it because I like the options market but no, it wasn't the options. And no, I do own it. I think I own it. I think it's in my E-Trade account. I just don't remember all the stocks that I buy because I buy a bunch every week. So, but I do believe I mentioned that one and I was buying it as I was talking about it. And it looks like it's doing well. I'm looking at it now. I know it went up today. Let me see how. Oh, 8% this week. Okay. Oh, down 12%. Oh, down. Ooh. Okay, so this one hasn't done so well this year. Okay, let me take that back. Yeah, yeah. So if I own it, a lot of times I'll buy stuff and just sit it in there and let it sit for a while. So, and remember, even when a stock doesn't do what you want it to do, remember that's better than wasting the money. At least it's storing some of your value. So even if a stock doesn't go out the way you hope it will, by investing, you at least give yourself a chance to have your money grow. If you spend your money, it doesn't grow. Dead money doesn't grow into anything. All right. So last couple questions. Okay, you're asking. The Michael's asking about Neo. So let's look at Neo. Um, I like Neo as a company. I think that it seems like they're struggling as a stock. I think Neo's very risky. That's one thing I can say about Neo. It looks like, yeah, and the whole EV market in the US is really having some trouble. So if you believe that Americans eventually are going to come around when it comes to EVs, then maybe Neo's a good place to put money because Neo will eventually emerge once the sentiment toward EVs improves. But it's very risky because the EV market is changing. China's kind of exuding their dominance over it. And a lot of Americans don't want electric vehicles, they want hybrid vehicles. But at the same time, I saw a story about robo taxis. I actually covered it on my Spotify podcast. It's called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So feel free to look that up. And I actually did a short little segment on it. Oh, everything's like 60 seconds. And basically, the robo taxis are in San Francisco and they're being used like regularly. Like you can go to San Francisco and get a robo taxi. I think that's going to be nationwide. I think eventually, nationwide, you're going to have driverless cars everywhere. The trucking industry will benefit tremendously once we get over our fear of driverless vehicles. Because even though driverless cars can have accidents, they have far fewer accidents than human drivers. Human drivers are the ones you should be scared of because they're the ones who are texting on their phones and going to sleep and, what are not paying attention. Driverless cars have so few accidents that when it does happen, it becomes national news. Like, what if it was national news every time a human had a car accident? You wouldn't have enough hours in the day to cover all the stories. So, I think that that's the wave of the future. So if you feel that way, then I think companies like Neo could be beneficial. Maybe some sort of portfolio though, with a lot of companies in that industry might be good. So, for example, on Stash, they have different areas where you can form portfolios by just buying like a few shares of some asset that they kind of pull together for you. And I think investing in the industry might be better than investing in just individual stocks. But yeah, I think EVs are going to come back. Also, just AI and all that stuff. I mean, it's all connected, right? EVs and AI. Um, you're not going. You can't put that back in the Pandora's box. It's only a matter of time. Amazon has bought what 750,000 robots, and they've replaced 100,000 jobs already. And that's going to become 200,000, 300, 400, 500,000. They're not stopping. Jeff Bezos is a technologist. Elon Musk is a technologist. Mark Zuckerberg is a technologist. These guys and their teams are on top of AI, and they're going to use AI every chance they get because all these men, every single one of these men, has been accused of workers' rights violations in one form or another. Zuckerberg has been accused of misusing people's data, mistreating workers, and all this other stuff. Elon Musk is just a big old prick. He don't even like black people. He's a apartheid South African guy and who's all up into technology and AI. He fired 75% of the workers at Twitter when he took Twitter over. And then Jeff Bezos has been accused of abusing Amazon workers, where they say that they have to work so hard they don't have time to go to the bathroom. Remember that where the truckers were saying they had to pee in a bottle and all that stuff. They don't want to deal with all that. These wealthy industrialists want to use robots and they want AI as soon as it's available, and the government is not going to stop them. If you notice, all of these people, almost all of them, I don't think Bezos was, but all these people were like brought before Congress and they had all these big hearings and nothing happened after the hearings. It was just like, okay, let's do the dog and pony show. Let's pretend like we're being tough on them. And then let's let them go do whatever they want. They didn't do anything. There was no follow-up to that. And then also what's interesting from a political standpoint is that what one political dynamic, just as a side note, that's actually happening that was really surprising to me is that Silicon Valley is actually embracing Donald Trump now, which is very surprising because before Silicon Valley was known to be very liberal and they've actually leaned right. And the reason they're leaning right is because Trump has pretty much said, I'm not really going to regulate you. I'm not going to push antitrust violations on you or anything like that. So they're going to go gangbusters. They're not going to be stopped. So the AI thing is here. I encourage you to learn it, invest in it, all this stuff, connect to it because that's not going to back up. It's only going to get stronger every year or every month, literally. And in fact, actually, I put together a list of AI stocks if you want to take a look. If you text the word stock to 87948, then you can get the list sent to you. A lot of you may already be on that list, but text the word stock to 87948. And also, as a companion to Money in the Morning, we're doing something called Money in a Minute, where every single day I send you a 90-second training on some topic related to stock options each morning to kind of help you learn it within the flow of your day. So if you're interested in that, just text the word Miami to 87948. Miami stands for Money in a Minute. So that's something that we're testing out in the Black Business School to make financial literacy more of a part of our daily flow. Like I want you thinking about this stuff every single day. That's how you become a financial expert, financial genius. All right. Last quick question. How do you feel about Boeing and Roblox? I don't like Boeing. God, Lord Jesus. They're just the problem with Boeing to me is in a normal world, let me look at Boeing stock. Okay, so Boeing stock in the last 3 months has gone down just only 2%. It's gone down 28% this year, 12% in the last year, 50% in the last 5 years. Um, all that would normally say that this stock is undervalued, possibly, that maybe the market just can't appreciate a great, airline production company. But Roblox, I'm sorry, I got Roblox in front of me. Boeing is so bad that they're almost acting like criminals right now. Like they're literally talking about prosecuting people because they're so bad at what they do. The only thing that's really kept Boeing in business to this point, in my opinion, is that they don't have anybody else that can do some of the jobs that they do. But I literally fear for those astronauts that were on a Boeing rocket ship going to the space station. I said, man, this whatever they're doing, their culture is so bad. There's something wrong with Boeing. And so, long story short, I wouldn't touch that company just because what I'm afraid of is not what they've done and what I've seen. What I'm afraid of is all the stuff I haven't seen. Like I'm really sitting here thinking I think it's like seeing a roach in your kitchen. If you see the roach in your kitchen, you know there's not one roach in your kitchen. You know that. Anybody, I don't know if anybody else had roaches in the house. If you didn't, then good for you. You were privileged. Roaches were like siblings to me. I had no fear of roaches. You just flick them off the sandwich and you keep on eating. And so if you come in the kitchen and you see one or two roaches in your kitchen, you know that ain't those are not the only two roaches, right? You kill the first two, you've got a whole family up in there somewhere that you got to find. So I feel like with Boeing, no, I feel like we've only seen two roaches in the kitchen. That's my point. So that's why I would not want to invest in Boeing stock because that information is the biggest driver of a stock price. So information is not just what you know, it's also what you don't know. And then it's also what you don't know. And so with Boeing, what we don't know is massive. What we do know is horrible. What we don't know is probably pretty massive. And what we don't know could be even worse than that. So I would not put my money there. Roblox, eh, you know, it hasn't done so well over the last 5 years, that's for sure. Um, the analysts kind of like it. I know that kids love it. Let me see. I know kids love Roblox in general, so it's kind of like this thing that looks like it's the wave of the future. It looks to me when I'm looking at the story here, that well, there's not much of a story here, so they're not telling me much. Um, I don't have much of an opinion on Roblox. I wouldn't buy it myself, but I don't see it as something that if there are many places you could put your money, I will say this: there are better places to put it than Roblox. How about that? There are so many other companies that are better industries, have better management, where there's much more certainty. But if you have a special interest in this particular industry or you have an affinity for this stock, then there's nothing wrong with owning it. I think it's really okay to just look at a company and say, I want to be in that business and just aligning with that business. It's like if you want to be a hairstylist, sure, maybe you might know that maybe the hair salons are going out of style or something like that, but you just like it. You like the industry. You want to be in it. I think that's okay to invest in something because you like it. I really do. I don't think everything has to be about the money all the time. You don't want to put your money in places where you're going to lose money. But remember, one thing about stock prices is really important. When I was explaining to you all the random walk thing, how nobody can predict what a stock price is going to do. Well, one other thing about stock prices is that the price that you see is the right price at that time. The price that you see is the right price at that time. It's like when I think about my dating life, for example, and you might go back 20 years and say, Boyce, why were you dating this other person instead of dating your wife? Well, because that was the right choice at the right time. I didn't know that I was going to be married to my wife. I didn't know who was going to be my wife. I just made the right choice, which felt right at the right time. Right. So basically, stock prices are the same way. If you ask me, do I think that Roblox is undervalued? The stock is lower. Do I think it's undervalued? I could speculate on that, but I'm speculating on nonsense. I'm speculating on something I don't know. Because remember, information is like, you could think of information flow like a door. There's like a magic door where the information comes out, and when the information arrives, all the analysts put that information into the model and they say, oh, no, this is the new stock price based on this information. But most information about that company is behind the door of time. You don't know what black swan events are going to happen with Roblox in the next few years. You can make predictions, but all the predictions are part of the information that you have access to. Do you understand? The stock price that you see, this is I hope I don't get too deep with you guys on this, but the stock price that you see is really just this mathematical culmination of all available information out there about the stock, not just information about what has happened, but all information about what is expected to happen. They sat in the earnings call. They listened to the CEO. They listened to the projections. They made the speculations based on what the industry is going to do, what little kids are going to want 20 years from now. All these other things, right? They've looked at all these things, and based on all that available information, they come up with this stock price. They call that price discovery. But again, there are some things. There's some my one of my wife's favorite singers, and she's coming to Chicago, and I want to see anybody know Olita Adams. Olita's the best singer ever. I don't know why she's not famous. Everybody at the BET Awards was twerking. They should have had Olita up there. Olita would be better for the black community. And she has this song where she says, "Everything must change," right? And she says, the young become the old, mysteries do unfold. That's the way of time. I can't sing, but Olita can sing it better. But it's a great song. I used to listen to the song over and over again. The most beautiful song I've ever heard. Well, the thing about that is that's how stock prices kind of operate. That mysteries unfold because that's the way of time, right? As time goes by, more mysteries will unfold about what the true price will be, but you will only know the true price after all the events have happened. But based on where we are right now, if you look at the price of Roblox, the price that is there in the market is the best price estimate available based on all information that has been revealed. And as new information gets revealed, you see the price adjust. Like the price of Roblox probably changes every single day. That's because new information is being impounded every day. So when you ask me, do I think the price is going to go up? Do I think it's a good investment? I don't know. All I can say is that based on all available information, the price that you see is the right price. If I tell you what I think, that is merely an opinion of my assessment of where I think things are going to go from here. That's me saying, this is what I think will probably be behind the door, but nobody will really know until somebody actually knows. So that's I know that I don't want to be too philosophical on it, but that's kind of something I want you to understand because I can tell you 99% of the people I see talk about it online, they just get it wrong. But I understand why, because I studied this stuff 30 years. So it's a different kind of perception of how things work. But I want you to just understand that really when it comes to moving forward with your investing, the biggest mistake you can make when it comes to investing in the stock market is when you don't invest at all. If you allow what you don't know and the fear of the unknown to stop you from taking action, then you are making the mistake that has been proven over time to be the wrong decision. So I would say whatever you do, just do something. Wherever you invest, invest in something. Follow the basic rules. Diversify. Start with the S&P 500 companies, the VOOs and the SPYs if you want to be safe, and just be consistent with it. And I guarantee you'll be doing far better financially over time than 99% of your relatives who are too scared to make a move. So just don't be scared. Make a move, invest, plant your seeds. Something is going to grow. I can't tell you what it's going to be, but something will grow. One thing I can tell you is that if you don't plant anything, nothing will grow. Do you get what I'm saying? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Okay. All right. So we're done for today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. This is fun. We do the portfolio power play every Tuesday. And also, if you want to sign up for Money in a Minute, that's the first Money in a Minute sequence we put together with stock options. So feel free to text the word Miami. That stands for Money in a Minute. Text Miami to 87948, or you can text Miami to 87948. The new podcast I mentioned on Spotify is Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. And also, last but not least, I want to make sure I mention to you guys, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, which is actually Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It's a really nice West End, and it's a very nice area. There's a movie theater across the street. There is a Target in the parking lot, actually, and it's just a really super cool, super nice neighborhood, and it's not far from the O'Hare Airport and the West End. We got the rooms down to $131, so the rooms are running out. So you may want to go ahead and book a room under our room rate, and it's going to be amazing. It's the largest gathering on the planet of intelligent Black people who want to specifically solve problems for the Black community in a way that breeds healthy love, healthy relationships, and healthy finances across the board for us and our children. That's what we want. That's the vision. It's very, very simple. So if that's who you are, if that's what you believe, then I encourage you to come to the convention, because the convention is just the place to be. And I'm really proud of the convention also, because we've had some people that have been there that are really doing some amazing things. D1 is transforming all of hip hop. He's been doing a great job. He's been at the convention 4 or 5 times as a performer. Killer Mike just won 2 or 3 Grammys or something, or 3 Grammys at the Grammy Awards. And he was on the BET Awards last night. I don't like the BET Awards, but I like Killer Mike. Who else? Infinity Song, who actually was at the BET Awards last night. They performed 2 or 3 times, and so it's kind of become this awesome launching pad of really successful people. And also, in addition, but it's not just the performers we have during the ball, the B1 ball, where we all get dressed up and fancy. We also have tons of learning and connecting. So it's not just a big party at all, but it feels good. It feels more like a family reunion. So we do have fun at the ball, but there's also a ton of experts in every area, from crypto to real estate, to therapy to science, to attorneys, just whatever, right? So if that's who you are, then join us at the convention. I know you're going to love it. So anyway, if you want to learn more about the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So have a good night, everybody. Good day. And I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go hang out with my wife and eat some lunch. I'm Gen X, and then there's millennials, then there's Gen Z. So you got millennials and Gen Z. And there were studies that basically sorted out investors. That was done by Bank of America, and they sorted investors based on whether you were over or under 44 years old. And on these criteria, they were able to identify some differences in terms of how younger folks invest versus, say, people above the age of 45. And I thought that it would be an interesting analysis to kind of think about this in terms of psychology, because all this is psychological. It all comes down to mindset. And as you guys know, in Money in the Morning, we basically are digging into financial psychology and the mindset of investors and what that means. Now, first thing I'm going to say before I reveal this is that it's not as if young people are investing badly, right? They just invest a little bit differently, and I also believe that the cross transfer of information across generations can be beneficial for everybody. Like, I think that younger people can teach older people a few things, and I'll mention that. And then also older people can teach young people some things. And so if you're smart, you'll listen, because your grandma knows a couple things. She's seen things that you haven't seen. Your grandfather knows things that you have not experienced yet. And so I know that listening to my grandma, who is the Panther that's behind me, I keep my grandma with me everywhere I go. She's right here. Her name is Felicia, and she's also behind my head. My grandmother, protected me from myself on more than one occasion, because when I was young, I was smart, but Sometimes we think we're smarter than we actually are. So I had a little bit of knucklehead in me. I still remember my grandmother when she had bought me some savings bonds, and that was how she knew to invest. She didn't really know anything about the stuff that we talk about. Like, we're far more advanced than previous generations in terms of our economic knowledge. All of us, everyone in here. And she had bought me these savings bonds when I was little, and they all matured. And I got this lump sum of money when I went off to college. And I had this girlfriend at the time, and her car broke down. And I remember I used some of that money to fix my girlfriend's car. And I never forget, my grandmother was so furious, and she wrote a long letter to me. This is back when people used to write letters. She didn't send an email or a text message. She wrote me a letter. That's how you know grandma was pissed. And she wrote me a long letter, and I don't know if she thought that I was out smoking crack or what, but she talked, she really was concerned about what I was doing with my money. And it was that experience that reminds me of why I think personally that as you're building this wealth, as you're making these smart decisions to prepare your family for their strong economic future, getting your kids ready, you're doing the $5 a day plan or even beyond that, and really, really preparing a wealth egg or a nest egg for your kids so they can be financially safe. I don't believe in giving all that money over to them when they turn 18. I cannot reemphasize that enough. This is not their wealth. This becomes their wealth when you decide it's their wealth. And this is family wealth. You understand? We are a team. We are a collective. Just like we're gonna give we have cars. Right now we have a couple cars in our garage, and it's a little bit tough because now we got four people in the house that are of driving age, and everybody's got an agenda. Both of the kids have to get to work, and me and my wife have stuff to do, so we're having a car issue, right? So we're trying to decide how to navigate that. Do we buy them a car? And I said, hell no, I don't want to just buy them a car and give them a car. I don't do that. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you if you've done that. I'm just saying that that's not where I come from. You earn what you get. That's it. I don't know if anybody else feels this way. But I just believe that you're better off if you earn what you get. That way you can get the pride of knowing that you did this. And also, I think that spoiling kids just never seemed to work out right. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just never it never seemed to really work out when a kid was spoiled, that they would be better off than they would have been if they hadn't been spoiled. I've just not seen that. So my position on it was no, 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 we're not buying anybody a car, but we are going to buy a car. So this is, don't tell the kids. If you meet my kids at the convention or something, don't tell them that this was the master plan. Okay, we got to, like, you know how the man be making plans for black people and they don't tell you what the plans are. Well, in this house, I'm the man and she's the woman, and so we make these little secret plans. This is the conspiracy theory that we always know there's a conspiracy. Well, in our house, there are lots of conspiracy theories. This is one of them. So if you meet the kids, don't tell them this was the plan. So anyway, here's the plan. The plan was, I told my wife, I said, go out and go to the dealership, find a car that you want to get, whatever, just whatever you want to do. I support it. Um, and so we're gonna have three cars, and then we'll be able to allow the kids to share the third car, the 10-year-old car that we don't want to use as much anymore, but we're not giving that car to anybody. That's still our car. So this, again, this is a mindset. I'm not telling you what to do, but the thinking was, look, this is not your car. This is the family car. But because we bought it, then we have a little more say in what happens with this car. So you're gonna get everything that you need, but you're not going to be able to say, get out of my car, or I'm taking my car. Because for you to say, to have a car that you say is your car, you're going to have to put some skin in the game. You're going to have to make some investments in this process in order for you to say that is my car. Because but again, that's a personal bias, right? Everybody has a bias. But I would say whatever your bias is, however you were raised, or whatever you think is best as the leader of the household, and a lot of you are either parents, or you're going to be parents, or maybe you're grandparents or something. I encourage you to think about the accumulation of any asset, whether it's a vehicle that's declining in financial value, right? Cars are depreciating assets, but they're important assets because you need them to get around. Or you're talking about the stock portfolio. That's family wealth. When you're building this wealth for your kids, that money belongs to primarily you. If you did it, if you're the one who built all this, then that should be yours. That's your empire that you're building. And then also, when you're talking about the transfer of that wealth onto the kids, you have to have discernment in terms of how you do that. Because if you do it wrong, let me just tell you, if you do it wrong, you're gonna lose it all. If you do it wrong, if you're sloppy, if you just say, "Oh, well, because you're a certain age and because you're my child, I'm gonna give you everything," that don't work out too well. And people react differently when you give them stuff. Again, that goes back to what I was telling you guys in finance. There's all these research papers written on what they call the moral hazard problem. The moral hazard problem basically says that when you get one of the dimensions of the moral hazard, it's a very complex idea, but one of the dimensions of it is that when you give people stuff, they start acting stupid. When you give people stuff, their behavior changes. I remember when that football player Antonio Brown that played for the Steelers and the Patriots and the Raiders. And I think the poor guy has CTE. That's what I think is really going on because he's the Negro. The Negro is crazy. But anyway, Antonio Brown, he was a great wide receiver. He was very disciplined. He worked really hard. He showed up to practice on time, and so because he was so good, they were going to sign him to this massive contract. And there was somebody who said something that was true, but there's not much you could do about it. But he basically said, when you give him all this money, he's going to act a fool. You're not going to be able to control him anymore. And he was actually right. When Antonio Brown got his money, his behavior no longer made any sense. Now, I personally think that brain damage thing is really big with the football players. So when I see them commit a crazy crime, like there was one guy, Kellen Winslow Jr., I think, who went to prison because he was literally sexually assaulting like old ladies, like 75, 80 years old. That just seems kind of weird. I'm not saying that any type of assault is okay. It's never okay, but it was just weird. It made me think something's got to be going on with his brain. And Aaron Hernandez, who played the same position as Kellen Winslow Jr., who definitely was confirmed to have tremendous amounts of brain damage, was just going to the club and killing people. Like, and it didn't make, and it was weird. They didn't even consider him a suspect because they were like, why would a guy who just won a Super Bowl murder somebody? That didn't make, but it turned out that he had significant mental illness that came from all those hits to the head. So anyway, with that being said, though, just circling back to moral hazard, people act differently when you give them resources and you give them money. Especially true. That's especially true when you talk about your kids. So when you're talking about how to kind of deal with your children and just sort of what way to sort of distribute the assets, I think it's important to really think it through carefully because if you don't, you're going to lose everything. There's a show I've been watching. Anybody watch the show on Netflix called The Gentleman? Anybody watch it? It's got one of my favorite actors, Giancarlo Esposito, one of the best actors out here. He played Big Brother Almighty back in School Days. I don't know if y'all remember him. Everybody, if you haven't seen School Days, like remember when Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." If you ain't watched School Days, I'm gonna have to check your black card because that movie's a classic. We know it is. But anyway, if you're young, then that's your excuse. So go watch School Days. You'll love it. So anyway, Giancarlo Esposito is in this show called The Gentleman, and it's about this it starts with this guy who inherits this massive estate and all this wealth from his father who was the duke of something or whatever, and they called him my your grace or my lord and all this other British crap. And anyway, one of the things that happened was the way the story starts is that you had the older brother. The oldest was supposed to inherit the estate, and this had been the tradition in the family for 600 years. And so all this wealth that had been accumulated over half a millennia of 5 to 600 years was all going to go to the oldest son. And the problem was that the oldest son is an idiot and a drug addict who makes terrible decisions. So the father skipped the oldest son and passed all the wealth down to his second son, who was the one that was the most responsible because he knew his second son wasn't going to mess up the family estate. And so this is what this whole show's about. It's all about money and choices and everything else. And all those things are deeply connected. And so as you're building your empire and preparing what to do with it, and managing risk. We've talked about risk management. I did that whole training with you guys called Stormproof Investing, and we talked about diversification and the use of stock options to protect your portfolio. But the biggest protector in terms of risk is just making good decisions and then making the good decision to put your wealth in the hands of people who are going to make good decisions, who are going to who are skilled at three major things. There are three major skills that make you into a wealthy person. One is the ability to acquire wealth. Two is the ability to preserve wealth. Three is the ability to grow the wealth. So really, it's simple. I would almost call it the football player analogy. And let me explain. I like analogies because it helps us understand that I'm telling you nothing new. Everything that we talk about, you already know these things. Well, if you think about it, what makes a great football team? Well, if you have the ability to get the ball, to acquire the ball, which means you got a good defense. Your defense can get fumbles and sacks and interceptions. Two, you can protect the ball. The quarterback does not fumble. They don't make mistakes. And then you can grow your score. You can get the ball down the field because you have a great offense. If you have those three things, do you understand? Tell me if you get this analogy. If you can acquire the ball, protect the ball, and get the ball down the field, then you will win Super Bowls. So to win Super Bowls in your life, in the game of economics, the very competitive game of powernomics that exists all throughout this world, the game of capitalism, then pick up those three skills and you're going to win. And then you only give the ball to people who also have those skills, right? So if I've got a child who does not preserve wealth, then why would I give all my assets to that person who's just going to be a leaky bucket, who's going to lose everything? And this is what that whole show's about. The Gentleman. There's so many shows. If you watch, there's so many shows you watch that there are really straight economic lessons. There's so many shows you watch. Every time you watch a show where money is discussed and there's a money problem, or people are doing crazy stuff because they need to get money, that's a financial lesson. There's so many different shows I could point out on Netflix right now where money pops up everywhere in these conversations. And this is where you learn it. This is your training ground. All right, so let me dig into some of this study. This is what I kind of wanted to hit on today. And by the way, if you want to copy my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for kids, we're halfway through the summer. It's not too late for you to give them something that's going to last for the rest of their life. You can go to drboycebooks.com, and there's a discount code, book club, the word book club. If you use a code book club, you can get 30% off anything in the store. So it's drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you get on the text list for Money in the Morning. If you want to join the private Zoom for free, or get a notification. A lot of you just got a notification from me. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here are a few things that are going on. Basically, a Bank of America study found that young people under the age of 44 are more likely to choose investments that differ from those that are over the age of 44. People over the age of 44 are more likely to lean on the traditional investments, top three being stocks, real estate, and then emerging markets, right? So stocks, the stock market's number one, then real estate, and then if you want to go further, maybe emerging markets, meaning like third world countries. There are funds you can invest in that will let you benefit from other countries. I made a list for you guys of funds you can invest in to make money in India, Africa. I made a list for Africa. I'll text that out to you guys again if you'd like to see it, or you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you access to that. I don't have it in front of me now. Either way, if that were the case, I'd give it to you now. That's kind of what people do over the age of 44, right? So, and it makes sense. The stock market is the number one wealth builder in America. Those who don't participate in the stock market don't tend to build very much wealth. Also, real estate is very, very powerful. Real estate is a great way to have literally a real asset, something you can actually touch, something that's very tangible. So shout out to everybody who owns real estate. I think real estate's fine. I don't personally enjoy being a landlord. I think I've talked to you guys about that. So I choose to make my money by selling stock options and all that to get my income. But still, real estate is fine. And then also emerging markets are nice because emerging markets can give you that excess return because you're investing in these small countries that may grow very, very quickly. Now, here's the thing. The truth though is that younger people, typically every generation, they do something different from what their parents did. And a lot of the decision in terms of what they choose to do is informed by their experience, right? So a person that's under the age of 45, they've grown up with a lot of technology, so they're very comfortable with technology. Younger people tend to be more comfortable with risk because they have a longer time horizon for investment, but then also they are comfortable with risk because sometimes it's because they haven't gone through certain experiences. My grandmother went through the Great Depression, so she was very, very risk averse, very risk conscious. People like Warren Buffett, they saw the effects of the Great Depression, so they're always thinking about the downside. They're thinking about what could go wrong. Whereas if you're a young person and you've only seen the market boom, you've only seen low interest rate regimes, which is what we had going all the way back to 2010, where you could just go borrow money and amazing things will happen after that, then a person like that is more likely to take on leverage and debt and kind of just gunsling a little bit, right? Because they haven't really gone through. In fact, the last 20 years, 25 years or so, you really haven't seen too many major economic calamities. You did have the decline in 07, 08, which was pretty bad for the real estate market. But for the most part, young people haven't really gone through like some sort of like significant economic hell in terms of the stock market, in terms of watching your portfolio go, just drop 60% right before your eyes. They haven't really experienced a lot of that. So a lot of times that can lead to um, different investment behavior of young people, right? And so here's what they found in the study that young people do when it comes to investing. They said that young people they tend to allocate toward real estate at the top of the list, crypto and private equity. That was what Bank of America mentioned in particular. Real estate, crypto, and private equity, as opposed to stocks being at the top of the list. Private equity might be, in some cases, just, your own business or investing in other people's businesses or some of these websites where you can put money in and they can, like I think Fundrise does that, where you're raising money for startups and stuff like that. And what's actually driving a lot of this is that also younger people tend to have a little less patience when it comes to wealth building. They sort of, especially on social media, where there's a lot of incentive or a lot of what's the word? A lot of flashiness in terms of people showing you how much money they made and how they made it quickly. It can make someone feel stupid for doing things like getting up and going to work every day, or waiting 5 or 10 or 15 years for something great to happen. Why would you wait 15 years when you can make it happen in 15 days? And so the lure of the fast money a lot of times can drive certain investments that are extremely risky. And then also they mentioned that younger people have an interest in various kinds of collectibles like watches and classic cars and stuff like that, or even sneakers. And all that's fine, right? Again, I'm not here to tell you that those things are bad. I think that what is interesting though to me is that you should know that there's something that everybody can learn from each generation, and generally speaking, things like crypto are incredibly risky, probably riskier than people can recognize. And they said that some of the reasons that younger people are more likely to deviate toward things like crypto is a lack of trust, a lack of trust in the government. You hear a lot of people talk online about how the dollar is gonna collapse and the whole economy is gonna go to shit and everybody's gonna lose everything, or the government is manipulating you in this way or that way. And I'm not saying those things aren't true. I'm not gonna say that America, I really completely agree with you that America is a country where there are conspiracy theories. There are people in the elite class that make certain decisions that affect the working class that are unfair. I've mentioned to you a few factors. For example, I think they've completely screwed a lot of people when it comes to student loans. So you have a lot of disillusioned people who say, "Wait a minute, I went into debt to go to college so I can do everything right, and here I got all this debt and I'm stuck and I'm not making the money I expected to make." Like all that's real and all that's by design. We've talked about that. But at the same time, though, I think that if this lack of trust causes you to throw the baby out with the bathwater, then that's not good for you, right? If you are just sort of like for example, if you believe that the stock market is a complete Ponzi scheme and you don't participate, well, then guess what? You're missing out on the chance to make money alongside Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, and the greatest companies on earth. And so really, I think that a balanced approach is more appropriate, where you say, yeah, they're probably doing what's best for themselves. Yeah, the elites are going to be elites. Yeah, they're probably making plans and conspiracies for them to benefit themselves. but that does not mean that I still can't participate in this economy and do well. Also, younger people tend to be more tech savvy. They're more comfortable with technology, which is why things like crypto can be appealing, as opposed to older people who don't trust crypto. I've heard older people talk about crypto like it's just fake money and it's complete garbage. And I think that that's an inappropriate approach, because typically a lot of times the people that will say things like that are people that they know a lot about investing, but they don't know a lot about crypto. You understand? Like, so they'll know a lot about stocks and real estate and business. So that gives them their credibility, but then they won't take the time to really try to understand what's really happening with crypto. Like, what is it? Like, what's really going on here? And I think that that's a little bit problematic and disingenuous. It's almost like somebody who won a Super Bowl who then tells you that tennis is crap, or a pickleball is garbage, right? So if I am a guy who won a Super Bowl, I don't know who's a guy. I'm trying to think. I can't name any Super Bowl winners right now. I don't know. Shannon Sharp. I'm Shannon Sharp, and I won a Super Bowl in football. Um, but and then pickleball comes along, and I say, well, pickleball's a stupid sport, but I know nothing about the sport. If I say pickleball will never take off, nobody likes pickleball, it's dumb. What credibility do I have to really say that? Right? If my credibility is that I won a Super Bowl, well, that's not appropriate credibility. That's not accurate in terms of that's not my area of expertise. Do you understand? So a lot of times people that criticize crypto the most, I've noticed, are people who haven't taken the time to really understand it, participate in it, invest in it. Why would you if you think it's stupid, if you think it's garbage, if you made that assessment from the very beginning? So one of the things I can say that was with crypto, in order for me to critique it, I felt like I needed to understand it. So to understand it, I read a couple books about it and did a lot of research, talked to a lot of people, looked into a lot of stuff. I'm still not an expert on it, but I know a lot more than I did. And if you were to ask me, do I think crypto is garbage? I'd say yes. And if you ask me, do I think crypto is a great investment? I would say yes. And the reason I say that is because not all crypto is created equally, and the future of crypto is very, very vague. Nobody knows what the future of crypto is going to be, because it's heavily dependent on things like regulation. It's dependent on what the economy does. If the economy were to go south, like for example, Sam Bankman-Fried. Anybody know that name? Give me a yes if you remember the name Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX. Did anybody else follow the FTX debacle? Let me know if you followed this. This is really important. Okay, so Sam Bankman-Fried became kind of the king of crypto. He was a guy that was really making what I thought were some strong, solid decisions for a while. I don't think he was just a complete loose cannon wrecking ball, or a bad person the whole time. I think he did make a mistake though, and he did break the law. But what Sam Bankman-Fried did was he came along and he kind of positioned himself in the crypto world similar to where JP Morgan was in banking years ago, where he was literally the single guy who was bailing out the entire industry. He was making these big acquisitions of these companies and doing all these things that were really garnering a lot of respect around the world and everything. And it turned out, though, that he was doing it inappropriately and illegally. He was using money that he wasn't supposed to use. He had money that he was supposed to hold, and he used that money to make investments. He borrowed out. He put his hand in the cookie jar. He borrowed money that he shouldn't have been borrowing, and that was clearly illegal and clearly wrong. Um, but let me also give you the other side of that. That's interesting. So if Bankman-Fried had done the exact same thing, and it wasn't a crypto winter, he not only would he have gotten away with it, but he would still be hailed as a hero. He would be looked at as this guy who was this financial genius. Um, what a lot of people don't know is that a lot of times timing is huge in terms of when people get caught with, various Ponzi schemes. Bernie Madoff got caught because there was a recession. And when there's a recession and an economic downturn and there's fear throughout the economy, that's when the rubber meets the road. That's when people start reaching out and saying, okay, all that money you've been holding for me? I need that money by tomorrow. And if you don't have the money, like if the money is out there somewhere, if you've got it planted somewhere in an investment where the paper value, the paper loss is extreme, then you're going to pretty much get caught with your pants down. But maybe if they had called you a month later, you would have had the money. Do you understand? Right? So what happens with a Bankman Fried or a Bernie Madoff, and this is again not to excuse their behavior. I think that it was not just criminality, but it was also criminality that was driven by excessive risk taking. It's almost like someone who says, I'm going to take a risk by breaking the law. I'm going to take a risk by using money that I shouldn't be using or making a promise that I may not be able to keep. And I'm hoping that you don't ask me the wrong question at the wrong time. Do you understand? Or maybe somebody who I don't know if your wife has a boyfriend and she brings him by the house and she's hoping that you're not home, that you don't come home at the time her boyfriend's at the house, right? So basically, because if you come home, then you're going to break down the illusion. You're going to say, wait a minute, you were cheating on me, right? Whereas if you come home an hour later, you would say, my wife is wonderful and she's perfect and she's an amazing person, right? So the thing that's really that I see with that is that crypto's future, similar to the future of a Sam Bankman-Fried, is highly dependent upon what happens with other factors that are unrelated to the quality of their ability as an investor. I don't believe at all that Sam Bankman-Fried is the only person in high finance who has done something that could be defined as illegal. One thing that does happen is that whenever there's a crash, what happens is people start going back and they start doing very detailed forensics and really looking at every little detail to see exactly what you did right. And I guarantee you that 90% of you, if somebody really put a microscope on your life and said, we're going to go through every tax return you've ever filed and verify every single thing you ever wrote off and every little thing you've ever done, they will probably find something. They will probably, there's a chance that they would find something and say, oh wait, look at this, wait, you filed a bank loan in you got a bank loan in 2017 and you said your income was 98,200 and we found out your income was only 91,400, so that that's illegal because you lied on your form, and so now we're going to prosecute and all these other things, right? So effectively, when I think about the future of crypto, I think about the Sam Bankman-Frieds in the sense that a lot of people don't even know, for example, that the investments that Bankman-Fried made with the money that he was not supposed to use. So again, I want to be 100% clear. He did break the law. He deserved, what he got, and I'm not here to defend any of that. But a lot of the investments he made with that fake money or the money he wasn't supposed to have, those investments did extremely well. Once the sky cleared and once the crypto winter ended, they had a dilemma. They said, okay, so we're claiming this guy stole people's money, but what do you do if the money is there? Like, what do you do if like, what do you do if you say, hey, you took $1 billion? That was the biggest critique, right? You stole billions of dollars from people, right? Which again he did. But what do you do if the thief puts the money back and puts an extra $100,000 in the bank account just for good measure, right? Again, I'm not saying that he didn't break the law. Again, I keep going back to that so we don't misinterpret the discussion here. But but that's what he did, right? So it's crazy. So I don't know what Bankman did or how much he took exactly. So let's say he took 1 billion, right? And then the market crashes because what he did with the money is he took the money, he invested it in stuff, and those investments all plummeted at the same time. Right? So that crypto that he bought for $1 went down to 10 cents. So then the crypto winter ends. So then they say, oh, so you took $1 billion from people because you took the billion, you made these crappy investments, the investments sank down to zero. You're a loser. You stole this money. You're a crook. So while he's on trial, the crypto winter ends. That 10 cent, asset that he bought is now $1.20, and so all the money's back and then some. And they literally got to the point where they said, to our surprise, not only are we able to give every investor all their money back, we're going to give them an 18% premium on that investment. And what I want you to kind of see with this is not just timing in finance and how important that is, but also just the value of time. If in fact, for Bankman-Fried, what he probably really wanted, if he could make 3 wishes and wish for anything on earth, one of the things he would probably wish for is just more time. Like, give me another 2 years. I promise you, it's going to work out. And time is important because Jeff Bezos, if Jeff Bezos had not been given more time, if he'd run out of time, Amazon wouldn't exist, because there were times where Amazon was deep in the red. There was times where Amazon looked like a terrible investment. Bezos tells a story about how he almost had to shut the doors on the company because he needed $1 million. He said, I had to take 60 meetings to raise the $1 million. I got $50,000 per person. and I had to give away 20% of Amazon to raise that $1 million. And now Amazon's worth, a couple $1 trillion. So all those people made an amazing ROI on their investment. But if they said, you know what, we don't believe in you, this is where financial psychology comes into play. This is where emotion and belief and perception matters. Perception becomes reality in the world of finance, because if they just said, Jeff, we were going through your history, and we found that you have a marijuana conviction from 10 years ago. So you're a felon, basically, and we don't trust you. We don't believe you. So we're not going to give you any money. Then Amazon wouldn't exist, because they wouldn't have enough faith in him to give him more time. And this is one of the things that makes it hard for Black people, especially Black men, to build businesses, is because your margin of error is very thin. I wrote a whole book about this when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, called "What If George Bush Were a Black Man?" And in this book I wrote in about 2004, was basically to kind of say that we underestimate, from an economic standpoint, how much your prior belief or your confidence in a person or an entity affects the ability of that entity to survive and to thrive. Do you understand how much perception makes a big difference in terms of the realities, in terms of outcomes? There's a whole statistical theory on this, a whole statistical area called Bayesian analytics, Bayesian statistics, which basically says that if I already have a preconceived belief about you, if I've already got a head full of stereotypes, this is why stereotypes are so dangerous. This is why whenever you hear me yelling and screaming about the way some of these poor female rappers are just dismantling the image of the Black woman around the world in a horrible way, or why it's not cool that Black men are typecast as athletes, comedians, and rappers. Well, the reason that these stereotypes are important is because if people come up to you and they already see you in a certain way, that's going to impact their belief in whether or not they should invest in you. I'm not going to invest in you if I think that you're an idiot, a thug, a criminal, or a loser. I'm not. And it's my decision to invest in you, society's decision to invest in you, that directly impacts your probability of success. So when I tell you all that 80% of Black-owned businesses fail, the reason 80% of Black-owned businesses fail is partly driven by the fact that nobody has faith in Black people. Nobody believes that Black man's going to be smart enough to do what Jeff Bezos did. If he ain't got the million, ain't nobody going to give him the million. They're going to say, oh, well, yeah, he's a Black guy. And those Black guys, all they do is make babies and rap and play basketball and whatever, right? They go to the strip club. They don't sit in the office and grind 14 hours a day to do what's necessary to make a company successful. They're loud and flashy. And if we were investing in him to go and become the next P. Diddy, we'd invest in that. But we're not going to invest in him trying to become the next Jeff Bezos, because Black guys just don't do that. So these perceptions and these stereotypes are incredibly important. And so to circle back, when we were talking about crypto a little while ago, you'll know me, I always circle back. I know I might take you around the world, but I promise I'll bring you back. The perception of crypto is incredibly important in terms of the probability of success in crypto. A lot of times when media creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt, they call that FUD. What that does is that directly reduces the value of the asset, because things exist when you want them to exist. It reminds me of how they had that Cinco de Mayo holiday, and they said that your ancestors are only alive for as long as you remember them. Or when Peter Pan was talking to Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell, they asked Tinkerbell, "Do fairies exist?" And she said, "They exist if you believe in them." So the question is crypto going to be successful, or is crypto going to fail? Well, crypto will be successful if we believe in crypto. If we all collectively believe in it, then we'll all collectively invest in it. If we all collectively invest in it, then it's going to be successful. But the question then becomes, what's going to happen? How's the public going to feel? And how are the regulators going to react to that? If the regulators come in and create laws that undermine the growth of crypto, and then create enough fear, uncertainty, and doubt that people don't want to invest in crypto, then crypto will ultimately fail. That will be a bad investment. And so one of the beliefs that I have, if you're talking about safe investing, is I don't think you should have more than 7% of your portfolio in crypto. This is not investing advice. This is just my opinion. This is my belief. But I think that if you have more than 7%, definitely more than 10% of your portfolio in crypto, you're taking an unnecessary amount of risk. And I encourage anybody, do all the alternative stuff. I mean, all these other things are a lot of fun. The private I think investing should be fun. I think investing in things that you love, it adds an extra layer of joy that comes with investing. It does not have to be boring like watching grass grow. It's not just about the money, it's about quality of life. But at the same time, don't walk past the stock market. Don't walk past the wisdom that your grandfather has just because you want to be new and cool. Just because something's new does not mean it's better. People talk about progressive and futuristic and moving forward as if it's always good. No, sometimes you move forward into a place that is worse than where you were before. Just look at integration. That was so advanced and so forward thinking and so futuristic for black people, and it only made our situation worse. It made us worse in terms of education. It made us worse in terms of economics. It made us worse in terms of family structure. So stop thinking that everything that's new is better. Sometimes new ain't better. And stop disrespecting the wisdom of your elders. Your elders know, they know some shit, and you need to listen. You need to listen. And then at least you can move forward without making the same mistake that somebody else made 60 years earlier because you don't even know your history. You have to know the history. You have to know. You got to hear the stories from your grandmother and grandfather so you can make informed choices. And so to me, because I go through this sometimes where I'll have people say, Dr. Boyce, we want you to connect more with the youth, and we want you to, and I'm like, yeah, well, I do connect with the youth. I mentor a lot of people. I have young guys I meet with every single day of the week, and I work with them, and I learn from them a lot. But damn it, you're gonna learn from me too. Like I'm not going to just, like, again, it's an interesting, it's got to be an ecosystem in terms of the relationship that older people have with the youth. It has to be an ecosystem. You learn from me and I learn from you. It cannot be just you following me, because then you're not able to express your creativity and your originality. I get that. But then it can't just be me following you, where I am 53 years old doing TikTok dances because the shit's popular. I'm not doing things because they're popular. I'm not one of your little friends. I'm not trying to be that. I'm not trying to be a 53-year-old who's acting like a 25-year-old, because that's not going to work. That's me literally discounting 30 extra years of wisdom that I've accumulated and putting that all to the side because it ain't hip and it ain't cool, and the rappers don't like it. I don't give a damn about that. We got to make each other better. We have to make each other better. So I would say, for sure, based on, if you want a conclusion from today's conversation, every young person needs to be invested. Every single young person who wants to have money, you better invest. Stop thinking that job ain't going to do it for you. That is not going to give you financial security. That's not going to put you where you want to be. You have to invest in something. You have to sacrifice for the future if you want to have a future. Secondly, when you talk about investing, there are basic rules you can follow. Diversification is really important. Never get so enamored with one investment or one stock or one thing that you end up putting everything you have into one space. You have these stories where I saw an NFL player who said he wanted to get his whole paycheck in Bitcoin, and I said, why would you do that? That's the craziest thing in the world. I'm sure it might work out for you, but even if it works out, it's still a stupid decision, because it might have not worked out, and Bitcoin could collapse, and the next thing you know, you've got this worthless amount of money that's coming into your paycheck. That's not very wise. So what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to participate, but I'm not going to dump my whole economic body into that, and what gives you the wisdom to know that that's not the right move is you want to hear those stories about people who did exactly what you're doing, who lost everything. When you're investing, you really don't want to be in a position where you're going to lose everything if something goes wrong. You want to be diversified. That's really important. And then also just being consistent and making investing part of your culture. That's how people win. That's how people succeed. So anyway, these are some thoughts that I had on this topic. I think also from an economic consciousness standpoint, another important thing that I know I did not understand when I was young, but I understand it better as I get older, is that this too shall pass. Sometimes we can get so caught up in a moment, where, like, you ever see pictures of somebody like from the 70s, where literally the dude in the picture was like the coolest, hippest guy in 1974. Like, he literally, maybe he looked like Bootsy Collins or something from I don't know, it wasn't Earth, Wind and Fire. It was the P-Funk. Like, you ever see those P-Funk dudes and how they dressed? Like, let me find a pic. I gotta find a picture. It was the craziest thing. Let me see if I can find. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Um, Let me see if I can find one. And just so you know, I love P Funk, and I also love the greatest group of all time was Earth, Wind, and Fire. Like Earth, Wind, and Fire is the greatest. I met the guy who was one of the guys from Earth, Wind, and Fire, the one that played the guitar, that had the big hair. I met him in Los Angeles, and I was going up to get his autograph, and it was kind of cool. Like he was signing all these autographs with all these people, and he saw me in the crowd, and he just stopped, and he said, brother, he said, I watch you every day. And that was kind of cool. That was like my clout moment because all the Hollywood people were like, "Who is this guy? Why is he paying attention to him?" But so I'm kind of like an acquired taste. Some people love what I do. Some people don't know who the hell I am and don't care, and I don't blame them. All right, so here's so if you look at like a picture like this, right? To me, when I see like a P-Funkish kind of picture, or I see, like the Funkadelic or whatever, or I see my dad's old pictures where he's got the big hat and the fur coat and what like stuff that looked really cool in the 70s. I really wonder, like, I wonder if they would, how they felt taking that picture, right? Like in the moment, everything that you're doing is completely lit. Everything you're doing in the moment is hip and cool, and you're the coolest guy on the block. But you look at that same picture 20 years later, it looks crazy. You look ridiculous, right? And at that point, you can only laugh at yourself. You don't take yourself nearly as seriously as you did when you took that picture. And I kind of think about that when it comes to what's trendy with investing. A lot of times I think when we're young, we get caught in a trend, and you think that that trend is going to last forever. Like you really think that what you're doing right now is going to be the best move for you forever. Like literally I'm overcommitting to the moment. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I want to kind of, and I think that overcommitment to the moment is a type of immaturity that we grow out of. And that's it's important to do that because sometimes overcommitting to the moment, for example, can cause somebody to, when someone takes their life, like a 17-year-old takes his life because his girlfriend broke up with him. That's overcommitting to the moment because he doesn't realize that he's got the rest of his life to live. And 5 years from now, he won't even care about this girl anymore. But in that moment, it seems like that moment is forever. That moment's going to last a lifetime. I feel the same way about when my mother was pregnant with me when she was 17. They told her, well, it'll be easy for you if you just terminate the pregnancy. And my mother was like, no, this baby's going to grow up. He's got a whole life ahead of him. It's going to get better. And I'm glad she had that perspective because it did. It got better. The financial challenges she had lasted about 2 more years. She married my father when I was 3. Things got better. And now my mother and I have had 50 something years of a wonderful life. I paid her house off. I'm here for her. She benefits in a million ways because I'm here. But if she had only been trapped in the moment, she would have never had any of that. The whole 50 something years of our existence together would disappear. Do you understand? So a lot of times I think that with financial consciousness, one aspect of consciousness is knowing that there's more to your life than what's in front of you. That's my point, right? There's more to life than what you're seeing right now in this particular place. There's a big gigantic world and there's a long time series such that everything that's happening, most things that are happening are eventually going to pass and it's going to become the past. So in fact, maybe a good consciousness exercise as an investor is to try to imagine the year 2030. Like try to meditate and imagine it right now. And then think about how you kind of look at the year 2030, right? It seems like it's futuristic, it's way off out there. Nobody's really talking about 2030 in the year 2024. Nobody's talking about 2035, right? But if you go out to 2030, what's interesting to me is that 2030 is to 2024 what 2024 was to 2018. Do you see? And 2018 was just yesterday. Most of you probably remember 2018 like it just happened. And so think about this. Imagine if in 2018 you'd invested to prepare for 2024. Like imagine in 2018 if you just made a series of investments in Bitcoin and different stocks, Apple, Nvidia, whatever, and you just consistently invested that money and you said I'm preparing for the year 2024. I'm going to be I'm struggling now, but I'm going to be in good shape by the year 2024. And let's say you committed to that and you were consistent and you did what you were supposed to do. Think about where you would be. You'd be in an amazing place. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the trick. This is the mind trick. It's crazy how this happens to all of us. In 2018, we weren't thinking about 2024 like that. 2024 was the future, right? And the future is always like this ambiguous place that we're never going to arrive to, but we always get there every time. Every time. I assume a lot of you are old enough to remember. Any of y'all remember when even the year 2000 seemed like it was way off in the future? like it was never going to arrive. Like Prince was singing about how he's partying like it's 1999. And and it's crazy to me. It's like, holy shit, like 2000 is a long time ago now. Like that's ancient history. Some of you in here were born maybe after the year 2000. And so time is a sneaky little bastard. It's so sneaky. And but the thing is, if you can really gain a connection to it and become very conscious of it and really feel it and flow with it and really respect it and accept it and don't waste it, that's one of your keys to wealth. I've told you all again, as a finance professor, we got to do equations and math. Everything we do is mathematical. The whole language is mathematics. When we've put together these equations that help us figure out wealth and how wealth grows, time is the number one variable in those equations. If you pour enough time into damn near anything that you're doing, you can get to whatever destination you want to get to. If I want to walk from New York to LA and I'm walking 1 inch per hour, walking incredibly slow, but I'm consistently walking from New York toward LA, if I give myself enough time, I can go from New York to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA, back to New York, back to LA. Do you understand? Time is the key. Time is the key. And where people lose wealth, in my opinion, is they waste time. You waste time. Or you give up on yourself. You say, "Oh, I'm broke right now. I'm gonna be broke forever." So then you start wasting time. And then next thing you know, you broke in 2015, you broke in 2016, you broke in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Instead of realizing that if I harness the power of time and then just pivot a little bit and do something a little bit different, and I do that little pivot, I commit to that new set of actions and I do it across enough time, then eventually I'm going to be at whatever destination I'm trying to get to. Do you understand? So don't waste time. Like time is wealth, time is power. Time gives you the keys to the universe, in my opinion. So sit back one day and just meditate and imagine the year 2030 and just say, what am I going to do with this time? And then also, time is a blessing and a gift. We're going to run out of time. We're running out of time right now. We have less time now than we had at the beginning of this conversation. What are you going to do with the rest of the time that you have? And when I say this, I really mean this. I'm serious about this to the point that it's almost like religious for me. Every year on New Year's, when I get a little bit sad about the fact that another year has gone by, it's a sadness sometimes, but a happiness too, an opportunity, but a sadness, right? You know what I do? I sit down and I budget my time for the year. I have there's 8,760 hours in a year. We're awake for about maybe 5,000 of those hours, and I will budget that time the same way you budget money. I budget time more than I budget money. My time is more valuable than my money. It's easy. And in fact, even when you get more money, it becomes more deliberate, more intentional. It becomes more apparent because there are people that I can give money to because I've got a little bit of money. But when I give you my time, oh, that means that whatever we're doing better be damn important. Do you understand? So process your time. Your time is that is your gift. That is your wealth. Use it appropriately and invest it properly, and that is what you will get you where you want to be. All right. So anyway, that's it. I hope it wasn't too preachy. I hope that you gained something from this conversation, and also I hope that your investing journey is going well. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, every single morning. We do this Money in the Morning economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you want to get notified when we meet, get on the text list. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you live out of the country, I know some of you are out of the country, you can't get on the text list if you're out of the country. So just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, guys. So thank you so much for your time. It was great to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day. And let's not waste no see it. It's really, really interesting stuff. And before I begin, I want to say hello to everybody that's here. Who is in here? Who is in the building? I see Calvin McWilliams. Good to see you, Calvin. Devira, Jermaine Trusty. I see AC Salam, Adrian Hilton, Albert Robinson, Amani from our BBS team is here. Amani is a part of our customer support team. So if you have any questions about anything going on in the Black Business School, you can talk to Amani right there in the chat. And or you can actually email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. We have the best support team ever. We take pride in loving the heck out of you and doing everything we can to make you happy. And so I know a lot of you were there with us when we were studying stock options this week in the Prime program. Those who are interested in generating income from stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. I know some of y'all own that stock called HUT. And HUT has been just on fire. And I know one of the students hit me up and said, he said, my stock is way past the strike price. What do I do? And so we talked about that. That was like the FOMO insurance. Remember, we talked about that. And this is a good time. This is what the FOMO insurance is for, in case you were ever wondering why we put that in place. So, but the stock is doing great, and you can't complain when your stocks are going up. When you're making money, I'm really happy for you. So, congratulations to everybody that's doing well this week. This is a great stock market, by the way, just as a side note. But anyway, let's dig more into some of what Dr. Anderson is talking about this week. So, as you guys know, we've been going through Dr. Anderson's book. His book is called The Black History Reader. And in this book, he is telling us all about the history that we never learned in school, all the stuff that we need to know to move forward with intelligence and integrity in terms of just sort of knowing what the next steps need to be. You know, how we can really be our best selves, how we can fight the reparations battle in the right way. You need full information because I will tell you that most of the evidence says to me that we have been lied to like crazy, that the lies are very, very deep. The lies are intergenerational. The lies are based on good old-fashioned propaganda, and I think it's extremely important for us to educate our own. And that's actually going to be one of the themes and discussions we're going to have with our many, many educational experts that we're going to have at the All Black National Convention. I hope you guys will go ahead and get your tickets and your passes and get ready for the convention. If you want to know more about the convention, it's going to be in Chicago, October 25th to the 27th, and you can learn more at allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Brother Nuri Muhammad is going to be this year's keynote. That's the guy that I chose because I just think that he is amazing. And also Lamar Tyler, the Black millionaire maker, he's agreed to come out. We've got some other great people that are coming in terms of Constance Carter, real estate expert. Just so many great people that are going to be there that can really help you enhance your life. Educational experts, relationship experts. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is going to do a healing having event for those of you that want to heal. If you want to go into a space with her, she's got a partner named Lachelle. I don't have Lachelle's last name, but Lachelle is very good at the whole Reiki. She's a Reiki healer. So as I mentioned to you all, undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of our biggest problems in the community. So we've got trauma experts that can help you heal. We've got a Fitbrit, who's a fitness expert that can help you. You know, we're going to have workout sessions in the morning. Those of you that are in the mastermind, we're going to have a private VIP session for you guys. Also, those of you that are in the Prime program, we're going to have a gathering for the Prime members. So to participate in all of that, I see some of you are asking about it. Just go to allblacknationalconvention.com, get your ticket, and also the discounted hotel rooms are going to run out very soon. So you should probably get on the website, get your discounted room. It's at the Westin, so it's very nice and classy, but not too expensive, right? So like in 2021, it was an amazing convention in Orlando. It was right after the pandemic, kind of still in the middle of it a little bit. And it was really nice, very glamorous and luxurious and beautiful. But I kind of felt like it kind of went a little too far to that end. And so when some of you reached out, I heard you, and when you said that you'd like something that's more affordable for families. So we wanted to sort of find that middle range, you know, nothing dusty, but nothing snobby, right? And so this Westin hotel is very, very nice and comfortable. And the rates, the rooms are about 130. And so, and we are well designed for kids and everything else. So we're going to cover everything: economics, real estate, crypto. We got crypto experts coming. We've got people that are experts in, again, health and education, relationships, family, all kinds of stuff, because we believe we should be learning from ourselves and from each other. So if you'd like to join us, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. Half of the tickets, almost all the tickets, I say about 60% of the tickets are sold. So you can kind of make that of that as you wish. I don't think there'll be tickets at the door. Because we're not trying to have a blowout convention. I don't want thousands of people there. I kind of want the right people there. They have the right attitude, so we can keep the right energy. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so here is where we are in Dr. Claude Anderson's book. Dr. Anderson wrote a book called The Black History Reader, and you can get a copy of this book at powernomics.com. Every black child in America, every black person in America should read this book. Every white person in America needs to read it, but they may not want to read it. But you know what? Hey, it's okay because this is Black history, the Black history reader, not the white history reader. And so, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that just because we love Black history and love Black people, give me a yes if you understand that that means I don't sit around here talking about how much I can't stand white folks. Now, I'm gonna be honest about you. I'm gonna tell you what you did because y'all stole our money. You need to cut that check expeditiously, in the words of my friend Ti, who actually bought some. I found out Ti bought some flashcards from some of our financial flashcards for his kids, which I thought was really cool of him. But anyway, yeah. So someone was asking, do we still have the business school for children? Yeah, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. It's really, really good. Kids that go through our program, they know more about finances than 90% of all adults. So feel free to go take a look. It's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can find the flashcards, workbooks. We got a lot of tools that you can use to educate your kids in economics. You guys know I'm a finance professor, a real PhD, not an honorary PhD, not a weekend PhD, like a real PhD. This is what we do. And so we got a ton of educational material. So feel free to take a look at that. But anyway, let's keep reading here. So in this book, which is the Black History Reader on page 150, Dr. Claude Anderson talks about something that's a really interesting, delicate, and really very powerful emotional issue in the community, which is the way policing is done toward black people, the way cops are trained to treat us. And my father, was a police officer for many years, so I saw all sides of that. I saw I saw officers at their best, and I saw officers at their worst. The racism is 100% real. And I was explained, a guy did explain to me that the historic job of police officers is to protect the rich from the poor and the white from the black. And so, especially back in the day, if you were black and you were in a special session special section of the city, you would be stopped just because you were there, right? All these things are very, very real. We know the history here. Now, here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says there is a pattern to this. There's a historical precedent of this, and understanding this can help us understand what's happening now. So let's read this. He says here, question 49 on page 150 of the Black History Reader. He says, why is the pattern of black men killed by white law enforcement personnel so acceptable and so entrenched in society? He says, for centuries, America has been a killing field for young black men, especially by white law enforcement. Although a long historical pattern, incidents in recent years have been troubling. In nearly every instance, courts and juries allowed those who profile, beat, or kill young black men to go unpunished. Why? Because the underclass status of blacks, which caused them to have unique historical experiences, is codified in this nation's revered founding documents. The Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights declare America a land of exceptionalism, the cradle of democracy, and a nation that values immigrants. Blacks were exceptional too. They were the nation's only non-immigrants. They were valued only as human property, entitled to be treated just like field animals. This lack of respect for a black man's life, rights, and contributions became infused into the nation's national spirit and codified into the legal and political infrastructure. America's perception of black men was framed by the U.S. Supreme Court's infamous 1857 Dred Scott decision. A black slave declared that he was free because he had visited and temporarily lived in a free state. The Supreme Court ruled, however, that, quote, a black man has no rights which a white man is bound to respect. This infamous ruling, never reversed in over 150 years, has been locked into the culture and collective American psyche and passed down from generation to generation of ethnic whites. The first lesson immigrants learn when they come to this country is that they are prized and valued over native black Americans. This prevailing attitude impacts every aspect of how our political and law enforcement systems view and treat blacks. This nation's public policies of benign neglect and political correctness further depreciated the value and rights of black Americans. Those policies were constructed to kill off the black civil rights movement of the 1960s and to make all forms of blackness invisible. The policy of benign neglect, this is where they neglect you and just kind of ignore you, and rather than say directly addressing you, just no attention, no interest, you're just there. This policy of benign neglect took the focus off of blacks and over the course of the next half century morphed into political correctness and diversity, policies that do not distinguish or aid blacks. The views of law enforcement and society in general carry the legacies of slavery, Jim Crow semi-slavery, and the Dred Scott decision. Having relinquished the few concrete gains made during the civil rights movement, blacks have slid back into a powerless underclass status. Blacks, however, should not be treated as guests in America. This nation was founded on the blood, sweat, and labor of millions of blacks who were denied their very humanity and the fruits of their labor. The newly fabricated class groups, especially immigrants, inherit unearned benefits, respect, and rights to which blacks were entitled but never received. The larger society adds further insult to injury when it participates in public dialogue that gives the false impression that all people and groups have contributed equally to the development of this nation. This is a convenient myth. The racial problems between law enforcement and black men will not abate until this nation addresses the exceptional history and achievements of black Americans. Police power is freely exercised against black men who are perceived as obsolete and powerless to do little more than march or riot. The larger society has a responsibility to resolve the long-standing dehumanization of blacks that is contained in the foundation documents and to erase the emanating legal precedents. The tension between law enforcement and blacks will never abate as long as whites own and control 98% of all the nation's wealth. 98% of all the nation's wealth, income, businesses, land, privileges, and all levels of government. The Dred Scott decision must be considered in any serious efforts to analyze the relationship between blacks and law enforcement. Calls for healing, no matter how sincere, will not correct the problem. Understanding the historical context, however, will be a better beginning point. At least both groups would understand the importance of reversing the holding of Dred Scott and the contribution of the U.S. Constitution to the problem. So, according to Dr. Anderson, it seems that he's saying that the Dred Scott decision, in which they clearly stated that a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect, that basically a white man is not expected to respect any of the rights of a black man, and that decision was never reversed. So this is the America. Welcome to America. This is the country that you live in, where we are seen as not quite animals, but not quite human, kind of in that middle space, that 3/5 of a person kind of thing. And this does come out when you talk about policing. And I do know that it is interesting that I can find a ton of black neighborhoods with nothing but white police officers, but I can't find many white neighborhoods with nothing but black police officers. Also, I can find a ton of schools that are full of black children that are run by mostly white teachers, but I can't find many schools with lots of white children that are run by mostly black teachers. So, to some extent, some of this disrespect is connected to this idea of a certain segment of society being seen as an overseer class, that their job is to basically be the parent and we're the child. They're the bus driver, we're riding the bus. They own the bus, they drive the bus, they decide where the bus is going to go, and we're just sort of sitting there because the more passengers they have on the bus, the more money that they make. So when they put your children in that school, they make money because your child's coming to school. That's why they want your child at school, not because they care about them. They want them there because they get paid based on these children. So to some extent, you kind of become like a commodity. I always make that comparison with a KFC chicken. The more chickens I have, the more chickens I can sell. So you are to some extent a commodity. Until you take control of that commodity and see the value of that commodity, then it's always going to continue to happen. So effectively, Dr. Anderson seems to believe that the abuse by police is directly connected to ownership and control of this country. And so this is one of the reasons why ownership has to be an incredibly important value that we have in the community, because if you look at police killings and everything else, and if you were to sort it out by, say, I don't know, economic status and educational status and stuff like that, you'd probably notice some variation. You'd notice that they know who they can pick on and they know who they can't mess with. And so ultimately, I think that these things are definitely connected. But it's hard to have the conversation because people think that you're being elitist by saying that we should own things and control things, and then that will make us less vulnerable. But the reality is that is 100% true. So don't let them talk you into being vulnerable. Like who do you trust? Why do you trust someone who has proven that they do not have your best interests at heart? Why would you trust those individuals to protect you and to keep you safe? I don't get that. I don't understand that. So that's what Dr. Anderson's saying. So he says basically there's a history of this kind of treatment, and this is something that is probably not going to go away anytime soon. we're going to have to change that. All right. So here is question number 50. Let's move forward to question 50. This is page 153 of the Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. The book is at powernomics.com if you want to get a copy. And also, those of you who are not on the text list where I notify you guys every Wednesday night at 8:30 when we meet and we read Dr. Anderson's books, I can send you, just text the word greatness to 87948, all one word. Text the word greatness to 87948, and you'll get a notification when we meet for class next time. All right. So he says, he talks about immigration. This is interesting. Immigration, naturalization. He says, why are the doors open? The doors of immigration open to Hispanics, but closed for Haitians? I don't know. Let's see, Dr. Anderson, what's going on here? He says the primary reasons immigrants from Haiti are treated differently than Hispanics are skin color and the country's historical role in the development of the Western world. The welcome mats for immigrants have always been based on a ranking order of skin color, ethnicity, and country of origin. Hispanics, whether in Europe or America, have always been classified as whites speaking Spanish, therefore entitled to preferential immigration into the U.S. from any country of origin. For Haitians and other persons of African descent, the welcome mat did not exist, except as slaves. So if you come over as a slave, then they're happy to have you. The bias against Haitian immigrants and refugees has a deep-seated historical element that caused great fear in whites in the U.S. For Haiti was the world's first free black nation in the entire Western Hemisphere. It's the first nation where the slaves fought back and won. When black slaves in Haiti successfully revolted against their French slaveholders, they became a free, independent nation, the first and only instance where slaves were ever able to break free and establish their own independent nation. No other black nation on earth had ever rebelled and overthrown their white colonial powers. The slave revolt in Haiti hit America hard. President George Washington and Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, who were both slave owners, supported France in its efforts to suppress the Haitian slave revolt, but to no avail. So they supported the slaveholders. These are your heroes. These are the people that you're told to look up to. I don't know why you would look up to someone who enslaved your great grandparents, but that's what we're taught to do. It is remarkable that black Haitians defeated Napoleon Bonaparte's army, which was France's most effective military force. They also defeated the military forces of England and Spain. White slaveholders in the U.S. feared slave revolts would ignite physical hostilities between white society and the millions of blacks they held as slaves, so they started getting nervous. The military success of the slaves in Haiti did have a profound effect on slavery and a lasting impact on the way the United States treats Haitians today. Slavery was legalized as an official institution in 1789 with ratification of the U.S. Constitution. 2 years later, in August 1791, Haitian slaves revolted and took control of the island. 4 months later, December 8th, 1791, frightened American slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the second constitutional amendment that granted white citizens the right to have militias and required all white males between 18 and 45 to bear arms in the case of slave revolts. How many of y'all knew that? Give me a guess if you ever heard this before anywhere. Has anybody heard that before? Did you learn that? Did they teach you that in your public school? I didn't learn it. They didn't tell me that. That's interesting, right? So according to Dr. Anderson, a lot of these Second Amendment rights are driven by this fear of black people, it sounds like. So let me read that again. This is really interesting. So 2 years later, in August 1791, Haitian slaves revolt. So let me go back. Slavery was legalized as an official institution in 1789 with the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. 2 years later, in 1791, Haitian slaves revolted and took control of the island. So we ratified slavery, we put in the Constitution, and then the Haitians revolt 2 years later. 4 months after that, in December 1791, frightened American slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the second constitutional amendment. So the Second Amendment, according to Dr. Anderson and his book, The Black History Reader, which everyone should own, get extra copies. We need to support this man because he did this for us. He's saying that the Second Amendment, all these Second Amendment rights, literally came right out of a fear of controlling black people. That is quite fascinating. So let's keep reading. So he says, so frightened slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the second constitutional amendment that granted white citizens the right to have militias and required all white males between 18 and 45 to bear arms in case of a slave revolt. So they started getting nervous. They said, oh my gosh, one day these people are going to realize that we aren't their friends. The fear of possible slave revolts was omnipresent and triggered southern states to organize militias. So they put together militias because they were so afraid that we were going to wake up. There were a few slave revolts in the U.S., but none of them succeeded. The key point in this historical recitation is that the fear generated by the successful Haitian revolt produced a hate and fear in whites toward Haitians. Haiti paid a high price for its military successes. The country was reviled, feared by all white nations of the world precisely for its successful slave revolts, and Haiti was therefore isolated and crushed into deep poverty. The difference between the treatment of Hispanics and the treatment of Haitians seeking citizenship in America reflects racism and the lasting memories of the astounding victories of the Western Hemisphere by the poor, almost defenseless dark people in the most isolated nation in the Americas. The punishment to Haiti for its military achievements and the embarrassment that it inflicted on world power superpowers is incorporated into America's enduring international policy. For instance, the 1823 Monroe Doctrine defined any intervention by external powers in the politics of the Americas as a potentially hostile act against the U.S. This prohibits Haiti from getting much foreign political aid from other countries. They cannot help themselves, and the U.S. will not allow others to help them. As recently as May 2017, the Washington Post reported that President Donald Trump's administration was treating Haitians in this country differently from other immigrants. To decide whether Haitians here in temporary protected status should be allowed to stay in the U.S., the administration has taken the unusual step of seeking data on criminal backgrounds and Haitian use of welfare benefits. Ooh, and that hits funny knowing that they just having a free for all down at the border right now, and everybody and their mama's coming over here. That's interesting. I'll tell you what was really fascinating to me was when I talked to two Latino women. One was Puerto Rican, and another one was from another country. I don't know. And somebody and I think someone had made the suggestion, yeah, Dr. Boyce, you should get your book translated into Spanish. This was years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago. And she talked to the other lady and she said, well, we need to talk to Boyce about the fact that Hispanic people are really racist. And that was, and I kind of knew it, but I kind of asked her about that. She said, yeah, she said there's a difference between white and black. And it's a myth that because they're from south of the border, that they're somehow in this alliance with black people. If you go down, when I would go, and some of you have been south of the border, but I'll tell you what my experience was. Most of the countries I went to in South America or even Central America and all that, pretty much you would see the areas where it would be all white, nothing but white people, just white people speaking Spanish. And the black people would always be like over in some other neighborhood. Like they would be on the black side of town. And if you saw a black person on the white side of town, it was usually somebody who was working for a white person. It's like a Spanish plantation, basically. That's kind of the feeling, the vibe that I got. And so maybe because we were Americans, we didn't feel it quite as much. But then again, though, I'm not good at picking up on whether or not somebody likes me or not because I don't give a shit. So basically, it's like maybe they didn't like me. Maybe they looked at me and said, that Negro, blah 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 blah. I don't care. You can think whatever you want about me. You don't like me, I don't like you either. So what? I like myself. That's enough for me. All right. So let me keep going here. All right. So here, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted wait. Let me make sure. Okay, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted immigration only by Europeans. So this is how America went from being, I want to say 30 or 40% black to being like 13% and dropping. It's dropping. It's dropping a lot because the policies. I mean, you know what's happening right now, right? We're importing all the voters so they can replace black people because black people are starting to wake up. All right. So, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted immigration only by Europeans. In the 1960s, Congress modified that law in immigration policies. It replaced skin color preferences with country of origin, rank ordered based upon the historical number of immigrants who had migrated from Europe, Asia, and Middle Eastern and African countries. Since the ancestors of black slaves were never officially classified or registered as immigrants, the immigration quota for persons from black nations like Haiti was set at less than 1%. So what they said is that we're going to base the quotas on the historical record of how many people from your country have been let into the country before. Well, before that date, they didn't let black people in. So when they set the quota, they set the quota damn near close to zero. So this really did something in terms of really watering down the population. Okay, so let's keep going here. Civil rights leaders who had started making the shift from black to minority, people of color, and other euphemisms went along with the change in immigration law from European white to country of origin. The civil rights leaders did not have the support of sophisticated think tanks and were unable to foresee the devastating impact the new immigration policies would have on native blacks. The new immigration policy gave preferences to persons from Mexico and poor Central and South American countries seeking political asylum rather than economic opportunities. Using the new immigration focus in the 1960s, the John F. Kennedy administration initially initiated and approved a Cuban refugee program, which opened the floodgates to millions of Cubans who obtained citizenship in America for political as well as economic opportunities. Nearly 100% of Cuban refugees were classified as white. Are y'all hearing that? Nearly 100% were so they were importing white people. That's what he's saying here. They weren't importing black people because you can get quite a few. There's quite a few in Africa, but they didn't want that. They needed to make sure you were outnumbered. So nearly 100% of Cuban refugees were classified as white. Only a few dark or black Cubans entered the United States. So even when they brought Cubans over, they didn't want the black Cubans, they want the white ones. Haitian refugees have been treated with extreme prejudice. Their escape boats have been intercepted, pushed back into the water, the people left to drown. Those who made it to the U.S. have been deported, incarcerated, and rejected because of the interpretation that they seek economic opportunities rather than political asylum. Until Haitian refugees are reclassified and treated in a similar manner to Hispanics, including Cubans, an ethnic group within the category of Hispanics, Haitian refugees will continue to be treated with extreme bias. The 40 million legal and illegal Hispanic immigrants who came to this country did not come to seek asylum. They came here seeking money and a better life. The basis for rejecting Haitians is historical fear, inherent racism, Haiti's abysmal poverty, its African-based culture, low education levels, and most importantly, because an increase in Haitians could increase the political and economic potential of Black Americans. The nation's doors are not now and never have been open to all who seek the American dream. So the American dream, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, it exists for people who are not Black. There is no such thing as the American dream for Black people, at least not one that's open. Now, what I'm going to say is I believe that there is an American dream available for us if we learn how to change our thinking. I don't have confidence that those who run this system are ever going to hand a Black man or Black woman a true American dream. I do not feel that way. But I do think that there is a dream available to you, but you have to understand what that dream is supposed to be. And we talk about that during our financial consciousness training that we do every single morning. You guys can come in if you haven't been. I think you're going to like it. And the goal is really to say, okay, what does it mean to be free, and how do we really get there? What does freedom look like? What does economic freedom look like? And how does that unlock all the other kinds of freedom that exist? And I argue that freedom definitely starts with your mind. And once it starts in your mind, it translates into your actions, because a free mind takes action on the things that are going to create that liberation. And then the money, the economic freedom, see, the economic freedom just becomes a consequence of the fact that you freed your mind and you freed your body and your actions. So you're taking actions of a free person, which means that you're going to end up feeling freer in every single way. So freedom to me means, at the very least, releasing all the burdens of everything that was taught to us that isn't getting us to where we want to get to. For example, freedom when it comes to health, mental and physical health, might mean really assessing and critically analyzing everything that you've taught to think about yourself, all of the trauma, undiagnosed, untreated trauma that you carry on your back that's weighing you down and keeping you from being your best self, ruining your relationships, etc. It might mean looking at the food that we're told to eat, and the fact that they market crappy food in our neighborhoods the most because they believe that we're the least conscious about what we're eating. Because if you're in struggle mode, you don't have time to worry about if you're eating vegetables or a cheeseburger, right? And maybe freedom also looks like just consistent across the board financial literacy training for every single one of our kids. If all of our children are consistently taught economics, we can do better than everyone else. We can be better than everyone else. We can beat the hell out of everybody else. I don't think that it's a matter of trying to catch up. All these gaps, like we want equality and closing these racial wealth gaps and all that. I don't want to close no gap. I want to kick your ass. I want to win. I don't want to tie for fifth place. I want to get first place. I believe our kids can get first place. And I know for a fact, we know for a fact that when our kids focus on anything that they do, they always dominate. That's what our people, whenever we just dig into, so we get into tennis, we're taking over tennis. We go start playing golf, we take over golf, right? Whatever it is, whatever we put our mind to, we can take that over. So why not take over the game of economics? We already agree that money matters. We already know how important money is. So if money matters and money's important, then why are you wasting your time on so many things that don't matter? Why are we wasting our kids' time on so many things that are unimportant when we're neglecting the things that are important? So this to me, these are consciousness questions that you want to ask yourself, so you really know how to confront this nonsense. Look, what Dr. Anderson has explained to us in these two chapters, which is very depressing, is that they just don't like you. They never liked you. They want to shoot your son because there's a history to that. It's like, yeah, he's black. We gonna make sure that we gonna make sure our fofo gonna make sure all his kids don't grow. That's the mindset. They don't want to see your son grow old. They don't want to see you living a safe, healthy, happy life. And if something tragic happens to you, no one's gonna really care unless you care about yourself. And then also he's saying that historically, and I've known this actually, but I'm glad he articulated it so well. When you talk about immigration policy has never been to the benefit of black people. So the idea that we are taught to support just anything that they want to do in terms of immigration is incredibly flawed thinking. It is incredibly flawed thinking. We can't sit here and just say, "Oh yeah, well that if so and so, if our favorite politician says it's okay, or if so-called black leaders, which really are Negro managers, if the Negro managers say it's okay, then we're going to go along with it." No, I'm not going along with anything Al Sharpton says because I know he's getting paid. I know that man's making money from this. I'm not saying you can't be a Democrat or Republican. You can do whatever you want, but I'm saying most of the so-called black leaders are not they're not really thinking about you first. They're thinking about themselves first, and then they're thinking about their bosses first. They're thinking about who's paying the bills first. Okay, so ultimately this is the dilemma we face. The good news is that we have smart people in our community. We have lots and lots of scholars, thinkers, teachers, activists, parents, bricklayers, carpenters, business people, experts in all categories that can help us solve these issues. And I don't think you have to solve all the world's problems at once. Sure, it would be nice if we had $100 billion to work with, but you start with what you've got and you make the most of what you have. You preserve those resources and target them in the right way. One of the biggest resources you have is your mind and your time, right? And then if you're focused and you spend your time and your mind is focused on the problems that matter, and everybody's sort of chipping in and fixing something, whatever that looks like, then guess what? You get positive outcomes from that. Good things can occur. So let me you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read one more section from Dr. Anderson's book. And by the way, I know some of you were asking about, we did that session this week on how to invest in the stock market. I know some of you could not make it, but Amani is in the chat. If you want to get the recording or you want to join the Black Stock Market Program, I think Amani, if can you get the code if somebody wants to join at that 82% discount for everybody that's in the book club? If you want to still get that discount, you can. It's 82% off now and forever, right? So the monthly fee for my stock market program is $89. I think it drops is like 16 bucks. And the code, I think it expired yesterday, but we can extend it for another day. So just talk to Amani in the chat and she can take care of you. Or you can also email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you out. And then another thing too is that if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards or workbooks for children or anything, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and use the code word book club, and that'll take 30% off anything in the store. So use the code word book club, all one word, drboycebooks.com. All right. So what Dr. Anderson asks here on page 156 of the Black History Reader is question 51. Is America now or has it ever been a colorblind society? That's a trick question. He says, America is not a colorblind society, nor has it ever been. It has always been color conscious and color specific, even before it existed as a formal entity. High minded talks about color blindedness and individual merit maintains the racial status quo and reinforces the historical pattern of race based exclusion. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. mistakenly thought the Constitution was colorblind, when in fact it was very color specific. The drafters knew they were consigning blacks to be property, equal to field animals. They intentionally denied blacks the fruits of their labor, education, votes, and personal movement. So when King and the civil rights movement pushed for a colorblind society, it was lofty rhetoric that they could not have imagined how those words would be used against their cause. Conservative social forces captured the concept of colorblind equality, watch this now, and perverted the meaning to take color out of race. This well meaning but unwise rhetorical phrase gave whites a tool to destroy corrective efforts for blacks. You know how they always say we don't want to discriminate, so that's why we're not going to pay you reparations because that will be racist, right? That's what he's talking about. The color-specific articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution were designed to be the nation's first affirmative action plan for the specific purpose of enriching, empowering, and valuing white skin by distributing to them nearly 100% of the nation's wealth, land, and privileges. The second purpose of the founding documents was to control, exploit, and subordinate all who did not possess white skin. As the nation's need for free labor and later cheap labor increased, a ranking order of skin color preference emerged and institutionalized itself in the social fabric of the society and its immigration policies. The intentional allocation of everything of value into the hands of whites created racial inequality, which was used to justify separating whites from blacks in all things. Colorblind rhetoric allowed whites implausible deniability for responsibility for the socioeconomic conditions of Black America. Skin color was at the heart of the 1896 case of Homer A. Plessy, a light-skinned black man who believed he had the right to sit in the white section of a rail car, but was ordered to move to the black section. Plessy's response was to file a major lawsuit, Plessy versus Ferguson, a case that eventually worked its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The responsibility of the Supreme Court is to uphold the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, it has always functioned as the guardian of the racial status quo in America. The court carried out its charge and ruled against Plessy, saying he lacked the required skin color qualifications to sit in the privileged and best seats on the train. This Supreme Court decision further institutionalized racism and legally marked the beginning of Jim Crow segregation laws. Justice John Marshall Harlan, the only dissenter, he's the dissenter now, maybe he's an ally. Maybe some of them are out there. I don't know. The only dissenter wrote the minority position in the court's ruling. He argued that the U.S. Constitution ought to be colorblind based upon the 13th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution. That was the first use of the term colorblind in the law. Justice Harlan was ignored, and mainstream society was racially segregated by law for another 50 years. Affirmative action skin color preferences and privileges were maintained for whites. During that time period, those with white skin continued to own and have access to the best communities, schools, food, housing, medical services, clothing, employment opportunities, and control of the government. With the Black Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s came a demand from Black citizens for whites to share and redistribute some of their ill-gotten privileges, preferences, and resources. Blacks wanted an affirmative action plan to restore the damages done to Black people. Like Justice Harlan, they wanted a colorblind society that did not consciously exclude and abuse Blacks based on skin color. Instead, they wanted whites to recognize Black skin in a positive way and redistribute resources to them based upon a skin color preference. Conservatives were not to be outsmarted. They went back to the original social construct of the founding documents and flipped the script on Blacks. Whites began to champion the words of Dr. King's dream of Blacks being, quote, judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin, end quote. Anybody remember that quote? Anybody remember that? Judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. Conservatives pretended that society was already colorblind and that it would be a travesty to show preference to Black skin. Some Blacks mounted a weak dissent, but as a group, they were outmaneuvered. Policy and laws therefore remained very color conscious in favor of whites and color blind toward Black Americans. The concept of colorblind makes Blacks invisible and unnecessary. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm depressed. If I smoked weed, I'd probably be like lighting one up right now. I just don't smoke. So I think I'm gonna go watch Netflix with my wife. It's like the more you know, the angrier you get. But thanks to Dr. Anderson. He's my hero, man, because he's the guy that has dissected all this for us. He's breaking it down. He's helping you understand where this is coming from. Okay, this makes sense now. These court cases and putting it into context. I heard about Plessy versus Ferguson and all that, but I didn't know how it connected to this. Right? What he's doing is he's building, he's using history to create those building blocks to build the world that you live in. The world that you live in was built by history. So when you understand the building blocks and the DNA of the institution within which you stand, then you understand that institution much better than you would otherwise. If you just dropped in the middle of it, your consciousness is very flat. You don't understand why things are the way they are, how they got to be this way, how white people got all the wealth. And the people will lie all day and just make you believe that they got everything because they were smarter than us, they were harder working, they didn't do bad things, they didn't break the law. And we know none of that is true. And obviously, reparations is an appropriate solution to this issue. It's a very important political issue that I'm certainly committed to. But I also think that there are other methods through which we can actually achieve what we're looking for. And I think really figuring out what you're looking for is really what's important. And so I encourage you to go back to the basics, go back to the basics of what it means for you and your people that you love, you and your people, you and yours, to have a good life. What does that look like? We talk about how being black can be so hard and just what the challenges are. And yes, the challenges are real. We know that they're hard. But what does it look like for a black man or black woman to have a quality life? And so if you want to know what the central focus of the All Black National Convention is for this year, our theme, in fact, is that you are your own black leader. That basically the black leadership is not some guy on TV. It's not some super Negro who's standing up in front of everybody in the pulpit. It's not some politician. You are your own black leader. You are the person that can lead yourself and the people you love to the life that you expect to have. And I would focus on those three key areas: health, wealth, and relationships. What does it mean to be physically and mentally healthy as a black person? Well, it means healing. It means thinking about what you eat. Maybe it means basic things like exercising. That's why I talked to you guys about the exercise I did that morning, hoping that maybe I can inspire you a little bit. And then you think about wealth. Well, what is wealth really? What is financial security really? What does that really mean? Well, at the very least, it means that money is no longer an obstacle for you to do the things you need to do to have a quality life. Like money is not going to block that from happening, right? What else does it mean? Well, it also means that a financial surprise or financial shock isn't going to throw you off because you're prepared for that. It also might mean that no one can control you. They can't invade your territory and use economic warfare to control you. The reason they wanted all of the student loan payments to start coming out again is because they said we got to force people to come to work. If they're under a lot of debt and they have to pay the student loans, then they got to come to work. They said stop sending them money, stop giving them money so that they'll have to come to work, right? So economic warfare to me means that somebody is using economic power over you to control your behavior. If I can get you intergenerationally out of that curse right there, then you're doing an amazing feat for your children and grandchildren and for yourself. You're really opening the floodgates of possibility in your life. And then that last area, besides health and wealth, there's relationships. What does that mean for a black man and a black woman to have a great relationship where they can build together? What does that mean for two black men to resolve a conflict without wanting to beat each other up? What does that mean for black women to put crowns on each other's heads as opposed to trying to chop each other's heads off because they have jealousy and envy and all these other unresolved issues that might exist? What does that mean for us to work together in a business and to be able to get along well enough to accomplish something amazing? What does that look like? Do you understand? So all these are the problems that we're solving. This space is a sacred think tank. This is a space where We're sitting here and we're talking together and we're saying, okay, how do we solve this problem? What's the solution? How do we make this right? And so I think that through that kind of effort, we can give ourselves a propulsion system that will be far stronger than any reparations check ever would be. I'm not saying that I don't support it. I want reparations as much as a lot of you do. I'm in 100% agreement that we deserve reparations. I would fight for that all day, but I just don't have faith in those people. I don't have faith in them to do the right thing. I don't have faith in politicians. I don't have faith in. I don't have faith. I don't have faith in half of our community. So to be honest with you, I mean, I just don't. I don't. Some of the stuff that's happening is so crazy. It's ridiculous, but I do have a lot of faith in you. I do. I have a lot of faith in us. I have a lot of faith in me. I have a lot of faith in my wife. I have a lot of faith in Lavana Hawkins, right? I see you in the chat, right? I have a lot of faith in you because and I really believe that you are the superhero that you're waiting for. Like you really are. And so I encourage you, keep doing the work, keep learning, keep thinking, keep processing, keep working on the little things like what it means to be a good and productive person that gets up and does their best every day, that does a little bit better today than you did yesterday, that spreads goodness through the world, that spends their life trying to elevate the condition of those around them, being a blessing to others. I know it probably sounds corny and almost stereotypical for me to say this, or what's the word? Cliche, like to be a blessing to others. It probably sounds goofy to some people, but no, that's really true. If I go into every situation and I say, my goal is to be a blessing to the people that I care about, then that makes me a better man than I would be if I say my goal is to take something from people that I care about. Do you understand? So be a blessing to yourself, be a blessing to others. Let's keep on doing the work. And I truly believe that that is the solution. That's the blessing. That's the gift that God put on the table, and we just got to open the damn thing. So that's it, guys. I hope that this was helpful for you, this discussion. If you want to get on the text list and get notified when we meet next week for our Powernomics training, we do this every Wednesday night at 8:30. You can text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. Also, if you want to know about the All Black National Convention, it's going to be Chicago, Illinois, October 25th through the 27th. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. We're going to have all kinds of experts and panels on everything from education to family to stock market investing, real estate investing, how to buy land in Africa. Someone's gonna do a session on that. We got experts in everything. It's an amazing space. It's the largest gathering of intelligent Black people in history anywhere ever. And also it is completely independent. So this is no corporate sponsorship. This is not Black leadership brought to you by McDonald's. This is not brought to you by the Democrat or the Republican parties. This is something that we're funding ourselves and we've created ourselves, and it's damn good. And the solutions are proper and powerful, and they get things done. So have a good day, everybody. I'll see you soon. And welcome. So good to see you. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning, aka Financial Consciousness Training, aka Economic Elevation. This is where I teach you the art of economic elevation every day by encouraging you to become financially conscious, because a lot of people want money, but they don't understand how to get it. They don't understand how money works. They don't understand what it means to be aware of money. And like I always say, if you can't see the money, you'll never be the money. So I want you to have the money. And so that's what we talk about every morning. So just a reminder, in case you're new, this is what we do. And the goal is to do this every single day, 7 days a week, because we are forming habits. Habit formation is a critically important part of any wealth building process. If you have the right habits, then you can win. And I really just want us to win. So, good morning, AC Salam. I see you in there. Who else is in here? I see Mandla and Kosi. Akila, good morning. James Keller, good morning. Al Ree, April Austin, I see you. Esther Matthews, Chris, Kamisha, Alice Jackson, Jay Kelly, Jackie, Frederick, Sharonda Bay, good to see you. Larry Graham, Khaleesi, Game of Thrones. I watched House of the Dragon last night, which is a Game of Thrones show, which is really, really good. So let me know, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me okay. I'll make sure my audio is good. I wanted to jump us right into the conversation today because I saw, in case you guys don't know, again, some people are new. So if it seems like I'm repetitive, it's because I'm deliberately repetitive, number one, because that's how you form new habits. But then also,
I can be repetitive because sometimes people come in and for the first time and they haven't seen all the amazing stuff that we've all been doing together for the last 10 years. Some of y'all been hanging out with me for 15 years or so. I have to kind of re-up sometimes. So I hope that's okay. But then also what I found is that repetition is one of the keys to success. Well, repetition is kind of the way you really change culture. A lot of the things that we are trained to do, the things that we're trained to believe, whether it's about money or life or anything else, comes from just repetition. That's it. And and so ultimately, when you're talking about who you are and how your brain is made up, I really want you to become aware of the subconscious mind. My wife is a therapist. She's an expert on the subconscious mind. And so talking to her really helped me understand that the biggest challenge that we have as Black people when it comes to wealth is related to the programming of our subconscious mind. Our mind has been programmed to see the world in a certain way and to see money in a certain way. And so you have to change the way you see money. If you don't if you don't change the way you see money, then you are going to pretty much get whatever they want you to have. You're going to get whatever the people before you had, your parents, your grandparents, stuff like that. You're going to take the generational curses and embrace them, as opposed to deciding conscious discernment of which of these generational traditions that you're going to hold on to and which ones you're just going to throw out with the garbage, because some of the stuff is garbage and I don't want you inheriting garbage, nor do I want you passing financial STDs down to your children. If you don't know what a financial STD is, it's all in my book, Financial Lovemaking, actually. If you go to drboycebooks.com, the book is there. I wrote this book when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I wrote Financial Lovemaking because I was really fascinated when I was on the faculty there by how many people ruin their lives when it comes to money. Just how many bad decisions are made when it comes to money, how many bad outcomes in relationships happen because of money. How many times I remember one time, I was about 31 years old, and I saw this guy he was a white dude, and he went to college with me, but I didn't know him in college. We went to the same school, we were in the same business school at the same time, but we did not know each other. And so I saw him, though. It was kind of cool. Like, you see somebody that's an alum of the same school that you went to, and you're like, hey, how you been? How's your life? How you doing? And I'll never forget. This guy was, oh gosh, I had something in my teeth. Sorry. This guy was so depressed. I never forget how sad he was. And I was sad by seeing how sad he was, and I said, so it's he said, man, things haven't gone well. And I was like, really? Okay. So what's going on? And he proceeded to tell me that he just got a divorce. And he said that, he kind of lost everything in the divorce. And he was devastated. He was depressed. Like, I really, when I think about this guy, I talked to him. It was over 20 years ago when I talked to him, but he almost sounded like suicidal. Like, he was that sad. And a lot of people don't talk about that. A lot of people don't talk about how just traumatized, people can be when, if you're married or something and your spouse decides that they want to put you out, or you can't live with your kids anymore, it kind of takes away your sense of purpose. And a lot of times when a person loses their sense of purpose or their reason for being, then part of you is just kind of dead. It's very easy to get to the point where you just say, look, I might as well just go ahead and end it, right? And I don't want to see that happen to anybody, right? I think that that's really sad to see. And so anyway, so let me finish this discussion here on this point. So the poor guy, is telling me about what happened to him and how bad the divorce was and how he felt like he got taken to the cleaners in the divorce and stuff like that. And as I was listening to him, I remember kind of thinking about the fact that that he seemed to have sort of made a really interesting, I'm not going to say an error in his relationship. I'm going to say he made a common decision that a lot of people make, where they come in and they have this belief that relationships are solely based on this thing called love. Decision that all you have, that if you got love, all the love is all you need. And I'm not going to say that love is not important, but I kind of feel like love is nice, but love is a little bit better when love is accompanied by this thing called common sense. And typically those two do not go hand in hand. Typically when love is in the building, common sense goes out the window. And because there's something weird that happens. And I was so fascinated with relationships and love and how people act so crazy when they fall in love. Give me a yes. Who's ever been crazy in love or ever looked back and didn't understand what you did or why, or look back and said, what was I thinking? Like, why did I trust that person? Or why did I let that person have the keys to my car? And, why, what was going on? And so I was going through that myself. I was 20, about maybe late 20s. I started to think back on that and say, gosh, why does love turn me into a crackhead? Like, what is going on here? Like, why do my personality changes? This is nuts. And so long story short, here's what, I concluded is that basically love is it's God's little trick, honestly, where your brain gets filled up with all these really powerful hormones and chemicals that cause you to the dopamine rush is so strong that you just aren't rational. You're not logical. You're just literally, it's literally like somebody injecting a drug in your veins every single day for at least the first 6 to 9 months, and sometimes longer. The first 6 months is really powerful. I remember a specific chemical called phenylethylamine. Phenylethylamine. I haven't seen it in too many other contexts, but I think it's related to dopamine. I got to go really do some research on it. And literally, they just said that you're just not rational. You're not logical. They even said, if you end a relationship and then you start another one and then you say, oh, we should get married because, we love you. They said, don't do that because you're just reacting because the first kiss was so great or the sex is good or you're just excited about this new person and you're going to make a bad decision. So long story short, when you talk about this mix between love and money, it becomes a very dangerous mix, almost like mixing prescription drugs and alcohol. When you're mixing the two, you got to do it really carefully. And because if you do it wrong, it can be really bad. So in light of maybe in honor of that poor guy who was financially devastated after his divorce, I thought that I would share something else that I saw this morning that got me thinking. So I put this, and I put the post up on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I need y'all to follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance because I had a big Instagram page with 600,000 people, and Mark Zuckerberg's people just decided to take it down. I have no idea. It made me sad, but that's life. You just rebuild and you keep on moving. But in case you're wondering where I'm at on Instagram, it's Dr. Boyce Finance. And to prepare for next time they take me down, which it's going to happen. It always does. I have another backup page called Dr. Boyce Money. So if you go to Dr. Boyce Money and Dr. Boyce Finance, you can follow me there. And on this post, there's basically a guy kind of warning other men. He says, newsflash, you'll never be the man in a house that is owned by a woman. You're just there for the bills. And in the post, which again, it's on my Instagram, it pictures this guy. He's sitting there. For some reason, he has no shirt on, and he has his suitcases next to him, and he's sitting outside with no shirt, looking sad and reflective, like something happened, and he got put out or something, and he's sad and devastated about his relationship. And so I thought about this and I said, okay, so this to me is, and I don't like stuff that contributes to what I call the gender wars. The gender wars are pretty intense right now in some segments of the community. You have a lot of hurt people that hurt people by saying hurtful things about other people. So you got men who just complain. They get on the internet and they complain about women all day. And then you got women who complain about men all day. And I'm not a person that believes you solve a problem by complaining about it. Again, remember, I'm a mathematician, and I've never run into a mathematics problem that you ever solve by complaining or whining about it or getting angry at the chalkboard because the problem was too hard. I just come from a space where you solve the problem, right? So I don't understand the complaining culture, but so I say that we embrace the problem-solving culture. So here's what I'm saying. I'm going to break this down. This is our financial consciousness exercise for today. So there's the one side where the guy's saying, if you're there just paying the bills and she owns the house, you're not the man of the house. You're just there to pay the bills. Okay, I hear that, right? You feel like you're an accessory. You're not really getting much benefit from your contribution. Okay, that's fine. But then the other side of that I've seen is examples where a woman was in a relationship with a man for a very long time, made significant contributions to the man, and did not get financial benefit from that, did not get ownership or control of anything during that time. I remember when I was a kid, I had a friend whose mother wanted to take her own life, and because and she was one of those interesting. I used to be really fascinated when I would go visit my white friends because their parents would just they were so open about stuff. They would just tell you stuff that you don't tell kids. That in my house, my parents didn't tell me grown folks' business. They just didn't do that. But this lady she told us all her business. And I was like 16 or 17 thinking, I don't really need to know all the problems of a 38-year-old. Who does that? But maybe that's just me. Maybe that was just my family. That, like my parents, they never argued in front of us or anything, right? And I'm glad that they didn't, because I didn't want to hear about the problems of 35 and 40-year-olds when I was a teenager. So just keep that in mind. Some of y'all be fighting in front of the kids and all that. Don't do that. It's hard enough to be a kid. But this lady would tell me all her business. And one thing that I remember her telling me was that her husband, she met her husband in college. He was going to be a dentist. And because he was going to be a dentist, she felt like that was the reason why she didn't have to finish school. This is back in the day where you went to college just to get a man, right? Or some women did, not all women. A lot of black women didn't do that, but a lot, that happens, right? So she marries this guy, and they live happily ever after for about 22 years. And they live the exact life she thought they were going to live. They get a big house. They live in the nice suburb. They have boats, and they take trips, and they live in the fine life. But then when they get in their 40s, I guess he got restless, and he starts to have an affair with his 23-year-old assistant secretary or something. And eventually he leaves with this lady and decides he wants to be with the young girl. And so he trades in the 40 for 220s, I guess. I don't know. And anyway, so eventually what happens is that she says, I was stuck. I was paying, or he was paying all these bills. Our kids were in private school. The mortgage was sky high. She said my resume was dusty because I hadn't worked in 20 years. I didn't know how to make money. And so she said that she was so devastated that that's what led her to feel like she had to take her own life. And that story never left me. It always stuck with me. And it was my first introduction to how various financial and career decisions can really put us in a tough spot. And it's not so much that she made a bad choice. Because in my view, she made the choice to trust the person she loved. I don't think that's a terrible choice. I don't think that makes you a stupid person. I don't think that that's bad. I just think that sometimes things change, right? And in finance, and actually, before I move on, I want to ask everybody, can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me, because I see a couple of you are mentioning audio challenges. Are y'all able to hear me? Okay, I see a lot of yeses. James, Ferran, Gabe. Okay, all right. So thank you for saying that. Yeah, for those who can't hear as well as you'd like, maybe hit the reset button or turn your volume up or reboot or something like that, or maybe it's your Wi-Fi. I apologize. I wish I could come in your living room and talk to you directly, but I can't. So I just want to double check that. Okay, so in finance, they have this whole theory, this whole area, this whole field of research that some academics dedicate their lives to, called optimal contracting. And optimal contracting is related to another area called moral hazard. And basically what moral hazard represents, some of you have heard me talk about this. If you've been hanging out with me long enough, you've heard it, but it's okay. It's okay to rehash old concepts sometimes so we can really understand them. A moral hazard basically is the risk that things are going to change. That's it. It's the risk that the shift in your power dynamic is going to occur, and that's going to change people's behavior. Like, for example, the example of the moral hazard problem that I bring up in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is I talk about when you loan money to somebody. So give me a yes if you understand. I bring this example up because a lot of us have gone through this. Let me know if you've ever noticed that when somebody wants to borrow money from you, that broke ass cousin who's always got a financial problem, when they come to you and ask you for money, they're always very polite. They're always, just, contrite. They're willing to concede anything. Yeah, because, I'm just having a hard time and I could just, and I just, this happened and that happened. And I promise I'm going to get paid on Thursday. And as soon as I get paid, I'm going to find out where you at. Okay, what's your number? All right, which number you use? Okay, what time? Where you going to be at 2 o'clock? Okay, I'm going to come to your house. No, you don't have to come. No, I want to come to you. I want to give you the money personally. And also, I promise you, I'm going to pay you as soon as I get. In fact, when I get my check, I'm going to walk over to the check cashing place and I'm going to get the money and I'm going to bring it right to your house. I'm going to walk to your house. And because I know where you at, I know where I'm going to give it to you at work. I'm not going to wait till you get home. I'm going to give it to you. You know what I mean? Like they're overcompensating in terms of being really, 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 really helpful and kind and loving and whatever, right? And then when they're waiting for you to decide if you're going to give them the money, they pick up the phone on the first ring, right? I've gone through this. I go through this all the time. Take it from me as a guy who always has people asking me for money. I've noticed how nice people are when they want something from me. It's kind of an amazing thing. Well, then you loan them the money, and as you all know, we know that's when things start to change. That's when the cousin is not picking up the phone on the first ring anymore. They're not even answering text messages, and they might take 3 days to answer a text, and then say, "Oh, I was busy." I'm like, "You're too busy to look at your phone. You did not, because it takes a second. I can, I can look at my phone right now and see a text message and respond. Like it don't take that long to respond to it. It don't take 72 hours to respond to a text." Unless you don't want to talk to the person that's texting you, right? And then or then finally you get them on the phone, and then they got an attitude like, what you want? Like, why are you bothering me? And then they give you excuses, and when you don't accept the excuses, when you say, "Hey, look, we made an agreement. You told me you were going to pay me Tuesday. You were going to come to my job. You were going to deliver the money in cash to my desk, and that didn't happen. Like, what's going on?" And what you don't really realize is that typically when people are always having financial problems, when you loan money to somebody who's always got a financial problem, you're pretty much making a bad loan. That's what you're doing. When you loan money to people who've always got an issue, and if you're somehow deluded into believing that they have this string of issues because they just have all this bad luck that no one else seems to have, that's you're kind of lying to yourself. Like a lot of times we want to believe oh, if we just give Pookie a chance, things will turn around for him, and somebody just gave him an opportunity, or if this hadn't happened to him. And the reality is that there's a pattern established. There's a culture around this person, like a little dark cloud they carry around them deliberately that shapes how they view the world, how they make decisions. So when you make that loan to that person who's always got those financial problems, you're making a bad loan. They have a bad credit score, so you're really making a risky investment to begin with, right? But maybe we don't know that because we want to believe in the best in people and see potential in people. So you're hoping that if you loan Pookie this $400, this will be that one little opportunity he's going to get that's going to make everything better. So anyway, but the thing I want to point out to you is with moral hazard, what they talk about is how Pookie's attitude changes once he has your money. Like his perspective, his incentives, his everything shifts once he's got the power and you don't. Possession is 9/10 of the law. He got your money. He doesn't really need to answer the phone on the first ring. He doesn't have to be nice to you. He doesn't need to do anything for you because now he's got your money. And again, because he's a bad decision maker to begin with, he doesn't even process the fact that now that he's messed up his relationship with you, you're never going to loan him money again, because people who make those consistent mistakes are not very financially conscious. Conscious people see the long view. They see the long-term implications of their behavior, whereas Pookie may not see that. Pookie might be thinking about his next hit. He might be thinking about the moment, right? He's into instant gratification. Do you understand? So moral hazard is connected to that. So with that said, moral hazard is a big problem in finance. This does not just happen with you and your cousin Pookie. This happens with banks. There's whole research papers written about how banks loan money to, for example, third world countries. They loaned a lot of money to Latin American countries before they had what they called the peso problem. And I won't go into that, but they loaned all this money to these Latin American banks. And basically, when the banks had the money and then they had some financial problems, the moral hazard issue came up. The banks were like, well, we got your money, so you either have to take 5 cents on the dollar on your bonds, or you'll get nothing. If you don't take what we give you, then you'll have nothing. And so suddenly the person that was powerless before is in a position of power. And this happens also in marriage. Marriage, I don't care what anybody says, marriage and even relationships in general are so much deeper than just romantic love. They're so much deeper than just, I think she's pretty, I want to lay down with you, or I want to live in the same house with you, I want to have kids with you. And there's so many other dynamics that apply. I mean, marriage itself is a legal contract. That's what that is. It's a business deal for the most part. And there's rational reasons why that contract exists. That contract exists largely because of the moral hazard issue. It exists because if I'm married to you and we're tied together financially, then you have to think twice before you just pop up and walk out in the middle of a fight. right? It's much harder to do. And for some people, it's a religious covenant. I believe in that actually. I think I'm not even religious, but I personally think when two people get married and they really believe they're making a promise to God, I found that couples like that stay together longer because they're not marrying a human being. They're marrying an idea. They're marrying a commitment. They're married to a higher power, a higher ideal. And the reality is that human beings will let you down. Human beings will come up short. Human beings are going to make mistakes. So I told my wife, I said, I didn't marry you. I married, I married the commitment to being married to you. Like I'm married to this idea, or meaning that I made a commitment. I made a promise to something bigger than just you. So when you come up short or you get on my nerves, I'm not really looking at your behavior to determine how committed I am to the promise that I made. I'm looking at the promise I made, and whether you say it's God, the universe, or something else. I told you I don't even go to church, so don't I ain't nobody's pastor, nothing. I'm completely unqualified for that. But I do believe in commitment. Where I come from, when you make a promise, you stick with it. That's it. That's all I just told her. So there's nothing you could really do that would make me divorce you. If we ever get a divorce, it's going to have to be your choice. It's not going to be mine because I don't come from that space. I come from a daddy who's been married to my mama for 50 years. And that meant that he had to really endure ups and downs with a very flawed person. And she had to endure ups and downs with a very flawed person because they were just married to a philosophy, a principle. It was a principle based marriage. Do you understand? That does not exist very often. A lot of people stay married as long as the person doesn't upset them, disappoint them, let them down, or whatever. I'm not making fun of people that are divorced. So a lot of you are divorced. I know, so I'm not. I promise you, I'm not making fun of that at all, or criticizing. I'm just saying that that's just it's a mindset, right? So anyway, so studies tend to show that people that are more married to some sort of bigger idea, an idea that's bigger than a person, that's not contingent on another person's behavior, those marriages tend to last longer because then when the person messes up or they come up short, they say, well, you know what? I'm married to I made a commitment to God. I'm married to the church and to God. I'm not really married to you, right? So anyway, that's just a little thing I've observed. Again, take it with a grain of salt. If it sounds like BS, then throw it out, please. All right. So here's the other thing too. The other thing about marriage is that it is a legal contract and it does provide various financial incentives, carrots and sticks, to basically make it much harder for you to just walk out the door and dump each other. It's similar to the relationship between the United States and China. I would argue that the reason that the United States and China have not decided to just go to war with each other and start launching missiles at each other is because they are so deeply connected financially. They are financially married. We are so locked in together economically that a war between China and the United States would devastate both economies. It would hurt them more than it hurts us, but it would still hurt us too because we're greedy as hell. America is a capitalist society, and we kind of worship money in this country. It's unfortunate. I don't agree with it. That's not my style at all. But that's kind of what you're dealing with. So that marriage, it's kind of, it has some uses. It kind of has some logic behind it, and it's not crazy. Now here's the thing though. Not everybody wants to get married. Or why? Well, because, number one, like the poor guy I saw who was so depressed, I thought he was going to take his own life. Maybe the other person doesn't do what they're supposed to do, and there's lots of pain that comes with people disappointing you in a relationship. Maybe it's because you just don't, the whole commitment thing isn't your thing. Maybe you just feel like, look, I can be committed to you, but that doesn't mean that we have to be committed in every single way, right? For whatever reason, there are people who just decide not to get married, and I think that's a perfectly logical decision. I'm not here to judge that or evaluate that. I'm not a Bible thumper or a person that's going to tell everybody what to do. But one thing I will say is that if you go into a situation where you have a long-term relationship and you don't secure your financial and legal rights, you are in an incredibly vulnerable situation. You're vulnerable. I've told you all that story about the guy who was in his 50s. He was an old player. I'm in my 50s. I guess I'd be an old player if I was out there playing. I ain't playing. I got my wife. But he was an old player. He had a young girlfriend, about 32 years old, and he forgot that he wasn't 32. Also, he thought that he believed this lie that people keep telling, that age ain't nothing but a number. Well, if age ain't nothing but a number, it's a very important number. because every time I try to get up, I watched the Olympic trials this weekend and I saw Noah Lyles run 9.8 seconds in the 100-meter dash. And in my head, for a moment, I imagined myself as a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old running. I didn't run 9.8 seconds, but I can imagine myself sprinting. But then you try to do it and then you pull a hamstring just thinking about it. Like I literally would just think about running and I would pull a hamstring. I didn't even have to get off the couch. I pulled a ham. How the hell are you going to pull your hamstring while you're sitting on the couch? But anyway, so life has a way of reminding you that you're not a kid anymore. And but then sometimes we don't want to accept that. So he's 50 some years old. He's got the 32-year-old girlfriend, maybe 30, something like that. The girlfriend is the same age as his daughter. So as you might expect, the daughter ain't too happy with none of that. The daughter hates the girl. But she can't say nothing because she doesn't have any rights to tell her dad what to do. So her dad and this lady have this relationship, and it's a good relationship. Whatever reason, two grown people deciding to be together, ain't nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. So he treats her well, she treats him well. She lives with him. He pays all the bills, and then he just has a stroke. Suddenly, the universe reminds him that no, you're as much as you think that age is just a number. We're going to show you how important that number is. So he has a stroke, like a lot of black men in their 50s. The 50s are kind of that heart attack stroke age. So again, I just want to go. I had to acknowledge I'm 53. So part of the reason I come in here every day and do my absolute best with you guys is because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. I mean, I've never been scared to die. I'm not scared to die. And the only thing I'm afraid of is living for nothing. If I was living for nothing, that's scarier than death. So death does not scare me, and it's a reality. But hopefully, I'll be with you for the next 80 years. I don't know. But anyway, so he has a stroke. And then he goes into a coma. And while he's in a coma, the girlfriend and his mother, who's living with the girlfriend, are scrambling to figure out how to pay the bills because the problem was they secured no legal rights. They had no rights to go into the bank and get the money out. He had control of all the money. So they take the phone, they put the phone up to his face, they scan into the phone, and they're able to get into his bank account, and they pull the money out and just money to pay the bills. They weren't trying to rob him or do anything devious. They just did pretty much what they knew he would be doing if he were alive. Well, obviously that's illegal. And so, but nobody notices because he's in this coma. Well, then when he dies, though, that's when the state steps in. And when the state steps in, the state does not care what handshake agreements you made with other people while you were alive. They don't care how close your friendship was. They don't care how committed you were in your relationship. They're looking for paperwork. They're like, okay, but you're not married. Like, what legal rights do you have? She had no legal rights, none whatsoever, because everything was based on this false idea that all you need is love. They have plenty of love, but she cannot take a big bowl of love to the courtroom and say, Your Honor, here's my love bowl that shows how much this man cared about me, and this gave me the right to go in his bank account and take $30,000 out. That does not work. So all the legal rights, everything, all the assets, naturally, by virtue of the state, went to the daughter. The daughter is the one who hated the girlfriend, so the daughter finally gets all the power. Moral hazard, more things change, moral hazard. So moral hazard pops in. The daughter gets all the money and the daughter has all the power because now her daddy's in heaven. So her daddy doesn't need his assets anymore. So she's the sole beneficiary. So she goes in and just starts wreaking holy hell on everything. She goes in, she gets the girl evicted. She finds out that he took the money out of the account, and she goes to try to get her arrested, right? So literally, the problem is that when you have these relationships where you say, well, we don't really need a piece of paper. Oh, marriage is, baby, marriage ain't nothing but a piece of paper, baby. Ain't nothing but a piece of paper. I don't need no piece of paper to tell me that I love you. Well, you need some kind of a piece of paper, maybe not a marriage certificate. Right? I'm not saying everybody needs to get married, but if you love each other, you should probably care about each other enough to to give each other security. Like you should, like, if I really care about you, like I told my daughter, I said, it's easy for me to care about you while I'm here, while I'm alive, because I can do things. I said, but what I want to do is I want to show you that I care about you from the grave. I want to protect you from the grave. So because my life is short, life is fleeting. I'm gonna be dead one day. We're all gonna die. So making plans for just possibilities, I think it should be a critical part of our thinking. That's an incredibly important part of economic consciousness, is to realize that the only constant in life is change. The only thing that's constant in your life is that things are going to change. Shout out to Olita Adams. Remember that song? Everything must change. Y'all know that song? If you haven't heard it, it's one of the most beautiful songs ever. And I heard that song when I was 19, and I remember listening to it, and it made me cry because I thought about the fact that everything around me was going to change. I called my parents and I said, I just want you to know right now how much I love you. And then my dad's like, what's wrong with him? I said, I'm having a moment because I just heard this song. I'm like, oh my God, everything's going to change. The young become the old and mysteries do unfold. Right. And so everything must change. Everything's going to change. Everything about, like, right now, we're sitting together, we're talking. This is not going to be the state of the world forever. This is going to last about another 30 minutes until we all adjourn and go about our day. So everything must change. Everything will change. So a big important part of economic consciousness is only giving a certain amount of energy to observing what's in front of you. You want to have mindfulness and understand what's in front of you, what's happening right now. That's mindfulness. That's a type of consciousness where I can be with you in the moment in a very meaningful and deep way. That's an important part of consciousness there. That's almost like a type of meditation. So mindfulness is very important. But then after you practice mindfulness of the situation that you're in, you have to also practice mindfulness of the fact that there is a big, vast unknown called the future that you're also going to have to find some way to plan and prepare for. So let me give you, in terms of practical, actionable information, let me give you some things you can do that will secure and protect your rights in the event that things change, which they will. And this goes beyond just being married. And again, it goes back to that post. That post triggered me. The thing that triggered these thoughts was that post, and I put it on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, of the guy who says, if you're just there paying the bills and she owns the house, you're not the man of the house. I hear that. So let me kind of give you some remedies for that, so you can kind of understand ways to protect yourself if you're in a relationship. And if you love someone, then you will consider these things. And if they love you, they'll consider these things. If they won't consider doing these things, then I think that it's okay to question the love. Like, how much do you really love me if you don't have a plan for me? You know, hey, like, do you really love me if you're going to leave me just asked out in case something happens? You get out every time you get in that car, you might not ever come home. Do y'all understand how serious this is? My Uncle Charles, um, he died a tragic, horrible death, in my opinion. Let me tell you how horrible my Uncle Charles's death was. It was just like, literally, you talk about just God's irony. It's like, it was like, whoa, how did this happen? I get a text message from my father out of the blue in 2019 saying Uncle Charles was in a car wreck and he died. Now, again, my father is the military slash police commander, so he just kind of says it. He just gives you the, straight no chaser, right? But then I find out the details. Let me tell you the details. Crazy. There's so many weird ironies here that I can't even remember them all. But so he and my aunt Janice had just bought a new house. And that was the day he died was the day that they were going to move into their new house. He called, and also that day was their wedding anniversary. And also the day after was her birthday. So he calls his wife, they're about to come home, move into the new house, go out to dinner for the wedding anniversary, and celebrate her birthday the next day. And he gets killed in a car crash on the way home. True story. I'm not making this up. In addition to that, the day that he gets killed was the birthday of his mother. She was already in heaven. We call her Mama. Mama, in case you don't know, Mama is Felicia, my grandmother. We named our panther in the Black Business School after my grandmother. That panther's name is Felicia. I keep this panther with me. She's right here. She's right behind me. Every time you see me with that panther, just know that's me carrying my grandmother with me, because she's the first person that taught me about financial literacy and investing, about money and wealth. She wasn't very educated when it came to money, but she had those grandma principles, those sturdy principles of financial responsibility that really is all that you need. But anyway, I'll tell you more about my grandmother at some point. Some of y'all have heard the story. The rest of you, I'll bring it up again. But literally, that I said, this is so crazy that this is the day that he dies. Like, this is one of the dirtiest tricks that God could play on anybody. It's his mother's birthday. His wife's birthday is the next day. their wedding anniversary, and they were literally packing that night to move to the new house. And I just so these things happen. You got to prepare. But let me tell you about my Uncle Charles. I don't want to depress anybody, so let me tell you the good side of the story. Let me tell you this. A few years earlier, I had gone to Applebee's with my Uncle Charles, and we were sitting there in Applebee's, and this was 10 years earlier. I was probably in my mid 30s. I was on the faculty at Syracuse, and he was late 40s, almost 50. And he was asking me about financial stuff, right? And the reason he was asking me was because he was financially devastated. His credit score was like in the toilet. He had just lost a bunch of money. I think something happened with a lawsuit or something, and he was really sad because he was starting all over again financially. And I remember us sitting in Applebee's, and it was maybe about 2006. And I was kind of trying to cheer him up. I was like, you can do this. You can come back. It's okay. You just keep trying. Blah, blah, blah. And I remember him saying, he said, yeah, but it's kind of hard to start over when you're almost 50 years old. And I just remember just kind of encouraging him and trying to, support him. So check this out. This is the part that made me so proud of him. So you fast forward, and neither one of us at that time knew that in 2019, 13 years later, that I was going to get a text message saying that he was dead. So, so this is what replayed in my head. So years later, my aunt tells me that my Uncle Charles, not only did he fix his world up financially, got the credit score up, they just bought their dream house, had plenty of money saved. He had, I think, 2 or 3 massive insurance policies. Like literally, like he got his own life insurance. He had insurance from his job, and when he was killed in the car wreck, he was, again, given that death is horribly unfortunate, but some deaths are worse than others. The one good side of it was that the truck that hit him was being driven by a guy who was working for another company that also had to write a big old check. Again, nobody's happy when someone dies, but hey, if I just happen to die in that situation, I want to get killed by a rich person or a rich company. And so lo and behold, he was able to leave a beautiful and really extraordinary economic legacy with his family because he was a Black man who did not give up. He was a Black man that loved his family enough to make a plan for them. He prepared. He thought about these things. And I said, I am so proud. When I went to his funeral and I spoke at the funeral, I was so proud of him. And it just, so to me, it's like, look, here's the thing about death. And I hope I don't sound weird talking about it in this way, but death is coming for everybody. We're all in this thing together. We're all floating on this big ship called Earth, that's hurtling us through space at 100,000 miles an hour, and where we happen to have bumped into each other in this place and time. But we know what's going to happen. We know how this story ends. That none of us is going to get out of this alive. This movie will not end with any of us surviving the film. So to me, given that we know that death is going to occur, why don't we make a plan for that? Why don't we make a pact of immortality? That's what I would call it an immortality pact. Except I'm not going to be like Jim Jones and tell everybody to go drink some poison Kool-Aid. That's not what I'm saying. I think that the immortality pact should be that we are all committed to make sure that we engage in optimal contracting. There's that term again I used earlier. Optimal contracting to ensure that we've got something in place to make sure that if something happens to us, when the Grim Reaper shows up at our doorstep, that the people that we love are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be in the same position that my Uncle Charles's family was in. So in the middle of all the sadness and devastation that they felt to lose him, I mean, it was a terrible way to die. They were at least able to know that they were financially secure and that the bills were paid for the next 2 or 3 generations. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I was very proud of him for that. So anyway, with that said, let's go back to the stuff about it's so funny. I didn't even plan to really bring up my Uncle Charles. It just kind of, again, y'all know how I do this, stream of consciousness. So actually, let's circle back. But so let's hit the reset button real quick. I want to remind y'all of a couple of things. Number one, a lot of you were asking about how to invest in the stock market. And I told you guys, I think everyone should invest in the stock market. If you want to join us tomorrow, I'm going to do a training on called how to invest in the stock market. I'm literally going to take you into E-Trade and Robinhood and show you exactly step by step how to buy shares of stock and talk you through, answer questions, all that stuff. And the materials are yours for life. If you want to get an invitation to that session, just make sure you're on the text list. If you're not on the text list, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Not only will you get an invitation to this free training, we do this every single day, 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern. It's called Financial Consciousness / Economic Elevation. So you'll get an invitation here, but also I'll invite you to tomorrow's session. Is going to be tomorrow at noon. If you can't make it Tuesday at noon, that's okay, because the recording will be available for you afterward. Also, just another thing I want to mention too. We really support the voices of Black women. I don't know how people feel about that one way or the other, but I don't care. And so with the Black Business School, we have a platform called Fly Nubian Money, where every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern, we have a group of sisters that get together, smart Black women that talk about really important issues. And I think everyone should be listening to Black women. A lot of us were raised and loved by a Black woman, taught by a Black woman. So to me, I think this is very natural. This is very important. So if you're interested in participating, I hope you'll come in and support the ladies, right? Because the internet can be kind of a mean place. The internet's full of crazy people, terrible people who just are mean and disruptive. So I want to fight that energy with more energy. All right. So that would mean that if you follow and come into the session and just make some positive comments, engage in the conversation, encourage the ladies, that will be really cool. My wife goes in there, Dr. Alicia Watkins. She provides her therapeutic background. Dr. Lene Javette comes in. She's a business specialist. There's lots of Aisha Verzi, who I think is in this class right now. She has a background that is also not just strong in terms of finances, but she's also got an international perspective, which can really help us understand various ways to kind of look at family values. Like I think Aisha's from Nigeria, her family is, and they have. I really admire the way the Nigerian people look at education and family, and I think as Black people in America, we can learn from that. I think we got to go to our roots. I don't believe in going to these systems and all these these other things that are out here. I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is for us to go back to the basics. So anyway, if you want to follow the ladies and be notified when they do their show every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern, just text the word Queens to 87948. So pull out your phone, text Queens to 87948, and your support would just mean everything. And if you could actually consciously come in and make a comment and just join the discussion, like that really, really helps. And I want to encourage them, because I personally think that we should listen to smart Black women, because Lord knows there's a lot of weirdos online, and I want to hear from the smart people. Even if you're a weirdo too, just be a smart weirdo. Be a weirdo with some solutions, please. All right. So let me give you 5 things a person can do to protect their rights, even if you're not married. So if you are in a relationship and you're living with somebody and you want to make sure that you're good and they're good, here are a few things you can do without having to get married that will secure your rights and make sure that if somebody gets sick or somebody dies, or also if you're helping to pay the bills, that you're going to get credit for that, right? Like I think that solution to that post I put on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Money, where the guy was complaining that, look, if you're there to pay the bills and the woman owns the house and you're not the man of the house, well, part of that solution is pretty easy. To me, if you are paying the bills and paying a big chunk of the mortgage, then I think you have a right to ask to be put on the deed. Like you can just go somewhere and sign a document and your name would be on the deed. You would have some property rights. And that only makes sense. Right? That to me is a simple solution, as opposed to the other solution that some people follow, which is just, I'm going to run to the internet and cry about it. Come on, man. You don't have to cry about it. Just fix it. That's what men do. That's what strong, smart Black people do. And by the way, it's not text Queen to 87948. It's Queens with an S. Text Queens with an S to 87948. And also flynubianmoney.com. That's the URL for everything too. All right. So a few things you could do is, number one, there are things called cohabitation agreements. And that's basically an agreement that you can get with an attorney. You can go on Rocket Lawyer or something like that to set it up, where it pretty much defines your financial responsibilities and property rights. That can be important when you're living with somebody. I don't know if anybody else has ever done. How many of you have ever had a situation where you had a roommate that didn't pay their share of the rent and everything was in your name, and then they moved out? And maybe I'm telling on myself, maybe I'm telling my story, but I've seen, how many of you have ever seen somebody go through this, where You have everything in your name. You have a roommate. Your roommate's supposed to take care of half the rent. They don't. Then it messes up your credit because the landlord's looking for you. They're not looking for them. Well, sometimes it's especially when you talk about the world of grown-ups where people live together, whatever, and cohabitate and do whatever they're going to do. It's important to consider having an agreement in place to ensure that everything is clear, that everyone knows what they're supposed to do financially, and everybody knows what they actually own, so that if the relationship dissolves, you can say that's mine according to the agreement. This is mine according to the agreement. I deserve half of this or a piece of that or whatever. I think and those are simple contracts you can do. Again, either with a lawyer or even on a Rocket Lawyer or something. Also, there's something called joint tenancy where you hold property jointly so that the ownership transfers to the surviving partner. So if you and I have joint tenancy on a property, that means that I can secure something that says that if you die, I'm not going to get evicted. I'm not going to end up homeless. And I think that that's important to consider. I've just seen cases where people even forget to take stuff out of their ex's name, or their ex-wife or ex-husband, and then they die because no one thinks they're going to die. Everyone thinks we're going to live forever. And then next thing you know, this ex that you hate is coming in and claiming ownership of all your stuff. Like, that's terrible. Like, why would you put your partner through that? There's also something called power of attorney. Now, with a power of attorney, you basically are signing a document that gives this other person the rights to make certain financial and medical decisions in the event that you cannot do that. I think that if you love each other, a good way to test the love is to say, look, hey, do you trust me enough to have power of attorney in the event that something happens to you or something goes wrong? If they don't, then maybe that warrants a further conversation. You can also list each other as beneficiaries on your insurance policies, retirement accounts, and bank accounts. If you go to your bank and you say, I need to put this person's name down as the person who can access my account in the event that I die, you can do that. And the thing about it is, the same thing is true for your brokerage accounts, all that stuff. And the reason that would be important to me is because think about it like this. Go back to the example of the guy I told you about who's in his 50s, who had the young girlfriend, and he's paying all the bills and all the rent. Her biggest problem was, oh crap, he died on Thursday. The rent is due next Tuesday. How am I going to get money next Tuesday if he's not here? Or he went into the coma. I'm sure when the coma happened, that was probably when they first panicked. So in my view, I would argue that if you put someone down if they've got power of attorney and they're a beneficiary on your bank account and on your investment account, they can hop in and make adjustments in the event that something goes wrong, because things go wrong. That's life. Also, you got this thing, you've probably heard about this, called a will. And in your will, you can just make it real clear. You have to state. See, here's the thing. I'm just say it like this. How can I say this in a way that isn't me telling on myself or revealing too much or whatever? Because I am talking publicly, and I would never want something to be misconstrued. But there's a way that I show, and I think a lot of people do this, especially men, but I think women too. One way that I've shown love, like real heavy love for a woman, I've only really been like heavy in love a couple times, is I publicly declare that person in that relationship. Like I'll give you an example. Most of you, how many of you know about my wife? Give me a yes if you've heard me talk about my wife. How many of you have heard me talk about Dr. Alicia on numerous occasions? Anybody? Okay. One thing that you probably haven't heard is me talk about the person that I dated before my wife. Very nice lady. I don't even want to talk about her, but that was not. She was not Alicia. She was not going to be my wife. She's a nice lady though. But just because somebody's nice don't mean you got to marry them. You can only marry one. And that's intentional, right? To me, my way of showing that love is like, hey, I go out to the world and I announce to the whole world, I'm taken. So that means don't be sliding in my DMs. Don't be trying to get me caught up in nothing. I got a wife, and that protects me as a man, right? And me announcing that I have a wife is something that draws a boundary, and women respect that. First thing they'll do is that if I meet, because I see y'all, sometimes you see me and sometimes people think you're kind of cute. You got money makes you cuter, and I can see it. And then the woman will say, "Oh, how's Dr. Alicia doing?" And that to me is just kind of like acknowledging, like, look, I heard you, I know you all about your wife, so I'm not here to, and I appreciate that, and that really makes things easy, right? So, and here's the thing. A lot of you don't. The only people who know this are people who've been following me for like more than a decade. Back in 2007, I don't know if y'all know this, but this was not the first time I was going to get married. I actually got engaged in 2007, and again, an amazing lady, wonderful lady, and would never say anything negative about her. We just didn't get married for personal reasons. And when I was going to marry her, I deliberately proposed to her on the Wendy Williams show. Did y'all know that? It was back when Wendy did the show in New York, and it was the biggest show in New York City. And I said, I love this woman so much that I need the whole world to know, not only that I love her, but that she is that I am taken. That this is, and Wendy's show with all these women, and at that time my stock was rising. I knew I was getting out there and whatever, and I was like, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to tell everybody how awesome this woman is and how much I'm happy to be married to her. And so here's my point. I think that to me, these preparations, kind of designating people, putting things in writing on some level, is a form of love that shows, like, look, I'm declaring my love for you. I may not have to declare it through a marriage certificate. I'm not saying that that's for everybody. And look at the divorce rate. The divorce rate's incredibly high. Obviously, marriage ain't for everybody, but some sort of public declaration that is real, that is concrete, that will last and persist after you're gone. To me, that's really a great sign of love. And if I'm not ready to declare anything, that's very, very risky. And I think that should be consciously considered when evaluating, like, okay, how much are you really in this with me? So that, a cohabitation agreement, a joint tenancy agreement, power of attorney, beneficiary designations, putting somebody in your will, to me, is a way to celebrate the love that doesn't require you to necessarily have to go and do something that, like marriage, that you may not want to do. So I would just say to you, consider this, because I think that sometimes I've just seen so many tragedies where someone gets financially screwed because there were no preparations that were made in the relationship. And I just really think that love is not just a word. Love is not just a feeling. Love is a verb. Love is an action. It's a series of actions. If I love you, I'm going to love you. I want to love my wife every day by taking out the garbage and being there for her and the kids and doing what I'm supposed to do as a husband. It's not just me sitting back and doing nothing and saying, baby, I love you, right? I love you. Love is not a feeling. When you get in a serious relationship, love is an action. So maybe an action would be to put something in writing. So maybe instead of putting a ring on it, maybe you put a piece of paper on it or something, but you got to do something, because if you don't, then ultimately you're very, very vulnerable. And you end up like that poor guy who feels used because he paid all these bills and he doesn't own any piece of the house that he was paying bills into for the last 5 or 6 years. So it's not just for the women, it's also for men as well. So either you're going to have a grown up relationship or you're not. And that, to me, that's an aspect of another concept I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, called economic maturity. Economic maturity is connected, in my view, to emotional maturity, relationship maturity. An immature relationship is like the 6th grade. We girlfriend and boyfriend. They send you a little note. Will you be my girlfriend? Check yes or check no. Like, that's an immature relationship. Or that's my girlfriend. You got 50-something-year-old people talking about that's my girlfriend, that's my boyfriend. Why are you 55 years old? Why are you dating a boy? Seriously, are you 47? Why are you dating a girl? Like, you're supposed to be dating a girl. You ain't R. Kelly, man. Like, you're not supposed to be dating a girl. You're not supposed to have a girlfriend. You're supposed to have that's my woman. That's my lady. It's not your girlfriend. Come on. Like, that's weird. That's weird language, to be honest with you. I know everybody says it, but still. So to me, part of financial maturity, emotional maturity, relationship maturity means, okay, maybe we're not going to get married, but let's have a mature relationship. A mature relationship is something that can be documented, that's going to have to be recognized by the state, because I'm signing documents that are declaring this relationship to be legitimate. Do you understand? Give me a yes if this is making sense. Let me know if you get what I'm saying here. I'm not giving you relationship advice at all. I'm just giving you like what I might call financial lovemaking tips. Financial lovemaking means that money and love are linked, whether we like it or not. We want to act like love and money ain't got nothing to do with each other, and that's the most ridiculous thing a person can say. Money is everywhere. Like I told you, when I started making more money, I became more handsome, and that's because there's a million years of biology that says that women are more attracted to men that have resources. So ultimately, when you're talking about relationship situations, not just business relationships, it's also not just romantic relationships. This does translate to business relationships and any other relationship. Money is an important part of it. Money is so ubiquitous in our society that it literally is like the blood that flows through the veins of almost every human interaction that there is. You can't have society without money. So if you think that you can go through life and make all these critical decisions about choices and relationships and health and everything else and not factor money into the equation, that is about as financially unconscious as you can be, and you're setting yourself up for devastation. So don't do that. Just make a plan, nice and easy. Let me go through it again one more time before we get done. Cohabitation agreement to outline financial responsibilities and property rights. Joint tenancy, which basically says that property can be bought jointly. It doesn't have to just be one person or the others. Power of attorney. That means that if we have to make critical medical or financial decisions and you can't make them yourself, then I'm going to be able to make them for you. Beneficiary designations. That means that on your accounts, just put me down as a beneficiary so I can get into the account and get the rent money or the mortgage money or the bill money in case something happens to you, in case it happens tomorrow. And then the will. Hey, if I love you, I can put you in my will. That doesn't mean I exclude everyone else. It just means, I'm going to have something for you. If I'm gone, I'm going to be here in the afterlife, not just today. Okay. All right. So anyway, all right. So before we go, really quickly, I know a lot of you, when we were talking about doing the companion to Money in the Morning, I called it Money in a Minute, where I was going to basically just set something up where you can learn topics by having them just sort of sent to you via text message. I'm almost done with one of the first installments. I'll let you guys know the two popular topics that you guys mentioned that you wanted to learn about in detail were stock options and estate planning. So those are going to be the two things that we're going to put out. We'll put out stock options first, then we're going to do estate planning, where you can learn estate planning concepts, literally getting like a 90-second lesson sent to you via text every day, or you can just log in and watch them all at once if that's what you want to do. I'll keep you guys posted on that. Number two, tomorrow I'm doing that special event at noon Eastern, called How to Invest in the Stock Market. I really, really want, again, I don't require you to, there's no cost to be in this class. You only have to pay attention. But I really, really want you, everyone in here, this is the one favor I'm asking you, is I really want everyone in here to be a consistent investor in the stock market on some level. I don't care if it's 2 nickels a week. I want you participating in the stock market. So tomorrow I'm doing the training session, How to Invest in the Stock Market. I'll walk you through the process, everything else. So you can get in. There is a fee to join, and everything's yours for life. You can bring your whole family, or you can do a $1 trial in the Black Stock Market program. I'll send you a link to do the trial later on today. Make sure you're on the text list. The text list, to be on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to the number 87948, I will send that to you. Also, if you can't get on the text list, just send an email to support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I know some of you are international, and so if you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you. And then last but not least, the ladies at Fly Nubian Money are going to, Dr. Alicia, Dr. Lene, etc., are going to be live at 1 p.m. today, and they're live every single day. And they tend to cover topics that relate to the financial side of Black life. Sometimes it's love and money. Sometimes it's politics and money, whatever. But the topics are really interesting. And so if you'd like to join in and participate in that discussion, you can get on that text list. Just text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and that's because the platform's called Fly Nubian Queen, and Fly Nubian Money is a segment of Fly Nubian Queen. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and I hope you have a great day. And I love you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye bye.
and stuff like that. I try to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down and I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep in until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough? Has it, has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So, what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really, 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 really to me very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. Um, so let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you remember, how many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people, they were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, oh, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And, and I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics and really I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and masses plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You got Master's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go, here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they called the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. Oh, what are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, "You need to have fewer kids." There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So don't may I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that that pandemic is over, you're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try, because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists, but I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Hey, again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism, you become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. Um, and in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes, was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was he said you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations, they didn't care about, women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then, really, my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life, and I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams. When I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more I untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. They when before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what, just keep working hard and doing your best. Be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now, as I've manifested or I've and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Massa has a plan for you, and it involves like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is gonna benefit. I know that Africa is gonna benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people again that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, in right here in my heart. I don't know why. I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset and that it's okay for me to want to have kids. That family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important, much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, this is part of Massa's plan, because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the black community. We don't, if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now, what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective, and the collective was chopped into pieces, because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group, and negotiating as a group, and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group, or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of, if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that, because human beings are pretty adaptive, assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something. That's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is, I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer. And so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two, they said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people, right? So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong, yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say. They'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not, y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house and the heat is on the east side of the house and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt is at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation. So people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where, from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population. Is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere, and that's the wave of the future. So, just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at Copper CopX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17 and she lived with my grandmother and my Uncle Charles and my Uncle Donald and my Aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive. And that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this a street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it was a poor, it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to Black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that, but really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said, So my uncle went to prison. So he was again, he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason, another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration, because I remember how hurt I was, because this person, like I loved him, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I feel like nobody cared, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school. In like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't damn. Uh I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize. But I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, so my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who, like, because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't. You can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own. Like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero, and you weren't. You couldn't be, And so anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He called me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard. It was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. My father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. He's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. You take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, when their father's being taken away. We have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people. But I'm gonna keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we got to circle this back to economics because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So, as he got older, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s, and he would go to my grandmother, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you're gonna have to bail them out. They're never gonna be there to bail you out. That's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X, his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, "Well, why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy." That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. That are going to want to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. They don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said, and he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street, and he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom, by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually, after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital, and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him, and it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens? Or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path? And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol, as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this; it was mental health. He was bipolar, but those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, um, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me. I saw him just literally deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least two, three, four, five times a week. Um, what I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm gonna lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Massa's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Massa does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken black man in America just like that. I'm talking about baby daddy, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not gonna say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because what happens is that Massa's plan is to mass produce millions of young black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But Massa's plan is for that little black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what Massa's plan is. Massa's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability, ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a IGA and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was Massa's plan. And the reason Massa's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that Massa's plan overrides your plan and God's plan It's because Mass's plan is intentional. Mass's plan is deliberate. Mass's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He planned, he thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know Master got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. He gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does? And I said, okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody. She said, do you know that he told me every single thing that I had been teaching? He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted. So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it. And do you understand how critical that was when my mother years later intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me? If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about, and you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally. So you just hand them over to these other people and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interest at heart. They don't have your best interest at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. Oh, well, I don't know what I want to do financially. So I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills. And okay, you go ahead and do that. But just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. So because God's plan is it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then Consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. So the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Master's plan. Because Master ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. Your black grandbabies. Master ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? Hey, don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that, honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really um mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder, if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to I'll answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. And I look forward to working out. You just don't feel right when you don't do what you're supposed to do, and so I have to have that confession that I'm feeling a little bit like, and by the way, just a reminder, for today, we're going to do tonight at I want to say 8 o'clock. We're meeting for the Prime program. So if you have an interest in stock options and learning how to make money selling stock options, it's a great way to make extra cash. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you guys a link where you can test out Prime for $1. And it's kind of a limited thing we're doing in the Black Business School. So you can try it out the first month for just $1 and see if you like it. And feel free to give that a try. Make sure you're on the text list, though, and I can send you the link. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll not only get access to this free training every morning, this private Zoom, but also you'll get special offers from the Black Business School if you want to elevate your economics in a meaningful way in terms of digging into some of these skills and essential skills that I believe that actually will surprise you in terms of you'd be amazed at how money is much more abundant when you kind of have a Swiss Army knife of skill sets that you can lean on. Like when you have a lot of different ways to make money, money tends to be more apparent, more abundant. It tends to appear in your life a lot more. Whereas when you have limited skill set, when you haven't studied it and you haven't learned some of these things, which are really techniques that I could show to a child, you end up, thinking that it's hard to get money, and it is hard to get money if you don't know where money is and you don't know what people are doing to obtain it. And so anyway, if you come into class, I think you're going to be super impressed. We got some students in there that literally are making $3,000 to $5,000 a week or more. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I'm not here to talk about MLMs and what's the other one that people do, blessing looms and all that. This is not like that. This is not one of those stupid things. This I have a PhD in this stuff, so I can't run around presenting these goofy ideas that I see on the internet. This is something that actually works. It involves trading and selling stock options, and it's not. And I use the word trading very lightly because I'm not really into trading like that because unfortunately, trading is a type of it can devolve into a type of gambling, and so a lot of people go into trading and then they're surprised because the amount of money that they put in is more than the amount of money they pull out. And that's because trading isn't designed for you to really make a profit. But selling stock options is very easy for you to actually generate income because what you're doing is you're selling the rights to your securities. And there's a massive market for this because there's so many people out there that want to speculate, they want to gamble. So it's no different from the way casinos will sell risk to people that want to go to Vegas and lose money. So anyway, feel free to take a look. If you get on the text list, I will send you all a link. Just text the word morning to 87948 and I'll invite you. You can come in and see it for yourself. And I know it's going to blow your mind. So many people in Prime are super happy and excited. And I know I get excited because that's how I actually make my money. Believe it or not, I don't. I used to do the other stuff, but not anymore. All right. So anyway, let me hop in and let me talk to you guys about the topic for today that I wanted to drill into. And before I do that, though, I want to say hello to everyone that's here. I know hundreds of you pop in every single morning, so I'd be remiss not to greet you. Errol Semengal, good to see you. Errol from Pompano Beach. Antoinette, good to see you. Good morning, Antoinette. Althea Garvey, Maryland, good morning. Good morning, Jonathan McLennan. Good morning, Edward Samuels and Sharon and Shaniqua. I see Shaniqua Hutchinson, Winston Butler. Who else? Darren Cyprian. Let's see. Landers Jones, Deanna Hodges. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Donnie Redmond. Okay, so let's hop in and let's get started here. So what I want to talk to you about today is overspending. And one of the things that people don't know is that there's a lot of research done on the psychology of overspending. In fact, that part of the psychology is part of the reason that in the Black Business School, my wife and I, who's a therapist, we realized we need a Black financial therapy department because a lot of these scientific techniques are used extensively on the Black community to extract lots of wealth from us. And it doesn't, now mind you, it doesn't mean that it's all evil and horrible and sinister. It just kind of means that an awareness. When you're aware, you're less likely to kind of be sucked in by some of these little tricks. And if you study how products are sold to the Black community, and if you study the Black community, period, you'll notice that Black people, we tend to consume more media than anyone else. There are very, very few groups. There's no ethnic group, I don't think, in America that watches more television or does more internet, like social media, than we do. And what media kind of does, unfortunately, is it lowers your consciousness level. It lowers your awareness level. It reduces your critical thinking skill. So effectively, when they get you in that zombie state, it's very easy for them to offer you things and sell you things, especially things that are addictive. Like sex can become very addictive. So sex always sells. Gambling. We talked about gambling yesterday. Gambling is sold extensively throughout sports now. So you're in the middle of the Cowboys game or whatever, and you get all excited and pumped up watching your favorite team, and then this commercial comes on, and they will present a Black person typically. Give me a yes if you notice this. So give me a yes. Has anybody noticed that most of the sports gambling ads feature a Black man? How many of y'all notice that? Give me a yes if you notice. Give me some names. Was it Kevin Hart? I saw one with Kevin Hart. I saw another one with Jamie Foxx. I saw JB Smoove. I think it's Smooth with a V. Did I miss any names? Are there any names that out there that I forgot about? And isn't that interesting? Queen Latifah was in one. I didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Kevin Garnett. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just wonder because I don't see that as many ads with white guys. I just don't. Maybe they're only targeting me with the Black people ads, but literally most of the ads for sports books and sports betting feature a Black guy, and a lot of that. And if you also notice, if you watch ESPN, there's sort of this overwhelming number of Black males that are even doing commentary on the sports networks. TNT and all that. It's like a bunch of Black dudes. And what someone said to me, and again, I don't know how true this is or not, but he works for ESPN. I have a friend that works for ESPN who told me, and he's a commentator, a very prominent commentator, or maybe it's Fox Sports. I get them mixed. I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you. And he said that what they actually were thinking years ago, like I'm talking about like 10, 12 years ago, was they said, wait, Black male unemployment is higher than any other group. So there's millions of Black men sitting at home with nowhere to go. They don't have jobs. So we're going to so we can have men, if we have Black men on TV, then these black men are going to become part of our primary audience. And if you watch a lot of the sports shows, they cater a lot of it to black male culture. And I get it. I understand the culture. Like I'm part of I love sports. I can sit and talk about the teams and all that with you all day long. But at the same time, though, there's a point where I turn the TV off because I got to go handle my business. I'm not trying to go and be overly obsessed with whether or not Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl, because Jerry Jones is not going to send me or my family any money if he wins the Super Bowl. I'm not going to get a check if the Cowboys win again. So I'll watch and I'll enjoy it, but then I realize I've got a bigger game to play, and the bigger, more important game is called the game of life. And so that's where I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't really care that much if the Cowboys win or whatever. And so one thing that's interesting though is that with sports being one of those distractions that minimizes our consciousness level and keeps us investing in others more than we invest in ourselves. I'll never forget this story. This is a true story. I got invited one time to speak at this university, and it was one of those small schools that you never heard of. If I said the name of the school, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't even know this school. And I spoke to they had me, because I was their black speaker, they had me speak to their black students. Most of their black students were athletes. They pretty much primarily only recruited black students to play sports. So the three guys I was sitting and talking to, they were all on the football team, and we were just sitting at the tables, like me and I think three guys. And there was a young black woman who was my tour guide, who was showing me around the campus, who was sitting to the side as I was talking to these guys, and we're having guy talk, and I'm just getting to know them and trying to find out what they're interested in and all that. Well, all they did was they kept talking about sports, right? And that's cool. Like I was chopping it up with them too, and I was really fascinated by how these young men, I think, maybe one was a junior, one was a sophomore, one was a senior, something like that. I was really fascinated by the way the conversation flowed. It was literally like a tennis match. Like one guy would hit the ball to the other one hit the ball back. So it's like, no, the Giants gonna kill the Cowboys. Well, no, the Cowboys, they don't have the offensive line. Well, the Giants just signed so and so to 2.5 million. They didn't give him 2.5 million. They gave him 7 million. No, but they're gonna trade so and so. Like they were really not just talking about which team is better, my team will beat your team. They were talking about the specifics of the business of sports. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they were talking about contract extensions and the options to extend contracts, and what different teams need and who they're going to draft next year, and the trades they made to up their stock in the next draft. Just all these really specific nuanced things that you really get from watching hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of Sports Center, right? Are you following me? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand why I was really intrigued by this? Like I was really, like they sounded like scientists, and they were with this analysis, and so I was like, okay. Now, mind you, first off, I find it interesting that when a person puts that much energy and effort understanding something that is not going to put a nickel in their pocket. I mean, I get it though. I get it. We love what we love. I could talk to you about. I was just watching the NCAA track and field championships. I can tell you all about the great sprinters at Florida and LSU and everywhere. Like I follow that, and I'm interested. I'm interested in the Olympics. I'm wondering if Fred Curley can beat Christian Coleman, and like and Noah Lyles is if he's gonna get 2 gold medals. I'm watching these things, but there's a point where I have to detach because I got things to do, right? And I also kind of try to make sure I remember, like, this is not your sport. Like you're not like you don't get too happy or too sad when somebody wins, because this has nothing to do with your real life. And I remember listening to these guys just really going back and forth about the NFL and really talking, like, you would have thought these guys were sports agents. You would have thought that these guys were team owners. You would have thought that they had an investment stake in these teams. You would have thought they were on the roster. And so what I did was I said, okay, well, well, you guys know, I said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to, like, start a YouTube channel and just talk about sports. I said, that there's guys out here that make a lot of money doing that kind of stuff if you can do it. And I like, there's a guy named Pat McAfee or something who basically got together with the guys and would talk sports on YouTube, and he got $200 million contract or something with ESPN. So I was like, yeah, this is something you guys should do. And I said, do you know how people make money on YouTube? And they said, no. How do they make money on YouTube? I said, okay, well, you get paid like for every 1,000 viewers that you have. That's how the ad network works. So I think I said something like, so let's say that you have 10,000 viewers and you're gonna make $5 per for every 1,000 viewers on your episode. So then you get 10,000 viewers. So the amount of money you would make would be 10 times 5. So how much money would that be? I think I just asked it. And I was like, so how much money would you make? And there was like complete silence. Like that, like no one said a word. And I said, "Oh, well, maybe I said it wrong." Like I was sitting there thinking, okay, maybe I missed, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Maybe they're just shy. They're football players. I don't think these football players are typically not shy. They're very assertive. So I said, okay, so let's look at another example. Let's say that you do an episode on your show and in the course of a month, you have 100,000 viewers. So you make $5 per viewer. So how much money would you get if it's 5 times 100, right? You get $5 per thousand. You have it 100,000. So 5 times 100 is the amount of income you would make that month. How much money is that? And it was really fascinating to me that nobody answered the question. There was just complete silence. And I just was like stunned. My brain stopped working because I just thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I said, "This is a practical joke, right? This is this what where are we? This is a college campus, right?" And I didn't. It's not to insult the guys or anything like that, but I sat and I was like, "Wait a minute!" But they were just breaking down in scientific fashion like the offensive line of the New York Giants, who was going to get traded, what the salary cap was, and what their contract extensions look like, and who's going to get picked in the next. Like they were telling me things. All this, I mean, like literally, they were football scientists who could not tell me what 5 times 100 was, and they were in college. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm shifting, my butt shifting in my seat. I'm like thinking, how you gonna make money when you can't count? Like and I'm not being mean. I hope I don't sound like I'm. If I sound like I'm being mean, please forgive me. I'm not trying to look. I'm not looking down on those guys. I felt sorry for them. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? And so I remember after it was over, I had to go to the airport, and I was talking to the young lady that was with me, that was giving me the tour, and I said, did you hear that conversation? And she goes, yeah, I heard it. And I said, was my question not clear? She said, no, it was clear. She said, I was gonna blurt out the answer, but I knew that wasn't my conversation. Because she comes from that tradition, like where when men are talking, that's when men are talking. When women are talking, men need to butt out, and maybe when men are talking, we need to talk to each other. We don't always need, so she was kind of just letting us have our space as men. And but she said I wanted to answer the question. It was 500. So what I really think about is I pray for like us and think about our kids. And I think that we don't understand the urgency that exists when you have millions of kids that can't tell you what, you know, 20 plus 10 is. Or if they do a business deal and they're going to get 10% of the profit, and you say, okay, if you make $1,000 and you get 10% of $1,000, how much money do you get? And then they guess, and then their answer is like $322. Like just something that doesn't even show like the basic understanding of mathematical fundamentals. And so this goes back to that point I've always made. I don't trust white people to educate black children. I just don't. I don't hate white people. When I talk like that, I know people get scared of me, and I don't care because I'm not a person to be afraid of, but at the same time, I'm not a person to be played with. You're not going to play with me with a bunch of nonsense and somehow convince me that these kids who are unloved and uneducated are going to have a chance of success in the world. Because what happens is that when you deny our children a proper education and deny our children an economic education, they get to the point where, like everyone else in America, they get to the point where they're 25 and up and they need money. And then there's no more stressful position you can be in than when you need something and you don't know how to acquire it. It's like being in the woods and you need food and you don't know how to hunt. You don't know how to fish. You don't know how to grow nothing. And so the blame, if you want to blame someone, the blame is who put you out in the woods and gave you no survival skills. Well, maybe your parents did that. Maybe they handed you over to someone who promised to give you survival skills, who did not do the job. Maybe we're passing the ball to somebody who plans to throw the ball out of bounds, so to speak. Maybe we're handing our children over to someone who's going to molest their minds and psychologically abuse them and lie to them and leave them severely unprepared for the world. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what you're seeing in the world. And so I just personally think, I had I shared a video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. My Instagram, my big one got taken down because I say things about white people, and that makes people nervous. So I had 600,000 people, and they're gone. So if you're one of the 600,000 from before, you can follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money as a backup, just so in case they eliminate me. And I had a dream that I was talking to the I put up a video about Jaylen Brown, who plays for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen is about to go to the NBA Finals, and I talked to Jaylen Brown's brother via text recently, but Jalen's very busy. So obviously, because he's about to play in the NBA Finals, so we haven't spoken in the past few days. But anyway, I put up this video of Jaylen Brown, and I want to mention Jaylen because I think it's very important to know what a black man looks like. So Jaylen Brown, in his history, he didn't only sign the highest NBA contract in the history of the league, and he's not just a superstar that's about to play in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, from what I understand, is an absolute, complete, total genius. You've got to go to my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. That's where I put the video. He is one of the most brilliant young athletes I've seen. He reminds me of Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who was so brilliant that he chose not to go right to the NFL because he wanted to go and pursue a Rhodes Scholarship or something. He's now a doctor at Harvard, from what I understand. And what's interesting is in the case of Dr. Roll, the NFL started to question his commitment to sports because he was so smart. Somehow they believe that a black man who's intelligent cannot also be athletic. That if you're committed to your academic achievement and your intellectual development, then that means you're not dumb enough or zombified enough to follow our orders and our instructions, right? That's what their false belief was, but it wasn't true. Dr. Roll went to the NFL and had a great career after he took care of himself. He was B1 in the sense that, or maybe it's maybe B1 or at least me one, meaning that he said, I'm more important than your little NFL team. My future, my family is more important than whatever you got going on with this organization. So I'm going to come and work with you, but I'm also going to make sure that I work for myself and work for my family first. So now Dr. Roll has a wife and some beautiful children. He's a Harvard educated doctor. He's going to have a great career beyond football. And I just think that's quite admirable. Well, Jaylen Brown reminds me of Dr. Roll. Jaylen Brown, his whole life has been this genius straight A student who's, the guy who joins the chess club and took graduate level classes when he went to college. And I just was so inspired by what I saw. I said, this is what a black man looks like. It reminds me of myself at that age. Just I wasn't as athletic as him. I love sports probably as much as he did, but I wasn't 6 foot whatever. I was too short to play basketball, but if I was tall enough, I probably would have been playing for the Celtics too. But the point of the matter is to say that this was the kind of thing that I think really exemplifies the excellence that our children are capable of. Most of the men and women I know who play sports at a high level are very disciplined, hardworking people. They're strategic, they're intelligent. They have more discipline than most regular people because it's very hard to play sports at a high level, at a college or professional level. If you've ever seen the day-to-day workout routine of a college athlete, you would know these are not amateurs, these are professionals. And that's why for many, many years I've always advocated that the athletes be paid like professionals. Now universities are being forced to pay them, and they should have been paying them 50 years ago. So to me, when I see Jaylen Brown, I don't see an exception. I see a guy who represents what that which should be the rule. Because if our young men spent as much energy and as much time on their intellectual development as we spend on our athletic development, we will be the intellectual leaders of the entire freaking earth. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Let me know if you understand the correlation here. I need you to understand the connection. You're getting up every day at 6 a.m., busting your butt, working your ass off, getting pushed to your absolute limits. And for some reason, somebody told you that you're not supposed to also do that in everything that you do. You're supposed to be if you're a superstar on the court, you should be a superstar in the classroom. You should be a superstar on the street. You should be a superstar in everything you do. If you're a hardworking man in your sport, how can you claim to be super hardworking over here, but you become a lazy, backward ass Negro over there? That doesn't make any sense. That's brainwashing. And I had a hard conversation like that. I had a student in my class when I was teaching at Syracuse who was an all Big East wide receiver, and it was embarrassing. The class was full of white people, and he's the only black guy, and he was getting the lowest score in every test. And so I sat and talked to him. And I said, "Man, this is embarrassing, dude. Like I see you. I see how good you are. I see how hard you work. You're the only person in the classroom who can go into a stadium with 50,000 people and play on national TV and catch passes and score touchdowns and all this other stuff. But yet somehow you think you can't pass these a finance test? Like these tests are easy compared to what you have to do. You should be great at everything you do. Greatness should be in your blood. Greatness should be part of your culture. I was talking to him about culture. I was talking to him about mindset. I was saying, look, if you're going to be great, if you're going to be a great man, be a great man. Just be great at everything. Just all you got to, I'm not asking to change a single thing about who you are. I'm not asking to go from being the cool guy to being the nerd. No, I'm just asking you, if you're going to be great, be great. If that's what you are, then be it. Stop turning your greatness off when it comes time for you to invest in your future, but then somehow you become great when it's time for white people to cheer you on the football field. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't care if you go out there and get brain damage or you get paralyzed. They just want to cheer because they like to see a Negro run and jump and catch balls. That's what they like to see. So what I'm saying is the reason I put this video of Jaylen Brown up. And I was so inspired. I said, man, I'm so proud of this dude. This is impressive. And then he's also the guy. He also actually, when he got his contract, they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I want to build a Black Wall Street. I said, Lord, this is awesome. This is so great. And it's so, but even my excitement is depressing because everybody should be doing this. Like there should be 1,000 athletes saying the same thing. Like it's weird. We live in the twilight zone because it's very weird that we have like just one or two that it's very rare to find somebody who is at the heights of society who actually remembers where the hell they came from and who ain't scared to invest in and support their own people in their own community and build their own families. That do you understand how deep the brainwashing has to be for you to think that any of that all makes sense? It doesn't make any sense. So with Jaylen Brown, I was very proud of him. And it's really weird because I think I went to sleep thinking about that video. And in my dream, I was talking to him and some other people in the Boston Celtics, like extensively about this stuff, like about economic consciousness and about this is how weird I am. I think about this so much, I dream about it. And we were having this conversation, and it felt so good because I'm like, finally, we're going where we need to go. And because what we really need long term is we need infrastructure. I really believe one game changer for the black community would be if you had some serious people get together and raise a few $1 billion to build very simple little schools all around the country, just like the Jewish people have Hebrew school. We need black people school. We need black economic school. We need powernomics training, whatever you want to call it. And this was the vision I laid out to Kanye West. He did not see it. He's in another place. Um, but this is something that is easy to do. It's been done before by other communities that wanted to take self-accountability, and it is something that would make a massive difference that would last for the next 500 years. If you went to every city and just said, okay, we're going to put up, you know, we're going to have $1 million budget per city, and we're going to create some little school, and we're going to focus specifically on powernomics principles or basic economic principles, and we're going to incentivize the people in the community to send their kids here to be educated. We're going to hire Black educators who really love the kids, and then we can supplement it with other aspects of what it means to live a wealthy life, health, wealth, and relationships. We've talked about that, and we're just going to make sure that they're educated with love. See, y'all don't understand that love is $1 trillion commodity right there. Love is $1 trillion commodity. Black love is $1 trillion commodity. And what do I mean by that? Well, when your children go to school in an environment where nobody loves them, that white lady from the suburbs, she's only there for a paycheck. Except for a few exceptions. There's some good people out here. I'm not saying that all white people are bad. I don't get into all that. But literally, the kids are being devoid of love. They're not loved in these systems. The school systems are built just like little penitentiaries. They're penitentiaries on training wheels. And so, because there's no love, the children don't connect to the teachers. The educational process does not work. And so, because the educational process does not work, you have this young person who could have been anything who goes out into the world unprepared, uneducated, or miseducated, and literally all their potential is kind of thrown down the toilet. So if you take that same process of miseducating kids, leaving them uneducated, and putting them out into a world where that's very competitive from an economic standpoint, then what's going to happen is that you're literally losing trillions of dollars every generation from a loss of human capital. You can, according to financial models, value human capital or value a human being's economic potential based on various factors like education, work ethic, where they're focusing their energy, things like that. You can do that. So I can literally write down an equation for you right now. I'm not going to do it because there's no need to, but I could give you an equation that will tell you what a human being is worth from a purely economic standpoint. So when you educate, so this is what the reason I say Black love is $1 trillion commodity is because if you imagine another scenario, imagine if our children were educated with love. Imagine if every morning the kid wakes up and he's going to a space with Black men and Black women who really love him, who really are passionately committed to seeing him succeed, who really care if he ate breakfast that morning, who care if he's happy or sad, who care that he's having good relationships with the other children in school. That kid is going to grow up and he's going to reach his potential. He or she is going to be far more successful. That little Black boy is going to grow up and become a great husband and father for some Black woman instead of being one of these men that disappoints everybody, right? Again, not that you put that all on men. I don't want to get into that. But seriously, think about what happens when guys are not raised properly as children and not loved properly. Well, they grow up and they become a freaking nightmare for somebody. Like no accountability, no responsibility, making a bunch of babies, don't take care of them, not showing up for their family, not showing the children look up to them, but eventually they can't anymore because daddy's a drug addict or an alcoholic like my daddy was. And so ultimately at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that when you have love in the room, you're elevating the value, the economic value and economic potential of these children that are being raised in a pool of love, instead of having them raised in a nasty, toxic bathtub full of hate and disrespect and microaggressions and dysfunction. This is what I'm saying. So ultimately, everything comes back to love. And I would say that if we love our children, we will invest in our children. If we love ourselves, then we will invest in ourselves. The things that you love, you take care of. The things you don't love, you throw them out the window. You waste those things. So I would argue that the lack of self-love, the lack of love for each other, the lack of love for our children, the lack of love for progress and everything that we claim to believe in, that is what causes us to continue to do things wrong. So when I just to summarize on that point, when I saw that video on Jalen, I was super excited and I said, man, this would be so great. Imagine if we had schools where all they did, like literally, do you know, simple ideas, I promise you, simple ideas will change everything with Black economics. If Jalen simply, let's say Jalen was an egomaniac who said, I just want to create 1,000 schools where we're going to produce, 100,000 kids a year that are just replicas of me, that are going to do exactly what they're going to play basketball, but they're also going to be great at chess and mathematics and and the hardworking students and whatever else I believe in. Like literally, imagine if you had a hundred or several 100,000 black men who think just like Jalen Brown, who sought educational excellence, who were disciplined, who were hardworking, who still love sports. Remember, sports is cool. I like sports. I played every sport. It was fun. I wish I'd learned more about baseball. My father was a good baseball player, but he was never around, so he never taught me. But I think I would have been good at baseball. I would have been good at golf, because golf, I wasn't tall, so maybe I needed a sport that didn't require me to be big and tall. But the point is to say that just simply taking your models of success and being able to mass produce them in almost like an industrialized framework, that is a pattern and a model that's been used by countries to build powerful nations. The United States, the reason Hitler was so scared of the United States in World War II is because the United States has had some of the most amazing industrial capability of any country on the planet. If they want to make a bullet, they're not going to just make one or two bullets. They're going to make like a billion bullets. They're not just going to make two or three really nice ships. They're going to make like hundreds of ships because they've got a process, a system. Do you understand? So what we need a system. We need to look at our best and brightest and our baddest and our boldest and our most extraordinary men, our most extraordinary women, and we need to build them just like you build a Tesla in a factory. Because they already do that with hip hop. There's a whole documentary called The Nigga Factory. They already build gangsters. They already build thugs. They already have a factory to build athletes. They have factories to build black kids that want to be comedians or whatever. That's why if you go to most schools and you ask the black boys, what do you want to be when you grow up? An overwhelming majority of them are going to say, I want to play in the NFL, the NBA, or I want to be a rapper. They are because there's a system. It's systematic. So the question becomes, given that you know that there are so many systems that are plotting to turn you left, how many systems do you have in place that are plotting to turn you right? Given that there's so much, remember, media is a system. That's why, if you think about the radio stations, when all the radio stations got together and said, we're going to play the same music everywhere in every city, that's when Lil Wayne and people like that become mega famous. And they're because everybody around the country is hearing the same songs. It's systematic. So what I'm saying to you is that those who have that position of power, who have those resources, I wouldn't put it all on Jalen. Jalen's in his 20s, I think, so that's a lot to put on you as a young guy. But those people that have access to capital should also have a way of thinking or advisors that can think in a systematic fashion so you can implement systems to counter the systems that are there to harm you. Remember, racism is systematic. Systematic racism is what really, really plagued you. It's not this specific one, it's not these one-off situations like, oh, I went to the grocery store and the white lady didn't want to give me my change. I don't give a damn about that. Who cares if they like you? Stop getting that's not racism. Systematic racism is when you're talking about the massive denial of opportunities, when you talk about massive economic theft that's occurred over multiple generations to the tune of $14 trillion. It's when you talk about entire systems designed around white supremacy, like the school system, the prison system, the economic system. So you got all these systems that are working against you. What systems do you have that are working in your favor? Or are you even, because remember, to think on a systematic level, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. A person who's sitting in the system can't always see the system. They can't see the system unless they elevate in terms of consciousness to rise up and look down and say, well, wait a minute, this is happening to me, but oh, it happened to millions of black boys. There was millions of black boys that wanted to put on medication and do all these other things. Do you understand? This is why consciousness is so important. I'll share the story, then I'm done talking about this topic. But I still remember when Snoop Dogg was talking to Tupac. And as you know, in case you don't know, Tupac got killed. And Tupac was right in the middle of his beef with Diddy and everybody else. And Bad Boy and Tupac was pretty committed to the beef, right? Tupac had been traumatized because he got shot in New York and he's thinking somebody set him up, and it's kind of bad. So he's really mad at Snoop Dogg. He was mad at Snoop Dogg because Snoop Dogg had a different level of consciousness than Tupac. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying this, but Snoop Dogg's consciousness was just different in my view because Snoop Dogg was like, Tupac was like, I'm gonna kill him or F those dudes or whatever, right? My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Like he's really in it. He's really in the moment. And Snoop is like, let's take a step back here and let's think about this. So to me, Snoop, so his approach was more like, this moment will pass. One day I want to be a grandfather or something. I want to be alive in the year 2010 and 2020 and get gray hair and whatever and do oldies concerts with Mick Jagger and stuff. Like I don't know if I really want my last experience on this earth to be like 1996, right? So what was interesting was Pac got really really mad at Snoop because from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this, so anybody who's a hip hop head, if I'm wrong about something, just let's not. I don't want to debate that all day. And so Snoop goes to New York and they asked him on the radio, they said, how do you feel about Puffy and everybody else? Because he was Puffy back then, he changed his name every like once a week. And he was like, man, I'm cool with all of them. I like all them dudes, man. They all right. So Snoop was trying to like be friends with people and just say, look, I'm not trying to escalate this conflict. I don't really want this to get out of hand. Whereas Tupac was like, no, that's the enemy. And remember, in his song, "Hit 'Em Up," one of the greatest diss songs of all time, he says something like something that was really interesting to me, where he says, um, F Bad Boy, F blah blah blah, as a whole record label and as a whole crew. And then he says, if you're down with Bad Boy, then F you too. So he's spraying a nuclear bomb, basically saying that not only am I talking about my enemy, but anybody who's even affiliated with my enemy is also my enemy. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, and I promise you that there's a point to this. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, look, I don't want to fight them. That's between y'all. That made Snoop into the enemy. And so what Snoop told as a story, which was interesting to me, that made me think that okay, this guy has a level of consciousness about him. And consciousness is vision. It's the ability to kind of see long term. It's the ability to see wide, to see the bigger picture, and not get caught up inside the trees. You can see the whole forest. Is so he says, yeah, yeah, me and Pac were talking, and Pac was saying, man, Death Row, we the I'm gonna say it like Snoop said it, so cover your ears if you don't like profanity. He said, Pac was like, we the motherfuckers, we the ones, we the sinners. They can't nobody mess with us, can't nobody mess, right? And what Snoop said was really interesting. He said, cuz, he said they make us everywhere. He said they make gangsters everywhere. And what he was talking about in my mind, and my maybe this was my interpretation, was he's talking about the systematic replication of a mindset, the systematic replication of a certain outcome, the mass industrialization of certain types of black males all throughout the country, so that I could go to I could go to Seattle and I could find that guy in Seattle. I could go to Chicago and find the same guy in Chicago. I could go to New York and find the same guy in New York. I could go to Texas and find the same guy in Texas. And so to me, that is kind of what I end up seeing when you're talking about the outcomes with our kids, is that these are systems that are spitting out kind of the same person, the same outcome. When I can tell you a story about something that a black man did or that a black woman did, and I say, does anybody know somebody who's like that? And everybody says, oh yeah, I know someone. Oh, I got a cousin like that. I got a sibling like that. Or when I say, how many of you have had a family member go to prison? Everybody raises their hand, because the prison, the mass incarceration, the systematic racism was very broadly done. It was systematically done like a machine. And so that industrialization, that systematic thinking, the consciousness required to even think as a system, is something that has been used to harm you. It's been used to harm you in a very, very terrible way. Even Joseph Stalin, who ran the Soviet Union, he said, one death is a tragedy. He said, but a million deaths, that's just a statistic. Like that, nobody cares about a million deaths, but everybody cares about one. If you hear one story about one person and that the suffering they went through, it makes you sad and it makes you cry. But if somebody says, "Oh yeah, a million people died," it's like, "Oh, well, okay." Right. So that was basically him having like a different type of consciousness. And this is the thing, right? So I don't want you to think the word consciousness is always good. Sometimes a heightened level of consciousness can actually be a terrible thing. right? It's just like, oh yeah, yeah, we're just gonna kill 10,000 people over here, and but we'll save 100,000 people over there, right? So don't ever assume that consciousness always means that you're a better person. Consciousness is just awareness. It's living in a certain dimension where you see things in a certain way. Just like going back to that original analogy, if I am driving on the road and I can only see the car in front of me and I can only see the freeway route to get to my destination. That's a level of consciousness. But if I get in an airplane or a helicopter, I rise to the third dimension. I can use height now, so I have an awareness that exceeds the people on the road. I now have an advantage over them. Do you understand? Let me know. Please let me know you're following this. I know I am going in 1,000 directions I did not plan to go into, but I hope this makes sense. So because I have extra consciousness, I have awareness, which means I have an advantage because I have more information. I have more variables in my equation that I can use to make specific decisions. So what I would like for us to focus on and think about is how this consciousness can be used to your advantage. I think by being more conscious of of the way our children are being educated, it's gonna give us an advantage. I think being more conscious of the way our economics is being manipulated, that gives us an advantage. When I bring variables into the equation that maybe you didn't think about, that gives you an advantage. You can say, oh, well, the reason this is happening is because of this and this and this. It's not some mysterious thing that's coming from some parallel universe that you're not aware of. Oh, you've been there. Because you're conscious and you've traveled to those other dimensions to say, oh, this is what's really happening. And here's the other thing, though, when you learn the value of consciousness and you commit to being conscious, then you can then translate that consciousness to the development of systems and processes that can be implemented that allow you to use that consciousness to your advantage. Like when I know that being above the traffic allows me to see further down the road than being in the traffic, then what I do is I go build me a helicopter and I apply that knowledge. And now I'm in the helicopter and now I'm winning. Now there's no traffic. I can see further than everybody else. I have more information than everybody else. It's going to be harder for you to get me into a car accident if I'm in a fucking helicopter. And that's really what a conscious person does. A conscious person isn't necessarily always going to fight you because they done rose above the fight. They're on another vibration, another frequency. They don't even know that the fight's happening. And that's what happens. Think about it. Think about people who are just low vibrational people. They sitting around, they jealous, they petty, they mad. They're thinking in a scarcity mindset. They're mad at you about stuff that you don't even know happened. You're not even thinking about it. Wow, because you're focused on something bigger. Your vision is out there, whereas their vision is right here. because nobody ever taught them how to be conscious. People only taught them how to be petty, small-minded, and low vibration. So rise up, raise your consciousness. In fact, if you ever, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I'm ever in a fight and I take a moment to close my eyes and meditate, I win the fight, not by winning the fight. I realize that I can win the fight by rising above the fight. And I even do that with my wife. Don't tell her I said this. But if my wife is really mad at me over something stupid, something simple, something petty, I'll literally close my eyes and say, will this matter in 5 years? And if the answer is no, then you know what I do? I let it go. I do. I just say, I just say, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever you say. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Because at that point, I'm not even talking about like Boyce is not really talking to you anymore. Like the Boyce from the future is looking at it saying, this is silly. So consciousness can be your asset in a multitude of ways. Financial consciousness will make you a financial genius. It will make you financially successful. But remember, consciousness can be applied to everything that you do. So this is why, I encourage you to consider that those people that believe in things like meditation and all that, that's really important because when you can really sort of understand what's going on, you can really position yourself in a way that's going to benefit you. So anyway, I totally flubbed this whole conversation. I told y'all I was going to talk about reasons why people overspend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that list. I made a whole list. I didn't plan on talking about Jalen Brown and all that, but y'all know what it is. That's what I do in economic consciousness. I just do a stream of consciousness, and whatever comes to mind, I trust it, and then present it in a way that hopefully adds value to your thinking. But I am going to read this because I did make that promise. So I apologize for those of you that are sitting here like confused. And by the way, so quickly, just a reminder, tonight we are going to meet for the Prime program, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine, where we're going to talk about making money by selling stock options. It's a pretty cool way to make money. There are risks in all investing for sure, but a lot of people really enjoy it. So if you'd like to do a $1 trial, I'm going to send that link out right after we get done today. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you can try the program for $1 for the first month. And also that'll give you the chance to attend our session called Prime 101 next week, where we literally do a whole introduction. Now tonight I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm gonna answer questions from the students that are already in the program, but those that are beginners, we're gonna do a Prime 101, and you get a chance to come in here. You come in for free or come in for $1. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll send you that link. And also, I wanted to remind you, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It is an amazing, amazing place, and the convention is an amazing experience. This is our ninth one, and so we're really excited about this. It was a convention I created because I don't like other conventions typically. I mean, some of them I can enjoy, but the black ones, unfortunately, are a little bit too politically driven, and they have too much corporate sponsorship. So I never really enjoyed going to conventions that were either controlled by a political party or controlled by corporations, because I don't feel like that allows us to really solve our problems in a meaningful and authentic way. So we paid the bills for this thing, and it's really it's successful and exciting. I know you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you're interested. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me give you the list, and I'm going to come back to this tomorrow because I feel like I won't get a chance to really cover it as much as I want to. But let me give you 5 quick reasons why people tend to overspend. Okay, so the first reason, this is all based on research, what the academic research says. So if you have an issue with overspending and your money's leaving your pocket and you don't know why, let me give you some financial consciousness that will help you to at least know why you spent all your money. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you won't be confused and you won't sort of be rope-a-doped out of your resources. The first is emotional triggers and impulse buying. So according to a study by Kruger in 2016, people often overspend due to emotional triggers such as stress, sadness, or boredom. So retail therapy is pretty common. It's a common coping mechanism for negative emotions. So give me a yes if you've ever gone through that, where you were feeling bored, stressed, or sad, and shopping just made you feel better. Let me know if you've gone through that. And the study was called The Influence of Emotions on Compulsive Buying, and it explored how emotional states can drive compulsive buying behaviors and the temporary relief it produces. So it's no different from being stressed out and wanting to have sex, or being stressed out and wanting to go hit the crack pipe, or hit the liquor bottle, or just something that's going to release those endorphins and that dopamine is going to, and the thing about it though is that there are healthy ways to do that too. Like some people get stressed out and they go exercise, because you release endorphins when you exercise. Some people get stressed out and they take a nap, or they meditate, or they go do something that's not going to, cause them to lose their money or gain a bunch of weight or become a drug addict or catch an STD, right? So to me, everybody has coping mechanisms. I think it's a matter of finding coping mechanisms that are going to benefit you as opposed to those that harm you. Like for example, I would say being addicted to exercise is far more beneficial than being addicted to drugs, or even being addicted to work. Even though being a workaholic comes with its ups and downs and its pluses and minuses. At least if you're addicted to work, at least you're going to be very productive, as opposed to being addicted to alcohol or gambling or something like that. The second reason that people overspend is social pressure and social influence. Now, there's a study that was done by Bearden and Etzel in 1982. The study was called Social Influences on Consumer Behavior, the Impact of Reference Groups and Peer Pressure. And in this study, they basically found that social pressure and the desire to conform to group norms can lead individuals to make purchases they wouldn't have made otherwise, often resulting in overspending. This is one that I believe Black people have to be really careful about because for Black people, it's all, we talk a lot about being part of the culture, and there's a lot of there seems to be just a lot of pressure to fit in. Like I have people that will criticize me and say, you don't fit in, you're not part of the culture, you don't relate, so and so doesn't relate to you, or these people don't relate to you, they don't know I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to relate to anybody except for God and myself and the purpose, right? That's what I want to relate to. I want to relate to my wife. I want to relate to my kids. I don't want to relate to what's trendy on the internet. So no, I'm not interested in doing TikTok dances. I'm not trying to just do things because they're cool. And we are sort of the leaders of cool. Right, we are the leaders in terms of setting trends when it comes to fashion and style and slang, and so there's all this pressure, I think, to kind of fit in. Like you're not really Black, you're not going to get invited to the barbecue, you're not really, that kind of thing. And I personally think that that's silly because unfortunately that can cause you, let's talk, if you talk specifically about the financial side, it can cause you to overspend on things that you don't really want. So social pressure is a big deal. I think social pressure really hits hard for people that don't know who they are or don't have high self-esteem. And I think that there's something about being Black that impacts your self-esteem from birth. Like a lot of us are raised to believe that you're really nothing until white people acknowledge you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. There are a lot of us who are trained to believe that if if the world and white folks don't validate you in some way, you're not as important as the people who have been validated by white folks. Look at how many of our so-called heroes are simply Black people that white people put on TV. They're seriously, there are people that are seen as heroes in the Black community, and I think about it, and I would say to my wife, I'd say, what would we think about this guy if some white guy had not chosen to put him on television? People love this lady or this person because they know who they are and they've heard their album or seen their TV show or saw them get a Grammy or an Oscar or a Pulitzer or something. But if you strip all that away, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. So it is that consciousness that exists within those who seek to kind of manage the Black community and develop systems around managing the Black community that causes them to really get to decide who our heroes are going to be, who we're going to look up to. If they could take any random person on the street, like a sexy red or something, boost her up, make her one of the most famous people in America, put a whole lot of money in her pocket, and there will be a segment of the Black community that will look up to that person, that will say, "Oh, wow, you're my hero. I want to be like you when I grow up." Or you could take that same person. You could take, and Sexy Red is this rapper. You don't go look her up. It's gonna make you vomit. But anyway, they could take Sexy Red. Pay attention now. They could take her to any elementary school in the hood right now, and the kids would start screaming. They would be excited to see her in the gymnasium, and they wouldn't be excited if you say brought, I don't know, the greatest Black surgeon on the planet, right? Especially if it's somebody like Dr. Ben Carson who happens to be a Republican, like, oh, boo, you're bad, yeah. Or we don't know who you are, or you seem like a nerd, right? But so it's kind of interesting how that's done. Right? If you see it the way I see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Because you've invested billions of dollars, that's money. See, money controls all this, by the way. This is every time we talk, we're always having a financial conversation. I want you to know this because money is like the little demon kind of lurking in the background, this rubbing his hands like Birdman, just controlling everything that's happening in your mind, your body, your community, right? So they put billions of dollars into developing this infrastructure in this thing called media. And so they get their television signals in everybody's home, and then they say, okay, we're going to take this person, we're going to put them in everybody's house, and we're going to put them in everyone's consciousness. And this person's going to be the new it guy for the Black community. And that's what they do. So anyway, so social pressure, I think, is one of those things that really harms us economically. And in fact, studies show that Black people worship celebrities. So Nielsen, when they wrote their report on how to sell things to Black people, they said it's easy. Just put a celebrity in the ad, and Black people will buy it. When I went to a party, I went to the NBA All-Star Weekend, and there was a party. I got invited by the guy who ran the Air Jordan brand, and me and my wife went in there, and it was really nice, really fancy, and they had all these really cool places you could grab food and stuff. And so I sat down. I mean, this was good, like good food. It's like I got like a little version of a steak dinner. So I sat down at this little place, and I was sitting next to this guy, And I knew he was important because he's like a real weird looking European guy. And I said, well, what do you do? And he said, I created the Beats by Dre headphones. And I said, wow, I said, you guys did a really great job with the marketing on that. And he said, thank you. And I guess he didn't care what I did, and I didn't care to tell him. But really, when I said you guys did a great job on the marketing, I was really thinking, wow, you really did a great job of manipulating Black people's addiction to celebrities and the addiction to sort of fitting in and following the crowd. Because what you did was you took some pretty mediocre headphones and you ran a campaign where you had all their favorite celebrities wearing those headphones. So you used symbolism to really connect to the conscious and subconscious mind of mostly Black people to basically say, if you have this symbol, this little Beats by Dre symbol in your ear with these headphones, you're gonna be similar to Serena. You're gonna be similar to Lil Wayne. You're gonna be similar to LeBron, right? And that's kind of what I see when they talk about peer pressure and social influence. I think social influence is really something that if you're going to allow social influence to impact you, then put yourself in an environment where you're going to be influenced by people that are going to make you do the things that you want to do. So if you want to lose weight, get into a group of people that are into losing weight. If you want to be intellectual, make your peer group other intellectuals. Don't try to be an intellectual person when you're surrounded by a group of ignorant people. Like being that's going to frustrate you, and you're going to be mad, and you're going to be punching at the air, and it's terrible. Like literally the most torturous conversations I have is when I try to have a deep conversation with people who ain't trying to be deep. In those conversations, I just need to sit back and just listen and study. You know, I feel like the guy who used to go in the wilderness and study the animals and stuff, and I would just study human nature, and I would just be like, wow, this really ignorant conversation is really interesting to these people, and they're talking about stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I know the reason you believe that is because you watch too much Fox News, and you believe that because you watch MSNBC, and you believe that because you watch BET. And I'm not judging in a negative way. I try not to do that, but I don't I realize this is not my conversation. This is not a time for me to bring out the other side of Boyce that wants to go super deep on topics, because this is not the crowd to do that with. So find your crowd, find your people. Be intentional about that. I think that consciousness is also connected to intentionality. So if I'm consciously and intentionally selecting who I want in my space, what woman I want by my side, what friends I want in my house, what people I want to talk to, then that allows me to structure an environment that is conducive to me becoming the man that I want to be. You know, I don't want to be a man who's out drinking liquor at the strip club and using drugs. So I'm not really going to want to spend a lot of time around people that are doing that. I want to be a man who's trying to be better, who's trying to pursue his goals, who's trying to be smarter, etc. So when I pick my friends, I pick them specifically and deliberately, because unfortunately there's a culture that kind of wants to push you in a different direction. So use peer pressure to your advantage. Don't let peer pressure cause you to do things that are not going to be good for you. Number three is instant gratification. This is another reason people overspend. That's a big one. So the study was done by Frederick Lowenstein and Donahue in 2002. The research paper was called Delayed Discounting in Economic Decision Making, a meta-analysis. So they said that the tendency to prioritize immediate rewards over long-term benefits, known as delayed discounting, meaning that if something's delayed in your mind, you discount it. You just kind of like, it's not as meaningful because I got to wait 6 months or whatever. This can lead to overspending. People often choose to buy now rather than save for future needs. So instant gratification is a big, big problem. And unfortunately, instant gratification is encouraged everywhere. Everywhere, all people talk about is the present, and all they're worried about is right now. The politicians do it. The politicians have screwed up our government financially, because every politician is thinking about getting reelected in 2 or 3 years. They're not thinking about what the country's going to look like 50 years from now. Therefore, in 50 years, the country's going to be a mess. Number four, marketing and advertising tactics. Marketing strategies such as limited time offers and flashy advertisements create a sense of urgency and excitement that can trigger impulsive buying and overspending. This research study was done by Kotler, and it said it's called The Effectiveness of Marketing Strategies in Influencing Consumer Behavior. So marketing and just kind of pushing different buttons like buy now. If you don't get it by such and such, then whatever. Like these tactics are used regularly when it comes to offering various products and items. And in fact, actually, when they talk about selling luxury goods, one thing that they do is they train them to pretend like they don't really want your business because they know that people tend to want things that they can't have. You see this sometimes maybe in dating. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who stops liking a person because that person likes them so much, right? Like at first you're interested in that woman, and then she shows a lot of interest in you, and then you're like, okay, you're not, I don't want you anymore because you're not a challenge. Like there are people that do that, or I've seen women do that too, right? You only like the guys who don't want you, and the guy who wants you, you see that as a weakness or there's something wrong with him. And I think this is something that's just ingrained in a lot of us. And I had to tell people, I said, I didn't chase my wife. I did. She didn't play hard to get. I told her, I said, I like you. She said, I like you too. And then we said, great, there's a match. That's it. It wasn't like, I like you. Well, no, I'm not interested. And if she had played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got. I just say, I said, if my wife had played hard to get, I don't I didn't play those games. No, it's like either you like me or you don't. And if you tell me you don't like me, then that means you don't like me. And I'm not gonna why would I like somebody who doesn't like me? That don't even make no damn sense. That's weird. That's very weird. And because there was another woman years ago, I'm not gonna say her name because in case she watches or something, but I kid you not, and she was I was attracted to her. She was smart. I like the smart women. I don't ladies, don't ever let men make you feel bad about being educated and stuff. Smart women are awesome, and men, don't be intimidated by smart women. If she's a good woman, then she'll make you smarter. Like don't be intimidated by that. There's nothing to be intimidated by. Just treat each other with respect. And remember, everybody can learn from everybody. PhDs, some of us PhDs, we know a lot about one thing, but there's a lot of stuff that we're missing. So never assume you can't learn from someone with less education than you. That's flawed thinking. Education is not the same as knowledge, and knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom says that your little PhD, your little MD, your little JD, whatever, that means you have a lot of knowledge in one special area. That does not mean you know everything. So don't be that person who thinks they know everything. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, there was another lady, and this is a true story. I never told this story before, but it's funny because it's relevant. So why not share it? And I was probably about 30, and I got into that stage in life where I was ready to, settle down. I didn't want to settle down when I was broke. I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good to like, I was having trouble feeding myself. I didn't want the responsibility to have to feed a bunch of other people. I know that some people say, oh, that stuff shouldn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to have a decent income because there's a lot of pressure when you can't provide. So I got my first job. So I was feeling myself. I'm making good money. She was another professor, just like my wife is a professor. I was very attracted to her, and she had a good job. So one my good job with her good job, we had a good income. And I went to this lady, and I just kind of let her know I was interested. I said, "Hey, why don't we have a relationship?" And she starts going, I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't know. I don't think it would work. And she starts telling me all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And I'm kind of disappointed, like, dang, well, I thought we were good. And so 3 weeks later, her friend calls me and goes, "Well, why?" And I'm telling her friend, because here's the thing: when you a young black man with money, you 30 years old and you making six figures, there was women lined up around the block. It wasn't hard to meet a new woman. So I met another lady that I liked, and I was telling my friend, I was like, "Yeah, I met this girl. We're going out and da da da," right? And she goes, "Well, what about so and so, the girl that rejected me?" And I was like, "But I said, but I did ask her. I told her. I told her the whole story. I said, yeah. I said, hey, why don't we date?" And she was hemming and hawing and saying, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and blah blah blah. And you know what she said? I kid you not. She goes, no, no, no. She likes you. She was just rejecting you to see if you were serious. And I was like, what? I was I was like, no, I am a serious man. If I ask you a serious question, I just expect a serious answer. I don't know how to play those games. I was not trained on I did not grow up believing or being taught that no means yes and yes means no. I didn't. Because that gets guys arrested, by the way. That gets you labeled as a predator, or that gets you a sexual harassment accusation when you assume. And that's my belief that that no means no, yes means yes. And I know that there's nuances to this. I believe that with human nature, yeah, there was a time where like that song, remember that song it's cold outside, I really got to be going. Come on, baby, it's freezing out there. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't stay. No, come on, baby, you gotta. Right, that do y'all know? Y'all remember when that song got labeled as like a Predator song or something in the Me Too movement where they were saying that they can't play that song anymore because it's predatory sexual harassment or it's rape culture or something, right? So there was a time where you could have those sort of nuanced experiences with each other. But the world I grew up in was like, no, if you want to be safe, you take people for their word. So when you say no, that means okay, no problem. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the harasser. I'm not the guy. I don't. And also, here's the other thing too. There was a self-esteem dimension to this that says, why in the hell would I want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted? Like, why would I want to be? Why would I want to pursue someone or something that doesn't want me back? And that made me think about how many of us kind of do the opposite. We will literally give our very best to people who give us their worst. And that struggle love, it translates to everything. We do struggle love when it comes to economics. I believe collectively, white America's kind of shown, not that white people are all bad, but systematically, they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They're not going to give you any of that money back. They don't respect you. They're not going to support your reparations or anything. But yet you will be so quick to seek out their validation. You will be so quick to give them your money. You will give them your time. You will sell them your children. You will sell your children to the corporate plantation and say, "Go serve that white man over there. He gonna pay you. He gonna pay you enough money to pay your rent. Not to get rich. He's gonna give you enough money just to get by." We do that. We are really deeply committed to people, places, and things that are not equally committed to us. And I argue that that is a psychological problem. That is a self-esteem issue. So the same way when I talk about my wife, and I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. I make it 100% clear. When I told my wife I was interested in her, and she replied and said, "I'm interested in you too," that let us know that there was a match. If one of us had played this goofy game of like, I'm gonna pretend like I don't like you to make you like me more, that to me is not a healthy game, nor is it a safe game to play for me as a black man for sure. I'm not here to harass my way into your life or to beg my way into your life or to wear you down until you finally agree to let me in, because then I'm setting this terrible standard. I'm gonna have to always meet this standard, and I'm always on thin ice because the minute I mess up, you're gonna kick me to the curb. No, I have value. She has value. I see her value, she sees mine. And we're clear about that. That's what grown-ups do. And I think the same thing should be true in any area of your life. When you're talking about spending money, let me tell you, one way that they sell luxury items is they act like they don't like you and they don't care if you're there and they really don't even want you around. Do you know Bernie Madoff? Do you know the way Bernie Madoff? Anybody, give me a guess if you know the name Bernie Madoff. Y'all know Madoff, right? Y'all remember Madoff? He ran the biggest Ponzi scheme in American history to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how Madoff got? And he was robbing his own people. He's Jewish, by the way. He was robbing Jewish people in a major way to the tune of like 60, 70 billion dollars. Do you know how Madoff got so many smart people in the Jewish community? See, we y'all think Jewish people are perfect when it comes to money. No, they're not perfect. They're flawed like us. Do you know how he got so many people to invest? He acted like he didn't want their money. He acted like, I got a bunch of other clients. I have a bunch of people who are already offering me millions of dollars. So if you don't give me your money by tomorrow, then I'm not interested. And so people will say, "Oh, well, I really want him to take my money, so I went ahead and hurried up and gave it to him because I was so scared." That's what he did. That's what he played hard to get because he knows that we're raised to be suckers in that way. We're raised to want things that we cannot have. And by people presenting something in a scarce fashion or in a way where they are you get the FOMO, thank you, that's a great term, where you create this space where it's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. It does something when you tell people they can't have something, they really really want it. So when white America tells black people all the things that we can't have and they have all these things sort of locked away that we have to beg our way to get access to, we will literally sacrifice everything to get access to that special space. And what I think is a great mind trick that because they're doing mind tricks on you, you might as well do mind tricks on yourself. Is a mind trick that I did on Boyce was I said, no, Boyce, you are in the special space. You are the special space. This stop begging other people to let you to be around them. They should be begging to be around you. And not in a disrespectful way, but where you're sitting right now is the place to be. And I remember saying this when I was sitting in my little apartment. It wasn't a little apartment; it was a little townhouse in Syracuse, and I was doing this work, writing these articles nobody was reading, and I didn't. I was doing work nobody paid attention to. I remember saying, "I'm going to work so hard, and I'm going to be so damn good at what I do." That people are going to come looking for me. They're going to say, damn, this guy in Syracuse is doing some amazing stuff. How do I get in touch with him? And years later, one day, my assistant calls me and says, Tyler Perry wants to talk to you. And then I get another call. Farrakhan is on the phone. And then I get another call. Cornell West wants to speak to you. Like, so all these people that I admired, that I looked up to, and I was respectful. I didn't want. I was never arrogant toward them because I love all these people actually. Um, they saw what I was doing. They saw that yeah, there's value over here too. And so what I'm saying to you, and this is a good point to close on, is that you are valuable right where you are. You are as precious as you choose to be. Your community, in my view, our community, that's the sweet spot, man. That's where the gold is buried. The gold is buried in your backyard. You ain't got to pack your bags and go searching the world, looking for love in all the wrong places, chasing people down, begging people to acknowledge you, begging people to tell you that Black Lives Matter, begging people to let you into their institutions. You've got the juice already. You've got that. You just have to see it. You have to see it and you have to refine it. The things you don't invest in are the things that will never grow. So we get so busy when you talk about Black economics, we get so busy watering everybody else's garden that we forget that we've got a garden in our own backyard that isn't getting any water at all. You leave your community every day to go work for other people in other people's businesses and do stuff for other folks and buy stuff from other people. And then when you finally get home, your community's in shambles, your family done fell apart, and everything that could have been amazing in your life has died because you've been trained to invest in everything except for yourself. Your children alone, just your children, I'm not talking about your human capital and your creativity and everything, just your children are a multi-trillion dollar asset that you're not really investing in properly. We are not investing heavily in our children. If I was 22 years old again and I lived my life again, I would have found a great quality woman at the age of 22, had about 14 kids, and spent all my time investing in those 14 kids and making them into clones of whatever set of ideologies that we believed in as a family. And I would start at the age of 0 to make sure that we were all on the same page because ultimately I would be building an empire. That to me, that investment will be more important than any job I could get. It would be more important than any stupid award I could win if I was running off to Hollywood. It will be more important than any of the other stuff people are doing. So find the things that matter to you and invest in that. Invest in you. Invest in the people around you. Like that's where your win is. Your win is not looking for love in all the wrong places or begging white folks to give you a seat at the table. To hell with their table. I don't want their table. I don't want to be at your table. I got a damn table. I'm building a table. And I'm building a better table. My table's made out of gold. Your table's made out of faulty plastic. I'm not integrated into a burning house. I'm building a powerful kingdom. That's the mindset I think that will get us to the next level. In fact, it's the mindset I know that will get us to the next level. So keep building, keep investing in the things around you. That's how you win. All right, I gotta go. It's time for us to finish up for today. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get the reminder, just text the word morning to the number 87948 and I'll send you a link. So text morning to 87948. Also tonight, at 8 p.m. I'm meeting the prime students. We're going to talk about making money selling stock options. You're going to like it. It's really a lot of fun. It's really good stuff. Also, if you, in case you didn't know, at drboycebooks.com, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is there, along with books from my wife. We have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. I know it's summertime, and if you have kids, your kids are probably sitting around doing nothing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at some of the resources there, and maybe that will help you in your journey. So God bless you guys. It was real, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Bitcoin is going berserk. But that's a no-brainer. Everybody knew Bitcoin was gonna, well, everybody that paid attention knew Bitcoin was gonna do this. It's actually over 70,000 now. At some point it will cross 80, in my opinion. I believe at some point it will cross 90 and 100 and everything else. I think Bitcoin is one of the clear investments out there. Although, there's nothing that's guaranteed. There's nothing that's guaranteed, and I hope you all really remember that. Never forget that, right? So even if someone says, "Oh yeah, I really, really think this is going to happen," that does not mean it's going to definitely happen. Even as a professor, I can't predict what the stock market's going to do. I can't predict what any asset's going to do. However, there is a lot of evidence to say that if something is going to explode, it's going to be Bitcoin. And also, most of the indicators in terms of where the market momentum is going is pushing Bitcoin upwards. So if you've been consistently buying, congratulations. You're probably seeing this right now. And so you're well on your way to wealth, in my opinion. And so anyway, the one thing I wanted to kind of hit on today too had to do with something that was crossing my mind. I put something on my Twitter, and I really thought I really believe this kind of thing. And I think I said something. Sometimes I say stuff in a way that irks people. I don't know, but I said, I really believe that every parent should set a high standard for their daughters, so that some guy can't impress her by taking her on a weekend trip to Atlanta. And then of course people come in and say, well, what's wrong with going to Atlanta, and why do you hate poor people? And I don't hate poor people. That's not it. That's not it. I've been on many trips to Atlanta, but I really kind of I was just thinking about standards and how what you do with your kids financially really does set a standard. What they expect from you in terms of character and integrity goes a long way in terms of what they're going to expect from men that they interact with, especially your little girls. And a lot of times you just see, things that make me kind of sad as a father, like women kind of wanting, like really desiring men that just don't have good character. If you think about it, if you think about Diddy and Cassie, for example, which is kind of the talk of the town right now, there were a lot of women that were happy for Cassie to be dating Diddy. They thought she'd won the prize. They thought that she was looking good. She was in the driver's seat of her life. And girl, won the prize. You got the man everybody wanted. And that's that's just not the case. A lot of in economics we call that the winner's curse. There's something in economics called the winner's curse, and what the winner's curse is the winner's curse is where you think you won but really you lost. And it's when you compete for something that you're dreaming about, but actually you kind of have the wrong dream. And effectively, that is kind of what I see when it comes to the stuff with Diddy and Cassie and all that is like, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, do you regret this relationship? And how would you have felt if I'd come from the future, if I'd gone into your life 15 years ago and said, don't do this, like don't date this guy, there's going to be bad things are going to happen? Would you have said thank you for protecting me from something that was going to harm me, or would you have just wanted to learn things the hard way? And I just hate to see that. It really makes me sad. And so actually what I wanted to do in terms of helping you understand how these financial standards can play a part in how your children see the world, let me pull up some data for you. Yeah, so because this is this is important. So when you're talking about setting financial standards for your daughters, let's talk about daughters in particular, right? So I know we have something similar when it comes to sons. I don't think the dynamic's the same because I don't believe boys and girls are the same. I know we have debates about, transgender and all that, but I just assume I believe that things are a little bit different. So when you talk about standards, here is some research that I found that kind of talks about what the standards actually mean and what they actually do when it comes to the quality of life, the ability of that little girl that you raised to have a healthy life. And I think about this, especially if you talk about, say, a guy like Diddy. I say, gosh, that's so interesting that this guy is known for beating up a woman and he has daughters. And I wonder how he feels. I wonder if you said, would you want your daughter to date a man like you? And I wonder if the answer would be yes or no. If the answer is yes, that would make you question, like, what kind of man are you? What you really would want some guy to, beat your daughter, kick her in the face right when she's trying to get on the elevator. Um, and then if he says no, it says, well, why would you want to be the kind of man that you wouldn't want your daughter to date? Because now your daughter is going to grow up, pay attention now. Your daughter's going to grow up looking up to men like you. She's going to grow up thinking my daddy's a great guy and I want a guy like my dad. And so, so the question becomes, are you perpetuating these curses? And I think money's behind all of this, right? I think that money distorted hip hop. Money made rappers and these black men, mostly black men, into something other, and women too now. I mean, some of the female rappers, unfortunately, have kind of fallen into this trap. And so there are these people that have billions of dollars, and it's not us. We don't have billions of dollars to invest in things like this. They invest billions of dollars into these image distorting false realities of black people, where for many years you had a whole culture around complete disrespect, disregard, and harm and assault toward women. If you go back and you look at things I was writing 20 years ago, you'll know that back in 2002, 2003, I was saying that, if all these, liberation movements and Me Too movements and all that, when they eventually start to reckon and really study what's happening in the world of hip hop, it's going to be really bad for these guys. These guys are going to be hiding in a closet because they're going to dig up stuff that they did back in the 90s and the 2000s that was just clearly inappropriate. And I remember, because I remember one time when I was a professor at Syracuse, and I remember listening to the rapper Exhibit, and he had a song with Snoop Dogg, and in the song they deliberately talked about assaulting a woman sexually and getting away with it because they were so rich and powerful, right? And so this became the fantasy, the myth, the false reality that they were led to believe would be true, but they didn't know history. They didn't understand when Malcolm X used to say that the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then he'll lock you up for being drunk. Shout out to Malcolm X. Yeah, his birthday was 2 days ago, and I should have said that during class, and I apologize for not bringing that up. And so really, I feel like in a way, what's interesting about some of the hip hop culture is from a financial standpoint is that they kind of have this way of lulling you to sleep, kind of have this way of making you think you're the boss, making you think you're in the driver's seat when really you're not the boss. Clive Davis is the boss, or Universal Records or Sony Music is the boss. But they want you to think you're the boss, and then you go out and you operate like you think you're the boss, and then next thing you know, consequences come, and then you're held fully accountable for every single thing that happened under your watch. And that's what I sort of see when I see these things. So let me grab this research for you guys. So one thing that they say that happens when you don't set a good standard for your daughter. Let's talk about us in terms of us being the kinds of parents that we want our children to admire in terms of, and let's start financially, right? In terms of setting those standards and why that's important. So they said that number one, when you talk specifically about the father-daughter relationship, there's a study that says that daughters who have a strong relationship with their father have an easier time with emotional health and stress management. Daughters with strong supportive relationships with their fathers tend to have better emotional health and stress management skills. These daughters typically have higher cortisol levels, which buffer against stress, leading to healthier responses to stressors in adulthood. This emotional resilience translates into more stable and satisfying romantic relationships. And I just think about maybe about 3 or 4 days ago, and I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning this, but one of my girls called me, or she texted me. She said, "I'm really having a bad day today. Do you have time to talk?" And we got together and we talked for a while, and we talked out what she was feeling, what she was going through, and then she sent me a text saying, "Thank you so much. This really made a difference for me." And it made me happy because I was able to be there for her. But it really, I thought about that interaction when I read this study that the fathers, we kind of can bring something there. I don't know if it's our confidence, I don't know what it is, but we bring something that adds value. And by the way, that's a type of wealth, right? If you are emotionally unstable, if you can't, if you're not disciplined, or if you're constantly self-medicating because you're constantly dealing with anxiety and depression and all these other things, it's very, very hard for you to have the discipline required for you to achieve your goals, build wealth, and do anything that you want to do. And in fact, when we study in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School, what we realize is that emotionally unstable people just have a hard time building wealth because there are too many leaky buckets of pockets that can drain their wealth. Because if you're self-medicating, well, medicine costs money. If you're self-medicating through wine bottles and liquor costs money. If you're self-medicating through drugs, drugs cost money. If you're self-medicating through sex, well, bad relationships and dirty, short-term, temporary, nasty, worthless relationships with people that you're just trying to have sex with, that can cost you money. I know a woman that makes $300,000 a year who got robbed by one of her guys. She called him a hobosexual, one of the hobosexuals, which is these guys that look for rich black women to sleep with. So they can get their bills paid. So this hobosexual took her credit card and was buying clothes for some other girl that he was messing around with, and she found out because she went through her credit card statement, right? So you can go on and on, right? There's so many different ways that emotional instability can be costly. For example, when you buy luxury items, there's studies to say that what you're really buying is your self-esteem, because a person who has a good, really strong self-worth doesn't really need the luxury item in order to feel better about themselves. Now, I'm not saying that everybody who buys a luxury item is bad or not smart or making a mistake or emotionally unbalanced. What I'm saying is that if you're emotionally unbalanced, it's easier to sell you the luxury item, because basically what I'm doing is I'm saying, you're nobody, you're nobody now. You're a regular old nobody right now. But if I give you this Gucci purse or I sell you this Mercedes, well, now you're somebody. Now you're important. Now you're looking fly. Now you're looking good. And people who don't care about impressing people that that don't matter, they keep their money in their pocket. They say, "Why would I spend money with you just to get whatever um, public perception you think I can earn by buying this item from you?" Do you understand? It goes back to, I kid you not, I remember when I was in college and I was invited to pledge every single fraternity. Every fraternity, every single one of them reached out to me and asked me to join. And it wasn't because I was the coolest guy in the world. It wasn't because I was, the life of the party or anything like that. I'm not that guy. They all wanted me to be in their fraternity because I was known as the guy who had the highest grade point average of all the black students on campus. I was known as the smart guy, even though I don't think I was the smart guy. I would say I was, maybe I was the hardworking guy. Maybe I was the disciplined guy. I don't know, but I wouldn't say I was the smart guy, but I was known for that. And so when they all invited me to join and to pledge, I thought about being an alpha for a minute, and it was an interesting experience because the guy that was an alpha, I think he was honestly hitting on me, and at that time, it didn't even hit my consciousness that another man would be trying to get with me like that. It didn't even cross my brain, And then I think about 5 years later, I look back and I said, "Oh my God, I think this guy was, I think he liked me." Whoa, what do I do with that information? That's weird. Like, no disrespect. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody, LGBT, everybody's welcome here, but it was weird for me because I'd never been in that situation, that space, and then it made sense. I was like, oh, that's why he was calling me all the time, and just for no reason, right? So anyway, but not to say that was why I didn't want to be an alpha. My brother's an alpha, so shout out to all the alphas. And then my friend, I remember my friend that was a Kappa who tried to get me to pledge Kappa, and I was like, they kind of pretty. They got the little canes and twirling canes. I can't twirl no cane. And then there was another one. The blue, they wear the blue. I forgot with the I can't Phi Beta Sigma. Phi Beta Sigma. That's right. Yeah, I remember and I thought about that, because I liked the guy who invited me. His name was Daryl Van Meter. He died of a heart attack at 19 years old on the basketball court. It was crazy. I used to play basketball with Daryl, and I wasn't there that day, but one day he just died of, like, on the basketball court of a heart attack. 19 years old. It was, ooh, I remember that day. But anyway, and then I think I decided to pledge Q, and I was gonna become a Q dog. Can you imagine me as a Q dog or Mega Man, whichever one I would have been? And so I was gonna pledge because my roommate was a Q, and I remember that when I kind of looked at the guys that were already in the fraternity, I felt kind of bad. I did not feel like I did not respect the guys, the men that I saw. I did not see them. I remember I think in terms of thinking like an investor, one thing about thinking like an investor is that you apply this to everything in your life. An investor mindset, which is really why we're here. This is what economic awareness or financial consciousness looks like. An investor mindset means you don't look at where things are, you look at where they're going. And the thing that a lot of young people don't understand is that who you are doesn't matter. What matters is what you're becoming. What you're doing every day determines what you're becoming. That tells me where you're going. That tells me what direction your car is headed. So if you're a person that, lays in the bed all day, smokes weed and plays video games and watches Netflix, well, you're becoming, that's what you're becoming. If you're a person who gets up every day, busts their butt, you're constantly learning, you're constantly growing, you're constantly saving and investing and all this other and building, well, then we know what you're going to be in 5 or 10 years, right? Because all your life really is this accumulation of thousands of little choices that you've made along the way. So I looked at these guys and I just saw things that kind of bothered me, like they drank a lot. They drank a whole lot. And I didn't drink at all, but they would be drunk all the time. My roommate was drunk every weekend. And I just didn't feel like that was good because in the 90s, a lot of black men were going to prison. And and I didn't want to get drunk and do something stupid and end up getting locked up because wasn't nobody gonna bail me out. I didn't have no plan B. And then also they did this weird thing where they had a party where they picked two girls up on the side of the road. This is the type of stuff in our culture that I think we got to just kind of talk about because it destroys people's lives. But they picked up these two girls on the side of the road and they told them that if you want to ride home, you have to do things for us at our party, if you know what I mean. And so they had this party. I kid you not, this is a true story. One girl was in one room offering one service, if you know what I mean. The other girl was in the other room offering another service. And I remember thinking, back then, I mean, I'm 20. I'm trying to figure life out, and I was like, that doesn't seem right. That does not seem good. That seems because I was thinking about things like diseases and all that, but even criminality, right? Somebody can come back 10 years later and say, oh, well, you assaulted me, and now you're going to prison for 30 years, or now whatever, right? So, long story short, I remember just thinking, I see a whole lot of drinking, a whole lot of whoring and a whole lot of partying, but I don't see a whole lot of studying. I don't see a whole lot of hard work. I don't see a whole lot of building here, right? And I remember, so that was the thing that kind of got me to say, I don't think this is the right move. And again, this is that part of the culture. I believe other people put this on us, and I think we have to address that because it's very anti-wealth, it's very anti-family. Remember, anti-family is anti-wealth. Anti-family is anti-wealth, and it's also anti-black. So if you want to destroy black wealth, just keep destroying black families. If you want to destroy black families, keep destroying black culture. If you want to destroy black culture, keep destroying the black male. And that's kind of what's been happening. They've been destroying the black male systematically in a lot of ways. Even back in the 60s, Dan Rather, I was watching a documentary about Dan Rather, the great newsman, and he talked about how Vietnam War, most of the guys in the platoon were mostly black, a lot of black males. And so I just think it just goes way back, just in terms of what people have kind of done to us. So long story short, I remember just going back to the self-esteem thing. I remember the deal was like I was supposed to pay a bunch of money. Again, I'm a very logical thinker, right? I'm a mathematician, so 2 plus 2 is always going to be 4 to me. So the deal was you pay us $600 or $700, which was more money than I had at the time. I did not have a lot of money to burn like that, and they were like, pay us a bunch of money, and then for 6 weeks we're going to make your life a living hell. And then when you're done, and I was like, well, what do I get when I'm done? They're like, well, you get to be one of us. And I'm like, so I get accepted it. So I'm paying you money and letting you torture me, letting you ruin my life and my grade point average and only God knows what. For what? For the esteem of knowing that I can be part of your group? Well, yeah, 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 yeah. You get to be one, you get to be a Q dog or an alpha or whatever, right? No disrespect to the fraternities, but it did not compute to me. And I was like, wait, so I get to be your friend, but I'm already your friend. I already know you. I see you. I say hi to you. I don't need to wear the same colors as you for us to be cool. Like we don't have to wear the same colors. I don't, and I really don't even really want to see you much more than I already do. So where's the benefit? Where's the win? Where's the ROI? I saw no ROI. The only ROI I saw was you get to wear the jacket and be part of the group. And I saw that more as a self-esteem thing. And what I really found was interesting was I was able to save a lot of money because my self-esteem was already pretty much intact. Sure, I didn't have everything figured out. There were some things I had fears like everyone else. I had, challenges and hurdles and hills I had to climb, but I was very comfortable being by myself and very comfortable being who I was. Yeah, I know I'm not the coolest guy in the party, but I don't want to be the coolest guy in the party because the coolest guy in the party looks stupid to me sometimes. You're acting stupid so that you can be the coolest guy in the party, and that's still true. It doesn't matter. Even now, 30 years later, the internet is just a big high school where people want to be the coolest instead of being the instead of actually being the person that has the most substance. People want to impress you by likes and shares and clicks and views, and they do really embarrassing things, really humiliating things, degrading things, goofball, idiotic things to get likes and shares and views. And that, it to me, is not a win for you. In my opinion, a win is when, if I want to impress you, maybe I impress you with my substance. I want to impress you with what's in my brain, to say, look at how well I know finance. Let me help you. Or I want to impress you by helping change your life, or say something that's really profound for you that's going to benefit you. That's meaningful to me. Me getting you to pay attention to me because I did the best TikTok dance, or if I'm a woman, I'm showing lots of booty and I get lots of likes and shares for that. That to me is indicative of a deeper self-esteem problem that's very, very costly to you. So what I'm saying to you is that, going back, and I'll finish up on those studies in terms of how it can affect our girls, but it affects our boys as well, is that people that have their self-esteem intact don't have to engage in these horrific exchanges with the world to get these false senses of validation from other people, right? Like a little girl who's raised with full confidence, full self-esteem, is not going to keep investing her body into ratchet, disgusting, disease-ridden men just so that she can feel a little bit of love. She's already got love. She's got a big stock of, she's wealthy. She's wealthy. She's emotionally wealthy already. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. I'm talking about wealth. Do y'all understand that I'm talking about wealth here? I hope you get what I'm saying. Because I know I sound like I'm not talking about wealth, but I really am. If you're wealthy with love, then you're not love starved. If you're love starved, then you go and you are giving things away that are valuable so that you can get the thing that you need. Do you understand? So the children, here's the thing. I think that the best job we can do for our parents, or sorry, as parents, not for our parents, as parents, is to make sure our children are not starved of the things that they need. So they don't have to go buy these things by giving away things that are very valuable, starting with money. People will give money away. Oh, I'll spend, I just made 300,000. And instead of using the 300,000 to build generational wealth, I want to spend 300,000 getting this dumbass European car from a bunch of white people who don't even like me, just so I can feel better about myself. Now I'm somebody because I'm driving this overpriced car that's declining, depreciating in value every single mile that I drive it. Right. Or I'm going to go and spend my money at the club and throw it around and put it in stripper thongs so I can be the coolest guy in the room, even though I look like Bozo the Clown right now. I look stupid because I'm throwing away my kids' generational wealth. Or you can just keep going on. Going back to the civil rights movement. No disrespect, but I never understood this idea that I'm going to go and get beat upside the head sitting at a white man's lunch counter, begging him to take my money. I saw this picture of the great James Baldwin, and he was standing in front of an ice cream shop that was owned by a white guy, and the white guy was peeking out the window, like, who is this Negro in front of my ice cream shop, and why is he taking a picture here? And at the top of the ice cream shop door, it said, this is the colored entrance, right? So they had an entrance for colored people, an entrance for white people. And there's some white liberal guy who's doing commentary on the picture, and he talks about the contrast in the picture. I got to put it on my Instagram, the video up, because I got to go find it. But he's basically saying, like, look at the contrast in this picture. He says, here we have James Baldwin, one of the great literary minds of his generation, who is being dehumanized because he's standing in front of this sign where they won't let him in because of the color of his skin. Right? It was something like that. Like here's this great man, this giant of a man, James Baldwin, and he's being dehumanized by the fact that this ice cream shop has a colored only door and a whites only door. And I was like, no, he's not being dehumanized. Why does he have to go eat the white man's ice cream anyway when he's probably going to spit in it? What would make you think, how in the hell if he's so powerful, what in the world makes us think that he would hand over his humanity, the right to dehumanize him to a person who clearly is not his friend? There is nothing beneficial about him being allowed to walk through the front door of another man's ice cream shop and give him all his money. In my view, the sign didn't dehumanize him. It only dehumanizes you if something inside of you makes you feel that in order for you to be a complete human being, you have to go inside this bigot's ice cream shop. I don't want to go in his ice cream shop. I don't. He can't take nothing away from me because I don't even want what he got. In order for somebody to take something from you, you have to give it to them in the first place. In order for them to take something from you, they have to at least have something that you desire. And when you desire things, you have to understand, why do I desire these things? And let me tell you, there's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. When you desire things, that makes you beholden to the people or the entities that control the thing that you desire. So that's why the Buddhists are among the smartest people on the planet, because if you know anything about Buddhism, which I don't know very much, but one thing I do know is that they do have one principle that pretty much says you should desire nothing. That desiring nothing is one of the keys to freedom. So I'm not saying you shouldn't desire anything. That's your choice, but you got to be real careful about falling in this trap of hungering for something, lusting for something, wanting something, especially when the thing that you want is coming from people who are gonna extract a high rent in order for you to have that thing. So you either A, have to train yourself not to want it, or B, if you do want it, you better get your own supply. So that little girl, she either, if she feels like she needs to be loved by a thug in order to feel complete, in order for her self-esteem to be intact, I need to be one of Future's 18, the rapper Future. I need to be one of his 18 babies mamas in order for me to feel loved and complete. And Future says, sure, just let me inject my dirty penis in your body and give you every disease I have, and then abandon you and your child and traumatize the both of you. Sure, I'll give you that in exchange for your self-esteem. If she feels that way, that's a problem. That's a deficit. That's a deficiency. And that is so to me, that deficiency will be resolved by either A, having plenty of love, of stockpile of love and support from somebody that really cares about her, like her dad. Your dad is, the dads are so important. I mean, we're supposed to be that one man that loves you and will die for you and isn't asking for something from you. So you either have a stockpile of that love and support, or she's got to be in a position where she's convinced herself, no, I don't want what you got. I don't need that. I don't need that thing from you. If I need it, I don't need it from you. So if James Baldwin needs ice cream that bad, that he's got to go into a racist man's ice cream shop just to feel like a human being or just to have ice cream, that would be a psychological deficiency on his part. That's a self-esteem issue. If I'm talking to James Baldwin, I say, let's go get some ice cream somewhere else. There's a black-owned ice cream shop down the block. Or maybe, ice cream is really gonna make us fat. So maybe we should go eat a salad instead. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Right. And I really encourage you to sort of process these things, because those emotional deficiencies, those psychological shortcomings that we're raised with, that self-esteem issue, that drives a lot of people being able to take things from Black people. Like I can point to 1,000 examples. I'm gonna try not to point to too many because my brain will explode. I'll start talking all day. But even when I look at guys, I see guys that go on, anybody seen Vlad TV? You know Vlad TV, right? How many of y'all know about Vlad TV? I've been on Vlad TV several times. I've talked to Vlad on the phone. I did all that, right? And I really am fascinated by how many of these poor little desperate men, who maybe were rappers from the 90s, or people that that the world's kind of forgotten about, and they're so desperate for attention that they'll go on Vlad TV's show, and they will admit to crimes they committed 25 years ago. Like they'll literally be like, yeah, me and Diddy was in the club, and we decided to grab a couple of hoes and go and rape them both that night. No, I'm playing, but no, really, like, or I shot him. I died. Well, how many people did you kill? I don't know, probably about 15, 20. I shot, I don't know. I shot so many. I probably shot Pac. I just forgot that I did it. Just literally, and they incriminate themselves. And I'm like, wow. So prison, that's a pretty high price to pay for you to get your internet clout. Like that's what that is. That's an emotional deficiency that's being fed at a very high price to you. So remember, when you're paying a price, you're not just paying with money. That's what I want you to understand. Sometimes you pay a price with something that money can't buy. And really, one of the things I think I might have done right is I don't let people waste my most valuable commodities. I'm not talking about my money. My money's not the most valuable thing I have. I have 1,000 things that are more valuable than money, but just things like time. I don't, if someone important wants to talk to me, and someone thinks I'm supposed to talk to this person because they're so important, or they're on, they're mainstream famous or something. My question is like, well, why would I want to talk to that person? Well, because he was on the hit TV show, blah blah. I'm like, yeah, so he's this person's important because white people put him on TV. No, that because what I'm doing over here is the most important work I could be doing anywhere. Like talking to my people about wealth and building our families and our communities for the future. That's really what's important. His reality show on Bravo, that just paid him a bunch of money, but that doesn't make it important. See, you got to stop believing that somebody getting paid lots of money to do a job means that they're doing an important job. Getting paid lots of money to do a job does not make the job important. It just means you got a lot of money to do it. And I'm happy for you. But your importance, your significance in the world has to come down to whether or not you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people, meaningful work for a meaningful purpose. You got a big gun and you're aiming it at the right target. If you got a big gun, you aim at the wrong target, then it's a wasted bullet. If you have a little gun and you aim it at the right target, it's wasted. You want a big gun aimed at the right target. That means you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people. You're applying your energy in a meaningful way. So that's why I tell you to go back to the basics, right? I just really don't understand who told us that that the job of a mother wasn't the most important job on the planet. That's the most important job anywhere because if mothers weren't doing their jobs, society would crumble. We'd be raising a whole nation full of serial killers. So motherhood is actually a more important job than almost any job I can think of. And the second most important job would be fatherhood. But for some reason, somebody got us all twisted up and had us thinking that somehow going to that white man's factory every day was the most important use of your time. And I vehemently disagree with you. I vehemently disagree. It might be important for him. Sure, he's building family wealth. He's building generational legacy and everything off your labor. Sure, that's fine. But I don't think that's more important than the time you spend with your own kids. I really don't. And I'm not judging how you spend your time. I understand we have limitations and restrictions and things like that. But I just encourage you, to figure out what your standard needs to be and meet the damn standard. And then don't just meet the standard for yourself, meet it for your children. Because I don't think we're meeting the standard for our little girls. That's why they're chasing after some of these raggedy guys. I really do. I'm really fascinated in terms of learning how critical my role is as a father to the self-esteem of my girls. There's something that we give girls, and I think that we understate how important that is because we're so accustomed to the girls not having a father. But I say, well, what if the majority of all the boys didn't have a mother? Are we saying that mothers wouldn't be important? Would we have a normal society if most boys did not have their mother in the house with them? I don't think we would. I really don't. So I think that when you see things happening that almost seem like bastardizations of Black culture, or just extreme disruptions in terms of Black society, Black relationships, choices. I'm the guy that would be curious. Like Diddy or Cassie, what made you so attracted to Diddy? What made you think that this pretty gay rapper is an important man? Is it because he had lots of money? Is that what it was? Like, what if Diddy made the same amount of money as the guy at Burger King? But he was still dancing and wearing shiny suits and still a great rapper. Well, he wasn't a great rapper, but still, but still like charisma and all that. But he was making like $5.95 an hour. Would that have been your man? Would you have really endured, all this? I'm not judging the choice. I agree. I think it was a scary situation that she was in, but I really wonder about these things, and I wonder like what's really happening here that will make us even think that that would be a good life for you. Is it just the money? And because I can tell you as a person who thinks about money all the time, and I can tell you when you do what I do, you end up as a professor thinking about money and on levels and layers that you can't even possibly imagine. It goes so much deeper than you think. Um, I just want you to understand that money is not as important as you think sometimes. And money can be a massive distraction. Money really is a drug. The drug of money makes you high. And when you're high, you can end up doing things that don't make any sense. And in fact, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in the portfolio power play, because right now you're in the middle of a booming stock market, which is going to create a lot of what they call irrational exuberance, which is a lot of greed. And so that is when the scammers come out So people will be releasing the fake Bitcoins again and all that stuff, or the crappy cryptos. There's going to be a lot of IPOs of companies that are not worth what they're worth. During the previous boom, you had these things called SPACs, special purpose acquisition companies, which weren't worth what they were pretending to be, and people were paying money for these SPACs. So this changes the dynamics of the entire economy when everyone's sort of feeling excited, because right now everyone's getting FOMO because they're reading all the headlines about the Dow hitting record highs and Bitcoin hitting another record high and all these other things, and they don't want to miss out. So they jump in and they don't know what they're doing and they end up getting burned. So that's what we're going to talk about later on today. If you want to join us for the portfolio power play, here is a link to the private Zoom. I'll put it inside here. And if you're not invited to Money in the Morning yet, our economic awareness training, just get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. So you can text morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you an invitation. And the portfolio power play, I'm going to put the link right here in the chat if you guys want to join me later on today at 1 p.m. Eastern. So let me see here. Let me pop this in the chat really quick. And then what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this up in a second, because today's my anniversary, and I shouldn't be like Mr. Workaholic on the day I got married. So, and then my wife's birthday is right after that. So I got Mother's Day, my daughter's birthday, my wife's birthday, and my wedding anniversary all in the same month. So, oh, sorry, I got two daughter birthdays, right? So I got so much crap that happens in the month. It's in May. It's crazy. So it's really hard. I have a hard time keeping up with names and dates, or like anniversaries and stuff. So pray for me. All right. So anyway, let me finish reading these studies in terms of how that setting that standard can make a big difference. Okay. Yeah. Did I switch the portfolio power play to 1? Yeah, it's 1 p.m. Eastern, Natasha. I think I had to move it back to 1 because the other time, for whatever reason, didn't work. But there's the link right there. And you can click on that and you can join. All right, so a couple more things I want to mention before we bounce out. And again, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to join us. Just text the word morning to 87948. One thing that they say, surprise, surprise, is according to this study by the Institute for Family Studies, they said a father's involvement can set high standards for how a daughter expects to be treated in relationships. Research shows that daughters who have close communicative relationships with their fathers are less likely to engage in risky sexual behavior and are more likely to have fulfilling, long-lasting marriages. These daughters often have higher self-esteem and body image satisfaction, which are crucial for healthy relationships. Also, in terms of academic and career choices, fathers play a crucial role in their daughters' academic and career decisions. Studies indicate that daughters who receive mentoring and support from their fathers are more likely to pursue ambitious career paths and are often influenced positively by their father's career choices. This support fosters independence and confidence, which are beneficial in all areas of life, including relationships. Also, in terms of negative outcomes, they said the absence of a father figure or a poor father-daughter relationship can lead to adverse outcomes such as depression, anxiety, and early sexual activity. Conversely, daughters with positive father figures are less likely to face these issues and more likely to develop healthy, supportive relationships with their partners. So, shout out to and by the way, if you don't see that link to join the Portfolio Power Play, one other way you can get access, I'll send this out in a little bit. Text the word stock, STOCK, to 87948. If you text stock to 87948, you'll get a link from me right after this class, and I'll invite you guys in. So text stock to 87948. I'll also mention a couple stocks I'm buying later on today when we talk. All right. So what I really see here is, first off, I want to applaud fathers that are setting a standard for their kids, period, and their daughters especially. I'm proud of you. I love you so much because of the fact that you are the fabric that's holding the community together. We need our strong masculine men to do this, because unfortunately, as Malcolm X used to talk about, America tries to make the black man into a little boy. So when I see rappers behaving in very childish ways, it reminds me of the fact that there are people that use their money to convince black males, grown black men, to behave like children. I saw the rapper Cameron on CNN, pretty much acting like a kid, because there's no pressure for them to grow up. So they're very irresponsible, very sloppy, very ignorant. And he's old. I think he's old enough to be a grandfather. I want to say he's almost 50 years old. Diddy is over 50, right? And engaged in the same shenanigans that he was engaged in when he was 25 years old. A 52-year-old is not supposed to behave like a 25-year-old. That's not culturally normal, but it seems normal because we financially reward it. So sometimes when things are financially incentivized, that makes us automatically and unfairly and incorrectly believe that that is the right way to approach life, that that's the right way to exist. And it's not. So thank you to the men that understand that. And then also, I want to say thanks to all the mothers that really help facilitate that child-father relationship. Because one of the things I believe is that from what I've read, I read about the science of bonding and oxytocin, which is the chemical in your brain that bonds you to other people. Mothers have a very natural bond with the children because oxytocin production in your brain during pregnancy connects you to the child. That's why when the baby comes out, the mother's already instantly bonded. With the father and the child, the bond has to be constructed, right? Through having them spend time together, facilitating that, right? The mother kind of saying like, "Hey, spend time with your father," especially if the partnership doesn't last, you have to kind of push that and have them spend time together and do things together, and then they'll naturally become more connected. If the mother is resistant, or if the mother is has issues with the father or is disrespectful of the father, it's very hard for the father to step in and form a relationship with the child. Because I don't know about y'all. Tell me if you agree. Give me a yes or no. Anybody my mother didn't respect ain't gonna get wasn't gonna get my respect. Tell me if you get that. Tell me if you agree with that. Anybody if my mama if I was gonna meet some man and my mother's like, he ain't nothing. He ain't nothing but a dirty liar. He a damn fool. He's an idiot. I'm not, and I'm 9 years old. I'm loyal to my mother 100%, period. So you bring this guy in front of me and you've been talking crazy about him, or even if you're subtly doing it, even if it's subconscious, right? Like, or somebody says his name and you go, yeah, we'll see what he does. Oh, that's a cue. That's a clue. And I want y'all to understand this. Pay attention now. My mother did not do this, but it happened. It's a true story. I met my father, my biological father, for the first time when I was 14 years old. So my uncle took me to his house. My parents did not know that I was being taken to my biological father's house. I come to the door. He's standing there, and I looked at him, and it was really shocking because I'd never seen another man who looked like me like that. He looked a lot. I said, "Wow." So he gave me a hug, and it was one of those real heavy hugs, like, "Son, oh my God, good to see you, son," that kind of thing. And I didn't hug him with the same intensity because I'm 14 and I didn't feel the same, I didn't feel the same way. Hadn't spent years away from my son. I was just a 14-year-old, a freshman. So I'm sitting there in the living room and I'm talking to my grandmother, which was his mother, was sitting in there. I had an uncle sitting in there who was the brother of my father, and then my father sitting there. And this was actually, and now that I think about it, I think he got there like a little bit later. That's what because he when I first got there, I think he wasn't there. And I remember they were talking about him and they said something real subtle. They said, yeah, well, one day his name was Boyce, like mine. They said, yeah, but Boyce will get it together one day. And when they said that, that said to me, okay, so that means my father does not have it together. It was that one little slick little sentence, right? And then we were sitting there, and then my father's sitting there, and he says, "Yeah, one day I'm gonna get me a Maserati." And I remember just looking at him, and I instantly had like almost no respect for him because I'm listening to this, and maybe I'm different. Maybe I assume I was probably a little bit different. Maybe I am a little more perceptive, a little more aware of things. I don't know, but I was like, this dude does not seem like he's not what I thought. Like I was hoping I'd have some dad who was doing amazing things that I could be proud of. I did not see that with him, right? And it was accurate. He was on drugs. He was, in the streets doing whatever. And at that point the respect was kind of gone. And so really what I would say to you is that you have to facilitate those relationships, and it's really to the benefit of the kid. It's not for your benefit. You may hate him, but that kid needs somebody that's gonna care about them without wanting something in return, because if that's not there, then she's going to look for that from a lot of other men who are going to expect her to pay a high price. Okay. And they're going to drain her of things that money should not be able to buy, if you know what I mean. So that's my 2 cents. If you want me to package it up and summarize the gist of what we've talked about today, it is basically that healing and emotional health is extremely important for wealth building because if you are whole emotionally, you don't have to pay and give your wealth away to people that help you fill those gaps. Do you understand? Right? You don't have to pay to fill the loneliness gap. Like think about it, like a man who's lonely, maybe he pays women for sex because he doesn't know how to not be lonely, right? Or a woman whose self-esteem is low. She's giving her body away to men, right? Which is more valuable than money, right? Or maybe you're giving your time and your energy to things that are not beneficial to you. And I know white folks, I believe that with racism, if you read Dr. Claude Anderson books like Black Labor, White Wealth, which everybody should really read, it explains how during slavery that the number one goal of the slave master was to keep the slave's self-esteem really low. They wanted to make sure that you were hardworking and very loyal, but they did not want you to have a lot of confidence in yourself. Because if you have too much confidence in yourself, then you, by God, might gasp, actually try to compete with white people. And they did not want you competing with the white man, but they wanted you to serve him. Right. So ultimately, I believe you can compete with anybody. I believe you should serve your family first, and then serve your community after your family, and then serve yourself after you serve your community, serve your family, serve yourself. Take care of all three. And I think that will get you to where you are able to build wealth because you're not giving it all away to other people who are doing things for you that you don't actually need in the first place. So anyway, all right. So couple quick things. So today we're gonna do the portfolio power play at one. I'll mention some stocks that I'm buying during that time. Also, I mentioned to you all that I wanted to, since you had asked me about other specialized topics like estate planning, stock options, real estate, stuff like that. I wanted to do it in a way where you could form healthy economic habits. That's the goal. That's the goal of economic awareness training. That's why we do it 7 days a week, is because I want you to get in the habit every day of thinking about your economics. So, what I wanted to create in addition to money in the morning was something called money in a minute. And that's literally where it's, if you want to learn, for example, estate planning, I would send you out via text message like some sort of short lesson that you can learn in less than 2 minutes on estate planning. And then you would get one of those every single day for maybe 30, 45 days. And then by the time you're done, you would have a basic understanding of estate planning. And then there will be options for you to do more if that's what you want to do. Same thing with stock options, stock market investing, real estate. We can go on and on and on and pretty much, sort of create whatever you want. So that's almost done. And I'll reach out to you guys about that. There will be a fee, but we'll discount it substantially for those of you that are in our economic awareness training. And that should be ready probably by the end of the week. Okay. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. And if you're not already on the text list for Money in the Morning or economic awareness training, make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And also the book that we were covering for a big part of this class is my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at our Black Wealth Mastery store, which is at drboycebooks.com. So it's drboycebooks.com. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was great. And maybe I'll see you guys later on this afternoon. And thank you for your well wishes on the anniversary. I appreciate it so far. And I hope you're doing well. What's my largest holding? Great question, Errol. Errol's so smart. I love talking to Errol. Errol, you're one of my favorite people, period. I just want you to know that. That, you know what? I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's Amazon. I got to double check, but I think Amazon is where I have my biggest holding. I got to look. I can't remember. I buy so much stuff. I don't always remember everything that represents my biggest holdings. But then again, it's a style, it's a preference, right? Some people invest in a way where they know exactly what they hold in every area all the time. What I do is I look for evidence that tells me that there's a possible catalyst that could push a stock price up, and I add good stocks to my portfolio. And in fact, in a little bit, I'll give you guys a couple of stocks that I identified that I like, that I just bought shares of these companies, and that can kind of help you guys. Also, if you are interested in weed, in what's going on with the weed industry, not smoking weed, I'm not going to smoke with you, but I will invest with you. I want you smoking. I want you to be smoking the kind of weed where you make your weed out of the dollar bills. You crush your dollar bills up and you smoke them. I'm joking. I'm being stupid. But anyway, that's what I'll smoke with you. And so I have a list of cannabis stocks that I pulled together. That if you did not get that list yet, let me know if you all got the list. I sent it out via text,
And what I'll do is I'm going to grab the link again today and put that back in the chat so you guys can have that list of cannabis stocks. And y'all got to forgive me. I'm looking all over my computer screen. I got stuff everywhere. But yeah, I call them canna stocks. That's because I just make names up and stuff. But yeah, so the list of canna stocks, it's in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I find it, I'm going to share it. Don't let me forget to share it because in the mornings when I have all my stuff out everywhere, sometimes I get a little bit lost with stuff. All right, so with that being said, and the reason that I'm really, really interested in cannabis is because I just really believe it's going to be legalized. I don't think that the world we live in now can persist. I think that when you talk about cannabis and crypto, those are just two areas where there's too much legal ambiguity. And so I think that there will be more clarity, regulatory clarity when it comes to crypto, which will benefit a lot of cryptos. In fact, right now, there's an Ethereum ETF that is pretty much approved or close to it. And I think that that's a good reason to be invested with Ethereum. Also with Bitcoin, we've been talking about Bitcoin for a while, and I mentioned to you all that I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. And so there's a lot of opportunities out here. And so let me share this list of the cannabis stocks. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and you guys can grab that if that's of interest to you. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Sheesh, I tell you, it's like there's so much information to keep up with. It's kind of hard to. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Sonia. Sonia already shared it, so looks like Sonia's on her game. What would I do without Sonia? All right. So anyway, so there's the list right there inside the chat as well. So Sonia also provides her link as well. So let's see here. What else am I noticing? All right. So in terms of opportunities, I do believe that, and I heard an analysis by Kathy Wood, who is interesting. She's super smart, but sometimes she's just wrong. And I don't know if she's wrong about this or not, but I know that it did make sense. She was saying that based on certain historical data, that there's evidence to say that companies that small cap stocks tend to do well in this kind of environment. They don't do well right now, like they're undervalued. And that what's happening right now in the market is that everybody's flocking toward these big companies, these big tech companies. And what tends to happen is that whatever everybody else is flocking toward, that's not really the place you want to be long term. Like everything that's overperforming right now is going to underperform at some point in the near future, and everything that's underperforming now is going to do well later on. So there are some small cap companies that I took a look at that I actually invested in. And again, this is not investing advice, but I'll mention them to you. One is a company called Magnite, Magnite, and the ticker symbol is MGNI. I invested in this company solely for the fact that when I did my research on it, the analysts like it, and also it's a small cap company that should have some possibilities later on down the line as the market evolves. So again, if you want to go take a look at that company, it's MGMI, and the name of the company is Magnite. And so feel free to take a look at that. Again, this is not investing advice, though. Now, what else is happening in the markets? I'll just kind of give you a quick summary. A couple of things going on right now. Basically, the economy is holding pretty steady. There are some risks and catalysts in the economy, particularly in the areas like commercial real estate. A lot of people are concerned about commercial real estate. In addition to that, if you want to look at sectors that seem to be a little bit overvalued, tech is a little overvalued. So all the big tech stocks that everybody loves, a lot of people believe that they're priced so high that even though these are great companies, they may not be great investments. Because remember, a great company does not make for a great investment. And a bad company does not mean it's a bad investment. Also, the Federal Reserve is expected to maintain interest rates higher for longer, which means that these rate cuts that they've been talking about that would have been positive catalysts for your stocks, they're probably not coming for a while. They may do a rate cut in the summer, but for the most part, they're not going to likely do the rate cuts that everyone expected to see. Right. And also, some people believe that GDP is going to slow down a little bit in the third quarter of 2024. They're not predicting a recession, but there could be. I mean, they're supposed to be. The economy's done so well that at some point you've got to slow down. You've got, that which goes up has to eventually come down. And so you can expect some sort of economic downturn to occur in the near future. All right. So what I want to do is look at some of your questions here. And let's see. The first question I see comes from Genia Ardrey. She says, I have P&G stock with a holding company. Should I leave it there or move it to another platform to build in order to buy, sell options? Well, if you're talking about buying and selling options, Procter & Gamble is not a stock that we talk about much in the Prime program. Right? So, in terms of options, you'd have to have a lot of shares of Procter & Gamble stock, I expect, to be able to generate a decent income from options. However, if you wanted to move assets over to pursue a particular strategy, you can. But what I do is I sell my options and stuff like that, and that's how I generate my income. But I don't put more than, say, 20%, 15, 20% of my portfolio in that direction. Because you got to remember that every type of investment involves risk. The stocks that give you the most income tend to also have the most volatility. That's why the options market is so active. So in my view, I wouldn't sort of get overly enthusiastic when you see the money come out. I mean, it can be nice though, if you're able to kind of stomach it and just kind of ignore the things that should be ignored. Then it does work. I sat with a student this morning who every week he generates about $3,000 a week on his options, and but he was a saver. He saved up over $100,000, and so he's able to put that money in that portfolio and just use that as his income driver. So he doesn't have to work if he doesn't want to. So this is an easy out. And those that are interested, if you don't know about the Prime program, a lot of people like it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look at that. It's a really great way to make money. Let's see. Jennifer says, did Dr. Boyce host a private Q&A for Prime members this morning at 10 a.m. Central? No, I did not. Did that pop up on the schedule or something? Did you get a notification or something? Because sometimes Zoom does weird stuff like that. It'll send out stuff announcing that I'm going to do something and I know nothing about it. So if that happens, we've got a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will take care of you. They'll make sure that, that everything that should be a certain way is done a certain way. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you see anything like that, because sometimes I don't catch everything, and so I would love your help in terms of figuring out how we can do things better in the Black Business School. I keep trying to help everybody understand that we are a university, right? A lot of people don't believe a Black man can actually run a university, but my PhD is just as real as the white guys. So we are getting it done, and we educate people on Black wealth better than any institution in the country. There's no HBCU, there's no white university, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. None of these schools do what we do the way we do it, because we are kind of the Black wealth surgeon. So that's our specialty. That's what we selected, and that's where we're going to stay, right? So if you want to see how we can help you, just email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Thank you, Rianne, by the way. I see you in the chat. Rianne is on our team. She's in the chat right now. She can answer questions and help you out. And the ticker symbol for the stock I mentioned earlier is MGNI. MGMI, I just bought shares of that stock this morning. And this is how I want you to get into the habit of buying stock. I want you to not make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Just get in there and buy consistently. And when you see stocks that appear to be good opportunities, just buy it. Just do it. Just like you go to the store and you buy bread, or you go and you buy a pair of socks. When you buy a pair of socks, you don't sit and spend 6 weeks wondering if you should own socks or not. You just do it. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. Man, look at me. I got bars today. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. And that is literally my best advice for you. And I don't give it investing advice. So let me just take that word back. But you get what I'm saying, that this is how I do it. Just you find stuff that you think is a good buy and you invest it. Because here's the deal. Look, Magnite, the company I mentioned earlier, they provide technology solutions to automate the purchase and sale of digital advertising inventory for buyers and sellers. It features applications and services for digital advertising sellers, including websites, mobile applications, and other digital media properties. Okay, so Magnite, the ticker symbol is MGNI, Mary, Gary, Nancy, Ignition. Basically, think about this. So this stock is $12.60. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now that I bought this stock this morning. I bought a couple $1,000s worth of this stock. If you ask me 2 months from now, hey, Boyce, do you own Magnite? Did you buy any shares of Magnite? I won't remember. I'm going to literally be like, I don't know. Let me check. because I buy anything that looks good. And here's why I don't overthink it, why I don't let it stress me out. So let's say that you buy few shares of the stock, and let's say that it doesn't go up at all. Let's say that it drops by 40%. Well, what else were you going to do with that money anyway? I mean, maybe you could have bought a different stock, but you don't know. You can't predict stock prices. There's a whole theory called the random walk hypothesis, and I've told you all about this, that says you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. You can make a guess, you can kind of look at sectors and kind of, kind of figure some things out, figure out what the risk profile is, but you really don't know. You don't know. So stop trying to know things that you can't know, and stop listening to people who tell you they know things that are really unknowable. This again, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a financial scientist. So I can tell you that the financial science, the research says you can't predict. So stop stressing yourself over things that you can't control and things you can't possibly know. Here's what you do know, though. You lean on what you do know. Here's what you do know is that people who consistently buy stock have more money than people who don't buy stock. Do we agree on that? Give me a yes if I've convinced you of that, if you understand this, if you believe me. This is what the research says. Again, I'm not a financial influencer, I'm a financial scientist. This is what the science says. That's what you do know. So, and what else do you know? Well, you do know that if you save your money or put it into some sort of asset, you're going to have more to show for it than if you take it to the mall and buy a bunch of clothes. Do we agree on that? That if I buy this stock at $12.60 per share and I put my money in this stock, even if the stock goes south 5 years from now, and let's say it drops from $12.60 to $9 a share, at least I'll still have some money left over. What happens if I go to the mall with that money? And this is the thing. People will avoid investing because they're scared of losing a little bit of money, but will go take that same money and go shopping, which means you're going to lose all your damn money. There ain't hardly nothing you bought in 2017 that you're still using right now. Ain't probably not even your car. So why not try? And here's the third thing. Here's another thing you do know. I could name 20 things that you do know, and then I can name a bunch of stuff you don't know. But here's another thing that you do know. You do know that keeping your money is better than giving it away, right? We do know these things, right? We do know that if I keep my money, I'm going to have more money than if I give my money away. So when you buy stock, what you're really doing is you're putting your money into what they call a store of value. A store of value is like putting my money in a bucket. And if I put my money in a bucket, another thing I know, this is another thing you add to the list, is I know that if I buy this stock, sure, it might go down. But also if I buy this stock, it might go up. And I know that I don't know if it's going to go up, but at least I know that if I'm in the game, I have a chance to win. If I'm not in the game at all, I have no chance at all. So I buy this stock not because I know it's going to go up, but because I have a reason to believe that there's a good chance it could go up. I also know that if I save my money, I'm going to have more than if I give my money away. And then also I know that this stock might double or triple or something. And then because I'm in the game, that's how you win the game. Do you understand? Like when I show you all this stuff, let me show you. This is exciting. I saw INSM, and it's fun. Investing, the fun side of investing, it's okay to have fun, is when you get these like Christmases in July kind of thing, or these like really exciting surprises. So let me show you the big surprise for today that really just is going to make my wife want to give me extra kisses today on her birthday. Today's her birthday. And I love my wife a lot, and she's just sexy as hell. She's 50 years old. She wears the same size she wore in college. How about that for a miracle? And she ain't on Ozempic, and she don't smoke crack or nothing. So she actually did it the right way. She actually went to the gym and busted her butt. So shout out to all the hardworking Black women in the world. You deserve the best of us. So here's what happened today that is going to make my wife give me extra kisses when she wakes up. Look at this stock. This is INSMED. The ticker symbol is INSM. It's a pharmaceutical company. I bought these shares because I felt that there was some possibility this stock would go up. It was what I call a pregnant stock. And by pregnant, I mean that the number one driver of stock prices is information. Information is everything. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she traded on inside information. And y'all remember what happened to Martha Stewart? Does everybody know that? Let me know if you remember what happened to Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to prison because she traded on inside information. And basically, the idea is that to maintain fair and orderly markets, you have to make sure everybody has the same information so that when that information gets released, it moves prices. And it's not fair if somebody knows what's going to happen before it actually happens. So here, with this stock, based on the volatility characteristics of this stock, I said, okay, I don't know if this stock is going to give birth to a boy or a girl. I don't know if it's going to give birth to a pretty baby or an ugly baby, but you can look at the options activity of a stock and figure